Welcome, Pewter Report readers and listeners, to day 3 of PewterReport.com's draft show in 2021 NFL draft coverage. I am Jon Ledyard of PewterReport.com. With me today is Scott Reynolds of PewterReport.com, and we are pleased and pumped and energized to be bringing you this PewterReport.com day 3 draft show, powered by our friends over at Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. Day 3 getting underway here for the 2021 NFL draft, Scott, and it's going to all get started here in about 59 minutes.
Yeah, it's an exciting day because the Bucs actually, as of right now, have a 4th round pick. That's been a scarcity in Jason Licht's tenure as the general manager. This is his 8th year in Tampa Bay leading the Bucs organization. He's only had 4 4th round picks.
Yeah.
A couple years ago in 2015, he did find a gem. And that was Quan Alexander, middle linebacker, who really up until his knee injury showed some real promise, actually led the league in solo tackles one year. It was a one-time Pro Bowler and was a player on the rise. But I think that they've replaced him with a pretty damn good linebacker. Another LSU guy you might have heard of, Devin White, who was the 5th overall pick in 2019. But I think one of the more recent 4th round picks that we're still waiting to see that player come around is Anthony Nelson.
Yeah, that was probably the last time. Was that the last time they used a 4th round pick?
Yes,
because they didn't have
one
last year, and they got rid of both of them. One
correct
in the trade for Gronkowski, the other one in the trade up spot for Tristan Wirfs. But
yeah,
still waiting for Anthony Nelson to pan out. His maybe replacement, not on the roster, but in the depth chart. In Joe Tryon, the Bucs drafted in the 1st round. Obviously, intriguing, the traits, the mentality, all there that the Bucs kind of want in an edge rusher. But there's still refinement and polish needed, which is okay because none of the guys the Bucs pick are playing a full workload in 2020 or 2021 unless a disaster happens. Second round, Kyle Trask, the quarterback from Florida. So they do go quarterback after all. We talked about it a ton. Kyle Trask and Joe Tryon were Bucs' best bets of PewterReport.com. So we that was the guy. If we knew they were going to go for either of those positions, those were going to be the guys. And then the 3rd round, a little bit of a surprise with Notre Dame right tackle, who's probably going to play center and guard. And Jason Licht said maybe a 4-spot player on the offensive line, and Robert Hainsey from Notre Dame. It's been an eventful first 2 days for the Bucs. I wouldn't describe it as, I don't know, you take a quarterback, maybe you do describe it as a sexy draft. I don't know. Yeah. Even if he's a backup, it's still.
You get a pass rusher, then a passer, then a pass protector. So passing game getting a lot of love, and why not, right? Because this is Bruce Arians, the quarterback whisperer. As much as they want to run the ball, John, and we might see them draft a running back today to add to the mix.
Yes.
Because you got 3 running backs that are under contract only for the 2021 season. Veterans, Ronald Jones in his 4th year, Leonard Fournette getting re-signed this year, and then the addition of Giovanni Bernard, who will be that 3rd down back. He replaces LaShawn McCoy on the roster, but Giovanni Bernard's going to get a lot more playing time this year than LaShawn McCoy did. LaShawn McCoy, great way to end your career, right, with back-to-back Super Bowl rings from the Chiefs and the Buccaneers, but not much of a factor at all due to his age and his his declining skill set.
Right. Yeah. Now, when we look back at these first 3 rounds, I think we see there's potential at some of these positions. Joe Tryon obviously would be the one that carries the weight of this draft class, but to a degree, there's that truth with Kyle Trask as well. If this guy even gets a chance to become, the Bucs' future starter in 2 years after Brady or whenever that time is, who knows? We're gonna have a lot of. I think we'll have a long history with Kyle Trask here, at least a short-term history, at least for the next 4 or 5 years.
We'll see if Kyle Trask, John, becomes the first drafted quarterback to get re-signed.
I know. We're getting ahead of ourselves with that, but it's something we always think about whenever there's a drafted quarterback.
It's one of the craziest statistics. This franchise has been around since 1976, whether it's a first-round guy like Doug Williams or Trent Dilfer, Vinny Testaverde, Josh Freeman, Jameis Winston, right?
That's the thing. They've had tons of chances.
Yes,
at this.
Right.
And
Sean King was a 2nd round pick. Chris Sims was a 3rd round pick. So this is a franchise that has spent draft capital,
right?
Day 1, day 2 guys, and has yet to re-sign a quarterback that they've drafted. So we'll see if Kyle Trask can be that guy. That we're looking obviously way down the road. He's not going to see the field unless one of 2 things happens.
Yeah, there's
Brady gets hurt or Brady retires. Those are the 2 X factors that would have to happen for Kyle Trask to see the field. But it'll be interesting to see how he develops. And I know that there's some fans out there, even Gators fans, that say, well, I'm a Gators fan, but I'm not a huge fan of this pick going to the Buccaneers. When I see this guy, I think of Brad Johnson. And I know there are people within the Buccaneer organization that feel exactly the same way, that this guy is a modern-day Brad Johnson. And in an offense that requires a pocket passer, a guy that's going to stand in the pocket, hang in the pocket, big, strong-arm guy. And I say strong-arm because there's a misconception out there that he has a noodle arm. He doesn't have a noodle arm. Does he have the strongest arm? Does he have a rocket arm? No, I think Felipe Franks, the guy he replaced at Florida, actually has a more live arm that can push the ball down the field with a little bit more velocity. But Brad Johnson was effective because he was a touch passer. He was an accurate passer. And I saw a statistic from Pro Football Focus that Kyle Trask is one of the best, most accurate deep ball throwers. I think 9 touchdowns was the most of any quarterback in terms of deep ball touchdowns last year in college football.
Yeah.
So
right.
Bruce Arians said he can make all the throws, whether you like the pick or not like the pick. This is a pick that the general manager, the head coach, Tom Moore, who has forgotten more about football or that knows more about football than even Bruce Arians, Byron Leftwich, Clyde Christensen, all of these guys were on board with the Kyle Trask pick. So I'm going to wait and see before I cast any type of judgments about whether this guy's a good fit for this offense. I think he is. Obviously, the Buccaneers feel he is.
This is a big part of what you just said is resonates with me a lot, that I don't think Kyle Trask is any type of risk from a work ethic, character, personality standpoint.
Football IQ.
At the very least, I love to have that box checked in the QB2. You know what I mean? You want a guy like one of the big things that people praised about Kyle Trask was for years, even as a backup in high school to De'Ara King, he prepared to be the starter.
Right.
And he didn't let it deter him. So again, I think another good piece in the locker room. All 3 of these guys, glowing reviews in terms of character, good stuff in terms of health,
good
that
teammates.
kind of stuff. The risk level drops to me because of that with these picks, even if they don't become stars, which is fun. That is difficult to do in the draft. Drafting as low as the Bucs are as drafting this year, but even if they don't become stars, I think they'll at least become valuable depth pieces for the team. So you're for a while, it felt like the Bucs were always drafting boom bust, right? Like look at how many players went early in the draft. There were character things. I mean, there's just been so many of those guys, even going back to early in Jason Licht's time with Vernon Hargreaves.
Well, and his second overall, well, I should say not overall, but his second selection in his first draft, Austin Severian-Jenkins was a turd, and that's the pick right after Mike Evans, who was an absolute great teammate, future Hall of Famer. It's one of Jason Licht's best picks, followed by one of his worst. And he was a first-year general manager, and he's kind of learned that character does count. At some point in time, every general manager, and sometimes it's too late and they end up getting fired, but they realize you're not just drafting a football player, you're drafting a teammate, you're drafting a person, and you're looking for guys that have good football character that are going to be good teammates. And sometimes when you don't hit on your draft picks, what are you forced to do? You're forced to go to free agency. If players are available in free agency, 9 times out of 10, they're not wanted by their own team. Now, sometimes they have to make some tough decisions, whether it's cap related or whether it's age related, whatever. But 9 times out of 10, the reason why they're out there in free agency is because their original team did not want them. And that's why you end up with guys like Deshaun Jackson, who is not a good teammate down here. Chris Baker was not a good teammate down here. And there's a real big time factor with that. And I think Jason Licht, you look back at these last couple drafts since 2016, he's absolutely nailed it when it comes to the character guys. These have been really good Buccaneers.
Right. And I do understand. I know some people are talking about the comparison to Brad Johnson. And Garrett says, my own personal opinion, I hate the Brad Johnson comparison. Brad Johnson was not a great quarterback. We are all hoping Trask is a great quarterback. I agree with that, actually, to a degree. Now, it doesn't mean I think the comparison is a poor one, though. I mean, Brad Johnson could be a good comparison for Kyle Trask. I think if you're hoping for a Super Bowl with a Brad Johnson type quarterback, that's where you're kind of sorely mistaken in this day and age. We'll see. I'm not saying crazy things have happened. We are obviously not in a position with Kyle Trask right now where we're saying like he is their guy. Brady's retiring this year, or this is the end for Brady. This is the draft. He was Kyle Trask was a first round pick. The Bucs traded up for Kyle Trask. No, they stayed at 64. The board fell to them. This was not a guy they were up in arms to go draft, in terms of a quarterback. If there's any other position, I'd say they love this guy. At quarterback, I think if you know a guy is your guy, you are trading up to go get that guy. Like if that's who you want to be your future starter, you're taking him in the first round, or you're trading up to go get the guy. They didn't do either of those things. That tells me they like Kyle Trask. They'd like to see what's there. They think at the very least he's a good QB2. You get him for very cheap for 4 years. You see what happens after that. You get an option in there that could potentially develop into something. Win you a game here or there. That to me is how they approach the pick. It does not mean, I know Jason Light said, we considered him in the first round. I mean, I think you're being nice when you say that. And also, he was on your board. I think he's probably your top quarterback.
Fluffing the pick up a little bit.
Clearly he was their top quarterback because all the other 5 were off the board. So I get it. I get how the game is played to that degree. But, I don't think the Bucs have gone overboard in this pick to say, wow, they've really tied themselves. Like if this doesn't work out, like even New England. I mean, they used the 15th pick. Right. So if he's not if Mac Jones isn't the successor to Cam Newton, that's bad. That's a
lot more fatal than
exactly
it is.
Right. This is we have a loaded roster. This is the most important position on the field. We like this guy. Right. We're going to take a flyer, see what it is. And at the very least, he's
we're not talking about pick 37 or pick 38 in the second round. We're talking about pick 64 at the end of the second round. And so what does that mean? Well, in a draft that probably has, John, between 12 to 17 first-round picks, first-round graded players out of 32, you're picking Joe Tryon is essentially a second-round graded player at the number 32 spot. Yeah. And so Kyle Trask is really a third-round graded player who was selected because he wasn't going to be there at the end of the third round when the Bucs had their final selection on day 2. So you got to take him there. Yeah. And you know what? They took him. And what happened right after Kyle Trask went off the board?
Run on quarterbacks. It was what, three of the
Davis
4
Mills.
picks. Yeah, at that point were quarterbacks. So.
Right. And now they're gone. The quarterbacks are gone.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It could be a while before we see the next quarterback. Maybe Ian Book from Notre Dame, Jamie Newman from, I guess, Georgia, but he never played there. So Wake Forest.
So what you're looking for when I say the Brad Johnson comparison, and again, that's a real live comparison. I'm not just pulling that out of where. There is that comparison at $1 in your place. It's because Brad Johnson was a smart quarterback, made good decisions during the Super Bowl year, and was the point guard. He was the guy that distributed the ball, did not have an ego, it was not all about him, had enough arm strength and touch to become an accurate passer, completed 62% of his throws that year in Gruden's offense, over 3,000 yards, 22 touchdowns, and 6 interceptions. And I think that when you look at what Trask was able to do at Florida, with all those weapons around him, he's not a standalone quarterback. He's not a franchise-changing guy where you're going to build a team around him. No, that's not how you do it. You have the team built around him, and you insert him. And I think that's one thing Jason Light can do is draft skill position players. Right. And we've seen Chris Godwin. We've seen O.J. Howard and Cam Brady in the trade for Rob Gronkowski, and obviously the selection of Mike Evans. So he's built the offensive weaponry, and he's built that for longevity with pieces like Tyler Johnson in the hopper, Scotty Miller, who's still going to be a Buccaneer for at least the next 2 years. So there's weapons that if Trask has to come in, it's not like the cupboard is bare, and he's going to be asked to carry a game with his right shoulder, his right arm.
Correct. Yep, I agree with you on that. We got a Tom Bucs fan with a $5 super chat. We greatly appreciate those. Super chats have been clutch through the draft, through these long draft shows that we're doing here. Now, Brad Johnson made a couple of Pro Bowls. The fan base in 2002 thought Rob Johnson was the guy. Then when Brad got hurt, they saw RoboSack Rob play. Yes. How many did Brad make? How many Pro Bowls did he make?
Brad Johnson made a couple of Pro Bowls. 1999 with the Washington Redskins, and then in 2002 with the Buccaneers.
Okay, so he made a couple Pro Bowls. Different time. I think a quarterback like that might have a harder time.
But exactly. He played till the age of 40 in Dallas.
Yeah. Yeah, this kind of
from age 26, coming out of Florida State with the Minnesota Vikings those years, and then was a Washington Redskin for 2 years, and then was a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, then back to Minnesota for 2 years, and then Dallas.
Great. Callum Shaw, we appreciate the super chat. Only fair, I send you some money as you made me some money on Tryon and Trask.
That's right. We saw you on Twitter.
Appreciate that, Callum. Glad you made some money off the Pewter Report Bucs best bets. Will, I will get to your question. I will. I'll get to your question here in a minute, but I do want to take a moment to bring on to the show and to chat with, as I insert these headphones here. I'm going to give us a chance to chat with our good buddy Mark Schofield of All Over, actually.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Mark. It's great to have you on the show, man. We're excited to be joined by you because the Bucs are here, and most fans probably know you, by the way, if they haven't seen, because you've been on the show before. We had you around mid-season to talk Bucs, Brady, Arians. What's the drama going on in Tampa Bay? And then they sorted things out as you predicted that they would, and had a lot of actually solutions that the Bucs ended up following with the Brady, Arians, Byron Leftwich dynamic. So most fans know you, but yeah, if you don't know Mark, definitely give him a follow on Twitter at Mark Schofield, SCHOFIELD on Twitter. Give him a follow. Writes all over the place. Touchdown Wire does some great analysis there. Also got you doing stuff over SB Nation. They got you hopping these days, Mark. How are you, man? Are you enjoying the draft?
I'm still alive, guys. It's great to be with you. I'm excited that you guys are so chipper, although I guess the Lombardi Trophy will do that. Mm-hmm. It's great to be here. Yeah, Michael Kist, our good buddy Michael, had me running. Your neighbor, I believe. I think you're going to be in his backyard tomorrow in the little pool he's got built.
Yes.
But I'm excited to be here. Excited to talk about Kyle Trask. I actually got up early this morning for you guys, rewatched some Kyle Trask.
Look at this guy.
So I can have the takes and try to help the fans here over Pewter Report. So happy to be here, ready to go.
That's awesome. No, we do appreciate it because there are actually very few people I would go to for really in-depth analysis on Kyle Trask and what he is outside of you. So as soon as the pick was made, I pretty much hit you up that night. I was like, hey, would you come on the show and give us your insight? Because I know you watch all these guys. And obviously the Bucs making Kyle Trask the 64th overall pick in the draft at the end of round 2. They didn't take him in the first, Mark, and he was their top quarterback on their board, obviously, at that point in time with the top 5 guys off the board. And they didn't trade up for him. I know this is kind of more of a draft-related question than a Kyle Trask-related question, but does that tell you anything, the fact that they didn't do those things? It wasn't like they were going nuts for him, but it seemed like he was top player on their board.
Yeah, I think it's kind of an understanding of the way this draft has fallen. And I think most people going into this draft thought, look, there was a clear-cut top 5 at the position. You know, whether you ranked them 1 through 5, however you ranked them, those were the top 5 guys. They were going to go top 15. And then there was going to be this gap because sort of when you start stacking your own boards, I know, John, you did one, I did one, the Arif Hassan consensus board. We've all seen that. There was that sort of gap from the top 5 guys to the sort of next tier of quarterbacks where you got to the Kellen Monds, the Kyle Trasks, the Davis Mills, those types of players. And so I think Tampa Bay was in a position, you know, Jason Light was in a position where he knew he wasn't going to have to be aggressive to go up to get one of these quarterbacks. He knew the board was probably going to play out in large part the way it did. There were obviously some surprises, you know, Las Vegas doing Las Vegas things and, you know, situations like that. But they knew they weren't going to have to be aggressive. There was probably going to be a quarterback they were going to be comfortable with, you know, picking at the end of the second round. And I will say, guys, it's sort of getting this prep done for this morning. Another thing I'm working on, and John, I'm sure you've done these too, looking back at my way too early mock draft from last summer. Because I did one last August, and I got 13 of the 32 players right. So not a huge success rate there.
That's pretty good.
I think that's good.
I'm not sure.
But look, I got Lawrence at 1 to Jacksonville nailed. And another sort of player and team that I got right was Kyle Trask at 28 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Wow. So you saw the potential fit here.
I saw the potential fit there. And I think for reasons we'll probably get into, there's some reasons to be optimistic, both Kyle Trask and a Bruce Arians offense, generally speaking, as well as what we've seen Bruce Arians and Byron Leftwich be willing to do conceptually that might fit Kyle Trask where he is right now.
So one of the things that's been a big knock about Kyle Trask is he doesn't have this elite arm, okay? And when we're talking about that, by the way, I'll clarify for fans, we're talking about velocity, not distance, ability to throw the football. They're two totally different things. I'll let you touch on that if you want. But can you just talk about, I mean, Bruce Arians has gone for strong arm quarterbacks in terms of velocity and distance before with most of his passers. But what's the difference? Why is it important for Bruce Arians' offense to have one or the other? Is one more important than the other, the ability to throw for distance or velocity? And how do you see those aspects of Kyle Trask? Is the common consensus on Trask that his arm isn't great? Is that what you see as well?
Yeah, I would sort of agree with that assessment. He has a solid NFL average arm. Like, I'm not concerned that he can't make throws in the National Football League. Where it comes into play is sort of conceptually the Bruce Arians system. When you're trying to push the ball a bit more downfield, some of those windows are tighter, number one. And number two, with the distance those throws have to carry, if the velocity is lacking, that gives corners and safeties more time to close those windows, drive on the football, and make plays at the catch point. And so quarterbacks with those plus elite type arms, say a Trey Lance, say a Justin Fields, if they're throwing, say, that whole shot along the sideline against a cover two look, corners, sinking underneath it, safeties rotated over. If you have elite velocity, the ball will get there on time, and you don't have to worry about those safeties, those corners jumping it unless they're absolute elite athletes. And there are some elite athletes in the NFL, obviously.
But it's interesting, Mark, because when you look at Tom Brady last year, he did have a couple pick sixes, and those happened on those out routes, throwing across the field, right on the far hash, and the ball just didn't get there on time. Corner was able to jump the route, and maybe the receiver didn't run a clean route or didn't come back for the ball enough. But we saw a couple pick sixes early in the season. It happened in New Orleans in week 1 with Janoris Jenkins, and then a couple weeks later against the Los Angeles Chargers at home. And so that's the worry or the concern with Kyle Trask are those types of throws.
Right. That's exactly right. And so, those concepts that are going to require him to push the football towards the boundary, he's either going to have to improve the arm strength, which, look, it is possible. When Brady was coming out, he didn't have an elite arm. People will probably, you look back at some Tom Brady scouting reports from when he was coming out, they might seem a little similar to what you're seeing about Kyle Trask. Doesn't move, statuesque in the pocket, average NFL arm. Like, yes, had some production, showed some leadership qualities, but there are some questions about his fit in a vertical passing game. There are questions about his upper tier arm talent. You might see a lot of similarities between the two from a scouting profile standpoint. So when Trask is going to have to try to push those throws, he's going to either have to improve the arm strength, which again is possible, or get faster with his reads and decisions so he can anticipate those throws better, because quarterbacks with that more sort of average to, above average arm talent, they can sort of artificially challenge those windows with their minds by getting the throw out quicker, anticipating those route concepts, and anticipating those holes in coverages.
Let's rewind quickly here, because that's great stuff. I just going back to Kyle Trask and the evaluation generally, and then we'll go more specific. But Kyle Trask, where did you see him in this quarterback class? Where did you have him ranked, and what kind of round grade did you have on him?
Yeah, I mean, he was a round 3 grade for me. I was looking at him, and sort of when you grade quarterbacks in a vacuum, like Mac Jones was an early second for me. Right. But you understand these quarterbacks get pushed up boards because of the need of the position. And so you take quarterback grades sort of in a vacuum. I mean, Trask was in that Mond, Mills, Trask tier for me. Yeah. And really when you get to that area of the draft, it's sort of about scheme fit. Okay. Can this player sort of run the offense that we're working with? Is he a better option for us than some of the other players that are on the board? And so I think he was kind of in that nebulous, like 6, 7, 8 tier for me.
You did see Kellen Mond, Kyle Trask, and Davis Mills all in that tier together.
That's exactly right.
There was no big separation between.
No, there's no real big separation to me in my mind. And I think it really comes down to, at that point, sort of like player, coach, fit, development, that kind of preference more than anything else. And I think, look, those 3 guys are that next tier for a reason, because if I'm going to bet on a quarterback sort of being that later round pick, day 2, day 3, that could become a starter, those were the 3 guys I think are the best opportunity to do that, because of what they've shown on film, the traits that they've shown, and some of the splash plays and those moments where you think, okay, well, look, maybe it's not consistently that he's doing this, but I can see enough of this where I can feel comfortable about that potentially translating on a more consistent level to the NFL.
The interesting thing is you had a 3rd round grade on him, and this is what I've been trying to tell Buccaneer fans as I try to get them to come away from the ledge about Kyle Trask, is Buccaneer fans, and I've covered this team, this is my 26th draft, Mark. Usually when the Buccaneers are drafting, it's number 1, it's number 5, it's in the top 10, it's listed in the top 12. And so when you think of a 2nd round pick, people have this value conception of what that pick is or should be. It should be someone who's going to make an impact because there's a bunch of needs. This is a team that doesn't have any needs. It just won the Super Bowl, brought everybody back. But we're talking pick 64 here, not pick 34 or 44. Yep. So there is some difference. When you say he carries a 3rd round grade, that 32nd pick is, or I should say the 64th pick is
That's
It's
about that
round
range.
pick.
about the range, right?
I mean, it's a third round pick. And, when you start thinking about how teams stack boards, right? There are 32 first round picks, but there might be 15 first round players. There might be 15 players with a first round grade. At some point, if you're picking the middle or the end of the first round, you're drafting guys that might have a second round grade on your board. And it's same thing in the second round. There might be 20 players with a second round grade, but if you've got to pick at 60, 62, 64, it might be a player with a third round grade. And so to draft a quarterback with a third round grade at 64, when, like you guys know, Tampa Bay doesn't have a bunch of needs. Anybody that's done a Tampa Bay or a mock draft, you got to Tampa Bay at 32 and you're like, I don't know. I mean, Christian Barmore, I said Christian Barmore there like so many times. Levi O a couple of times. A couple of times I said, look, we saw Davis Mills in the first round from Peter Schrager because they didn't have a ton of needs. Like they brought.
We saw Justin Fields in the first round from Chris Sims.
Which I mean, look, if Justin Fields had fallen to you guys, I mean, obviously that would have been amazing. But Tampa Bay luxury position where they could have addressed any position they wanted to, best player available. When I did my second round mock at the end of Thursday night, I said Davis Mills at 64 because you're in that position. And so they didn't go Mills, they go Trask. I understand it. It's an opportunity for him to develop because this is a young player, right? Yes. Relatively inexperienced player. He was a backup in high school behind De'Ara King, right? Mm-hmm. And he only really has 2 years as a starter. So there's a lot of clay here to mold. He's not a finished product. He'll get to learn from Brady, learn from Arians, learn from Leftwich. It's an ideal situation to take a flyer on a potential developmental quarterback with starter caliber upside. So I like the pick for Tampa Bay. I really do.
Now, you mentioned the upside, and that's interesting because it's one of the things Bruce Arians said was most important at the quarterback position when they were pre-draft, when he was saying, we're thinking about who to draft, we need to know that there's upside here. A lot of people would look at Kyle Trask and say physically, athletically, there's not a whole lot more to untap. It's not like he's this raw but super talented, physical, like arm strength and accuracy and athleticism outside the pocket. And, we just got to kind of hone this guy in. In some ways, he kind of is what he is, but you also mentioned upside. What do you mean by that with Kyle Trask? How can he still grow?
Well, I think part of it is that mental side of the game, the anticipation for route concepts, because that is something that you can see on film that is still something he's developing, something he's working out. And if he doesn't sort of develop the elite arm talent that you can develop, again, sort of a NFL strength and conditioning program, working on the mechanics, refining that throw in motion, then that mental side of it is something that you can still develop. It's something that can still offer upside. Because if you're throwing some of these flood concepts, these Bruce Arians route concepts, and you start getting that ball out on time and in rhythm ahead of the route coverages, diagnosing those safety rotations at a much quicker level than Kyle Trask showed on film, that's going to give you some upside. That's going to allow you to tap into some sort of untouched potential with Kyle Trask. And the thing to remember with him was only 2 years as a starter, bad habits haven't crept in yet. Sometimes having a great arm is a double-edged sword for a quarterback because you rely on it as a crutch. You think, I can take a little bit longer with a read and a throw because the ball is going to get there.
And you take more risks as a result of that.
You take more risks as a result. Exactly right, Scott. Here, he doesn't have that elite arm, so it's almost a situation where he's going to be forced to artificially make up the difference with his mind. So that mental component to the game is, I think, upside. And I also like the way he's sort of impervious to pressure. Now, it might be a byproduct of, like you said, John, he's not the most athletic guy. He's not going to wow you with his legs. You're not going to run zone read 25 times with him and ask him to be a runner. But he has sort of that imperviousness to pressure where if he's got trash at his feet, if he's got a pocket collapsing around him, he'll find ways to just create space by sliding, by stepping away. Some of his throws almost looked ugly at times because he's parallel to the line of scrimmage, but he's just finding a way to get the football out. He had a touchdown, I think it was the Georgia game where they're down in the red zone. It's just chaos in the pocket, and he almost like shot puts it on a crossing route for a touchdown because he found a way to get the football out rather than. And again, similar to that arm talent discussion, athleticism can be that double-edged sword too, because you see a guy like Zach Wilson, he'll just bail from clean pockets, whereas Trask will stay and fight in the pocket. And sometimes you need to do that in the NFL.
There's been comparisons with Kyle Trask to a lot of different people. I'll throw some at Ben Roethlisberger. You've probably heard that one.
Yep.
That one got me a little bit. That was interesting, for especially considering Ben was like a backyard quarterback early in his career, and Kyle Trask is definitely not. But one of the comparisons that Bucs fans have kind of created a little bit is Mac Jones or Kyle Trask. I mean, they've kind of thrown there was this, once Mac Jones started sliding, if he gets past New England, with Chicago trading up, where's he going to go? Could the Bucs jump up for a Mac Jones? Could they be level? What's the biggest difference? Obviously, you had Mac Jones over Kyle Trask on your board, as you said, but what's the biggest differences for you? Is it that anticipation? It seems like at times Mac Jones kind of played a little bit consistently faster from the pocket, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's that, John. I think there were times when you saw Mac Jones sort of work through reads, work through decisions a little bit quicker. I think Jones has a little bit of a better understanding of how protections work than Trask. Like, there were examples of Jones, who also, again, doesn't have elite athleticism, so he's going to have to win with his mind. But you could see him sort of understand where weaknesses and protections were. When he saw blitzes that they couldn't block up, he would bail the pocket early because he knew that, look, we're not going to get this blocked. And if I stay here, if I work through my drop, if I play this like a regular play, I'm dead in the pocket. And so he's already in the game, in the mode where he can get ahead of those blitzes. He can get ahead of those pressure games. That's going to be huge for his development as he acclimates to life in the NFL. Whereas Trask is still feeling that part of it out. And it might be, again, just the 2 years as a starter dating back to high school, where that's another area where you could see some developmental upside. You could potentially see some growth. Comparisons are funny things. I mean, Roethlisberger, look, I'm a Patriots guy, and I have half of my mentions right now are saying, look, Mac Jones can be elite because Tom Brady just won a Super Bowl. Okay. I mean, I get it, people. And then I've got other people saying that, they don't even see Jimmy Garoppolo and Mac Jones. And so comparisons are all over the place.
You mentioned Tom Brady and Jimmy Garoppolo. And if you can, for Buccaneer fans, when Jimmy Garoppolo was drafted in the second round, Tom Brady's still in his prime, right? And I don't know if he felt threatened necessarily, because Brady's a prideful guy, but he certainly didn't take Jimmy Garoppolo under his wing and help him and, mentor this guy and foster his development. I think
that we know of anyway, I guess.
Yeah, that we know of. But I think that there was a little bit of a kind of a disrespect thing, almost like Aaron Rodgers with Jordan Love to a degree, right?
Right.
But I've got a feeling that now that Brady has called his own shot and said, I'm going to join the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and I will decide how long I'm going to play, and I'm going to re-up for one more year, and I've got 2 more years left, and then I'm going to retire, that since it's on his timetable and he doesn't have anybody like nipping at his heels, and this is Kyle Trask coming in, maybe he's the guy for the future. But I think there's a chance that Brady might be more open to this guy in this setting, in this relationship, helping him along. Do you see that as a better possibility than how the Garoppolo-Brady relationship was?
I think that's entirely impossible. What's interesting about Brady's sort of tenure in New England is even during his great run, they would seemingly draft a quarterback like every other year. Ryan Mallett, Jacoby Brissett was after Garoppolo. The Garoppolo pick, of course, they had some others that they drafted along the way because Bill Belichick has always tried to be a year ahead of that need rather than a year behind it. But there were times when you could tell, look, Tom Brady finds every single way he can to self-motivate. We've talked about that before. I mean, I'm sure he's probably got screenshots of articles I've written saved to his phone, sort of like Darius Leonard and Justice Mosqueda. So, I mean, would it surprise me if Brady sort of looks at this as like, this is a point in his career where, look, he's established, he's done, like, he's going to play out, as long as he wants to, and he can start taking Kyle Trask under his wing. Sure, that wouldn't surprise me at all. But in the back of the mind, might he have the pads on the private jet to Louisville Downs, Churchill Downs right now for the Kentucky Derby? He might be reading the playbook right now and say, "Look, I got to prove yet again that I'm still QB1." Brady's a strange bird, but he's got how many rings? 7 rings to back it up. So
hard to argue with those results for sure. It is funny to think about what that relationship will look like. Obviously, Brady not threatened at all, I'm sure here, but. This is, it could be very beneficial to Kyle Trask. I can't even imagine being Kyle Trask and coming into the NFL. And you're literally
talk about a situation where you could learn from 3 brilliant football minds. I mean, Brady, Arians, Leftwich. And there will be no sort of pressure and expectations early. He'll have an opportunity to sort of just be a sponge and soak it all up. If I had advice for Kyle Trask, it would be like, just get in the room every single day as early as you can and just take it all in. This is an incredible opportunity because you have an opportunity to learn from 3 brilliant offensive minds, learn from the greatest quarterback to ever play the game, one of the greatest head coaches and offensive minds. And look, Byron Leftwich, too, to his credit, has been a great offensive coordinator for Tampa Bay. I'm really excited to see where his career goes. So, Kyle, just go be a sponge, soak it all up, get the work in. This is an opportunity for you to potentially in 2 years take over this franchise, and it's a great landing spot, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think it's great insight into Cal Trask and his game and kind of who he is and as a player and how he might fit with Bruce Arians and with Tom Brady. So we do appreciate Mark Schofield, ladies and gentlemen. Touchdownwire.com. Mark, tell people where they can find you, where they can find your stuff, especially right now as the draft is happening. I'm sure you're on talking about these picks and talking about some of the core, and tell people where they can find you and find your stuff.
Well, guys, thanks again for having me. Always a blast catching up with you guys. Hope to do it in person sometime soon, maybe the Combine or something next year. But you can find me on Twitter at Mark Schofield, USA Today's Touchdown Wire. Michael Kiss has actually let me have the day kind of on a little day off today. I don't have to be on camera for SB Nation, so I'm excited about that.
Nice.
But friends, later tonight, I'm going to be pushing send on the 2022 offensive watch list, the 2022 watch list. And yes, there is a 2022 mock draft coming in the next, say, 42 to 78 hours. So
you're a sick ticket.
Hey, at least it's not, what was it, Walter Football with the 2023 mock draft that they dropped last week? I mean,
I saw it. I'm like, what are we doing? I mean, but hey, it probably got reads. You know how those
probably got reads, man. It gets those clicks. So
that's funny. No, that's great stuff, Mark. We do appreciate you carving some time out of your Saturday to keep us informed about Cal Trask and all the Bucs picks. If they take another quarterback here, I might have to if they grab Felipe Franks in the 7th and they start loading up.
No, man, that's what you need. You're going to need a tight end guy, not a quarterback guy. If they draft Franks.
That's all we need to know about Felipe Franks.
There you go.
If he becomes a day 3 pick. Mark, thanks for joining the show, man. We really appreciate it. Take care and enjoy your
Thanks
Saturday.
so much, guys. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. At Mark Schofield, that's where you can find him on Twitter. And a great insight when it comes to the draft and the quarterback position, and obviously him being a big Patriots fan. He's got the insight on Tom Brady. He's watched him his entire career up in New England, and we had him on to talk about Brady when he first became a Buccaneer.
Yep, absolutely. He, I think Mark. What I know about Mark, and he may not be as big a name as like if you get somebody like Chris Sims or Dan Orlovsky to come on, Mark never says anything for hype, anything for attention, and he watches every play over and over. And when he says he got up in the morning and he wanted to go through Cal Trask again to give us the best answers he possibly could, I take that guy like that over somebody with 200,000 followers every day to give us real, actual analysis of Cal Trask's strengths, weaknesses, whether he fits or not. That's why I like having Mark on the show, because he gives us real insight. I know he's watched tape. I know he's done the homework, and I know he's got no bias here or anything like that. He just wants to give us the best opinion he can give us. So, I think it's great. I think it's great insight into Cal Trask. There are clearly reasons to be optimistic. Mm-hmm. There are clearly reasons to be a little bit, we could have taken him. I don't think Cal Trask will be like this horrible. If he gets in, I don't think Cal Trask loses you games or like it's just a disaster or anything like that. I mean, obviously, you have a rookie and he gets in a game for Brady, say, like, you need to be smart about how you're building around him.
That's right.
But I don't see Cal Trask as this all over the place, high variance player. There are things that need to improve for sure, but he knows how to play within his limitations. That's the best thing that I think you can say about him. So, is he the future franchise guy? I highly doubt it. I said I wouldn't draft a quarterback at all if I were the Bucs, and I meant it. Like, I do not think he's the future franchise quarterback. But if he could even win you a game here or there and be a high-end backup for you, there is value in that. I wouldn't have taken him, but I am trying to make sure I always give the full round of analysis of it as why you understand the pick. There are some picks in this draft I do not understand. There is no defense for. The Bucs to me have not made one of those picks. If they did, I would let you know. I was kind of there with Keyshawn Vaughn last year. I wasn't that out on him, but
you weren't alone either.
Yeah, you and I both were not fond of that pick.
And I still haven't seen it from Keyshawn Vaughn, and I hope I do. I'm not rooting against the guy, but did not have a splashy rookie season.
Yes,
it was better than Ronald Jones's rookie season, though. So there's always hope.
He fumbled twice in like 40 touches, and it was better than Rojo's rookie
That's
season.
Correct, yes, because he averaged more than 1.8 yards per carry.
Yeah,
that's why.
right.
And he scored a touchdown.
That's right.
Actually, Rojo did too.
Yeah,
Rojo had a rushing touchdown.
Oh, that's great stuff. It's great stuff. We're excited. Today, day 3 of the NFL draft, pewterreport.com. We're going to have live coverage all day. So right now, if you got it, and I've said this every day, just let somebody know, hey, don't forget, pewterreport.com's on. If you're watching us right now, and you're probably all over the place, most of you probably you're on YouTube, or hopefully most of you are on the site, pewterreport.com. We'd love for you to be able to watch us right from our site if you can. Hopefully you get a chance to click around and look at some of the articles. We had, 3 pieces go up this morning?
Yes.
Comments from Bruce, from Jason Light about Robert Hainsey. We'll talk about it in a second here. The Bucs' 3rd-round pick. Insight into Kyle Trask and why the team drafted him. Some really interesting notes, I thought, on Hainsey and how the team found him and what they think about his projection in the NFL and with that team. So there's lots of good content over at pewterreport.com too. Click through, check it out, look and see what you've got. We are going to touch on Hainsey here for a minute, and then I want to talk about set the board for day 3 of the draft. Because
we'll have our Bucs best bets, and we'll look at the other NFC South teams in just a second. But when you look at your home and how you can upgrade your home, right? Because it's your most important investment. It's where your family lives. It's your most important prized possessions, your wife and kids, or your spouse. Championship level defense for your home. That's what Edmonson Electric AC and Security can provide. Get secure. Give them a call at 813-910-3403. As you probably know, the Pewter Report draft previews and our mock drafts are all presented by Edmonson. This 3-day draft show on pewterreport.com is powered by Edmonson Electric AC and Security. They're the official smart home and security company of pewterreport.com. And for the past 40 years, Edmonson Electric has proudly served Central Florida with electric services, and they're now proud to add state-of-the-art smart home technology and security systems to its roster, whether it's surveillance cameras, home theaters like the one I had Edmonson installed, my 75-inch TV,
beautiful,
which I needed, John. I needed that.
Yeah,
that was a need. That wasn't want. That was a need. I needed that for my job.
Right? That's
exactly. Yes. Babe, I'm getting older. I
need it.
I need this big screen TV to watch the Bucs.
Got to get it from Edmonson.
Absolutely. And they came and installed it because I don't want to do something like that and drop and break that big, beautiful TV. So home theaters, surveillance cameras, smart lighting. It'd be great to walk in the door and press a button on your phone and all of a sudden all the lights are on so you're not stumbling around in the dark. Edmonson Electric and Security. They're automating your dream home. Click their website, edmonsonelectric.com, to find out more about controlling, monitoring, and securing your home. Tomorrow starts now. From home automation controls to structured wiring and surveillance systems, Edmonson Electric and Security has the team to keep your home current. Give them a call at 813-910-3403 or visit them on the web, edmonsonelectric.com. Control, monitor, secure.
All right, let's set the board for day 3, and then we'll touch on Robert Hainsey. I changed my mind. Let's set the board for day 3 so we know we've gotten through this. And Bucs best bets. Let's start there. Kyle Trask, Joe Tryon, 2 Bucs bets come off. Bucs best bets from pewterreport.com come off the board in the first 2 picks for the Bucs draft. Then you get Robert Hainsey, North Notre Dame offensive lineman in round 3. We're moving. We're cruising into round 4 where the Bucs pick 138th, I believe, the 4th round.
I believe so.
I think is where they pick the number pick. And so now we've got a situation where we're starting to lean more toward the lates, the guys that are listed late on the Bucs.
Yeah.
Bucs best bets there.
Pick number 183 in the 4th round, 177 in round 5, 218 in the 6th round, and then a pair of 7th round picks, including John, Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, Mr. Irrelevant, obviously
261.
Yes. Ryan Suckup was a Mr. Irrelevant. The Bucs hoping to strike gold there. He wasn't a Bucs pick, obviously. But late, we've got Felipe Franks. You just heard Mark Schofield say if he might move to tight end in the NFL. Some Gator fans probably laughing at that one. Obviously, a transfer to Arkansas. Did have a good year this past season, but would not expect Bucs to go quarterback again.
Interesting to note, Bruce Arians drafted a quarterback out there in Arizona in Logan Thomas, who was Virginia Tech quarterback, and he's now thriving as a tight end.
Yeah, that's true. That is actually crossed my mind with Felipe Franks.
We might get Felipe Franks as a Bucs best bet if he's a tight end, though. They're not going to draft him as a quarterback if they draft him.
That's true. He is not a Logan Thomas type athlete, but it'll
not.
be interesting to see where he does go. North Carolina's Michael Carter was our early choice. We talked about him in the second round. I don't think of our most recent mock draft. We talked about him as a potential pick at 64 early on in the process. Then we moved more toward, I think Michael Carter's going to be there late in the 3rd. But it was still risky for us. Like, is he really going to be there? Is he going to go earlier in the 3rd? And he's still on the board. We saw 2 running backs get drafted yesterday. That's it.
I think it's just size with him, 5'8", 200 pounds.
Yeah,
He's just not a big guy, situational guy, probably.
Demeanor and versatility checks the box. I would be surprised. He and Kenneth Gainwell are two guys I think would go early.
I think
round 4.
Those are two guys that are the Bucs targets today.
He's still, we thought those guys would be off the board. So now we're in the late portion, and we thought late portion, Chuba Hubbard would be probably their top target. Now the running back room the board is kind of sliding.
Right.
So Chuba could be way down there for them at this point in time.
6 or 7 round.
This could be late. Tamorian Terry from Florida State, the wide receiver. You saw a little bit of him, Scott, and you thought, wow, this is a Bucs physically. He and Jacob Harris, actually. Let's touch on both of them at the same time. You thought physically they could be Bucs targets on day 3.
Yeah, bigger guys with speed. And you look at some of the players that the Bucs have drafted on day 3, Scotty Miller, not a big guy at all, but speed, right? We saw that speed show up on Sundays in a big way. And then Justin Watson out of he's the Ivy School kid. Where did he go to school? Was it Yale? Penn. He went to Penn. That's right. He went to Penn. And I think when you look at him, 6'3", 220 pounds, fast guy, more of an athlete than a football player, really hasn't developed as a receiver, but helps in special teams.
Right.
So that's kind of the prototype of who Jason Light's looking for. Tamorian Terry, 6'2", 205, long arms, got the speed to burn downfield. And I think, too, you also look at Jacob Harris. We list him as a tight end. He played tight end at UCF. He's probably a wide receiver at 219 pounds.
For the Bucs anyway.
Yeah, but you look at the Tanner Hudson types, right? He's really kind of a thin, tall guy with some speed, good hands, except had some drops.
Yeah.
But he's really good in the preseason. That's where Tanner Hudson shined. And so I could see one of those guys maybe being a Buccaneer. That's why we had him as late picks for the Bucs best bets.
Jacob Harris is super intriguing me on day 3 because the one thing we want to focus on, even as we roll through the next – yes, exactly right. We roll through the rest of these Bucs best bets, but special teams. And Bruce Arians said, he's like, we feel like we, addressed some things that we wanted to probably have a guy that we felt like could be a number 2 snapper, behind Ryan Jensen and get a developmental option there on the O-line. They clearly wanted to address backup quarterback, which hasn't ruled out Blaine Gabbert. We'll see what happens there. And they wanted to find a number 3 edge rusher. Those all make sense to me in terms of guys that can make the roster at those certain positions. I know Bucs fans have clamored for some other players. Oh, what about this guy? What about this wide receiver? What about this linebacker? There's not a lot of spots to make a roster on this team. And even if you make it, the odds of you becoming in the next 2 or 3 years, probably at some of those positions, being able to see the field a ton are not super high right now. So one of the things that people forget about, just take talent and flood that position early on. Well, is that guy going to play special teams? Because you could take, Terrace Marshall in the 3rd round. I'm just giving you an example. I know he wasn't available in the Bucs pick, but you could take a Terrace Marshall, Diami Brown in the 3rd round. You could trade up for one of those guys, but that's your 6th receiver. Is he going to play special teams for you? Because for another team that Washington takes Diami Brown, he's their 3rd receiver.
That's right.
So he doesn't need to play special teams. But for the Bucs, if you're taking a guy like that high, look at where they're at on the depth chart. You have to have them play special teams or they're inactive.
Right.
Nobody wants their 3rd round pick to be inactive. And
so you either have
it's a unique spot.
You either have to return kicks or punts or be able to cover them and make tackles. And that's really where Jacob Harris shined at UCF was, I think he had 10 special teams tackles over 2 years.
Yeah. Right. That's a huge part of this is when we talk about Jacob Harris and even Tamorian Terry. That's where I wonder if Jonathan Adams could be a better even choice for them. Arkansas State, we've talked about him.
I love him.
Yeah, we talked about him, a good pit.
Big, physical, run-blocking guy.
We've had him in a couple of our mocks. Yeah. He could be a target. Landon Young, Kentucky, could be an offensive line target. Grambling State's David Moore. Would love to see that pick. Tennessee's Trey Smith sliding because of health concerns. He's still on the board. Harry Crider from Indiana. It would surprise us a little bit, just being honest with y'all. It would surprise us a little bit if either of the next 2 picks at least were offensive line. I think they're really focused on special teams. I would guess that of the next 2 picks, if they keep their 4th and 5th round pick, the Bucs, I would guess we are going to see a defensive back and a linebacker in some order in those 2 picks.
They have to draft a linebacker, John. When you look at the position, you only have 3 of them right now. You only have 3 linebackers on this team. And we're not talking outside linebackers, the edge rushers. We're talking about Devin White. We're talking about Levante David, Kevin Minter. That's it. And those are 3 good ones, especially Minter, who's a backup because he knows this defense. And you've got 2 elite players and Devin White, who's I think going to be a Pro Bowler this year, and Levante David, who should have been a Pro Bowler many years.
Right.
Still playing well, got the 2-year extension. But Levante David's 31, Kevin Minter's 31. You need to have a young player in the hopper that can cover kicks and punts and be a special teams ace. And they tried that with Jack Sitchie, but poor Jack just couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah.
And then it would be nice to have a player that could be an option to step in as a starter and eventually replace Levante David. You might not find that level of a player in the 4th round, but the thing is, Quan Alexander was, and he was a hit for the Buccaneers. So I wouldn't put it past Jason Light here in the 4th round to try to find another Quan Alexander, a player that can come in and play that backup role on special teams and star there, and then show some starting potential to eventually succeed Levante David.
Yeah, let's finish up these Bucs best bets with this good points there. I really strongly believe this, Scott. And I got 2 last year. The Bucs didn't have a 4th round pick last year. I wrote a story today. I didn't write a story because we had so much content up at pewterreport.com and the lifespan was going to be short. But I'm going to say it on the show instead. Last year I said I think the Bucs are going to draft Tyler Johnson if he's there in the 5th round. And I think they're going to draft Khalil Davis later and they took those were 2 of the 4 predictions for their 4 picks last year. Again, 5 picks this year. I think Derek Barnes, if he's there, is going to be their 4th round pick.
Right.
If he's there, that's the big question. Where does he slide to? Because there's still a couple linebackers left. Jabril Cox from LSU is still on the board. He probably, my guess, would be comes off the board before Derek Barnes. Tony Fields, the linebacker from WVU, is still on the board.
Yep.
Boston College's Isaiah McDuffie was still on the board. I think Barnes would be one of the next linebackers taken, one of the next one or two linebackers taken. The question now for me becomes, can he make it to where Tampa Bay picks? Would they trade up? And at this point, you're giving up very little to trade up. I would love to see them trade up just because the 7th round picks are not making this team.
Yeah.
I don't know if the 6th round pick is making this team. So if you have to lose the 6th to get up in the 4th, that is not a concern to me at all. This is not the deepest draft anyway. So I would be all in favor of that. Derek Barnes, I would love to see him become a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
Me too.
That's who Scott and I have our fingers crossed and are praying for today. But Boston College's Isaiah McDuffie certainly fits as a special teams ace. Cincinnati's James Wiggin, if you're going safety. We talked about Avery Williams' return ability. There are other cornerbacks, I think, that probably could help you on special teams. One of them that stands out to me, Scott, and he might be my 2nd favorite potential pick for the Bucs in this 4th round. Zach McPherson from Texas Tech, cornerback. We've not talked about him a lot. Guy competes. He tested pretty well. He's got pretty good size. He tackles. He's physical. He's aggressive. I really like Zach McPherson. Would love to see one of those guys, either Derek Barnes or Zach McPherson, become this team's 4th round pick. It's going to be fun to see. We are about 8 minutes away from round 4 starting, and you all know once round 4 starts, it does not stop for a while. It goes pretty quickly. And so we are going to keep you abreast of every pick that's going on, but text somebody, let them know, head over to pewterreport.com. Round 4 is about to start. Their draft coverage has been awesome. These guys that, they got 2 Bucs best bets. They're telling us who they're going to draft in the 4th round. Probably going to get it wrong, but go over and support them anyway. You never know.
We already got 2 Bucs best bets on the first 2 days. So I got a feeling we might go 3 for 3 here.
If we get 3,
I'll be really happy.
Yes, if we get 3, we'll be, you might see a small dance out of Scott on the show. Let's go that far. We're going to see that.
My dancing days are over, but you'll see it. You'll see a high five.
Sounds good to me. Okay, let's check out the chats and make sure we get to any questions before we touch on Robert Hainsey and get y'all prepped for round 4. Okay, looking through here. Is there any chance we can reset the draft to round 1 and start over? Hans Pennyloaf, noted not big fan of the 2021 Bucs draft class. Hans Pennyloaf, his thoughts.
Point taken.
Jalen Darden, Mr. Angle wants to know about Jalen Darden. Any thoughts on Jalen Darden as a late 6th or 7th rounder?
I like Avery Stevenson.
Range, right? Oh, you like Marcus Stevenson?
I said maybe Marcus Stevenson from Houston better. This guy, when he has the ball in his hands, he has a second gear.
Right.
First of all, he's fast, but then the separation. I've not seen somebody separate like that dude.
Yeah.
I mean, he's fast, and then once the ball's in his hands, he creates separation from the DB, catches the ball, and then the separation increases. I don't know what he times because he didn't run at the 40 at Houston's pro day.
Right.
But it's got to be in the 4.3s. I mean, he's legit
fast
burner. And you look back at Arizona, you had John Brown, you had J.J. Nelson, Scotty Miller here in Tampa. Bruce Arians likes speed at wide receiver. He likes that vertical threat, whether it's somebody to go deep like Scotty, or whether it's somebody that's going to keep those safeties back and let the Chris Godwins, the Rob Gronkowskis, the Mike Evans work underneath the coverage. Speed is something that Bruce Arians really, really likes.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to see if that becomes a priority at some point in this round. Somebody asked about Derek Forrest as a possible strong safety special teamer. I've just heard the name.
Yeah,
they're probably, full disclosure, once we get to the 7th round, we have all the resources pulled up here for you. Dane Bergler, Pro Football Focus goes deep. Dane Bergler goes as deep as it gets. I've got Emery Hunt's draft guide. He's another one. We didn't get to even have him on the show. I wanted to have him on the show before the draft happened, but we didn't even get to do that because we were so busy. But he is another one. If you check out those guys' drafts guides, you're going to get a lot of information. We're going to give you all of their information here. And then what we did last year, Chappelle Russell was a 7th round pick. I wrote a whole article on Chappelle Russell, broke the film breakdown. That stuff is all going to be up at pewterreport.com. The difficulty in trying to know all of these 7th round picks in a year where the Bucs have won the Super Bowl pushed us to draft prep in like mid-February, which we're totally unused to.
Yeah, we are still about 2 months behind. In 2 months, we're not going to be able to catch up because we're busy covering real NFL football in January, not college football.
So if we get into that portion of the draft, though, have no fear. We'll have all the information you need in one place for you and let you all know what the outlook is with players like Derek Forrest and others. We had one other question here. This was a good point by Noni. 2 targets for the Bucs this round should be Derek Barnes and Michael Carter. I would love any of those. Kenneth Gainwell, Derek Barnes, Michael Carter, Zach McPherson. If you haven't checked out Zach McPherson and you guys are just, sitting around, you're just chilling right now, pull up another browser and check out some Zach McPherson tape and it's maybe some highlights if you're into that, more into that sort of thing. But fun player. To me, he'd be one of the guys in this range of the draft. I think he might be my highest cornerback left after Melon Fonmu came off the board late, but I have him. He's my first 4th round corner, and there's been a big run on corners.
Steve Munoz, thank you so much for the super chat. We appreciate that. Do you know how many GMs started their career by drafting a Hall of Famer and winning a Super Bowl? No, I don't.
Started their career by drafting a Hall of Famer and winning a Super Bowl.
Started their career.
Also, what Celsius you guys drink? Haven't had a Celsius yet today, honestly.
I've had one. I had the peach vibe. I had that instead of coffee this morning.
That's a great call. I was meant to grab one on my way out of the house, and I did not grab one. I may regret that.
Well, and listen, we do want to give a plug for our good friends at Celsius, and now might be a good time to do that, John.
Yeah. Celsius, man, powers active lives every day with essential functional energy, and it has certainly powered us on this draft show quite a bit to being able to give you guys the analysis of all these players. And it's going to power us through day 3 of the draft, Scott, which is about 3 minutes from getting underway. It's pretty fun time to be a Bucs fan and a pretty fun time to go into day 3 and not say, oh, wow, we need 3 corners.
And that's the thing. It's like in years past, this team has really tried to address some needs on day 3, and you're crossing your fingers hoping to get a player that's a possible starter in the 4th or 5th round, or at least somebody that can come in and challenge, some bum of a backup. But
right now, it's literally like we're talking about a round 4 pick, and we're like, you have to take a linebacker or a corner, or they won't make the team.
That's right.
Or a safety, and even the safety, you have to know they're better at special teams than Javon Hagan.
That's right.
Like you have to think
Animal. Thanks. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Hey guys, great job. I missed it last night, but could you give me your thoughts on the Bucs drafting Trask? Well, yeah, we can do that real quick. We could reset it. When you look at Kyle Trask, this is a player that I think is a good fit for Bruce Arians' offense. He is a pocket passer. He's a bigger guy. He's got a strong enough arm to make the throws that Bruce Arians wants. And why do I say that? Because that's what Bruce Arians said last night. He said that on his Zoom call with reporters, that they don't have any issues with his arm strength. He is a touch passer. When an animal, I know you're a long Buccaneer fan.
And Gators fan, right?
Yeah, I believe so. When you look at Trask, think Brad Johnson. And think the best of Brad Johnson. Think of the 2002 Super Bowl season. That's when he won the Super Bowl, first one in Tampa Bay, and was also a Pro Bowler that year. Not going to be an elite star player, but is going to be a player that's more of a point guard at the quarterback position, distribute the ball, make smart decisions, find the open receiver. And he's got a quarterback whose game he more closely resembles in Tom Brady to learn from. That's not a bad thing, because I think if Trask is going to be something in the NFL, it is going to be a poor man's Tom Brady. It's going to be a player that will probably never reach Brady's level.
Yes,
but
probably,
but will be that type of
Yes.
player, a pocket passer who makes good decisions, throws on time, anticipates well, and passes the ball with touch. And I think that is, if he develops, that is what Kyle Trask will be. It will just be a poor man's version of Tom Brady, because Tom Brady has an elite quarterback mind, an elite quarterback it factor when it comes to the knack for making plays, the competitive edge. Tom Brady's just an alpha in so many categories. And I think that Kyle Trask can be a beta in so many categories, and a B rather than an A.
Yeah, I definitely think that the biggest positive with Kyle Trask, to me, trying to be realistic with it, the biggest positive with him is that he were be able to fill in admirably as a backup in a situation where Brady were somehow banged up for just a couple games, and was able to fill in admirably enough that they're able to win those games, rather than being, to be honest with you, Scott, my biggest concern with Blaine Gabbert when he played is just accuracy. He just is not a very accurate. I mean, you saw it even in the Lions game. He made a couple throws. There's never been consistency, and there's never been accuracy.
Yeah. Right.
And it was literally one of the worst defensive performances I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But and even in that game, I saw there were a couple, and he make some throws. But the consistency is the biggest thing. When you're backup filling in for a couple, just don't screw it up. Don't be inaccurate. Don't miss wide open throws. That kind of stuff. You may not be able to make these tight window, high degree difficulty tosses, but just don't screw it up. And that's where I never felt like that fits Blaine Gabbert as a description. He's a little bit boom or bust, snap to snap. Trask, I think, gives you more of a steady Eddie type.
Yep.
Now, here's the worst side of it. The worst side of it is Tom Brady retires in 2 years, and the Bucs say, you know what? We think Kyle Trask, he played well in the preseason. We think he's the starter. We're going to go into him with 16. He's the second round pick for us. 16 game. We're going to go in with him as a starter and like a Teddy Bridgewater type as our backup. That's our quarterback room. Now you'll finish 8-8 at best, and you'll be in the middle of the pack, and then you'll be stuck in purgatory. The worst thing Kyle Trask could do is ever become the starter in Tampa Bay and keep them in quarterback purgatory, where they can't be high enough in the draft to get one of the top quarterbacks in a certain class. Yeah. Usually don't have Justin Fields even falling to number 11 type of situation in the draft. So obviously there's a lot of assumptions in there, including the fact that 2 years from now we'll all even be here, according to Kyle Shanahan. We could all be gone.
That's right.
Did you hear that part of it?
Yeah. Well, we saw the Avengers. All it takes is a snap of the fingers and half the world's population.
That's how it works.
It's what they call it, the blip.
By the way, I think round 4 is about to start. Jacksonville Jaguars will be on the board with the 106th.
So the Jaguars will start this off. And listen, we've had some fantastic super chat donations through our chat room during the first 2 days of the draft, and we really appreciate every donation we get, whether it's a super chat or whether you've gone to pewterreport.com/donation and become a donor there. You can do that as a one-time donation. So if you have PayPal, if you want to use a credit card, rather than doing a super chat, you can do that, make a one-time donation for as little as $10. That's less than $1 a month. But if you want to pay on a monthly basis and contribute and donate, you can do that. We've got 3 levels. And the first one, John, is just $3 a month. That's less than the cost of a cup of coffee. And for $3 a month, you can help us as we strive to produce better Pewter Report podcasts, better draft shows. We'll do some more traveling after this COVID pandemic seems to be easing its grip on the nation and the world. We're going to be going to some away games. We're going to hopefully have a combine next year. The Senior Bowl will be in attendance.
That would be quite fun.
Exactly. So that's how your donations they help us buy equipment, the high-def cameras, new laptops that we need. So we appreciate your support. 2020 was it wrecked a lot of people's lives. It wrecked businesses. We certainly felt the pinch. Advertisers, it just affected so many things.
Right.
And so your donations last year helped us get through. And we can certainly appreciate the continued support. So if you have the opportunity, if you have the inclination, help support your favorite Bucs website, pewterreport.com/donation.
Absolutely. Great stuff. We get Jaguars almost on the clock now. Just giving you my Bucs wish list. I'm tweeting it out. Trade up in round 4. Maybe trade up in round 5. Linebacker Derek Barnes. Talked about Atlanta. Cornerback Zach McPherson. 4 picks last year. Love his size. He's already 23, but he's mature. He's going to come in and play special teams. Would love him as a depth guy. Running back Kenneth Gainwell and Mike Carter, not likely. But at this point, if they made it there, best players available, positions of future need at running back, give yourself more options. Give yourself a trade option with somebody on the roster. I'd be fine with all that. So I'd consider them. Wide receiver Jonathan Adams at some point in day 3. Would love to see Jacob Harris. Again, those guys primarily, I think about gunners. I think about red zone situational play. You get a guy late in the draft, you're really filling a role typically. You're never going to ever get a full-time starter. Can they fill a role for 4 years for you that's valuable? That's like the high end of those picks typically. And so that's what I see with those guys. James Wiggins, the safety. Again, special team, safety. Yeah, he's our best bet. Yeah. And then what about Florida State's Hamza Nasirildeen? I mean, he's falling down the board a little bit. The injury, he only played 2 years last year.
How fast is he?
Yes, how
he's
fast
got the
is
size,
he?
but the speed might be an issue there.
Physicality, they speak highly of him there in the program. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's John, another guy I have in mind.
We've got the Falcons and Panthers coming up in the 4th round with picks 108 and 109. So we're going to rapidly get to those. Let's take a look at the NFC South enemies and take a look at their draft so far. Here's the Falcons, John. What stands out to you about Atlanta's selections?
Well, big-time game changer in Kyle Pitts, no question. That offense becomes very, very scary in the passing game. They got themselves a safety. They really needed one. They got my top safety in the draft and Richie Grant. I don't think my top safety, I say late second-round grade, so I'm not saying Richie Grant is some legend or anything at the position, but I think he's a good, solid player that helps them and can play right away too. Not high upside maybe, but I think in a lot of ways he'll remind them of Ricardo Allen, ability to step into the slot, play in the post a little bit, can play in the box, can do a lot of different things. Not necessarily the most gifted player, but like Ricardo Allen for them, just a great leader, very tough, physical, tackled, kind of does everything well and was great in the locker room. I think in a lot of ways, even though it's a new regime there, they've got a player kind of similar to Ricardo Allen. And then Jalen Mayfield's really the wild card. I mean, didn't test very well at all. His tape has a lot of technical flaws on it. They have not done a very good job drafting offensive linemen, but they have sunk a lot of resources into that position group. Matt Hennessy was a 3rd-round pick a couple years ago. They need him to be a starter this season. Caleb McGarry was a 1st-round pick. He's been disappointing for 2 years. They need him to develop. Chris Lindstrom was 1st-round pick in that same draft. He was banged up. I think last year he played okay for them when I saw. Jake Matthews obviously been the long-time stud at left tackle, but they really need another answer. Maybe it's at left guard. That's where Mayfield could slot in and potentially play. He was the right tackle last year for Michigan. I think he's played a couple different spots there, if I recall, but tape definitely has some holes in it. Let's put it that way. So a lot of picks later on today. The Falcons can still continue to kind of address some needs there, which I think honestly is going to be important for them. And I would guess they've got 2 picks early in the 4th round. I would guess you'll see them go offensive line maybe for some of those picks, or perhaps corner. That could be a Zach McPherson landing spot, actually. Panthers, they got picked 109 today. Early on in the draft, they took J.C. Horn, shut down corner, my top corner in the class. Really, really liked him. Terrace Marshall had a 2nd-round grade for me. I was a little bit lower on him than consensus, I think. The injuries pushed him down the board, though, where they got him at the end of the 2nd. I thought that was great value. They traded down a couple times, too. Really good draft maneuvering by Scott Fitterer in his first draft as Panthers GM. BYU offensive tackle Brady Christensen, an older player, but I think plug and play. The question is upside, strength. He's not that long or big. Peyton Turner ragdolled him for a sack, who was obviously a Saints draft pick. So they'll meet again several more times probably. I'm sure Christensen will start right away, and Turner will be in the rotation for the Saints. So that'll be a fun matchup to monitor from afar as a Bucs fans. But Tommy Tremble, you got kind of yourself kind of a lead blocker, a special teams guy, an H-back, a move piece. They don't really have a dominant tight end in Carolina right now. That's going to be probably a committee type of group right now. And so, that's I think where you see Tommy Tremble slotting in for them. And then obviously the Saints. I mean, I think Peyton Turner is a player that I obviously he was the lowest pick based on the consensus board. He was the lowest ranked player, I think, that was taken in the 1st round. I think he was even ranked lower than Alex Leatherwood by consensus. I like Peyton Turner way more than Alex Leatherwood. I thought this pick was fine. They picked at 20. 7 or 28, 28. Yeah. So, and I have him like 34th on my board. So to me, that's fine value. The thing it didn't do was take a corner, and I like Tyson Campbell to go and potentially to New Orleans, a good scheme fit. They took Paulson Adebo later after taking Pete Werner, who I think is a 3-down linebacker. You can argue about the upside, but really he's good tape and he tested well too. So, and then Paulson Adebo, is he a scheme fit? He says, I thought he was best as a zone guy, really. And I think a lot of people did. And now he goes to a team that's probably going to ask him to play a lot of man coverage. Maybe some things change this year. And right now he'd slot in probably as their number 2 cornerback. If he can beat out Patrick Robinson, who doesn't have much left. And so it makes it interesting.
If you look at the Saints, the interesting thing about Sean Payton is he traded up, gave up a first-round pick to trade up in the first round for Marcus Davenport. Yeah. And he really hasn't been a hit for them.
Right.
Trey Hendrickson outperformed him in terms of sacks and getting to the quarterback. And now they're having to draft someone else to really kind of push Marcus Davenport to greatness or push him to the bench. And Cam Jordan is, I think, on the decline and certainly, didn't show well at all against Tristan Wirfs. Tristan Wirfs owned Cameron Jordan last year. So it's just interesting how when Sean Payton goes after a pass rusher, he goes after him. Right. And whether it's trading up for Marcus Davenport and giving up a first-round pick, which is a huge bounty for a player that has not lived up to essentially 2 first-round picks.
Right.
And then to have to kind of fail at that and then come back for a player like Peyton Turner, who we both like, but that's just that's quite a reach.
Oh, yeah. And, I think Peyton Turner, is going to be better than Marcus Davenport, obviously.
I agree.
But, you're right. It is. And here's the other interesting part of this for the Saints. This offseason is not done for them. I think they could add a veteran corner. I think Richard Sherman very much could be in the mix. I talked the other day on the show about Teron Armstead. Needs a new contract, and he's probably not going to get one in New Orleans. You just let him walk, or do you try and get something for him? They have to be realistic about their window. Is it closed? Is it open? Are we going all in? I believe Teron Armstead's in a contract year. I'm trying to double check that right now, but I believe that's the situation. He's going to want a new deal. They aren't going to pay him and Ramczyk, and they're going to pay Ramczyk, I think. And so it gets to a situation now. Could Teron Armstead potentially be moved? Again, this is just me thinking aloud. I'm not saying, oh, this is a report or anything. I'm not, it's just me thinking aloud about their situation. And Teron Armstead, no guaranteed money after this year. So they just get out of that contract right now. And so, they're looking at a situation definitely now where he could potentially move. Jameis set up his bakery in New Orleans with all the turnovers he will be serving. And without a left tackle, I know they re-signed James Hurst, but he's not been a very good player. So there's still change coming in New Orleans. There's no wide receiver 2 been added to this team yet, which is a concern. Cam Jordan is another one. I think Peyton Turner, frankly, was kind of brought in to potentially be Cam Jordan replacement. We already saw some decline maybe from Cam Jordan last year. Tristan Wirfs shut him down, but also in other games, he wasn't quite as effective as he'd been in the past. He's going to be he's 32. I think he'll be 33 maybe at some point in the season or right after the season. And he's frankly, he's on the books for a lot of money the next 3 years. Right. And I just can't see that quite happening.
Jay Tufele just started off.
So the USC guys both made it to day 3. And now we already got one off the board. Jay Tufele from USC goes to Jacksonville. I think this is where he should be valued. He was talked about as a top 2-round pick early on in the process. And I watched him and I was like, okay, that's not going to happen. But he is, man, he plays hard. I know some Bucs fans maybe looked at him in some mocks. I saw him as a 3rd-round mock to the Bucs a few times. And at the end of the 3rd round, as we got closer to the draft.
He's definitely a Joe Cullen type player.
Yeah, Joe Cullen type player.
Joe's going to coach him hard, the new defensive coordinator. And
Jets pick is in too at 107. Yeah. So we've got 2 picks kicking off the 4th round here. And Bucs pick what? A 138th. So 138. So we've got
31 more picks.
31 more picks to go until the Bucs are on the clock.
Technically 30 picks after the Jets make their selection.
Jets pick is in. I don't think we'll have to wait.
Michael Carter.
There goes Michael Carter. So.
Michael Carter.
Not particularly surprised that it didn't take Michael Carter long.
Right.
So the Jets didn't get a running back early, waited it out, and still got a really good player, Michael Carter.
They've had a really good draft.
I've had a great draft.
Robert Saleh. Sometimes all it takes is a new coach.
Oh my goodness, Saleh and Joe Douglas he's been drafted fine. Honestly, it's been the coaching that's held them back. Man, what a draft they've had. I mean, I can't say enough about it. To get Zach Wilson, to get Elijah Vera Tucker, to get Elijah Moore, to get Michael Carter. I mean, just. Yeah, that is most of the best drafts have been in the AFC. I looked at all the drafts, and my 5 of my 6 favorites are from the AFC. The other one is the Bears, and they only had 2 picks. But obviously, when you get a quarterback and you get a tackle I really like, I'm going to see it that way. But, man, the AFC is really – I mean, there are a lot of teams. First of all, the quarterbacks. Think about Trevor Lawrence, AFC. Zach Wilson, AFC. Mac Jones, AFC. Obviously, Fields going to an NFC team, and Trey Lance going to an NFC team.
Right.
But a lot of those quarterbacks, I mean, especially those top 2, potential to change some things. And you have Joe Burrow with Cincinnati.
I know Sam Darnold's in a better place now in terms of the talent around him, but he's seeing all of this weaponry.
I know. He's like, where was this?
Where was this when I was there? Running for my life, getting my shoulder dislocated, and all of that.
The Jets did exactly what you should do at running back. You should wait it out while the teams are scrambling to take Javonte Williams. I'm not saying Michael Carter is Javonte Williams, but he was their leading rusher. He was the better receiver. He's not quite as good a pass protector. He's as good pass protector. He's just size-wise.
Right.
You wonder if the ceiling is not quite there as a pass protector for him. But
better days ahead for the Jets.
I mean, they knew exactly.
I think they're on the upswing.
They knew that the Jaguars weren't taking another running back because they have Etienne and James Robinson now. So they just sat right there and they knew that how this day was going to start.
It was funny for so many years, right? The Patriots just dominated the AFC East, right? And the AFC East was really the AFC least outside of the Patriots. And for so many years that they were just the Jets, the Dolphins, the Bills were just stumbling and bumbling. And now all of a sudden, those are 3 teams that I think the Dolphins and Bills certainly more closely are in that playoff caliber.
Oh yeah,
but man, you get for decades where the Patriots used to rule the roost, and now the Patriots are they're looking up at some teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is, to me, there is a lot of competition in the AFC East for the first time since those early 2000s, 99, 1999. I remember those years. I mean, I was a kid, but I remember those years, and I remember, man, this is a fun. I mean, the Bills were competitive, the Jets, the Patriots were there with Bledsoe, it was Testaverde, it was Flutie, it was Marino, even at the end of the 90s. Like, it was, and we are obviously, I don't know if I would say that there's a Super Bowl favorite from that group, but I think Buffalo, the way that they're heading, certainly is in that conversation now. And we couldn't be talking about
Darren
playoff
Hall,
teams, but
San Diego State.
Darren Hall.
The
cornerback. Wow. Big reach. And I'll update you guys on the biggest reaches too, especially for the Falcons. Remember, last year the Falcons took 2 of the biggest reaches in the 4th round.
That's right.
Neither pick has played poorly for them yet, but Jalen Hawkins, the safety, and then the linebacker that they took.
Sometimes, John, it's not what you know, it's who you know in this business. And that applies in any business, and football is no different. Aaron Freeman covers the Falcons, says Darren Hall's position coach at San Diego State is the son of Falcons DB coach John Hoke. John's brother, Brady, is the head coach there. So he got the double thumbs up from the Hokes. And
226th ranked player on the consensus big board.
It's a little bit of a reach. The Panthers on the clock. The Titans trade up. So, boy, we have seen now the Panthers just like to slide on down the draft. They keep doing it again. So the Titans are on the clock now at 109.
So the consensus big board update, which I'll give you in a second here, but that's one of the lowest players. Remember, the Cowboys took a cornerback who Nashawn Wright, who the worst shuttle time of a cornerback in NFL history. They took him in the 3rd round. Pro Football Focus didn't even have him anything on. I mean, they had his grades from the season. He graded so poorly that they didn't even consider him for nothing.
Yep.
that they did.
The Jets. Joe Douglas, according to Adam Schefter, has used all 4 of his picks so far on offense. Zach Wilson, the quarterback, offensive lineman Elijah Vera Tucker, wide receiver Elijah Moore, and running back Michael Carter. Jason Light built the Buccaneers through the draft on the offensive side of the ball. He stocked this team with weaponry, got them to a point where they could keep up from a scoring standpoint with Matt Ryan and the Falcons, with Drew Brees and the Saints, then really started to address defense to build that top 10 offense to to get the points and get in those shootouts. But then finally the defense was built to the point where you could win a game by putting 31 points on the board, John, but then you could also win the game by holding a team to 9 points like we saw in the Super Bowl.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that at the end of the day, we always try to simplify things, right? Oh, let's give all the credit to this person. Let's give all the credit to this unit. Let's give all the credit to this coach. It doesn't work that way. It's a team game. You never know. What defense wins championship, offense wins championships. BS if you think you know. Like it depends on the game. It depends on the situation. It depends on whether your offensive line melts down and gets after Corey. In that case, if you have an offensive line that's melting down, defense is going to win you that game. If the Chiefs' offensive line balls out in that game, offense is going to win the game. 31 points is going to win you the game or more. Not getting in on the red zone could lose you the game the goal line. So there are just way too many factors to ever make it that simple. I mean, we do know defense is less stable year to year in terms of the consistency of units and groups as a whole. They get solved a little bit easier than offenses, but even that, I mean, it's too much of a fluid game to simplify general things to that degree. That's why we love it, man. That's why we love football. You got the draft tracker up, right? To see, I think I do. Titans are on the clock. They sent a bunch of picks to Carolina. So Carolina trades down again. And none of these picks that they acquired are 2022 picks. So Panthers just don't like the board. They're going down to 126. So Titans coming up 17 spots here. Trying to think.
Sending picks 126, really 166, 232 to Carolina. Boy, Carolina's like,
look at them. They have 126, 158, 166, 193, 204, 222, 232. I mean, I don't know what you do with that many picks that late.
I know.
Bucs don't know how that. They wouldn't know. None of those guys would make the roster. But this is it's a good process by Carolina, though. That, if you're a Bucs fan, you're not even concerned who they add with all those picks. You're concerned with the fact that it's a GM that looks like he knows what he's doing in the draft. To be able to move down, to be able to trust your board, to be able to get more picks bodes well for you for the future, for sure, and moves that you want to make.
Yeah, so the Panthers are going to have a lot of picks coming up. The Falcons also have another fourth-round pick coming up at 114. So we'll have the Titans selection, then the Browns, then the Bengals, then the Lions, then the Browns again, then the Falcons. So a lot of NFC South picks are going to happen here on day 3. The Buccaneers will also have their share, unless we've yet to see a trade from Jason Light.
Right, and the Titans traded all the way up to take Dez Fitzpatrick, wide receiver from Louisville, not a very highly ranked player on the consensus big board. I'm not sure why they thought he wasn't going to be around. That's a big jump up the board for them. And I like John Robinson a lot. I've been he's 212 on the consensus board. Maybe there was more love in the NFL for him. I'll look up some stuff real quick, but that surprises me a little bit, Scott.
Yeah, that's a big surprise. I'm seeing some draft nicks on Twitter that are not thrilled with that selection.
Especially the trade up. It's one thing if you sit there and you're like, oh, I love this guy. Yeah. Okay.
If you like the pick, you like the player, you could make the choice. But to trade up,
he's wide receiver 34 for Dane Brugler. 6th to 7th round grade. And he's already 23, almost 23 and a half.
James Hudson out of Cincinnati goes to the Browns.
Nice. Okay.
In the 4th round.
I was not a big James Hudson fan. He tested as a bottom tier athlete, and the tape concerned me as well. I think he's a former defensive lineman that is converting to tackle and looked at times like that.
Right.
like he wanted to maybe be teeing off instead of pass setting or something. We still have some good receivers on the board. Again, I don't know that this will interest the Bucs a whole lot, but definitely some good receivers still on the board. Cornell Powell, Amon-Ra St. Brown is the only 3rd round ranked receiver. I like Cornell Powell in the 4th round. Tylan Wallace is a big name. Right. A lot of people liked him. I was not a big fan of the tape and the projection. A lot of people had him in the 2nd round, round grade on him.
Speaking of tape and projection, we'll take this second to remind everybody there's a really interesting article that I did, a column, if you will. Tale of the tape between Joe Tryon and Jason Pierre-Paul. They're more similar than you might think. So if you're not jazzed over the selection of Tryon, think it might have been a reach. Well, statistically speaking, they each had 1 year at the FBS level as a starter. That was USF's Jason Pierre-Paul and Washington's Joe Tryon. They stats compare favorably. They're same size guys, 6'5", 270 for Jason Pierre-Paul. Tryon a little bit lighter at 259. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets up to 265. He has the frame to do so. Then you look at some of the measurables. And there's some instances you can look at Tryon and say he's actually a better athlete than Jason Pierre-Paul. You can read that story on pewterreport.com. Also, John had a great film breakdown of Joe Tryon. So if you haven't had a chance to check that out, there's a lot of video breakdown from John's article, his column, looking at Joe Tryon and breaking down the film. And we saw a lot of correctable things. There's some flaws to his game, some false steps, but stuff that you can coach out of him, I think, to make him a more efficient pass rusher.
Yeah, for sure. I said his game is kind of athleticism, kind of trapped in an inattention to detail right now. If he can get those details right, I think he has a chance to be a much better player moving forward than he showed in college, a much more productive player, more effective one-on-one. But you never know with learning curves, man. I mean, Tristan Wirfs was not the player coming out of Iowa. He was not who he was as a rookie for Tampa Bay. Stuff just clicks for some people. Right. They hear one time, they see it one time, they get it. That's why the raw prospects are so hard. And it's so important to know the person that you're drafting. When we don't have that insight, it becomes a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
You know, there's some guys you know, there's no ceiling here. You know what I mean? Like, they're not very good right now, and there's not really a big ceiling. Okay, that's where where I become really critical as an analyst, when it's those kind of players that are taken. That to me is we're just kind of, there's this gray area we're trying, especially not having played in 2020, that I'm just anxious to see kind of what the Bucs coaches do with him, I think.
Right. No doubt about it.
So pick is in for the Bengals. Lions are on the clock. We're rolling here. We're already at pick 112.
I love it. Let's keep this trend rolling.
Yeah, keep the trend rolling all the way to the Bucs pick 138, obviously. And Bengals have been kind of a quiet drafting team right now. We have not heard a lot from the Bengals. Jamar Chase was a pick, and they had a couple other picks, but that hasn't been like a. Let's see. Jets fans got to be ecstatic. I mean, what a fun draft, too. You get, an unbelievable value in Elijah Moore. Elijah Vera Tucker is one of the most safe, consistent players in the draft. Zach Wilson has all these highlights. Michael Carter has some crazy runs, catches, blocks. It's one of those, we say the Bucs either the draft in the end. It's like, this is a quiet draft for the Bucs so far. I mean, it's not going to be a crazy draft. We knew that going in. It's going to be an important draft. It's something that you need to do. But for the Jets, it's that energized time. Bucs fans have been there before when it's this, James Winston.
Hope is just a pick away.
Exactly right. It's whether it works out or not, it's definitely a fun time, I think, to be a fan of the team. Some teams, this is as close as they get to the W's. And for Bucs fans, for a long time it was, and now those days have changed. So, Pancreas,
thanks for the super chat, $4.99. Why do you think the Bucs aren't trading picks given the lack of space on the roster?
Yeah, why? Tell me. I share this question with Pancreas.
Yeah. I'm just going to say, I don't know, maybe Jason Light, because he's been such a trading phenom through his first 7 years with the team. Maybe he got put in timeout by Roger Goodell. Maybe
that's it. Don't trade.
I don't know. I think so far that the Buccaneers have seen players they like fall to them, and there's a pool of players they'll be looking for in this round. And as long as that pool stays with, I'm guessing at least from now what we're talking is about less than 30 picks away for the team. They probably have a pool of 5 or 6 players. Right. If that gets down to 2 players, then I think you might see Jason Light make a move. But as that pool of players continues to slide down the board, and then one player leaves, and now it's gone from 6 to 5. Another player gets drafted, and you're about 10 picks away. Okay, we have 4 guys left. Then you're about 6 or 7 picks away, and another one leaves. Okay, well, you still have 3 players that you like, that you feel comfortable taking there. And then you start looking at those other teams' needs and say, okay, well, we know this. We're going to draft a running back. These 2 teams are not going to draft a running back. There's stock there. And or if we're going to draft a linebacker, boy, this team is not going to draft a linebacker. So I think that's the game that you're playing, is you're looking at the players you like, where they're coming off the board, and then you're looking at team needs for the other teams that are drafting ahead of the Buccaneers, and that's where the strategy comes in.
Yeah, this is actually pretty interesting. Speaking of strategy, teams are going to start to get wise to what Jacksonville's doing a little bit. 3 of the Jaguars' last 4 picks, Tyson Campbell, Walker Little, and Jay Tufele, were offered scholarships coming out of high school by Urban Meyer when he used to call it the college level. So that's pretty interesting. That was from Albert Breer, and he said Pete Carroll had a similar situation. In Seattle. Cam Sample just went to the Bengals. I'd like to see him out of the AFC North, please, so I can root for him. I love Cam Sample though.
Yeah, he had a really, really good Senior Bowl. I mean, really, really good. 7 tackles from the defensive line in the Senior Bowl itself. High motor player, has got some pass rush ability. Yeah.
Starred at the Senior Bowl. I would go so far as to say that was voted Defensive Player of the Week by the team that he practiced against or whatever.
Really hasn't been a run on any certain position. We've now seen a defensive tackle. We've seen a running back, a cornerback, a wide receiver, offensive tackle, an edge player. We've not seen Davion Nixon.
Right.
And that's a player, again, that we saw. Certainly wasn't in our mock, and we never thought about putting him in our mock draft. But I've seen him as high as 32, John, to the Buccaneers. That was, that was a head scratcher, because you look at the tape and there's like literally 2 or 3 games where you get excited about, and then a lot of games where he just was a guy. And Chauncey Golston, I think, was the best defensive lineman at Iowa.
Yeah,
and you saw him get selected yesterday in the 3rd round, which surprised me a bit. I thought he was a 4th round guy, but Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I honestly thought Chauncey Golston could be in like the 5th, 6th range. Not necessarily saying my grade. I don't think I watched enough to give him like a very strong grade, but I liked him.
Yeah.
But I never thought he would go in the 3rd round. He would have been one of, if I was predicting the top 100, he and then Nashawn Wright and the Tutu Atwell, they would have been 3 of the top. Just shockers for me. Like, I cannot believe it went top. And every draft has those. Not to the Nashawn Wright level. That's a special thing you did, Dallas. But
Lions just selected Derek Barnes. Damn it.
Lions are having an unbelievable draft. We knew he wouldn't last long. It was going to be a long shot.
Yep. Trey Smith still available as a Bucs best bet. Yeah, I like Derek Barnes a lot. He would have been a fantastic fit in Tampa. Isaiah McDuffie is still there as a Bucs best bet at the linebacker position.
What's interesting? Dan Campbell's the coach in with the Lions now, and I got DeMario Davis vibes from Derek Barnes.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
And Aaron Glenn's there too. Aaron Glenn, secondary coach from the Saints, is the defensive coordinator.
So the Falcons are now on the clock.
Lions, Brad Holmes killing the draft. New GM. I love to see new GMs do well.
Yeah,
because it means the league's heading in a good place. Draft is a strategy, and scouting and evaluation is one thing, but how you draft, what you trade back.
It's not just picking players; it's team building. You've got to build a team,
right? It's culture. It's all of these things. That's why it's so cool when there's some good ones.
Falcons just selected Drew Dahlman,
zone center. Makes perfect sense for them. Yeah, this will be Arthur Smith type of player to the max.
Falcons got a center that can come in and challenge Hennessy right away. Dahlman's dad, Chris, is a former Falcons offensive line coach under Jim Mora.
What?
And a teammate of current Falcons offensive line coach.
The Falcons just took a family guy.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Keep it in the family. Getting that inside intel.
That's funny. So
Stanford center.
Couple
Drew Dahlman.
People's kids, but Dahlman honestly makes sense there. The other guy, I don't know. He was way further down the consensus board. I didn't get to scout him, but okay. So let's look at the consensus board real quick. Reef's updating that for us as we speak. Just to let you know who the top available players are. Jabril Cox from LSU still sliding. Probably the top linebacker left. We thought he might go before Derek Barnes. He does not. He's still sliding. Davion Nixon from Iowa. We know that's character.
Yeah.
Tylan Wallace from Oklahoma State. Again, high on the consensus board. Not high for you, boy. I don't think he made my top 100. Was not a big fan of Tylan Wallace. 72, Trey Smith, Tennessee. We know Cox just went. Taylor just texted me. Cox just was drafted. Okay. Who drafted him?
Cowboys.
Cowboys? Oh, thanks, Taylor. Appreciate that. Good pick by the Cowboys, making up for some of those day 3 weird.
That's true.
Round 3 weird.
Maybe they're doing the Benjamin Button draft where you suck at the beginning and then you get better as the draft goes on. Do it in reverse order.
Well, I mean, Jabril Cox is a linebacker, and they drafted Micah Parsons, and they moving Keanu Neal to linebacker, and they signed Jalen Smith to a long contract, and they have Leighton Vander Esch.
They're going to be like they're going to be a 3-5 team or maybe a 2-5 team, right? They're going to find room for all these linebackers to get on the field. Oh boy.
What is it? 3-5-3 defense.
Wow. So, John, the Falcons, as it stands right now, they're done for the 4th round. They've added a couple players now. What do you think the Falcons are doing, just generally speaking, aside from just acquiring a bunch of new guys? What's the thought process from what you've seen from Darren Hall? Obviously, he's going to pair with Richie Grant, add some secondary there. They've taken some hits.
I thought this draft how they handled the 2nd round pick. Obviously, the 1st round pick was going to be quarterback or tight end, but how Atlanta handled the 2nd round pick, I thought was going to tell us how they felt about their offensive line, because you have a situation where Caleb McGarry has not played that great. You've seen Matt Hennessy for a year, but he hasn't played that much. You still want to be patient with him. You probably still want to be patient with Chris Lindstrom, who's fine. It's not like anybody has been horrendous. Even McGarry got better this past year. But I just wondered, new regime comes in, and Arthur Smith, the offensive line, Tennessee, it all started there and in the run game and the play action, obviously, off of that, and that's where he's going to want to build. So I thought when they didn't take an offensive lineman that meant that they were pretty happy with their group. Then they go Mayfield, who's a developmental guy, and then Dalman at the beginning of round 4. And so you have a situation now where I think you're going to have competition in some spots. I don't know who's going to beat who. I don't even know where if Mayfield's brought in to compete with Caleb McGarry, if they watch that tape of McGarry and they said 2 seasons of this dude's enough. Like, we're out of here on this. The irony in that to me is that Mayfield, not as bad as McGarry coming out. I did not. I had a 5th round grade on McGarry, and the Falcons took him in the 1st round. So that's probably one of the bigger discrepancies that I've seen with a pick and a 1st round pick in my board. So Mayfield I think is better than him, but there's still a lot of flaws in Mayfield's game. I don't know if he's as coachable. I don't know, that kind of stuff. That'll probably matter too when you're as raw as he is. But Darren Hall, you take a corner. They definitely need secondary help. I haven't seen Darren Hall at all. I don't know how much he's going to be able to do for him. I know he's low on the consensus board, but to me, what it represents to me more than anything, Scott, is a team that's trying to fix those trenches, trying to get that offensive line and make sure, give it depth, give it competition, create an atmosphere there that makes them a team that competes at a high level in the offensive line.
And I think when you look at the offensive line, right? Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator at the Tennessee Titans, sometimes when you have a scheme change, you also need a personnel change as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they're picking right now. We just did their pick. What was it? They've had 2 picks, right? Yeah, 2 picks in the 4th round.
The Falcons?
Yeah, so Darren Hall and
then Drew Dalman.
Yeah. So Cowboys, they're going to take Jabril Cox, and then Giants, I'm sure their picks already been made. Jabril Cox was the highest.
Ellerson Smith.
Okay, so Ellerson's gone off the board. He was our Bucs' best bet, right? Late.
He was,
late Bucs' best bet. So there's a Bucs' best bet off the board. Not that we thought they'd go edge again after they took Tryon.
They were done there, I believe.
Right. Interesting for the Giants. They've now added Ojolari and Ellerson Smith. So clearly they recognize we need to upgrade the pass rush. Consensus board now is very few questions in my mind at the top of the board. Davion Nixon, we know it's character. Trey Smith at 72, we know it's health. Tylan Wallace was frankly just overrated, in my opinion, by a bunch of draft analysts. There's no way the league was going to like the guy that small with his athletic numbers and his, even his tape, honestly, in the Big 12. Brevin Jordan, 83, is probably going to be coming off the board pretty soon. Kenneth Gainwell, 87, is another one. So, yeah, we've got
Khalil Herbert, and I think Kenny Gainwell. Those are 2 running backs that I think could be on Tampa Bay's radar if they're going to go that position.
Right. Yep. There's definitely some options there.
And I would not be shocked to see a linebacker and get drafted at some point here.
Yeah. Isaiah McDuffie becomes a top guess for us probably now at that point in the draft. I think it's probably where one of the directions you're looking at. Also, we've got Tommy Togiai from Ohio State, 92 on the consensus board. Hamza Nasirildeen, 94 from Florida State. Quincy Roche, 95. Jamar Johnson, 96. And Rashad Weaver, 98.
Bobby Brown goes ahead of Davion Nixon. Bobby Brown at number 117 to the Rams.
Okay, yeah. So the Rams keep doing crazy stuff. Good. Like it when teams stay on brand for us.
Yes.
Helps us to be able to just blanket statement, bad draft.
Right.
Bobby Brown, I maybe he develops, man. Great size, there's potential. I know a lot of Bucs. We had him in a lot of Bucs.
Maturity issues. I think that's kind of a big thing there.
He just doesn't look like he cares on half his snaps. I mean, it's just hard to he's freak size, good, really good athleticism. But that is a technical and mental position, man. It's a consistency position. You do not want to have a nose tackle that doesn't know what they're doing.
What about defensive tackle? We're getting a couple of questions here. Kyrus Tonga from BYU is the player that we have probably later in day 3, looking at our Bucs best bets. And I'm looking at linebackers right now because, again, special teams, day 3, you're looking at a need to get a special teams type body. And I think that when you look at special teams, you're looking at wide receivers, you're looking at running backs, you're looking at tight ends, you're looking at linebackers. Those are the type of bodies that you're looking for to run down, cover kicks and punts. Not saying that if you grab a defensive lineman, of course, you can use them on punt block. You can use them on field goal block, extra point teams, things like that. The Buccaneers do use a couple of defensive linemen, Vita Vea and Will Golston, on their extra point PAT team. So there's a need for some big guys, and those big guys can play special teams. But really, you're looking more to again, we've talked about the need for drafting another linebacker: Levante David, Devin White, Kevin Minter. Those are the only 3 inside linebackers that this team has. And you might fill that as an undrafted free agent, but you saw the Bucs draft Chappelle Russell last year out of Temple in the 7th round. They spent a day 3 pick on Jack Sitchie out of Wisconsin. So I'm not foolish enough to think that this team's not going to draft an inside linebacker. There's a couple guys, and Isaiah McDuffie is probably one of the players that I think you're going to see on their radar as high as the 4th round here. I would not be shocked if that's the case. Buddy Johnson from Texas A&M is another player. When you're looking at what Bruce Arians wants from a defensive player, got to love the game, got to be passionate, got to be fast, got to be physical. So those are the 3 boxes to check. You look at what Joe Tryon, he certainly fits the mold there. That's why he was selected in the 1st round. Checked all those boxes. Isaiah McDuffie from Boston College, 6'1", 227. Fast linebacker, sideline to sideline speed, ran a 4.58. Can blitz. That's another key area you're looking at as an inside, like an inside linebacker, someone that can play north-south and get after the quarterback as well as drop in coverage. McDuffie had an interception last year, his 1st pick. Not his strength, but John's mentioned Tony Fields from West Virginia, another undersized linebacker, 6'2", 222, 4.63 speed. Garrett Wallow from TCU is a player, John, we've had in our early mock drafts, and he's a player that is a little bit bigger, 6'1.5", 220. I should say a little bit smaller because he's played safety. He's a safety linebacker, kind of hybrid, 4.64 speed. Nick Neiman from Iowa, you talk about the fastest linebacker outside of Micah Parsons, ran a 4.48, 6'3", 234. He is a classic special teams body. I just wonder about the lack of playing time. Really was a one-year starter, but was a team captain, impressed last year at Iowa. We've seen Jason Light go to Iowa for a couple of picks. Tristan Wirfs last year, the year before. Anthony Nelson, will he make it 3 years in a row? We'll have to see.
Yeah, there's trying to think now, Bucs best bets wise, so what's on the board. Seems like linebackers, we took a shot there. We took a shot, edge defender.
Jacob Harris. That might be.
Isaiah McDuffie still.
Yeah.
And defensive back, James Wiggins is still there.
Yeah. Safety
Who's our
gets into
corner? Oh,
position.
Avery Williams. We went with the return guy for corner,
Yeah.
but it could be a coverage guy for corner.
Well, it could be an Avery Williams too, as a special teams demon, right? Special teams ace.
Definitely could be.
So let's see. Let's get caught up on the picks here.
Rams took Bobby Brown. We said that one. Who'd the Giants take? Do we know who they're reading? Giants picked
Jane Graziano, Cowboys draft defense. Drink.
Not worried about that offensive line in Dallas, are they?
Boy, I tell you.
Better hope Tyron Smith's back holds up.
I mean, are the Cowboys just giving up?
No, Giants were Ellerson Smith. Yeah, Bobby Brown was the Rams.
Yeah,
Chargers at 118. I mean, honestly, the Cowboys have a good team. I don't mind them going defense all across the board too, because
you're going to play two linebackers. You have Jalen Smith, who you signed to a contract extension, and I guess
that's the tricky part.
I guess Leighton Vander Esch, he's going to be gone. They're not going to bring him back. So you're just drafting these guys.
So this will be Leighton Vander Esch's last year, probably.
Yeah,
and then this would mean Jalen Smith, who is tied to the team. He's really under contract for like 3 more years,
right?
But they might be able to get out of it after this season for less of a hit. We'll see. Rams took Bobby Brown. I think that's the last update I've seen.
That's correct.
So the Chargers are on the clock. Vikings should be the next team picking after that.
We had a flurry of picks. Now we're looking at slowing down a bit.
Wanted to take some time on today's show to make sure that I mentioned and shouted out.
Yeah.
Our friends over at Playbook Products. They make awesome mugs. They make coasters. You probably saw some custom wall art that they did for Scotty Miller. If you watched the show, as most people did, that Scotty Miller was on with us over at the mill. They do awesome stuff, and it's not just Bucs stuff. Any team that you might like, any pro sports team that you might like, they're doing some great stuff right now with coasters, mugs especially. But they've got great plays on there. So the Bucs talking about the Ronnie Barber pick 6 to shut down the vet, talking about the Scotty Miller touchdown before the half against Green Bay, the Rob Gronkowski second touchdown in the Super Bowl. They've got it on a play on a mug. It's just a great little keepsake memorabilia type of thing. The coasters they make are unbelievable. The quality of this stuff is so good. So head over to playbookproducts.com. And what we're going to do is if you send us sr@pewterreport.com, if you send sr@pewterreport.com a picture of your receipt, doesn't have any information or any of that on there, just tells us you made a purchase of Playbook Products, we're going to send the first 5 people to do that one of these Bucs Super Bowl championship DVD of their Super Bowl championship season. I have seen this. It is awesome. So if you're one of the first 5 people that send Scott sr@pewterreport.com a receipt of that you bought something at Playbook Products with the date on it and everything, we're gonna send you this DVD for free. I think this is like $20, $15. I don't know, but it depends on where you get it. Probably value, but
at least $20. Yeah.
Awesome stuff on this TV. Lots of inside stuff. If you don't have it, or if you want to give it as a gift to somebody, let us know. But yeah, Playbook Products. Head over to playbookproducts.com, make a purchase, and we'll send you that DVD for free if you're one of the first 5 people to send.
Send your Playbook Products receipt to sr@pewterreport.com.
Yep, pretty
and
simple.
I'll have your address on it, and we can send you the DVD. How many of those do we have?
We have we're going to send 5. The first 5 people.
Okay,
yep.
5. First 5 first 5 emails that I get with your proof of purchase from Playbook Products, we'll send you the DVD.
Yep. We'll be sitting right here if they come in, the purchases and the receipts. So we'll be able to tell you probably on air if you're getting one, which is pretty cool. Chargers, I think they took Chris Rump, I believe, pass rusher. That's a very Chargers-like pick.
Yeah, it is.
Pure pass rusher. Dad's a defensive line coach. I forget. Where's his dad? Is it Duke? Chris Rump, dad. Is that where his dad? Is that where his dad is? His dad's a D-line coach. Somewhere.
Right.
Where's his dad? Or maybe he's retired now.
Wow.
No, he's with the Texans. His dad's with the Texans.
The Vikings took Iowa State running back.
Oh, Nwangu.
Yeah, Kenny Nwangu.
Went.
That is such a reach.
Dane liked him as a sleeper in the class. I don't think Dane thought he would go in the 4th round. Let me look.
No.
See, I'm pretty sure Dane had him in. That's the Falcons pick. Return guy, right?
Yeah.
I didn't watch him, but
he's a return guy. He is not a good. He has 4.29 speed. He does not play that fast.
Dane had him 6th, 7th round range.
Yeah.
So when he says sleeper, that's what he's talking about. He ran 4.31.
Yeah.
That's why he's going this side. 1.45, 10-yard split. Holy moly. That is biblical. Wow. 30.5 inch arms. So he's not a big dude. He's already 23 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, cruising toward 24 before he's out of call or before he's.
I'm a Big 12 guy, and Breece Hall is a good running back to watch for next year. Iowa State running back, led the nation in rushing this year, but
look at you dropping 2022.
Nwangu is not a good player.
Nwangu, 339 yards was his best college football season. Pretty incredible. To 133 yards, a medical redshirt, 157, 115, 339, and then catch the ball over 7 catches, 57 yards. Just a crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he got stuck behind Montgomery and then Breece Hall, so never had the ability to see the field there. But when he did, it was on special teams and good kick returner, but not a good running back. Ramondre Stevenson, New England Patriots.
Oh, running back. Okay,
Yep.
So another running back's coming off the board, and Kenneth Gainwell's not that running back.
Yeah. Interesting decision for Kenny Gainwell to come out after just really 1 year's worth of production. And it was a good year, but then he sits out due to COVID. Small guy, played at 190 in Memphis, bulked up to 200 for the draft. But again, you see the NFL is a big man's game, and the players that are 200 pounds, those running backs, they slide, right? Michael Carter, barely 200 pounds. Kenny Gainwell, barely 200 pounds, hasn't been drafted yet.
It is. They do tend to slide a little bit. But Nwangu's small. How are you taking Nwangu over Kenneth Gainwell? Is it just return guy? I mean,
don't see the logic
I don't
there
even.
at all.
Did he? He was the primary kick returner and backup running back and offensive coordinator Tom Manning's scheme. He spent his Cyclones career in the shadows of Montgomery, like you said.
He's the fastest running back in
battled an
the
Achilles
draft,
injury,
but that speed does not show up on tape. I'm telling you, go look at some of his highlights. He does not hit the hole fast. I mean,
Did he even have a kick return touchdown?
Yeah, Chuba Hubbard is a lot more explosive of a runner than Kenny Nwangu. And Chuba Hubbard, I think he ran a 4.5 at his pro day, which was disappointing because he's faster on tape than he was at the pro day.
Nwangu, he doesn't break tackles, so that's
exactly.
Jags trade up to take Jordan Smith. You said he'd still go in the fourth? Yeah, in the fourth round.
UAB.
So UAB, horrible athletic testing,
Right.
and despite not being an edge that played really high. So, I mean, it's high in terms of weight. He's would not take the risk there probably if I were Jacksonville. He would need to be a significant outlier. But again, we're at the point in the draft where there probably are Quincy Roche is still on the board.
Yep.
Rashad Weaver's still on the board.
I think Quincy Roche, and you've kind of seen this player before in the NFL. Larry English comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
Great college player, but that's just kind of all he is. And I wouldn't be surprised if Quincy Roche,
I compared him
college
to
player.
Noah Spence a little bit, actually.
Yeah, but just you question whether he's going to translate to the next game,
right?
Next level.
Well, offensive lineman, if Bucs fans are still curious, I don't think it's going to be in the next couple picks. Trey Smith is still on the board, so the medicals are probably putting him down. David Moore from Grambling State.
Tyler Shelvin to the Bengals.
Tyler Shelvin, another good nose tackle, pure nose coming off the board. So the defensive line is starting to we're starting to see some names come off. We've seen Jay Tufele today. We've seen Tyler Shelvin, Bobby Brown. All those guys have been drafted today at defensive tackle. Still Davion Nixon on the board, and still Marlon Tuiopolotu on the board as well. But again, you are probably looking at a defensive back or a linebacker with this next pick for the Bucs.
Mm-hmm.
We think Isaiah McDuffie would be a consideration at the linebacker spot. Maybe Tony Fields from WVU could be a consideration. Cornerback, I like Zach McPherson, Texas Tech. He'd be a guy that I have my eye on. Robert Rochelle definitely checks some athletic boxes for the team. Physical, his size, and definitely be an intriguing. A lot of people thought he'd go in the third round. He's still on the board. James Wiggins, the safety from
I like him
from Cincinnati.
I like him a lot.
There's a couple safeties, honestly, that fit the special teams profile.
Yeah.
This is, they've taken some safeties in the fourth round. Jordan Whitehead was one. So could be a possibility for them. Talanoa Hufanga from USC is a hard-hitting safety that may never project to playing every down or anything like that, but could be a special teams ace, linebacker hybrid type player. It wouldn't surprise me to see a player like that, honestly. But I really think, I think we're talking about DB or linebacker for the Bucs. One thing that's interesting about the Bucs draft so far, Scott, is that they really have not taken, I don't want to say they haven't taken best player available. How do I say this? It hasn't been the biggest priority for them to take best player available, I think. Right. I think they wanted an edge rusher.
Yes.
They were looking at the edge group, and that's what they wanted in the first round. And then I think they wanted a quarterback in the second round. I think they wanted Cal Trask-Faldum, and he did. And
they drafted the best player available at the position that they wanted.
Right. We didn't even call it a need, but
which is a cheat. That's how you cheat. You say, no, who was the best player available? We wanted a quarterback, and who's the best one available?
And the Bucs are not really a best player available drafting need. Our drafting team.
Yeah,
it's he knows best player available. We might have a couple needs, and here's our players, and we choose from that. But for the most part, they wanted a tackle last year. Tristan Wirfs fell them, and they jumped up to get him, and they knew that was the case. So I think, not saying they'll never go outside of that. Maybe they will. But even this year, if there was a year to just take best player available no matter what, it would might have been this year. And he's been like, no, let's make sure we have a backup quarterback and maybe even a developmental guy, but definitely a backup, a better backup for the next 2 years. And let's make sure we get a third edge rusher, which, by the way, I think that part of it is a great strategy. You can argue about should they draft the right player, but that part of it, you want to have pass rushers.
Yeah.
So I love that part of it. I wouldn't mind another pass rusher at some point. There's a lot of situational guys as we get down the board. It's not going to be their next pick, I don't think. But
Zach McPherson, Isaiah McDuffie, Tony Fields, Avery Williams, Kenneth Gainwell, Khalil Herbert, all good coming up for the Bucs. We'll see if that's the case, or if they go somebody who surprises us, like Robert Hainsey.
Could, yeah. Robert Hainsey definitely was a little bit of a surprise. And we are going to have Brandon Thorne on later today to talk about Robert Hainsey. He was a big Robert Hainsey fan, at a round 3 grade on him. So thought he was a really good player. We're going to talk about the fit. We're going to talk about what position he seems best. He's going to be on around 3 p.m. Eastern. So if you're watching or you know somebody who was interested in the Hainsey pick, let him know at 3 p.m. Eastern. Send him the link to the show and say, hey, make sure you check in at 3 p.m. Eastern. Brandon's one of the best O-line guys in the business. We are going to have him on. He's going to be talking about Robert Hainsey and where he sees his potential fit, what he liked about his game, where he sees him go. Brandon, by the way, works with a lot of these guys. He's interviewed about 6 or 7 prospects leading up to the draft and watched tape with them for about an hour for a Substack. So including guys like Quinn Miners, Landon Dickerson.
Just went to your Eagles. There you go.
Frustrating. Would have loved to see that.
I'm still a little wounded from the Derek Barnes selection by the Lions. I'm not going to lie.
That hurt, yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely one of my favorite players this year's draft.
Yeah, me too.
And I got on him late, too. I didn't even really watch him during college football season. And but boy, his tape just screamed out at me, Buccaneer linebacker.
Yeah, that's a nice. I like Zach McPherson. I do. I think that, I never get too crazy about day 3 guys, but he's one of my favorites. So I think the Eagles got a good one.
So the Eagles just made the selection. Washington football team now on the clock. Then you've got Minnesota Vikings, then Carolina Panthers. Are they going to stick and pick, John? Or are they going to trade down again?
They better pick.
The Panthers just don't want to draft for this year.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
I think they're going to trade all of their picks into the 7th round, have like 6 7th-round picks, and just forfeit the picks. They're just going to say, we're trying to tell you we don't want to make any draft picks this year. We're just going to trade down. Now we're going to trade off the cliff. So
yeah, no, I mean, I think it's you're
Panthers
a man
at 126, and then the Buccaneers at 137. So we have the Saints at 133. So the Saints will have a selection. The Falcons are done in the 4th round. The Panthers 126, Saints 133, Buccaneers 137. If everything holds steady.
It is a crapshoot at this point, Wade. It is a crapshoot at this point, no question. Just give you an update on the consensus board. Actually, there's no update to give. Everybody's the same, pretty much. Nobody's really gotten drafted from the consensus board. Where was Zach McPherson on the consensus board? Because I felt like I was definitely higher on him. He was in my top 100 for sure.
Daniel Jeremiah had him as a top 100 player.
Zach?
And yes, and he said tremendous value.
Wow. And I know Dane liked him. I don't know if he was top 100 for Dane, but Dane is like 140 round 1 through 3 grades. So,
and the thing, it's funny. Les Bowen says Eagles take Zach McPherson, but it's spelled Zach.
Yes,
Z-E-C-H. A Texas Tech corner whose name will be a huge autocorrect problem forever.
Sure, very true.
You type in Zach, it's going to autocorrect to Zach.
220 on the consensus board, Zach McPherson. So he was way down there for most people, but not for myself, DJ, and Dane Brugler. So take that for what it is.
John Bates, Boise State tight end, is off the clock. He was in our mock draft, John. 7th round pick at a Boise State, and our last mock draft didn't have him as a Bucs best bet. Our Bucs best bet at tight end is Jacob Harris from UCF.
Right. Who did you say?
John Bates.
Oh, John Bates. Wow, very high for John Bates.
Yeah, that is. That's very high.
I think most people, everybody thought he's 6th or 7th round for him, I think.
That's nothing special. He is just
he's
a guy.
248 on the consensus board.
Yeah.
So we are talking about Washington really reaching there. Now, day 3, you need a tight end. I mean, that's the thing about tight ends. You need a guy that can go number 2 who can block, and you want to run a lot of 12 personnel or 13 personnel. You just need a warm body, that can do it. You don't need a great player. You just need like a guy who you can put on the field who isn't going to kill you. Yeah. So, I mean, I get it a little bit from that perspective. By the way, Kenny Nwangu, the Vikings. I was thinking that was a Falcons pick for some reason. My apologies there. But the Vikings took Nwangu. He was 293 on the consensus board. So other than Nahshon Wright, the lowest.
He's an undrafted free agent. He drafted in the 4th round. That's just stupid. That's right. Stupid. It's a dumb pick. It's the dumbest pick.
Get him. No, not Nahshon Wright was the dumbest, right?
Well, yeah.
And Tutu Atwell, although he was okay, but 100 in the 2nd round is your first pick in the draft. Those are some of the special moments of this draft to me. But I agree with you on Nwangu. I mean, my goodness. I mean, you got to have some level of production. I'm sorry. I don't care how fast you are. Like,
appreciate the super chat. $2. Appreciate that, Austin.
Gillespie. Gillespie's tough, man. He's physical. I didn't think he stood out at the Senior Bowl at all, though, in a positive way. Let me check what his numbers were at the Senior Bowl. But he's a good name to throw out there for sure. I'm glad you put him out there, Austin. Is that Austin? Austin. I'm glad you put him out there because, this is, you're talking about guys who will hit and play on special teams, and that's really what you want at this point. PFF is definitely – they like Gillespie. I know he's like in the top 120, I think, on their board. Biggest strength, PFF has him filling and run support. So, yes, very physical, aggressive type of player. Probably did his best work as kind of a linebacker type. He's a bigger safety, thicker. I think he's just – there's limitations in coverage range. He's not going to play and be a great space player for sure. Very much a strong safety, which typically those types are, okay, you want him on special teams as well. So, definitely could be another guy that's on the Bucs radar. And I think I'm trying to remember if they met with him, Scott. Now, he played out of position to Tyree Gillespie. He played a free safety at Missouri, and I just don't think he looked like he was very comfortable with free safety.
That does not ring a bell to me. So I don't think they met with him. I didn't know about it.
We'd have to look, be sure. But, he played almost all free safety, and it just was not his position. He's not going to play there, I don't think, in the NFL. Ran a 4.38 40, though. I mean, and nobody thought on his tape. I never thought he would run a 4.38 40.
Right.
So his agilities were pretty bad. His jumps were pretty average. So, he could be in consideration for them as well. I don't really know that any of these safeties, I would say, other than Jamar Johnson, because character concerns exist there.
Right.
And our Darius Washington, because he's like a Tutu Atwell-sized dude. But I think Hamza Nasirildeen, James Wiggins, Tyree Gillespie, Talanoa Hufanga. I mean, I think all those guys definitely could be considerations for them as number 4 safeties, as special teamers. Those guys all make sense to a degree for sure.
Minnesota Vikings just drafted Cal corner Cameron Bynum.
Okay, so Cameron Bynum comes off the board. He had some hype, and people thought maybe he was going to be a guy that worked his way up, and it just never happened for him at Cal.
Yeah.
I'm surprised to even see him go this side, to be honest.
Right.
But we've got top-ranked players left on my
and the
board.
Panthers took Chuba Hubbard.
Okay. So Chuba's off the board.
Yep.
Yeah, Bucs best bet off the board. Not necessarily I hate to see it type situation, though, to be honest. And Kenneth Gainwell is still out there, man. Starting to feel a little bit like the
Khalil Herbert.
Khalil Herbert's still out there, yeah. Starting to feel a little bit like who was it that fell last year, the Arizona running back that I liked?
Oh, yeah.
J.J. Taylor.
J.J. Taylor, yeah.
Well, J.J. Taylor situation. Only Gainwell's better than J.J. Taylor.
Yeah.
Even.
But if the Bucs come up with Kenny Gainwell at the end of the 4th round, that to me is a bit of a steal.
That's the thing. They're going to take a special teams guy.
Yeah.
So even if he's there, I bet they don't take him. But because they're drafting for need, Scott.
Right.
Instead of best player available, which you never thought they would do that in this draft, but they really have done that. I would take Kenny Gainwell. I'd let special teams sort itself out. I'd get Keyshawn Vaughn up out of there. Keep the rest of the backs, and those would be your 4. But we'll see what they do. Yeah, the only third-round players left on my board, I said Hampson and Seraldine, but also Rashad Weaver. I just snuck into the third round. For me, really, his testing wasn't that bad. That's kind of why. Trey Smith, we know the health is sliding him. Davion Nixon, we know the character is sliding him. And Marlon Tuiopolotu from USC. Thought he might go a little bit later than I have him, but I think somebody's going to just get a solid starter, early down starter, and that's the kind of guys I grade in the third round. If you can give him 500 snaps a year as a deep run stuffer, and then Gainwell.
Right. The thing with Chuba Hubbard is you give him a crease, you give him an alley, and the guy can flat out fly. I mean, he's got sprinter type speed.
Yeah.
Reminds me, if you're an old Buccaneer fan, remember Robert Smith for the Vikings, kind of an upright runner, kind of a sprinter style. That's what Chuba Hubbard. It's kind of who it reminds me of. Tevin Coleman is kind of a fit there as well as a comparison, but. The problem is he had these wide open running lanes at Oklahoma State that you're just not going to have at the NFL. You got to be able to break tackles, and this guy does not break tackles.
Yeah.
If you get him in space, he's dangerous, but man, he's not really a tackle breaker. We had him as a second day Bucs best bet.
I'm not concerned. If you're a running back,
Khalil Herbert instead of him. But
if you're a running back that doesn't break tackles, you better be a great receiver. You better be, I don't even know, a lightning fast gadget type play. I mean, at this range of the draft,
terrible vision though. He's not a good.
If you don't have vision and you don't break tackles and then you don't test that fast, I don't know. We'll see. I didn't spend a lot of time watching Chuba Hubbard for sure. I watched him live. Obviously, everybody did, but he got drafted before Kenneth Gainwell, and that is not something that I am a big fan of, to be honest. Some other guys, if you're interested, just going through wide receiver seems to be the position right now that there hasn't been a lot of those guys taken today. I'm trying to think. Today, Amon-Ra St. Brown was selected. Was any other receivers taken yet? I don't think so. No, only Dez Fitzpatrick and the trade up. The Titans traded up for Dez Fitzpatrick from Louisville, who was like in the 220s on the consensus board. So a lot of good receivers still left. Cornell Powell, Tylan Wallace, Cade Johnson, South Dakota State, Simi Fehoko, big receiver who tested great. Might have to move to tight ends. Zach McPherson was just drafted, by the way, Alan. He was drafted by the Eagles, unfortunately. Might be some stuff you can look up about Davion Nixon, Arizona. I'm not sure what's out there. Don't want to say too much about it if it's not out there, but you could probably look up something. I believe there's probably something out there.
There's some character concerns. Also, too, something he opened up about was a learning disability.
That's true. He's talked about that. And you don't know how that affects football or if it does or if that's part of it, but there's definitely character stuff that extends beyond it for teams. And
yes, Chuba Hubbard did fumble quite a bit. So
what are we doing here with Chuba? I'm not sure about that one. Who took him? Carolina. Yeah.
So Carolina now it seems is done with the fourth round. They've traded down rather than trading up in a lot of these. So so you've seen their fourth round pick now, Chuba Hubbard. So
still a good draft.
Yeah, trying to build that offense around Sam Darnold. They got some pieces obviously in place with Christian McCaffrey.
Obviously, Chuba's just the best player available for them type of pick. That's what they felt.
Tommy
Probably
Tremble
too. Yeah.
Offensive tackle, they needed Brady Christensen. Terrace Marshall's going to come in as wide receiver 3 and help them out. Carolina does have some picks, and I don't think this is even updated. So they have more picks because they've traded down. I don't think I could even fill them all on the sheet, but they've got a plethora of picks still coming up in day 3. When you look at the Bucs best bets coming off the board, that's what happens as the draft goes on. The Bucs best bets start shrinking. We've nailed 2 so far: Joe Tryon from Washington and Kyle Trask from Florida. They're not going to draft Felipe Franks, but we're going to leave him on there because that's still one of the positions that technically still alive. Both of our guards, though, are available, but I'm not sure if they're going to draft another interior offensive lineman, John, with them drafting Robert Hainsey, who I think they're going to move to center. But I wouldn't rule it out, too, because you've got an aging Ryan Jensen and you've got Alex Kappa and Aaron Stinnie. Both of those players are in a contract year. So I wouldn't be surprised if they draft another interior offensive line, but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't either.
By the way, we just had a tight end come off the board. Kylan Granson from Southern Methodist just came off the board to the Colts. So the Colts never afraid to reach for some small school guys that they like. Definitely a reach, though. No question about that. But, yeah, Kylan Granson. Didn't watch any.
The Bucs trading Granson. Up. I think we might have a trade. Tampa Bay Buccaneers trading up to pick 129. So here you go.
Okay, so if you're jumping up and you're the Bucs at this point, if you're jumping up, is there a defensive back? I mean, nobody really jumps out at me in terms of who's on the board right now, unless it's not a special teams. I mean, you don't really jump up for just a special teamer, right? Maybe you do if you're not going to use those other picks. So trading up, defensive back would be my guess. Robert Rochelle is an upside guy that fits some of the size.
The Bucs trade 137 and 217 to move up to 129.
What'd they trade?
137 and 217.
Okay, so this year that fourth and then 217.
Yeah,
that's their what? Their sixth. They traded with the Seahawks, by the way. So Steelers selected Dan Moore, offensive tackle from Texas A&M. So
the Buccaneers have traded 138 and once. What did we say? What was the pick? 217. So 217. Actually have it as 218, but it is their 6th round pick. So they've traded their 4th and their 6th to move up.
Gainwell. So I mean, there's a lot on the board when they move up. Oh, so they moved up and they got a wide receiver. Tampa Bay grabs North Texas wide receiver Jalen Darden.
Okay,
so Jalen Darden. Somebody mentioned him earlier. They want to. This is a shocker.
Texas. Yeah, that's surprising.
This is another pick that kind of to me was. It shows that they've really this was the first time they think they've gone best player available, right? This had to be the best. I mean, they had to be shocked he was sliding a little bit, and they're able to. And they get like a little bit of an exciting pick for people too. I think people wanted to see them take somebody with a little bit of splash, so I think this will excite some people. Who was it that mentioned it? Mr. Engel mentioned it. Yeah, Jalen Darden, Dane Brugler, by the way. Jalen Darden, 5'7". 174. So this is definitely a guy that is totally outside their size, typical requirements. I don't think he was a returner, was he?
Yeah, I think he did have some return ability.
Wide receiver position. I'm trying to recall. I'm not sure. He is as fast gets, man. He ran 4.44 at his pro day or whatever, but his tape, man, his acceleration is instant. 1.54 10 yard.
19 touchdowns last year for North Texas, 1,190 yards, averaging 16 yards per catch, 74. When you look at the punt and kick return game, he does have a kick return, or actually a punt return touchdown.
But it was back in 2017.
Correct, before he really became a mainstay in that North Texas offense.
He is a punt returner, has that experience, but only returned 4 punts in 9 games last year and 16 punts in 12 games in 2019. So not –
the production as a punt and kick returner, 8.9 yards per punt return. That's about league average. 17.6 yards kick return. That's about league average. So
this is interesting to me.
That's a little bit of a surprise for them. Yeah.
This is definitely a surprise pick. We would not have seen because you're 5'9", 5'7", 5'8", 174 pounds. So the Bucs, the only receivers they've drafted like this are Scotty Miller and with Kalen Clay, the return guys type, Robert Aaron, like. That's been their kind of, so this is a surprise. But again, a really good athlete. I mean, Darden is no slouch as an athlete at all.
Yeah.
I'll get you some different opinions on him around the board. Pro Football Focus probably loves this pick because he was their 84th player on their board. They absolutely
Pro Football Focus does love the pick. They have Jalen Darden had a step or more of separation on 90% of his targets this year, highest percentage in college football.
I'm going to watch Jalen Darden more of him while we're on the show. Yeah. Their comparison to him was Darnell Mooney, who was the day 3 steal for the Bears last year. The bounciness of his cuts they have a 3rd round grade on Jalen Darden. The bounciness of his cuts is incredible to watch. Loses no speed. So difficult to wrangle in space. 23 broken tackles on 74 catches in 2020. Speed to take the top off of defense. So many house calls in 2020.
Yep.
Completely changed his body over the course of his career. Showed up less than 160 pounds. I mentioned what was he get to 174 pounds? 175. What did he get to at his pro day? 174. So 5'8", 174. But they say the negatives, competition level was weak, obviously. No one can hang with him. We're talking about North Texas here, so not strong at all. Didn't catch any of the 9 contested targets in 2020.
He's not going to. He's
that's
so
completely
small.
fine. Who even cares about that for a small receiver? If you're great in space, that doesn't matter at all. 1 year of elite production, not much of a downfield threat until this season. Slot only with a small catch radius. That's all completely fine. None of those weaknesses matter for the Bucs in terms of that kind of stuff. I mean, you're not going to be targeting a guy like this in contested catch spots. Also, if he ever gets on the field, he's not, doing any of that kind of stuff for them anyway. He's a space guy. Yeah. He's a guy that when Antonio Brown eventually moves on or something happens, or if he moves on, he's able to step in.
Well, and it's also a thing
screen game.
Scotty Miller has 2 more years under contract, right? And so you're drafting a guy that could be a future replacement.
Maybe. And being an outside receiver for him would be different. He didn't even play outside at North Texas. 458 snaps in the slot, 87 snaps out wide. So it would be a totally different type of player. He is exactly the type of player that we said early on in the draft, Scott, if they were going to take a Kadarius Toney or somebody like that, it would be stepping outside of their typical type of player. Remember this, Jalen Darden is probably a slot only type of guy, and they are going to now put him in an offense where slots are typically bigger.
Right.
So my guess is he's a situational usage guy. Mm-hmm. They want probably to add a little bit of something to their offense. Yeah. This is why we entertained the Kadarius Toney, Rondale Moore conversation, because it was like it's not their type, but it could be like a addition to their offense to what they typically do. Now we've got a guy who makes plays in space and it can be a home run threat in the screen game. He might play 10 snaps, but they want one of those snaps to be an explosive big play. Yep. That's what you're betting on with a guy like Darden. I love the idea of doing something like that with a team like this, just getting one little home run threat. Teach him to do returns, get the ball in his hands. If he makes 1, 2, 3 plays the whole year, those could be really impactful plays for you. When you're a team like this, you can afford to take those kind of risks on space players. So pretty exciting for them. Like you said, lots
I like Marquez Stevenson better.
I don't. Personally. I disagree with you on that for sure. I actually had Jalen Darden. I'm trying to see where he was in my receiver rankings. I had him. I didn't even think Marcus Stevenson. I didn't even rank him. He was not even interested to me. I had Jalen Darden. He was down there a little bit for my receiver rankings, but I liked him a lot, and I'm going to watch a lot more of him. A lot of these receivers near the bottom I only got to see a little bit, but the plays in space are phenomenal. This is the range in the draft you want. And again, the team matters too. If the Lions take Jalen Darden, well, they don't even have a number 1 receiver. Right. So I was like, okay, what do they use? They're going to ask too much of him. But when you're a guy like this and you're a very specific role guy, you might have a 4th round grade.
Right.
But then when the team takes you that has the best receiving core in the league, you're going to feel way better about the pick if you're somebody like me or you, because you're like, oh, this guy's not going to be your wide receiver 1, 2, 3, 4. This guy's going to be, he might get 5, 10 snaps a game, and that might be his thing. Now, what you've sacrificed probably is something in the coverage game returns wise. So you give up that 6th and you hope that you can. I think that'll be the focus with the 5th round pick would be my guess. But
I've got to think they're taking a linebacker in the 5th round. Well, no, I shouldn't say that because they drafted Chappelle Russell in the 7th round.
That's true.
Yeah. You're looking for linebacker 4 really, because you've got your top 3 linebackers.
Did they give away the 7th? What did they give up?
Gave up the 6th.
Okay,
so they're hanging on
so
to Mr. Relevant, John.
Yeah. And they have the 5th now. That's what we have left. Okay.
Yep.
This is what PFF writes about him, and then I'll read you what Dane writes about him. With 74 catches for 735 yards in 2019, Darden wasn't on a lot of draft boards or watch lists heading into this season. That changed after back-to-back 200-plus yard performances midway through his season. Even though he's only listed at 5'9" and 174 pounds, Darden has developed a ton physically since showing up to North Texas at a listed 157 pounds. That added muscle has brought a level of speed and burst few possess. He simply moved at a different speed than the guys guarding him in Conference USA. Darden has the kind of vertical slot skills so many offenses covet nowadays. Here's some stats on him that are very important.
We talked about J.J. Nelson. We talked about Brown, John Brown out there in Arizona. Those are some guys. Scotty Miller here. He's that type of player that Bruce Arians likes.
Right. He had 7 drops last season. That's the bad part of it for sure. That's the part that frustrates me. If you are going to be a guy that gets a few opportunities, you need to make the most of them. You cannot be dropping the ball when you're on the field. But here's the good part.
He's not going to win jump balls. He's not going to have a huge catch radius either. So
most forced missed tackles in college football last season. First, 23 forced missed tackles in college football. absolutely bonkers, the amount of missed tackles that he forced. And that's the thing that stood out to me on tape. If you could promise me he was in a raw offense with these kind of pieces around him, and you could just use him in that role, and you could teach him to do returns at a higher level, that's of great interest to me. You missed tackles is more than just being athletic. Forcing missed tackles typically, it's having a great feel for space, awareness, defenders, how to move, those kinds of things. So that's exciting. And then tied for fifth in college football in most deep catches, 12 deep catches, 470 deep yards, is tied for 8th most. So this is not just a screen guy. He did have the 14th most screen receptions of any player in college football, but this is definitely a guy that made plays vertically from the slot down the field. Pretty fun stuff, and I know some people are already watching his highlights and talking about him.
The one thing that I'll say, and again, this is same thing with Scotty Miller, Bowling Green. You can still make the jump, but when you're playing in the AAC or the Sun Belt or the Conference USA, if you're playing in those types of conferences, and I mean, he had 13 catches for 244 yards and 3 touchdowns last year, John, against Charlotte. The next week against Middle Tennessee State, he lit them up for 10 catches for 204 yards and a touchdown. He had 8 catches for 135 yards and 3 touchdowns against Louisiana Tech, against UTEP, University of Texas El Paso, 8 catches, 173 yards, 4 touchdowns. The level of competition that he's playing against, though, is just, he lit up Houston Baptist. 5 catches, 71 yards, 3 touchdowns. It's just a level of competition. Did he dominate? Yeah, he did. You have to give him that. I'm not trying to knock the guy and he's got a couple of games against a couple of Power 5 schools, against California in the loss last year. 2 catches, 75 yards, including a touchdown. Earlier in his career, he played Arkansas, 5 catches, 87 yards. So he's done it against some bigger competition, but it just you're beating up the likes of UTEP and UAB and Charlotte and Middle Tennessee State and Southern Mississippi.
Oh yeah, I mean, no question. So like I said, if he were ever going to be a top 3 receiver for your team, I'd be down on the pick.
Yeah,
but he's not, and he's going to be this guy that you get the ball in space.
He's a Scotty Miller type player.
I honestly think he's going to be totally different. I think he's going to be totally different than anybody they have. I really do. AB maybe mold in terms of the screen receptions and maybe some vertical slot stuff, but I really think he's going to be a totally different type. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he ends up being exactly like Scotty Miller, being used that way. But I think return ability and I think screen game, I think an extension of what they do now offensive. I think they saw coming out of that bye, one of the big changes, Scott, was the screen game. It was a response to pressure for them. AB made the biggest impact there. Godwin had some plays. Remember the Green Bay? They picked up a big 3rd down on a tunnel screen to him. I think they want to evolve their screen game. Do they think teams are going to play off of them because of the vertical game?
They want to evolve their scrreen game because they got running backs who can't catch it. If they're going to do screens, it's not going to be to a running back. It's a wide receiver, which makes sense.
But you get Gio in and you evolve the running back screen game, and then you get AB back. There's that aspect of the offense. So I love the idea of evolving the screen game in Tampa Bay. I think that's a great call. I think it's something that they can definitely do, and they can really, I think, add a dimension to their offense. Again, if you are a team that's going to play off of Tampa Bay and you're going to say, okay, we're going to take away the vertical balls. We're going to play, the Packers, look at the way they played them. That's why Gronk's screen worked at the end of the game. They could have had other screens if they'd executed a little bit better early in the game, but that type of stuff will work with the way teams want to play. If you want to play a bunch of man coverage like the Saints, okay, we're going to hit you with the screen game. We're going to hit you when your back's turned. We're going to hit you with the screen game. And I think that's going to be a good response to the Bucs.
5'7" though, man. Scotty Miller. Tiny. Scotty Miller's 5'9" and some change. This guy is short.
Oh, he looks small. He looks small at this level of competition. Yeah. I mean, he really does. I'm watching him right now.
Right. Okay. So if you haven't seen Jalen Darden, we'll pull up a picture here just so you can kind of get a feel for
he's a little guy.
Size.
Jakeem Grant is the player that comes to my mind.
Jakeem Grant. Yeah,
Jakeem Grant's the player that keeps coming to my mind. And again, he's made a nice little impact. Now, Jakeem Grant might be a little bit faster than Jalen Darden. But yeah, he is small. It's going to be a roll. I'm excited to see how it goes. It's a little bit it's kind of just an exciting type of pick in the 4th round. But where you sacrifice the special teams, right? I mean, and that's what Bruce Arians had said that he really kind of wanted with special teams. And so, not going to make many catches outside his frame, but definitely making people miss watching his tape. And it's hard to get a target on guys this small sometimes.
That's true.
let's catch up on the rest of the picks, and we'll come back to Jalen Darden here in a second. By the way, ahead of them, we kind of stopped over the Chuba Hubbard pick. We said Kylan Granson, the tight end from Southern Methodist, to the Colts. Dan Moore, the offensive tackle from Texas A&M, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jalen Darden, wide receiver from North Texas that we're talking about now, is the Bucs pick at 129 overall. Then Robert Rochelle, who I thought the Bucs could be trading up for from Central Arkansas, the corner, he goes right off the board next to the Rams. I think the Rams finally made a good pick there. And then Tylan Wallace does go to Baltimore, so he does come off the board there. Not a big Tylan Wallace fan, but at 131, I think you're probably getting a lot better value for him there. Tommy Togiai, who some people mentioned as a Bucs potential target, 132 to the Browns from Ohio State, so he gets to stick around in Cleveland area. And the Saints just went Ian Book at quarterback. Is that a reliable?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Saints going Ian Book at quarterback. So, man, Saints are adding another name to the mix.
Drew Brees type quarterback,
right.
6
feet
tall. Yeah.
Just like Drew Brees. I can't wait to hear the comps. Kyle Trask and Ian Book getting compared to Tom Brady and Drew Brees is going to be a blast.
Yeah. This
offseason. So Ian Book, though, I mean, here's the thing about Ian Book. He's not going to start, and Jameis is way more talented, but I don't know, man. Couple pick 6 games, and you find out Taysom Hill's not really a quarterback, and you might be tempted to play Ian Book a little bit if you're in New Orleans. So we'll see what happens. It'll be fun. All right, get some of your comments and some of your questions here. Did I catch up on the picks? I think I did. Yeah, Ian Book. Vikings are on the clock. Titans are on deck. And we've got still a good amount of picks here to finish out this round still. So, all right, here we go. Looking through the questions. Hard to cover, yeah. Foot quickness and home run gear will leave defenders in his dust, Burglar said. Nearly 1 million views on his highlights, Matt said. That's funny. Whip and jerk routes across the middle, option routes for Brady. Potentially, again, we're probably talking about a guy that's not going to see a field that much on offense. I think he has to give you return value to be worth this. Michael Henderson said his dad passed away from a heart condition a year ago, and it motivated him. Interesting. Darden dominated that level. He could do what AB does, change the direction. Welker Edelman type player, maybe. Screen games, yeah. Hampson, Nasir Dean falling as far as he has reminds us of when Desmond King fell to the 5th round in 2017. Interesting. I thought King was a better player than Hamza, but I do like Hamza. I think he'd be a good pick here. Jack Barrett has some reports that he's done on some of the Bucs production, and he says he's included in his report of Patriots plays. We could see in 2020 that Jalen allows them to run a lot of the juke return, double fake screen plays. Perfectly happy with the pick. Jack's done a ton of research on this, by the way, and hopeful to be able to share some of his content soon after the draft when I have time to wrap my mind around something other than prospects. Arians has a late round wide receiver type. Good research here along Las Vegas. I'm glad you brought this up. JJ Nelson is another guy, super small and fast.
John Brown, talked about him. Ryan Swope. Yep.
Yeah, so there's been a run of these types of guys, and definitely his influence there, I think, a good bit. So it's pretty funny. Yeah, goodbye Mickens. Yeah, we haven't touched on that, Doodle. Good point. Mick obviously had the arrest a couple weeks ago, or months ago, I guess.
Broke that story, John.
Yes, broke that story. Sad that it had to be a -1 for the first story I broke for PR. But so we'll see what happens with him. Obviously, nothing's set in stone yet. Being Darden, a 4th round pick. On most rosters, I would say you're lock. On the Bucs roster, I don't know that I would say he's a lock. I'm very optimistic, excited about him, but the Bucs have 5 wide receivers that are definitely making the team. There is only one spot probably, and then
I think they're going to keep 6 because if Darden, if he's that punt kick returner, which I think he will be, and then them drafting him here, it's one thing if he's a 6th round pick like Kalen Clay was.
Yeah, right.
Then he may not make the team, but
you think 4th he's going to make it.
Yeah,
we thought Keyshawn Vaughn might get cut last year as a 3rd. Wasn't that close, maybe, but we thought that we talked about that at length.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with Mickens. Ian Book is a waste of a pick. Well,
we'll see. I mean, Sean Payton knows the thing about quarterbacks, but that's going to be tested now with Book and Winston.
I think it is a waste of a pick. I think that's fair
Hill.
to say. But I'd like to see them.
Well, here's the thing. It's like if you have 2 quarterbacks, why are you drafting a 3rd one? It's a bit of an indictment on Jameis Winston and on Taysom Hill. If you're going to spend a fourth round pick on your third string quarterback, John.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and some people are saying here, I see people saying he's taking Micken's spot 100%. Buckman says, that's just not necessarily true. I think he will. Absolutely. I bet on it. But he goes out in the preseason, he fumbles 2 punts. He's not taking anybody's spot. That's just reality. If Micken's, if he can't field the ball, what are you going to do? You decide whether you want to play Scotty there or somebody else there. A, B, you return punts. You certainly have options. But no, it's not. I'm not telling you, it's not a lock. Do I think he'll make the team? Yes, absolutely. I like the pick, to be honest. I like things about the pick for sure. But yeah, it's special teams right now becomes kind of the priority. I'm really surprised that they made that pick, not just because of the aspect, the wide receiver and who Darden is, but really who that means they didn't take coverage guys. They didn't take a fifth corner that can run down the field. So right now, what's on the board, Scott, for the Bucs? Fifth corner, unless you think that's Herb Miller, and we like Herb.
I think it is.
And then fourth safety, Javon Hagan could be that guy too.
They like him a lot.
So you're not, maybe because of that, you don't feel like you have to take.
Again, the only need they have is they got to draft a linebacker, but you can draft one in the 7th round.
They don't even have a fourth on the roster, right?
Correct. They only have 3. They literally have 3 inside linebackers.
So we would strongly bet the next pick is a linebacker.
I would think so.
A special teams linebacker.
Yeah.
The good news is they're falling. Cameron McGrone is still on the board. Tony Fields is still on the board, unless they was just selected. I haven't seen. Who else is still?
Rashad Weaver goes to the Titans, the defensive end.
Way down the board for Rashad Weaver. That's good value for him. I'm running out of round 3 picks here in round 4. That's Kenneth Gainwell is one of the top guys. Trey Smith's fallen because of the medical. Davion Nixon because of the character. Marlon Tuiopolotu still on the board, and Hamza Nasirildeen. I don't know why he's falling. I know he had the injury, but he came back for 2 games last year. Maybe it wasn't enough. I don't know. Interesting stuff for the Bucs, Scott. What do you think? You're not a fan, or you?
I'm okay.
You're okay.
I don't like. I like bigger wide receivers.
Me too.
I just always have. It's just my personal preference.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the fact that the room is so ridiculous that you wonder, no one's going to be able to pay attention to this dude at all. You know what I mean? Like if you got on the field.
Here's an example. And listen, there's only a handful of guys that are big receivers that are still left on the board. Now, here's a guy that I like. You talk about taking a chance. You talk, boom bust type players. Let me see if I can pull up the list here. All right, let's look at my guy here in the 38 because I want to get the school correct. I think it's Charleston.
I'd be curious to see what Darden does.
Mike Strahan, not Strahan, but Strahan from Charleston, 6'5", 226, ran a 4.5. I like bigger wide receivers because you got Mike Evans as a big target, right? Who's the next biggest receiver on the team is Justin Watson. And
is he bigger than Godwin?
6'3", 220, but he doesn't get on the field other than special teams.
He's bigger than Godwin.
Right. Godwin's
6'1", 210, 214.
And so Godwin's really the next biggest receiver, and I think that there is some need from a matchup standpoint. Sometimes you want bigger targets. I guess Gronk, right, 6'5", he's that
tight end,
that big tight end target. But you have Jonathan Adams, 6'2", 210 out of Arkansas State. I preferred him. Strahan, here's the production level at Charleston, and it's a much different level of competition. This is a step down from Conference USA, Sunbelt, AAC. But this was a kid. I think I sent you his highlight film. I know you were busy and probably didn't watch him.
Who?
Michael Strahan.
No, I didn't watch him. I don't remember him. I remember you putting his name down on the list before, but I don't remember.
There's again Trevon Grimes.
Yeah, Trevon Grimes was a name we definitely tossed about.
That's definitely one. Let me see if I can find this kid here. I think he was 35 on that. Here we go. 19 touchdowns last year, 1,319 yards, 16.9 yards per catch. He averaged 21 yards per catch and a 1,000-yard season, 8 touchdowns the year before. This guy is he's a Randy Moss type player. He just goes up and gets it, boxes kids out.
Yeah.
35-inch vertical, 20-pound bench press. He's a big receiver, 6'5", 226. can jump out of the gym, will get up in Moss receivers, ran track at Liberty Christian. He's a fast guy. That's my type of wide receiver. We knew Bruce Arians' type. It's the little, munchkin.
This
JJ Nelson.
This point in the draft.
Yeah, JJ Nelson.
He likes
Jalen Darden, Scotty Miller, Ryan Swope,
right? John
Brown. But to each their own.
Yeah, I mean, this point in the draft, I like adding speed to a team always. But yeah, like you said, coverage, special teams coverage is kind of where it's
Narius Robinson.
Yeah, it's so silly. We're like, man, I'm not sure about the Bucs special teams coverage. That's
yeah, right.
First world problems over here
exactly.
for sure. But
Florida safety Marco Wilson with the Cardinals. So
okay, the shoe thrower.
That's right.
The shoe thrower, Marco Wilson.
Get out of here.
Let's go. I love it. Great traits, man, but in a lot of years at Florida, he just never put it together. His freshman year, people thought he'd be a first-round pick, and it just never happened. I really don't know, but when Trevor won't go to bat for you, that's when you know.
That's right.
You're a Gator. That
Trevor Sikkema.
A hopeless Gator. Trevor's best call ever, by the way, was J.C. Jackson. He had like a second-round grade on J.C. Jackson. Yeah. When did he go, fifth or so? I don't remember where he went, but there was not a lot of people that high on J.C. Jackson. Right. Now he's balling out. But I don't think he even watched where did J.C. Jackson end up going after Florida? He gave him that grade just because he was a Gator great at one point. He was honest about it on the show too. But it ended up being like a great call for him. Is Quincy really Marco's brother? That makes sense, I guess. Quincy Wilson and Marco Wilson.
Could be.
Gator fans in the chat probably know.
So we still have some Bucs best bets alive here. Let's go to that and see.
Quincy Wilson was one of the I'd avoided that disaster. Yeah, Taylor said okay. Thank you, Taylor. I'm still watching Jalen Darden, by the way. So if you hear me kind of like not saying anything,
right,
it's because I'm spellbound by the cuts of Jalen Darden.
So Tamori and Terry probably not going to happen. They've already filled wide receiver 6 on their roster, John. Doubt they're going to get Harry Kreider because they've already drafted a center in Robert Hainsey. They're not taking a guard yet. Not going to rule that out because they might double dip. We're going to have Jalen Darden on Zoom soon, and we'll have Mark Cook join us with the latest from Jalen Darden. A couple of defensive backs still alive, as is Boston College's linebacker Isaiah McDuffie.
Mm-hmm. There goes Trey Brown, the corner from Oklahoma.
Yep.
To the Seattle Seahawks. Oh, what a competitor. Oh, my goodness. Not a Seahawks type at all because he's a small corner, but this is really interesting. What a scrapper. I mean, this guy will absolutely – he gave Tylan Wallace the work, I thought, physically when the two of them met up. He's tough. What is he, 5? He's small.
Yeah.
He's very scrappy, though. So now we got what 5th round pick for the Bucs is still, and then we have they'll wait until the 7th unless they move up from the 7th or something.
Yeah, and not just that, it's going to be a wait
for the 5th.
Yeah,
we're almost done with the 4th. Honestly,
yeah, well, not just that, but I mean from the 5th to the 7th.
Oh, to the 7th, right? Yeah. That's a lot of picks until then.
I'm really surprised Kenneth Gainwell, man, for a pass catching running back, still around. He's got some talent. Kilo Herbert, same thing. Let's jump back in and look at some comments here. We've got a lot of you guys hanging in there on day 3. Bucs still have 3 more picks to go. 5th round and then 2 7ths as it stands right now.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see offensive line. I know some people asking Deontay Brown, Trey Smith, if they're sliding. Yeah. I don't think you'll see the Bucs take another offensive lineman. Maybe at the 7th.
Yeah,
I mean,
Trey Smith, he's going to be a late guy if he goes. Some teams, I'm sure, didn't even.
If he's fallen this far at medicals, he could go undrafted. I mean, it's. Davion Nixon still going because of the character. He could go undrafted. Marlon Tuiopolotu. Again, I'd love to see the Bucs take him. I don't think I would be shocked if their next pick isn't a defensive back or a linebacker who can cover.
Yeah.
Maybe they're going on, they linebacker, they feel like they could just pick somebody up or undrafted free agent. I'm not saying they're necessarily going to take linebacker for sure, but we would lean linebacker for their next pick.
I would definitely think that's the case.
Cameron McGrone, I mean, there's still some linebackers still that haven't been drafted. I'm trying to think. Isaiah McDuffie, Tony Fields, you said those three. Look at some linebacker rankings here that are even outside of my own to try and give you an idea. But yeah, that's probably the position group that the Bucs are targeting next, I would say. But long way to go to get there. So who even knows who's going to be on the board at that point in time? It's bold, passing on coverage, guys. Scott is caught me by surprise. That pick is Hainsey. At least there was the position group we expected. The Darden pick, I didn't think felt like they had room for another wideout.
Well, the thing with Jalen Darden too, you look at his. Let's see, who do they have? Let's see, he did have a return touchdown, did he not?
Jalen Darden already on Zoom, wasted no time, man. He says he's definitely blessed to get drafted to the Bucs. I'm reading off Pewter Report's Twitter. He gives all the glory to God for putting him in this position to learn from Brady, Evans, Brown, Godwin. Blessed and thankful to be there. He still feels that his late father is here with him during this moment. His father was sick from heart problems during his time at North Texas. Helped him mature in school. Darden says his dad always told him to keep a chip on his shoulder and keep it moving. He says he's definitely an impact of his game, catching punts and putting the offense in better field position for Darden. So yeah, that's really it's that kind of a move to me. I think you might see him certain packages offensively. You may see him be like a wrinkle piece to an offense. The teams have to figure out. It's another little weapon, gadgety type of player, I'm sure. Very much doubt that they ever see him being a top 4 receiver for them. He is a bottom of the roster guy long term. Maybe you usually see that in the 5th or 6th round, but with the Bucs this year, you are going to see that earlier because they are going to take a chance on a guy with return ability, that kind of stuff. So I would say that's going to be where he's going to be probably coming off the board. My catchphrase is I would be shocked, Logan says. Yeah, I would be stunned sometimes I say too. Hey, I got to let you all know how I'm feeling, right? Authentic all the time here. Dave says, John, it's time for Davion Nixon. LOL. They told us he was a first rounder, remember? Quite comical, Dave, to see this. I mean, now you never want a player to fall, obviously, but the character is definitely a part of it. Speaking of character, wow, the Cowboys just took Josh Ball. Florida State fans will know. 4th round is rich. I agree, long lost Blazer. And I mean, he is talented. There's no question, but the Cowboys just taking another character guy is hilarious to me. This is ridiculous. Now let's just look at the Bucs roster for a second, and let's kind of get an idea of where this wide receiver position is at right now, because there's so many ways to look at this. You have 5 locks for your roster going into camp. Can any other team in the league say they have 5 locks at wide receiver? And Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Antonio Brown, Scotty Miller, and Tyler Johnson, locks. They're not going anywhere. Now you have a 6th receiver spot. You still have Justin Watson, who's one of your better coverage guys on special teams. You just lost Ryan Smith and Anthony Adams.
And he might not make the team this year.
Justin Watson might not.
Justin Watson's
or they are carrying 7 receivers, Scott. I mean, we've got to think about that honestly at this point, right? Like you have – can you afford to lose another coverage guy?
They're not going to keep 7.
So what happens? So tell me what happens.
Justin Watson might not make the team.
But then who covers kicks? You already lost Ryan Smith.
A cornerback does. A safety does. Maybe,
so Herb replaces Ryan Smith. Then Javon Hagan replaces Andrew Adams.
Yeah.
And then who at wide receiver? Because you got the return guy. Is it Tyler Johnson? Is that what he's going to have to do?
Yeah.
Even after proving himself.
Well, yeah.
Got to do it.
Yeah.
Got to step up.
I'm
sure he's going to play.
But
he was already doing that.
Yeah.
So then I don't know. I mean, I think they could take 7. I don't think it's out of the question they could carry 7. Bruce Arians loves the position.
I know.
What did they have last year? I'm checking their.
I don't think that's.
I'm checking the. I mean,
they'll carry 6. They're not going to carry 7.
It would require somebody else being down.
And the reason why is because they're going to have. They're going to have 5 running backs. They're going to end up carrying.
That's the thing. They're so loaded. Yeah. They've got a lot of those guys too. Now maybe
Giovanni Bernard, Ronald Jones, Leonard Fournette, Keyshawn Vaughn. Well, maybe they keep 4.
Darden,
Yeah.
Darden's not a lock to make the roster.
Yeah, I would agree.
Not a lock.
I would agree.
I'm saying I think he makes it, but I'm just saying. Now you're right, Justin Watson. I mean, unless you are keeping 7, there's no chance for him. Mickens and Darden may go head to head, but unless you're keeping 7, there's no chance for Watson in any other scenario, I think. Okay, so I mean they went last year, October. I'm looking, they had 6 guys. That's what they had, and then the other part of this is who can they keep on the practice squad? What are the rules going to change for practice squad?
Right.
But remember, Travis Johnson's a guy they really liked,
yeah.
and now he's got like no shot.
Right.
Okay. Josh Pearson, same
Chad
deal.
Davis says he's.
You know who's gone?
Who?
Cyril Grayson.
Thankfully.
What are you going to do?
Be happy. Do a happy dance. Chad Davis, he's not 5'9", 174. Sometimes that's the reporting, and that's what was reported, Chad. But the actual size is 5'7.5".
Right. 5'7", 5'8", I believe was it? Yeah, 5'7" and 5'8". Yeah. So yeah, he's not even 5'8". Yeah. No, he's so tiny. You can see it on he's very small. There's no question about that. But he still weighs more than Tutu Atwell.
Yes.
By like 15 pounds.
Yeah, I would put money on a fist fight between Jalen Darden and Tutu Atwell.
Okay, so Tutu Atwell was 149. And this Jalen Darden's 175. 174. Then Tutu Atwell says he's 160 in the weigh-in, the little cell phone video weigh-in.
Jalen Darden's still 14 pounds heavier.
Still. That is crazy. I still can't believe that. That is nuts. Josh Ball just got drafted, by the way, the Florida State guy. So a lot of Florida State fans popping off in the chat about that. Steelers are on the clock. Did Steelers make a pick? Somebody good this time, please. For once. Oh, my gosh. For once, take somebody good.
The Bengals just picked Deontay.
Who?
Deontay Smith.
Deontay Smith, East Carolina, yeah.
He was an early crush of ours until he showed up and really had bad performance at his pro day.
Can't really be a developmental tackle with
Rams took wide receiver Jacob Harris.
Oh, so there goes a Bucs best bet off the board, special teamer, wide receiver / tight end type. Jacob Harris. Would have liked to seen it. I don't think it was it was probably not going to happen at this point.
Right, exactly.
I think they're done on the offensive side of the ball.
Who'd the Steelers take? Because we have the Rams pick in.
Hopefully,
Steelers took Buddy Johnson.
All right, Buddy.
Linebacker.
Hey, number 1, Buddy, Cowboy collar. Good pick. I got to tweet it to get the Steelers fans off my back. So,
Packers draft Mississippi offensive tackle Royce Newman. Don't know much about him.
He's the tackle plant going to move to center, I think, probably. So what's going on? So what's the for the Bucs best bets? Can we get? Should we get?
We'll update that.
We'll update that for them so we can take a look at kind of some of the top available names that we see for the Bucs.
Really,
let's get depleted.
It is, and mostly in the offensive sides, we still have a couple of guys that we like that we think are fits for the Buccaneers. Isaiah McDuffie, Boston College linebacker, Boise State's Avery Williams. Cornerback, special teams guy, and punt return, kick return guy. So they probably won't take him now because that's kind of his role. Unless you're going to draft him and put him in the mix to compete with your 4th round pick. That doesn't make sense.
Oh man, that would be hilarious though. It's the kind of thing you can do when you're a roster like this. But
and then Cincinnati's safety James Wiggins. There's medical issues there, but he's a good player. Kyrie's Tonga, the defensive tackle, big Pacific Islander. At a BYU, older guy. I think he's going to be 25 soon. So, isn't that weird that you're like 5 or 6 years?
I know,
like older than some of the guys that are getting drafted from BYU. And then a couple of offensive linemen. Indiana's Harry Kreider. Don't think they're going to go there. Tennessee's Trey Smith. Grambling State's David Moore. Kentucky's Landon Young, and then Felipe Franks, who obviously they're not going to draft him. And then Tamori and Terry, the wide receiver from Florida State, they're probably done at wide receiver. The Ravens have traded picks 136 and 210 to the Cardinals for the 160th pick and a 2022 fourth-round pick.
Jacob Harris is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, we got our boy with us. You got your headphones? Our boy joining the show, Mark Cook. Ladies and gentlemen, here to bring us the latest on one Jalen Darden, North Texas, mean green, wide receiver, return man extraordinaire. Mark Cook with the hat backwards to piss off Colin Coward. I love it.
It's Saturday. It's casual Saturday. We're supposed to be off today, so I'm gonna go crazy and wear a hat only because I didn't have time to fix my hair. Listen, Jalen Darden, my new favorite Buccaneer. Man, I can't stand when these guys have these sad stories. What a great story. I say great. It's not great. It's bad for him, but a happy day for him. Obviously, he was really close to his father. His father passed away his senior year. His father was, a real big motivating factor in his life throughout his days in college, and very, very touching story. And the words that we heard from Jalen on the Zoom call where we just got off from. Confident young man, certainly going to has used his lack of size as motivation. He says it's a chip on his shoulder. He uses that every time he's in the gym, every time he works out. He certainly hears all the chatter about he's too small. He's always been too small, and yet all he's done is produce on the football field. So I thought it was a really good call. I was thoroughly impressed with the kid, and he's all about whatever he can do to help this team get better, including punt returns. He talked about that. He's ready to go day one if they want him to do that. He said he's ready to go on that.
That sounds great. I mean, did they talk at all about return-wise? He really didn't do it a ton in college. I mean, he has some returns, certainly, but punt return-wise, only 4 punt returns last year. Maybe Fair caught some. I'm sure it doesn't count those ones. But did he talk about that part of his game at all? Was that asked about him, why there wasn't maybe more reps in that area?
No, that wasn't a specific thing. It was, somebody, obviously, I think it was Rick or Greg, asked about his return ability, if, that's something he wants to do in the NFL. And he said, yeah, he's, again, he feels real confident that he's able to do that. Obviously, he's got blazing speed. We see that. Watching the TV broadcast, Kuiper and some of these guys, they were actually really excited, thought this was a good pick for the Buccaneers. An out in space kind of guy, as you said, John, listening to you. I don't necessarily want to use the word gadget, but you can create specific offensive packages for a guy who does what he does because he's just a unique football player. But Jalen talked about, wanting to be a complete receiver, staying in the gym, working harder to get bigger, something that he was able to do from the time that he arrived at North Texas to today. But I think he wants to continue to kind of grow and see if he can add some more muscle, and he'll probably need that to survive in today's NFL. But just real impressive. We've all done these calls 1,000 times on draft days. Sometimes you hear these guys and you're like, oh boy, you know what I mean? He's Mr. Cliche or whatever. This kid is very, very happy to be a Buccaneer, very, very happy to be in the NFL and to be in this position. And you love kids like that, the underdog kids who work hard and see their work rewarded. Trying to look through my notes right here. He talked about he couldn't ask for a better situation, in his opinion. He kept mentioning Tom Brady, wanting to pick Tom Brady's brain. Most of the time with receivers, you would think that they would be talking about, hey, I want to pick Mike Evans' brain, Chris Godwin's brain. But he said he grew up, obviously, like everybody else, watching Tom Brady and the success that he has, and wants to know what makes him tick as a football player. He's a receiver versus a quarterback, but I thought it was kind of impressive that it was Tom Brady that he wants to be. He mentioned twice that he wants to, pick the brain of. Again, talked about his dad, talked about punt return, talked about being in the weight room. The question now is, though, does this team keep 6 wide receivers? Because
I think so. As long as he's a return guy, he probably replaces
Jaden Mickens. They're definitely going to keep 6. Our conversation is more, will they keep 7? That seems like a lot, but you're looking at a situation now where you aren't going to get coverage from probably one of the receiver spots unless Tyler Johnson does it as the 5th receiver. and you have the sixth guy just for returns. But Justin
Watson's
Mickens,
the odd man out. Jaden Mickens might be the odd man out. Yeah.
Travis Johnson, all those types of guys, probably odd man out. Now you keep Travis Johnson on the practice squad, no problem.
Right.
I mean, I'm not sure what the rules are going to be this year and whether Jaden Mickens, you could still keep him on a practice squad at this point in his career or not. And then obviously with Justin Watson, I think maybe you still could, but I would guess that he would want to go somewhere else if he gets a chance to at least cover kick somewhere else. So, I don't know. It's interesting.
I think certainly Mickens is the writings on the wall probably for him. Mm-hmm. If Darden comes in and is successful in the kick return game. Scott, we remember a wide receiver from a small school drafted several years ago that I don't even know that he made it past the first or second game. He was just an awful returner. Everybody, he was a blazing fast kick returner. And he went by the same name of a former safety Super Bowl guy, right?
Dexter Jackson?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was drafted to be
at Appalachian State. He was a second-round pick. That was a ridiculous reach.
And he just was awful. I mean, he just was. I don't know if he was scared. I don't know what it was, but
he was scared. I called him slip and slide.
You're right. He got the ball.
Slip and slide.
He tackled himself.
He'd catch the punt, see the coverage coming down, and literally slide.
Yeah, to give himself up.
He's the most chicken shit player I've ever seen in my life covering this team.
Don't think that's going to be the case with. Don't think this will be the case with Darden. Darden looks like a ball player.
Yeah, he's just talking to him. And I think, when you look at kick and punt return ability, Avery Williams is a player there, though, that has 4.4 speed and was the best return guy.
Right.
And obviously they like this guy's ability to play wide receiver, too. I mean, he had crazy production from the wide receiver position last year alone. Now, granted, it was against kind of chump competition, but you only play the teams you play. He's in a small conference at North Texas, but he had back-to-back 200-yard games, right? 244 yards, 13 catches, 3 touchdowns, averaged 18.8 yards against Charlotte. The next week against Middle Tennessee State, 10 catches, 204 yards, 20.4 average, and a touchdown. He ended the season with 7 touchdowns combined in back-to-back games against Louisiana Tech and Texas El Paso, going for 100 yards in each of those games. Overall, as a senior, 6 games over 100 yards. He had a pair of 100 yards games as a junior, 1 as a sophomore. And his career average is 12.1, but boy, the last year, his career average was up there. Let me get back to the stat sheet here.
Yeah, and looking at the film
average.
I was watching some of the tapes, waiting to get on the conference call, and he's certainly a guy that get the ball in his hands as quick as possible and let him make things happen. I mean, he's certainly quick. If you get him out in space, he's going to be a tough out for teams. We'll see, though. I mean, does he get on the field much this year? First of all, he's got to make the team, but secondly, does he get on the field much this year? Is he a guy that they look at as an Antonio Brown replacement after this year or in a couple years? I mean, who knows? Yeah. But clearly, obviously, the fact that this team moved up to get him means they had him, very high on their list, and certainly have. You don't normally move up to draft a player that you're saying, well, maybe he'll make it, maybe he doesn't. I mean, they really think that he can not only just make the roster, but potentially see some snaps this year. I think. I mean, that's why you move up for a guy like that.
Mark, not to deviate from Jalen Darden too much, but that's good stuff on him. But a couple Florida State guys are flying off the board right now. Janarius Robinson went to the Minnesota Vikings, so an NFC foe of the Bucs. And then Joshua Kane-Doe went to Kansas City Chiefs at 144. What are your thoughts on those guys watching them over the years? Did they drive you crazy? Are you surprised to see him in the 4th round? Happy? Think they're deserving?
Well, Kane-Doe was a guy that, he just had some bad luck with some injuries and things like that. A couple of friendly fire injuries. A hardworking guy. Janarius Robinson, a guy that, long, tall, big reach, all of those things, wingspan. But it's so difficult. Even as Asante Samuel Jr., early in the year, he was very good with as far as picking balls off and things like that. But they just weren't coached very well. Again, I keep saying that. It's just so hard to evaluate these guys. I think those are 2 great guys. defensive ends and pass rushers. But we'll see how they do in the NFL. Are they going to be, the Brian Burns, or are they going to be the Josh Sweats? I don't even know if Sweat's still with the Eagles, but he was kind of an unheralded guy, a lot of physical talent, but never really put it together. And both Robinson and Kendo were guys that, just the consistency wasn't there. But again, I hate it's hard to blame them when you look at the turnover, the coaching staff, and all of the nonsense that went on. The biggest surprise to me from a Florida State guy was Trey McKitty being drafted in the 3rd round by the Chargers. I mean, I know that he transferred and went to Georgia, and I think he got hurt last year and didn't even play, or maybe played one game.
Trey McKitty from Wesley Chapel, Florida.
Wesley Chapel guy.
Yeah.
Played with the South Pasco Predators. He's the 2nd Predator ever to be drafted.
Who's the first?
Were you out there were you coaching when he was out there, Scott? No, I was before.
Yeah, I was,
time.
but I didn't coach him.
Yeah.
I was like on Tiny Mite with the kids at that time. He was
varsity.
He was like a Kiwi at that time.
Oh, really? Okay.
Josh Ball was just drafted too by Dallas. No surprise there, by the way.
Yeah.
But wasn't it off-field issues with Josh Ball, Mark, that got him? Where he was also on his way out for Florida State, I think.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I have to look at it and see what it was.
Yeah, look at it and see what it was. I don't remember it. There's been so much turnover. I mean, I when you see Landon Dickerson playing for national championship, and you realize, God, he was a Florida State Seminole, and the best interior offensive lineman in this draft, minus the ACL injury, and yet he was awful at Florida State just because of the fact that they never left him in one position. He literally played all over that offensive line. It was hard to – it just goes to show you what a disaster it's been since Jimbo's left up in Tallahassee. Feel bad for some of the kids. Did you say that Terry was drafted?
Who?
Tamori and Terry? Not yet.
Yeah. No, not he or Marvin Wilson haven't. But, I mean, it's funny to think
Marvin Wilson that's a shocker to me, man. That is just a shocker because –
character and attitude.
For Wilson, too?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Man. I mean, that's a guy that – if he would have came out last year, probably is a late 1st rounder, right? Early 2nd rounder at the worst.
Right. I don't think he was the 1st round. I think the hype was always too high.
Number 2.
Yeah, but
it's day 3 of the draft.
All right. Well, that's good stuff. That's good updates. We're going to get everybody caught up on the picks, but thank you, Mark, for jumping in. Appreciate that update on Jalen Darden, and the Bucs now picking the 5th round, and we'll talk to you again in a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Yeah. So
Jalen Darden is wilding out on Instagram right now. Matt Matera told us he is bumping some music, and he is excited to be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
Yeah. Well, when you look at the South Pasco Predators franchise, a kid that I did coach, RJ Garcia, was a star at Berkeley Prep.
Yeah.
And here's a Buccaneer connection. I'm not just trying to get too personal here, but RJ Garcia is dating Justice Barber, who's the daughter of Rondé Barber. And he's a star player at Berkeley Prep, wide receiver. And he's going to Kansas State University next year. I'm thrilled to see the pipeline from South Pasco Predators to Berkeley Prep to Kansas State. That makes my heart happy.
Yeah. You mentioned Royce Newman, by the way, guard going to the Green Bay Packers from Ole Miss. Tyree Gillespie, we talked about his potential option for the Bucs, goes to the Raiders. They took another safety, Scott. This is crazy. Trevon Moehrig, Divine Diablo, and now Tyree Gillespie. Obviously, Diablo is probably going to move to linebacker there, but good luck with that.
Kenneth Gainwell still.
Yeah. Joshua Kendo to the Chiefs finished up round 4. We are well on our way into round 5 now. The picks are absolutely cruising in round 5. We'll see how many are even up right now on the draft tracker.
Taquan Graham.
Luke Farrell, the blocking tight end, went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jamie Sherwood, another safety, went to the Jets from Auburn. He's a Pro Football Focus favorite for the Jets, who are, again, killing the draft. Brevin Jordan finally came off the board to the Texans at 147. The Texans have been looking for a tight end for forever, man. Unbelievable. Who did the Falcons take, did you say? Oh, it's about the reading Graham. Taquan Graham. Okay, Texas defensive tackle. Did not really flash at the Senior Bowl to me. He does play low, and he has great strength. He is just not like a range, get off blocks and play with range type of guy. That's not really his game. Little point of attack help.
So the Falcons, the first of their 3 picks in the 5th round. So they're going to be busy here, if my memory serves me correct. No, Bucs, actually, they do have. They've got 2 more coming.
Yeah,
and the Panthers have a plethora of picks.
Yeah, Bucs pick at 176 in the 5th round, and right now we are currently at 148. So we're about 30 or 28 picks away from the Bucs being on the clock. So let's reset the focus now for people. Linebacker is kind of where we said we felt
Special
like
teams, day 3.
Yeah,
Yep.
we feel like a number 4 linebacker could be kind of a priority right now. There's not a lot of places on this roster where somebody is guaranteed to make a roster spot. Right now, there's not a 4th linebacker on the roster, so that would be one I would say is closer to a guarantee that they could make it.
I think the other thing too is when you look at future needs, John. Kicker. Jason Light has drafted a couple kickers. Day 3.
Didn't he say he wasn't drafting a kicker?
No,
Was that just early? Oh.
I'm just trying to trigger Buccaneer fans.
Okay,
That's all
I was
I'm
like,
trying
wait
to
a
do.
minute.
Yeah,
Because I was going to do a Bucs best bet a kicker.
yeah. Well, they could do a punter and put some pressure on.
So
Bradley Pinion.
Let's look quickly at Dane's.
Speaking of kicker, Evan McPherson out of Florida.
Well,
just
most
got
people
drafted
thought
by
he
the
was the
Bengals.
best kicker
Yeah.
in the draft, and they didn't bring back Reggie Bullock, so that makes some sense. So linebacker, just look at Dane's board outside of even my own. Who's the best available? Cameron McGrone, number 12 overall, or 12th linebacker for Dane, 4th to 5th round
McPherson.
range. Isaiah McDuffie after Cameron McGrone, 4th to 5th round range. Tony Fields still on the board, 4th to 5th round range. Buddy Johnson, who was just drafted by the Steelers.
Right.
It's his 15th linebacker.
Dylan Moses is a name guy out there, John,
Yeah.
linebacker, but boy, injuries have really robbed him of his athleticism and production. I think Garrett Wallow from TCU.
Also, how much is special teams has Dylan Moses played?
Yeah, that's
You know,
true.
you
Yeah,
wonder
he's
that too.
been a frontline starter for
Not
them
that he
for
couldn't,
a while, right?
but
You're talking special teams, John. Grant Stewart from Houston is just an absolute animal. He's the kind of guy that's going to really turn you on a Zoom call. He's
5'11", 230,
crazy hair. I mean, he's
29-inch arms,
Yes,
73-inch wingspan,
Yeah.
one of the smallest linebackers ever.
He will get in there and cover kicks and punts. He did that at the Senior Bowl. Stood out. That's what you're
long
looking
hair.
for.
He's the long
Yeah.
hair, right? Yeah.
Long hair guy. So I would say Nick Neiman, if you're looking for an athlete, 6'3", 234,
And they might
4.48
be.
speed.
They might be. We're talking
Yeah.
about right bottom of the roster, special teams.
You're looking for the 4th inside linebacker on the depth chart. And yes, you'd like to maybe have a guy that has some potential to develop and see some time. But right now, if there's an injury to Levante David or Devin White, it's going to be Kevin Minter, who I think stepped in there admirably for Devin during the 2-game hiatus, including the Redskins, the Washington football team playoff game.
Yeah.
And he got the start there and fared well.
Did want to mention our friends over at Playbook Products making these coasters and the mugs. Again, if you are one of the next 5 people, hopefully we haven't got 5 already, but if you're one of the first 5 people to purchase something from Playbook Products, a mug, a coaster, could be a gift, something for you, go check out playbookproducts.com. We rave about them and talk about them all the time on this show. They produce really cool, unique products based on your favorite team. It doesn't have to be the Bucs. Could be Lightning, could be any team, really. They have stuff for everybody, really. It's one of the cool things about it. But if you get one of their products, you send us the screenshot of the receipt to sr@pewterreport.com. If you send us a picture of that receipt, the date on everything, you'll get one of these free Super Bowl DVDs, Super Bowl season DVDs from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I have seen this, watched it with my wife right after we got it. It is awesome stuff. You'll get one for free with the purchase at playbookproducts.com. Yep. So just send over that receipt to sr@pewterreport.com.
We got 5 of them. We've yet to have one get purchased and sent in, but definitely it's a great value because not only are you getting something that you can use or you can send as a gift. And I mean, I hate to be that guy, but Father's Day is literally around the corner. April flew by. We're already into May. Next month is Father's Day. So if you're looking for a tremendous item from
you could get a product, and you could get this Super Bowl champion DVD for the Bucs if they're a Bucs fan, or if they're a Chiefs fan and you'd like to taunt them and you're a Bucs fan. So definitely great opportunity.
And here's the thing: this is the coaster set right here. I haven't taken them out yet, but you get 4 coasters. These are quality coasters. This is the matching set for the mug that I have, which is the pick 6 to win it. This is Rondé Barber's 92-yard interception. You can see the detail that they put on the coasters. They have wall art. Scotty Miller, we gave him one when he was our guest at the Mill for that podcast. So Playbook Products, definitely check that out. And you're going to get a free Super Bowl DVD. So maybe Dad doesn't have that yet. Maybe you don't have it. It'd be a great gift for yourself or for Dad.
Yeah. And Scotty Miller told me, he said, I'm making a purchase from Playbook Products. And so he told me after the show, he said, I'm about to order a bunch of their stuff because he thought that.
Hey, if I made a big play, I'd buy it too.
Heck yeah. Well, for all your family and friends, it'd be sweet. Atlanta is Atlanta on the clock? They might have made their pick already. This tracker's got to catch up.
Yep.
You did tell me Atlanta made their pick. I don't remember who it is, but
Taquan
Graham. That's right. Yeah. Eagles making a select. There goes Kenneth Gainwell to the Eagles.
Yeah.
150. What a pick by the Eagles.
See that.
Oh my gosh.
All right. So Peter Morkos, appreciate the pounds, the super chat. Do you think Darden has a similar profile to Deion Branch, one of Brady's all-time favorite wide receivers?
We can check athletically and physically. I tell you right now.
Why don't you check?
Deion Branch was technically sound,
yeah,
dude.
Why don't you check the physical traits with Mock Draftable? And I'm going to pull up 5'9", 195. So you're looking at a thicker guy right off the bat, 20 more pounds. Mm-hmm. In his playing days, and he was a second-round pick out of Louisville, so he came with a bigger body, better credentials, played in a better conference at Louisville, and was a two-time Super Bowl champion. He was the Super Bowl MVP one of those years. Never made it to Pro Bowl status. Had 39 receiving touchdowns for over 6,600 yards in his career. So you're kind of comparing apples to oranges there, but from a physical standpoint too, 5'9", 195, 5'7", 174. Smaller receiver, smaller conference. I would not make that comparison.
Yeah, I can look athletically at what they did here on Mock Draftable, but Deion Branch.
Yes, Derek Barnes is gone, much to my chagrin.
Mm-hmm. Deion Branch, here's the similarity probably. They both ran elite three cones. Now, Dan Darden's pro days times, but they both ran elite three cones. Deion Branch was 6'7", I think Jalen Darden was 6'7" or something like that.
Yeah.
And 20-yard shuttle Deion Branch was in the 99th percentile.
Wow.
3.76, one of the best three cones
that is moving
of all time. Yes. So they are quick in terms of quickness, short area athleticism. Yeah, there's definitely some similarities there. But yeah, it's hard to make the comparison as players because Branch was so much more technically sound, I think. But yeah, 4.10. So it was a much slower short shuttle actually for Jalen Darden, but his three cone was elite. Still a good short shuttle. I don't think it was like bad or anything, but Deion Branch though, funny enough, I mean 4.47, he ran 40-yard dash. He jumped 36 inches, which is even higher than Darden, and he weighed 191, I guess, at the combine. So
let's look at our Bucs best bets. They're going to be looking at special teams. That's pretty much who we have left on the defensive side of the board. Castonga, I think he blocked a field goal or a PAT at BYU. McDuffie from Boston College, Williams from Boise State, Wiggins from Cincinnati. All three of those guys are quality special teams candidates. Offensive side of the ball, probably the Rams just took Jacob Harris, so he's off the board there. Mm-hmm. Don't think they're going to hit anybody else on the offensive side of the ball, except for maybe a running back. And we had Michael Carter as our day one Bucs best bet, and then rounds 1 through 3, and then Chuba Hubbard. I probably, we kind of felt that Khalil Herbert should have been that guy, so we put Khalil Herbert in the mock draft, and we'll see if Bruce Arians dips into his alma mater for Virginia Tech running back Khalil Herbert. But I could see them not drafting running back either.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna take a running back. If I'm guessing right now. Well, round 7 picks are totally up in the air. It's literally going to be like anybody they think. I mean, because those chances those guys make the roster are just so small.
All right, we have a couple of people in here that it's interesting, John, and I think you and I had some texts about this. We have some people that are pining for Shaun Wade from Ohio State. A couple of guys.
Okay, so here's the thing about Shaun Wade.
I don't like Shaun Wade.
Just take the words "I want" out of your tweet there, out of your comment there, Nicholas. And just leave the Shaun Wade bad because he's just not good.
Yeah.
I know he tested unbelievable.
Yeah.
And he's unbelievable size, unbelievable athleticism. He just isn't a good player. I mean, soft. He wasn't a good player when people were mocking him in the first round. I actually think he is a good tackler, so he would be a good special teams player. So at this point in the draft, he is physical and he does tackle. That's like the only thing about him, but he should play safety.
Late in the season, the games that I saw, I was not impressed by his lack of toughness.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
To me, it's just that he
I
can't
thought he was
cover
soft.
anybody. I mean, he got destroyed by Rondell Moore. He got destroyed by KJ Hamler in the slot. Then they put him outside, and he got everybody lit him up last season. If he didn't play for Ohio State, we never would have talked about him. Now, he is a great athlete. There's no question about that. His athletic testing was mind-bogglingly good. Actually, way better than he even plays to, I think. Special teams, yeah, like I said, I think that he could do that.
Larry Borum from Missouri, the guard, goes to the Bears.
Big guy.
Yeah.
Gets after people.
Still haven't seen David Moore, the guard from Grambling State, who was at the Senior Bowl, and I think kind of caught my attention a little bit. Still haven't seen him go yet.
Yeah, there definitely are some compete concerns with Sean Wade, according to Dane Brugler. Yeah. Let's see who's best available on the consensus big board. We are at the 152nd pick in the draft. So is the top 100 all gone from the consensus big board? Well, no, because Davion Nixon, who's 61 on the consensus board, is falling due to character concerns, and Trey Smith is falling due to injury concerns at 72. Or health concerns, I should say, I guess. Hampson Aserldine is still on the board as we get into the 5th round here. Quincy Roche still on the board, 95. Jamar Johnson still on the board at 96. Deontay Brown, 102. Marvin Wilson, 108. Dylan Moses, 110. Marlon Tuiopolotu, 111. Remember, some of these injury-prone guys, when you're a great player and you're injured, your stock might slide a little, like a Terrace Marshall. When you have an injury concern, or an Azeez Ojulari. When you're an average player, there's just no point in even drafting you if you have injury concerns. That's where a lot of these teams are looking at it. So if you're Dylan Moses and you might have been a 4th round pick with injury concerns, you might not get drafted now. You may be drafted later on in the draft, but it's the same thing with Trey Smith. If you're a mid-round player and you have these health concerns, it might not draft you. That's the Hampson Aserldine, same thing. If you're a mid-round player, might not draft you. That's kind of where it's at. Jamar Johnson's kind of in a similar boat, I think. There's also character stuff with him. You've consistently seen that kind of come up. Most of the guys falling now have one of those two concerns, character or injury stuff. You just said that about Marvin Wilson. Now, Marlon Tuiopolotu is an exception to that. I just don't think there's great upside with him. I bet he comes off the board soon. Cameron McGrone from Michigan. You mentioned the effort stuff with Sean Wayne. He's still on the board. Ardarius Washington is still on the board because he's a tiny safety who ran 4.6.
Right.
That just doesn't get you drafted. Man, he has some fun plays on tape, though. I'll say that. Stone Forsythe from Florida is still on the board. Brandon Thorne loves that guy. I think he's like his 5th or 6th tackle, something like that. So, speaking of Brandon Thorne, he's going to be on the show at about 3 p.m. Eastern, joining us to talk about Robert Hainsey and talk about the offensive line for the Bucs and how it fits in with the rest of how Hainsey fits in with the rest of the team. I'm curious to ask him about the zone scheme thing. A lot of people, including Brandon, said they thought Hainsey would be best fit in a zone scheme. Now the Bucs are mostly a duo type of run scheme, lots of doubles and vertical displacement. They do run some inside zone. There is some split zone. They're definitely not an outside zone type of scheme. So I'm curious to see what Brandon thinks about that and whether he thinks Hainsey can make it work in that type of scheme. Pick is in for the Browns. We'll get you caught up on some of the latest picks here. Luke Farrell coming off the board, by the way. Some of the tight ends, at this point are going to be like just blocking types, and he's definitely. Yeah. I thought he could be maybe a guy that slid in there for the Bucs in consideration at some point. Caden Stearns, the safety, went to Denver. I actually kind of like Caden Stearns. He tested pretty well too. So he comes on. He'll be a depth safety there. Comes off the board at 152. The Browns pick is in. The Jets are on the clock at 154. Again, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick at 176. So we are about 21 picks away from the Bucs making a selection in the 5th round. We'll see if they trade up as they did in the 4th round. So keep the trading thing alive, huh? That continues to be a staple of Jason Light that we thought Roger Goodell told him he couldn't trade anymore, but now he's unleashed. Tony Fields is coming off the boards here to the Browns. So there's a linebacker off the board that the Bucs may have considered. late in the draft. We are getting down there at linebacker now. We are, as Isaiah McDuffie, Cameron Grown is kind of the consensus next guy to come off the board, I believe. So we'll see when he goes, but here we go. Animal. We want Riley Almond. Is he going to be on today? I don't think so. I'm not sure Riley harassed him. Appreciate the $5 super chat though. I can pass that on to Riley that he was desired on this show.
There you go.
Did Riley come on at one point? Is that a thing?
Yes.
Before? Yeah. Okay, this was before me. I was gonna say I'm not inside joke here. Love inside jokes. Love to be a part of one someday. Joshua Allen says, hey guys, how are we doing today? Heck of a draft. Josh Allen, big fan of the draft. Josh, let us know what your thoughts are. Appreciate you jumping on the show here. It's good stuff. Heck of the draft, he says. Yeah. Interesting. It's been one of those drafts. It's hard to feel strong one way or the other, I think, Scott. Like I don't love it. I don't hate it. If I were giving it an A, B, C, D, or F grade, I would give it a C probably. I might give it a B minus if you're throwing in the minuses in there.
It's really going to come down to Joe Tryon and Kyle Trask. Right. Those first two picks, if they end up being players, starters.
Everybody's developmental.
Right.
Which is what it should be. I mean, and Darden is just a role player, which is fun. It's round 4. That's what you're getting. There's not any holes, so you can't say, wow, I can't believe they didn't address this. The only thing I'll say is that it's clear to me there's nothing last year, even as poorly as they played at some point, the way they finished the year, Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean, the Bucs have a ton of confidence.
They do. I mean, really do. And Herb Miller. That's a player that
Herb and obviously
Jason
bringing
Light.
Cockrell back. I mean, they haven't addressed, secondary at all. So I think that, it's very much, if you're asking me what the biggest question going into the season is, it's the same thing that was the biggest question going into last season. Are Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean. And last year there was more of a question on Carlton Davis. I don't quite have that same questions. I thought he was great. Are those guys going to ball or are they going to fall? I think that's what the season really. Yeah. A lot of the success for the defense is going to come down to that because how the front seven's playing, man. Arrow's pointing out for Devin White. I think they're better on the defensive front. They're going to get McClendon in there for full off season. We'll see if they take a D tackle, but got another year with Khalil Davis, Joe Tryon coming in. I think you're going to have a better defensive front than you did a year ago, or as good for sure. But just the secondary. I mean, that's going to be the big thing. Can Whitehead, can Sean Murphy-Bunting, and can Jamel Dean keep playing at that level? Can Mike Edwards keep playing at that level?
And the thing is, it's going to come down to dollars and cents. And we think Carlton Davis is either going to get the franchise tag next year or a long-term contract extension as your CB1 on this team. And you're not going to be able to pay both Jamel Dean and Sean Murphy-Bunting a sizable second contract to be the opposite corner to Carlton
both
Davis.
Have 2 years left, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So we're talking about.
But it's going to be one or the other.
One or the other.
And so
if it's either.
And one of those guys is going to have to leave. So you want another cornerback in the hopper.
My biggest thing is that it might not be either, and it might down the road, yes, but I'm even talking about this season. Like you're counting on them this season. If they don't work out, there's nowhere really to go. I mean, you could bench one of them for Cockrell maybe, but there's what you're getting with Cockrell. Yeah. It's if you're not letting them play through it at that point,
And this team does like Herb Miller, and Herb Miller came up with his first INT.
We love Herb.
Lions. Yeah, we do.
Love Trask. Love Trask. Bob Baker says if we picked him, he my guy now. They did pick him.
Yeah,
that happened. That was real life. Trevon Grimes has not been drafted yet. True. Josh Allen says, shocking that Davion Nixon has fallen. It's just character, Josh. It's he might go on.
The Jets just drafted Michael Carter.
No, a different Michael Carter.
The
other Michael Carter. I was going to say, wait a minute. The Jets already drafted Michael Carter. They drafted both.
2 Michael Carters.
I love it.
2
Michael Carters. Same team.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Here's the thing. You're going to have.
This is a joke, right?
The
Jets really did this just to be
You have
funny.
to give a nickname, right? Or just like call one of them Tar Heel and the other one. Oh my gosh. And the funny thing is one Michael Carter played at North Carolina. The other Michael Carter played at Duke.
Yes.
That's crazy. Tobacco Road.
Okay, and I'm about to say the other Michael Carter, the Duke Michael Carter, was not expected to be drafted high at all. I mean, this is even in the 5th round. I don't think anybody had him in this range even. I'm about to look where Dane had him right now. But that is not expected. This feels like Joe Douglas was trying to be funny, to be honest. Doesn't it feel like that?
Kind of, yeah. There's a little bit of a practical.
We've talked about this before about how guys just day 3 picks get wild for. Look at him, priority free agent for Dane, 5'9", 184. He did run a 4.32. All right.
Wow.
Yeah, fast. But yeah, that's crazy. Joe Douglas, what a draft, man. Fun stuff.
Brown's getting better. Tony Fields, linebacker, going to Cleveland.
You said the Jets just drafted Michael Carter. I was like, no, that happened a while ago, Scott.
Yeah.
It's like, I know you're not only 41, but that you should remember.
41?
That. Yeah, you're 41.
40.
Your birthday was the
49, dude. Not as old as Mark Cook, though.
That's
not
right.
50 yet.
Never going to catch him. Oh, the ESPN broadcast even messed up and showed the other Michael Carter. Oh, they showed this Michael Carter when they drafted the other one earlier.
Oh, my gosh.
That's funny. And then they ended up just being a little bit ahead of their time.
Well, now would be a good time, John. A really good time if, as you're waiting for the Bucs' 5th round pick to roll in, if you haven't done it yet, here's what you need to do as we're waiting for this. And we think it's going to be a defensive player. I think that's what you're looking for.
I think they're done on offense.
And if you're looking for defense for your home, all-pro defense, get that from Edmonson Electric AC and Security. Give them a call. Get secure. 813-910-3403. Edmonson Electric AC and Security is powering Pewter Report's 3-day draft show. We appreciate everybody watching. They've also been the presenting sponsor for all of our draft coverage, our Bucs best bets and draft previews, our mock drafts. For the past 40 years, Edmonson Electric, who is the official smart home and security company of PewterReport.com, well, they've been proudly serving Central Florida with electric services, and they're now proud to add state-of-the-art smart home technology and security systems to its roster. Whether it's surveillance cameras, home theaters, or smart lighting, Edmonson Electric and Security is automating your dream home. Click to find out more about controlling, monitoring, and securing your home by visiting edmonsonelectric.com. Tomorrow starts today, from home automation controls to structured wiring to big screen TV installations, John. That's who I turn to. I turn to Edmonson Electric to install my big 75-inch big screen TV so my old aging eyes can see the Buccaneers beat the likes of the Packers and the Washington football team in the playoffs. So that was fun watching those games on my big screen TV. But Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security, they're going to keep your home current, up-to-date capabilities. Call 813-910-3403. For more information, visit edmonsonelectric.com. Control, monitor, secure.
Steelers just traded a 2022 4th-round pick to move up for Isaiah Loudermilk.
Wow.
Who is one of the worst athletes ever at defense.
When you have a last name like Loudermilk, you just don't sound athletic, right?
You don't sound like you should be doing anything other than working on a farm with cows.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
They traded a 2022
This is Evan McPherson, the Florida kicker.
Oh, I saw
Did you
this.
see that?
Yeah. Yes.
He's kicking. Oh my gosh, that's nuts. Just watching that. Offensive tackle Jalen Moore from Western Michigan just got drafted by the 49ers. Loudermilk, not a good athlete, John.
Oh, did this
For
what
the
they
Steelers.
traded up for? I'm
Yeah.
so confused. Did they trade it up? Weren't they already in this round? Did somebody else move back? I just don't. I just
Vikings.
not even in the consensus board.
Vikings select wide receiver Amir Smith-Marset from Iowa. It really, what it comes down to, John, on day 3 is just personal preference, right? It's like, little draft crushes on day 3 guys, special teamers, et cetera, et cetera.
Steelers are the drunkest team among the drunk teams in this league right now. What? I mean, how do you trade a 2022 fourth?
Here you go. This is Michael. We're just watching this on our screens here. You can't really post it up there, but Michael Carter, the running back, runs over Michael Carter, the DB. In this clip. It's a nice little shake route right there.
Oh, yeah, Michael Carter.
Sit down.
Yikes.
Sit down, Billy.
Bet they'll show that one in training camp.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Michael Carter tackling Michael Carter in training camp. They're Jets.
Steelers need edge and cornerback, and they traded up for a backup for Isaiah Bugs, who's a backup. Wild. Traded a 2022 fourth. Steelers probably bottom 5 drafts. I'm gonna run through bottom 5 drafts here in a second, just to give people an idea. But right now, just want to remind people that the Bucs pick is coming up here. Vikings are on the clock. Bucs pick is about 19 away?
Yeah.
From the Bucs pick, and they're obviously rolling fast. So we are getting there. And the Panthers got a couple picks coming up as well. They're on deck, and then they've got another one at 166. So they're about 10 spots before them. And then the Falcons have 2 at the very end of this round. So there's some NFC South picks coming your way here very soon. Jalen Moore to San Francisco, as you mentioned, the offensive lineman. Isaiah Loudermilk to the Steelers. I'm just going to try and read something about Loudermilk, and maybe I won't be totally disappointed by this. I'm just going to.
Oh, yes, you will, John.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
Let's not kid ourselves.
I mean, this is the kind of draft the Steelers really needed this draft, and this one will set them back for a while. They really needed this one. Loudermilk, priority free agent grade from Lance Zierlein, NFL.com. Here we go. Weaknesses: rock'em, sock'em, attack down the middle. I don't know how that's a weakness. Shorter arms will create disadvantage in the league. Goes along for the ride on lateral block assignments. Unable to sit down and anchor as an edge setter. Well, that's a problem when you're just a run defender. Lacks foot quickness to work around blocks. Below average hands. Way too tall on rush counters. Easily punched and stalled.
There you go. So we got a couple of chats here, and we have to give some props, John. We're going to give some props to. Look at this, Mr. Bucs Nation here from Mr. Bucs Nation. Give that man a job. Mr. Bucs Nation sends his regards.
Wow. Are these people speaking on behalf of Mr. Bucs Nation?
Yeah.
Wow. So he's literally sending.
Yes, he is. We appreciate that.
To communicate with us.
Mr. Bucs Nation sent us here.
Wow. We appreciate that, Mr. Bucs Nation sending.
Again,
oh, wow. We got a couple people. Look at this. Is crazy.
Nice to get hired,
I didn't
Mr.
even see
Bucs
in the
Nation.
chat. All right, Mr. Bucs Nation. We're going to have to go. Can you hire Mr. Bucs Nation to this show, please?
Damn.
Wow. Mr. Bucs.
Just left Mr. Bucs Nation live draft feed.
Was referred to this channel by Mr.
We
Bucs Nation.
appreciate
We
that.
greatly appreciate that. Mr. Bucs Nation doing some absolute work right now.
Yep.
Mr. Bucs Nation's been around for doing this for how long, Scott? You've been doing this for a long time. How long's Mr. Bucs Nation been?
Not as long as me.
Well, no, I know
I'm
that. YouTube wasn't even a thing.
Right, yeah.
No offense, not to date you. Mr. Bucs Nation is on gear. Mr. Bucs Nation during Celsius. Let's go.
That's right.
I didn't even know that. Okay, Mr.
Came
Bucs
here
Nation.
from Bucs Nation. Appreciate that.
That's great. We got to have Mr. Bucs Nation on the show this summer.
Let's do it.
That's not only just because of this, but we need to do that anyway. That's been something we've talked about. So having the show, get reactions. Mr. Bucs Nation.
Willie Beeman. Hello, guys. I'm here on behalf as a moderator, Mr. Bucs Nation. Appreciate that.
Well, this is real. At first I thought it was just like a 1 or 2 person joke. Now I'm seeing it's like a lot of Mr. Bucs Nation didn't send me here. But he is an awesome dude and a great friend. He is a must hire. Panthers took Davion Nixon, huh? Finally? Is that what you're seeing here, folks? Panthers, Davion Nixon, yep, in the 158 overall. Vikings took E.
And I've met James before. I met him,
I
think, at the East-West Shrine game 2 years ago. Is where I met Mr. Bucs Nation. So, does good work.
I don't think I've met him. I mean, I've hardly met anyone since I've been here, thanks to COVID. But
yeah,
Davion Nixon finally coming off the board to the Panthers. It's the highest ranked consensus player left, but obviously comes with quite a few red
Brendan
flags.
James from Nebraska goes to the Chargers.
That's another Brandon Thorne favorite, by the way, Brendan James. He really liked Brendan James. I think he had a second-round grade on Brendan James.
Wow.
So, yeah, he was a big fan of Brendan James. Yeah. He's one of the guys he thought would go way late that he liked more, and he was just going to bet on him. That's kind of how it was with Derek Barnes.
John, you want some pizza? Getting hungry?
Oh, sure. I'll always eat.
Good. Okay.
You know that about me, Scott. If there's one thing you know about me other than Bucs-related, football-related things, that's that I will eat.
Well, I mean, John, you gotta add a little weight, man. You gotta.
I know. I'm pretty thin these days.
I mean, there's Jalen Darden. There's Jon Ledyard. I mean, you guys are about on par.
It's funny, actually.
You might have him by an inch or two. I mean, you're.
Yeah. No, we were out at where were we? At the mill.
Yeah.
For the event. And one of the things that we heard the most from people were
you're standing on your tiptoes, you cheater. You're
that was after
6'3".
Right.
Holy crap.
But then people were, when they met me in person there,
they didn't realize how tall you were.
They were like, "Oh, you aren't you small? Like, I can't believe they're as big as you are." But yeah, that was probably actually one of the funny things. I never thought about that. I just sitting on the show, I just thought, but people really only see like that,
We needed some size at pewterreport.com.
That's right.
And I mean, not like girth. I mean, Grizz has us in that regards. That's his role is to, Grizz is kind of like Alan from Hangover. I mean, if you were to take Grizz and Mark Cook and combine them into a person, it's Alan from The Hangover. Because he's a ginger, he's hairy.
That's funny.
And he's a little out there.
That's funny. But the play reaction says, John, Mr. Bucs Nation and I both met you at Glory Days the day before the Super Bowl. No worries on not remembering, though. Okay, I was wondering, actually, if that was one of the people that I met at that point in time, because I met like 4 or 5 people, and like 3 of them did podcasts or whatever. Mr. Bucs Nation, $5 super chat. Let's go.
Appreciate that. There you go.
John, I actually met you at Glory Days before the Super Bowl. Love both of you guys. Y'all are doing amazing work. Go Bucs. There were a couple of different groups that came up, and a bunch of different groups did podcasts and like video stuff. And I actually have the cards still that I got that day. Over the summer, we're going to hit some up and get some of them on as guests. Because that's one of the coolest things about coming to Tempe has been the amount of people kind of just like doing their own project or pod or show or YouTube thing. I mean, it's really fans just
cannons,
said,
let those guys get on the show.
Yeah, fans just said there's a need. We recognize it. Let's move into the space. Let's do something cool.
Josh
and
Allen,
there's tons of that.
It's always on the locker room.
That kind of stuff isn't happening really in Pittsburgh even. So I love it. And then obviously to have a good team as
Ravens just take Sean Wade. There you
go. That's good. Ravens took Sean Wade.
Yes.
Okay. There you go. It's off the board. Like to see it. Appreciate that, Mr. Bucs Nation, though. Definitely. Well, we're going to have you on at some point in the summer as a guest if you're down for that. We'd love to have you on. That'd be a ton of fun to talk Bucs with you. Panthers took Davion Nixon. So where are we at now? Brendan James, Sean Wade, Bills on the clock, 161. Jets get another pick. Oh, it feels like the Jets have had 100 picks. Every time I look up, they're taking Michael Carter. Yeah, is there another one in the draft? They've had 2 in this round. Right. Jamie Sherwood, Michael Carter, the DB. Not a big Sean Wade fan, to be honest.
We still have 10 Bucs best bets alive. I don't know that they're going to draft. A lot of those are in the offensive side.
Who's our best? Throw it up. Let's see.
All right,
who we got. Get it up. Sure we'll see. Here. Yeah, let's. Because I'm curious too. Because at this point, I really feel like we are down to I'm just going to pull up the Bucs roster for a second and even look at who they could have that even really has a shot at making the team, a roster spot. We know running back and wide receiver. That's always been a long shot. They draft a wide receiver anyway. Maybe they do it anyway at running back.
Hold on, let me.
Quarterback room seems full. Tight end room is full. I mean, maybe late in the draft, they special teamer they love, but again, these are if you're drafting somebody, it's taking somebody out of a roster spot right now. That's reality. Offensive line, there could be one spot left. Hainsey, Stinney, Wells, you would think are locks, and if they're going to go 9 offensive linemen, right now it's probably John Molson, and they're probably fine with that. But if you want to create competition, you could draft another offensive lineman. That's really it for offense. To me, defense, again, you could create competition with Khalil Mack. He's a 6th-round pick. You could create competition with Patrick O'Connor, Jeremiah Ledbetter, but you have 5 staples, and you're looking at your 6th-round option. Yeah, so Kyrus Tonga could be an option. I don't think there's any question about that. I mean, he's a defensive tackle that will stop the run, and that's primarily what you're looking at this range of the draft. There's a few upside guys maybe. In fact, let me just run through for you who my top defensive tackles are that are left, so you can kind of get an idea. Now with Davion Nixon off the board, unless you let me know if Marlon Tuiopolotu has been drafted or not, but if Tuiopolotu continues to stay on the board, he's somebody I have as a late 3rd-round grade. I like him a lot. Jalen Twyman, Marvin Wilson, Darius Stills. Those are probably, Tadaro Slayton, Jonathan Marshall. You're looking at those types of players at this point in the draft if you want defensive line. So we'll see what direction that heads in. And then let's check back to the roster real quick here for a second. But, I mean, it's hard to find a lot of spots. Linebacker, like we said, there's definitely a 4th spot up in the air. Jack Seachy's around, but, if it's not him, Cam Gill might be able to take over the special teams part of it if you needed to, but I still think another linebacker is going to be added to this team. I think they're going to have at least 4. And then the secondary, I mean, a 4th safety is right now it's Javon Hagan, and a 5th corner. Right now it's Herb Miller, or John Franklin. So definitely Herb Miller, John Franklin could lose those spots. Javon Hagan could lose it. They could take a 4th linebacker. Those are the 3 spots to me that make the most sense right now. I just don't think I think they might be done on the defensive line, and I think they might be done on the offensive side. I know offensive linemen I would still definitely consider, but I think it's possible that they're done on that side of the ball. So pick is in for the Bills, I believe. The Jets are on the clock at 162. So now we are about 13 picks from the Bucs being back on the clock. So it's gone pretty quickly since their last time being up on the draft board. And we continue to kind of look over the options. Top players left on the consensus board at this point in time. Let's take a look. And we'll also let you know some of the worst picks were according to the consensus board. Because Davion Nixon now off the board, so Trey Smith stands alone, 72 on the consensus board. He is by far the highest ranked player left. You still have a couple guys in the 90s, though. Thompson of Seraldine, 94. Quincy Roche, 95. Jamar Johnson from Indiana, 96. So still 3 guys left from the consensus top 100. Deontay Brown at 102. Marvin Wilson, 108. Dylan Moses, 110. Marlon Tuiopolotu, 111. Cameron McGrone, 113. Sean Wade, 114. Ardarius Washington, 116. Stone Forsythe, 118, the Florida tackle. Seth Williams, 120, the Auburn wide receiver. And Talanoa Hufanga from USC, 122. And then you have Khalil Herbert at 129. I know there's some Bucs fans maybe interested in Khalil Herbert as a running back option. Cade Johnson, the wide receiver from South Dakota State, is still on the board. And then there gets to be a good number of names still that are available. I really only have a couple third-round grades that are left. Thompson of Seraldine, I didn't even get to watch a ton of them. What I saw, I liked. I did slap a late 3rd on him. And then Trey Smith, who's falling because of the injuries. And then Marlon Tuiopolotu, I did think he would be drafted by now, to be honest. And there goes Tommy Doyle off the board. The Miami, Ohio offensive lineman goes to the Bills. The offensive line run, there definitely has been a lot of them selected. On this day of the draft, we've seen a bunch in the 5th round already of guys coming off the board. There are still some intriguing names left. Stone Forsythe is one of them. Brandon Thorne's going to be on the show here in about 15 minutes to talk to us about Robert Hainsey mainly, and then he's going to tell us, late in the draft, could you see anybody that could make it as an offensive lineman in Tampa Bay? Anybody that, in case they grab somebody in the 7th, is there anybody you like that still might be there in the 7th? Right now, one name keeps jump into my mind if they are going to go that route. David Moore from Grambling State. We've had him in a lot of our mocks. He's a guy that we've consistently talked about. He's our Bucs best bet for a late offensive line pick. I think it's going to be – I don't think their next pick is going to be an offensive lineman. Let's put it that way. So it would have to be – he would have to last probably until the 7th unless they move up from their 7th spot for whatever reason. So Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of David Moore. He has not been drafted yet. I would love to see the Bucs pick him up, but I don't know that we're going to get that at this point for the offensive line side of things. Chiefs have traded up. Chiefs are on the clock, and their pick is in. So moving quickly with the Kansas City Chiefs. Thank you, sir. So Bills, the Bills are, they really have. It's a funny draft, long lost Glazer, isn't it? They've taken Rousseau, Basham, Spencer Brown, Tommy Doyle. It's pretty crazy. A couple developmental offensive linemen really from smaller schools and a couple of pass rushers that aren't really edge guys. Les Evans coming over from Mr. Bucs Nation. First time here checking it out. Cheers. Thank you, Mr. Bucs Nation, for sending people our way. We appreciate that as always. For those jumping in here, if you're diehard Bucs fans, I definitely want to let you know about our friends over at Playbook Products, because lots of cool devices, lots of cool products that you can get here, mugs and coasters that you can get from Playbook Products that have incredible detail of play designs, big important plays in Bucs history on them. Obviously, they're well made, well put together, and right now, one of the cool things that we're doing is that we are, if you order that and you send your receipt over to sr@pewterreport.com, if you make a purchase of Playbook Products, send your receipt over to Scott, sr@pewterreport.com, a picture of it with date, and none of your information's on or anything, just shows us that you made a purchase of Playbook Products. For the next 5 people, or for the first 5 people, I should say, I don't know who's made it, that makes a purchase over at playbookproducts.com, we're going to send you a free Bucs DVD of their Super Bowl championship season. Lots of cool stuff in here, lots of behind the scenes stuff. My wife and I watched it right when we got it, and it was very enjoyable. I maybe also wish that we had been there physically for more portions of the season, Scott, because fun, exciting season, fun to see some of the behind the scenes comments, the Super Bowl mic'd up portions. And so it's a lot of fun. So if you're interested in that, purchase some of Playbook Products. We'll send you a free copy of the DVD. I think the DVD is like, I don't know, depends on where you get it, probably
$20-25.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. Yeah, it's crazy. And so, you get that value as well. Chiefs took Noah Gray, Duke tight end, right? I think. So he comes off the board.
Jamar Johnson is a player from Indiana. It's interesting because you called him the most selfish player you've ever seen.
Not the most selfish, but that play was the most selfish play I've ever seen. Yeah. There's a play. I could probably pull it up. I don't know. I think I took it on my phone.
Yeah.
But his teammate he knocks the ball loose.
It's a sack fumble.
Sack fumble.
He's
in the sack.
He gets the sack. He gets the fumble.
His teammate gets the scoop. They're running down the sideline, and Jamar Johnson just leaves him. This guy's chasing him down.
And Jamar Johnson's like running right with him.
Could block this guy.
Could block the other guy.
Does not block him. And actually stops running and tails off the play significantly before the guy arrives. So you can see him approaching.
About the 10-yard line, right?
And lets his teammate get tackled short of the end zone. Yeah. Unbelievable play. If you read about Jamar Johnson, it's a little bit more believable. Let's just put it that way. But Chiefs making their selection here. Don't think Jamar Johnson's going to be a Buck. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Washington is going to be on the clock here, and then Denver at 164.
All right.
We're approaching the Bucs.
Why on earth is Quincy Roche fallen this far? We had him actually as in our very first mock as a second-round pick, and that was too high, and we knew that. We course corrected. And this was before any type of testing or whatever, and it just – when you really drill down on the guy, he's a really, really good college football player.
Yeah, good solid player in college.
But I don't know that those skills translate. He reminds me so much of Larry English, former first-round pick. Played with the Chargers for a bit, Northern Illinois star, but just 6'1", 6'2", 250 pounds. Doesn't really flash, doesn't have the bend. Violent player, but can get overwhelmed due to lack of size.
Right. Emily says you guys are cool. Thanks, Emily. I appreciate that. I mean, we don't hear that very often. Well, I don't try that hard. It just comes naturally, personally.
Okay.
Chiefs defense is not good enough to win a championship. Wow, Kenneth throwing it down against the Bucs Super Bowl foe. Telling them how it is.
We're 2 years ago.
I think they're good enough.
Yeah.
Good. I don't know. Good enough, I guess, technically you have to be able to beat the Bucs, and they haven't done that. So Washington football team. Yeah. Have they taken a quarterback yet? Not that they need to.
Yeah, Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's really their long-term solution.
Fitzpatrick, yeah.
You know,
Taylor Heineke is in the house. Almost.
No, I'm
Bucs
not
killer.
kidding. I mean, the guy won't retire, so
And he's still good. So
yeah.
might be a long-term option. Who knows? Someone asks, who is the better cornerback? Scott, John, who is the better cornerback left in your opinion? I guess that would mean who's the best cornerback left? Is that what they're?
I guess so.
Yeah. Or is there a comparison I missed between two players? No, there goes Derek Forrest, too. Some people were asking about earlier. Best cornerback left, in my opinion. Get you my board here. Thomas Graham from Oregon is the best cornerback left. I would have felt comfortable taking Thomas Graham sometime in the 4th round.
Yep.
The only thing is he's small. I don't know how much he's going to help you on special teams.
Mm-hmm.
That becomes an issue at this point in the draft. You know, you slide a little bit.
We're a few picks away from the Panthers picking again in the 5th round, and then we're gonna have a 5th round pick by the Buccaneers, John, and then we're gonna have a long hiatus. Unless Jason Light takes both of those 7th round picks and trades up into the 6th round, which is a move we would endorse. We would endorse that.
We would endorse that move for several reasons.
Yes.
We wouldn't necessarily wrap up I don't know. Would we endorse not having a pick in the 7th round? And I don't know. I mean, we always could trade in. Remember the Saints last year jumped back into the draft.
That's right, they did
for Tommy Stevens.
Yeah.
And who didn't end up making the roster, I don't think. But yeah. It's interesting.
Derek Forrest to the Washington football team.
The best cornerback left, in my opinion, Thomas Graham. The best cornerback left in the consensus board is, wait for it. Thomas Graham, actually, 137 on the consensus board. And then Israel Mukwama, who I am not a fan of, 139. And Trill Williams from Syracuse might be a nickel corner. He's 140.
Israel's 6'4".
Shakur Brown,
6'4" corner.
Yeah, he needs to play safety. That dude really doesn't move very well. I think he got destroyed by Kyle Pitts, which, I mean, many of us have. Denver on the clock. That pick's probably been announced somewhere.
Yeah, it looks like
I haven't seen it. Not on TV, though.
I've seen
still in Washington.
People wanting Patty Fisher.
Oh, my.
No. College football player only.
Mm-hmm. You know, a couple years ago, Patty Fisher was a redshirt sophomore, and he really erupted onto the scene as a redshirt sophomore.
Mm-hmm.
He had some good numbers. Watched him, I was like, I like this guy. And then I grew a lot as an evaluator, I think, and I realized that he's just not quite the type of player that makes it in the league. He just not tradesy enough, man. I think he ran 4.9. That was at a pro day, I think. So let's look. Here's the situation for the Bucs. Pick number 177. Is it 177? I feel like the number order, every site has it different. It's like 175, 170. I think it's 175, isn't it?
176.
176. Okay. So
yeah,
that just feels like it's always changing.
Yeah,
I can never
for
keep
some
track.
reason it just changes.
No, NFL.com is one thing. Tankathon is one thing.
Right.
Yeah. Right now, the Broncos pick is in. The Colts are on the clock at 165. So we're closing in on 10 picks away from the Bucs selection in the 5th round. Dave gets a list here of players they like.
Yeah, I was referencing that. Tough Borland, no thank you. Patty Fisher, no thank you. These are college names. These are guys.
Brady Breeze is interesting, though. Special teams, hitter, safety,
I like
also got
Grant Stewart.
Grant Stewart. We had him in a mock, didn't we?
We did, yes. He was at, I want to say, our 2nd mock.
Tay Gowan. I'm glad this name came up. Hang on a second. Tay Gowan
USF corner
is crazy high on Pro Football Focus's board. I'm trying to remember how high. Let me look this up. 69th. Nice. Pro Football Focus on their board. Tay Gowan. Crazy. They really like him. Corey Draper. We've got the email. Corey Draper. We are going to send this to you. Is the address in there?
Nope, but I'm going to reply to it and get it.
All right.
Corey Draper just emailed us his receipt from Playbook Products, and he purchased the Greatest Braves Plays mugs.
That's right. Greatest Braves play.
It's not just football.
Maybe the person he's buying for is on this chat, Joe.
That may be.
Can't say.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Maybe they listen to the fun. This is what's coming your way, though, Corey. This is what's coming your way. One of these. So, very, very cool stuff. Glad that you. I think you're going to be very happy with your Playbook Products purchase. It's good stuff. Okay. Let's see who's on the board. Set the table here a little bit. Jamar Johnson came off the board. Okay, so there's a consensus top 100. Denver Broncos got him. Denver Broncos, he's going to be well down that room. I mean, that is a loaded safety room. My goodness. They just took someone in the safety.
Is this legit?
Yeah, they just took Caden Stearns.
That was my birthday gift from Corey. Thanks for spoiling it, guys. Is that legit?
No way.
Probably not.
That would be hilarious, though. And also too bad.
Yeah. Hey, listen, we said, I think, from the outset that once we know the picks, we're not going to wait for the TV broadcast. We're going to go ahead and spoil it. We're going to spoil birthday gifts, too. If we have the information, John, we're going to use it because that's what we do. We're reporters.
That's right.
We report the information.
Just water, by the way. None of the hard stuff until we get to round 7.
Yeah.
If the Bucs still have two seventh-round picks, and Mr. Relevant's one of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna be hitting the liquor cabinet.
That's
We're gonna be pouring one to celebrate.
We're gonna keep this show very entertaining.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. So Jamar Johnson comes off the board again. As I'm on the Pro Football Focus thing, I know it's a Broncos pick, and maybe some people don't care that much, but Jamar Johnson is where is he? They have him high. 41st player on the PFF board.
On the total board?
Their board, yes.
Oh, my God.
Now, Jamar Johnson is very talented, but he has there's off-the-field stuff that has been the reason that he's fallen down the board to a degree. I also don't think we've seen enough football to put him 41. But
Indiana safety. Dane Brugler had him as a 3rd or 4th round pick, 6th safety overall.
Yeah, so I mean, he liked him too.
Yeah.
So there's definitely Dane. He takes character and stuff into account, so he's definitely talented.
I prefer James Wiggins from Cincinnati, 4.41. Had the knee injury, that's why he's fallen, but he's a 4th, 5th round safety. So
Broncos got him at 164 overall. Wow, it's crazy. Draft's wild like that.
Yeah.
But if you can get the guy to buy in, they have Justin Simmons and Kareem Jackson, 2 of the most high character dudes in the league. I mean, you'd think they'd be nothing but good influence. Here's the skinny with Jamar Johnson.
Okay.
From Dane Brugler's draft guide. Undisciplined tendencies, including an ejection, November 2020 for throwing a punch, was arrested and charged with a Class A misdemeanor for fleeing from police who approached him after smelling marijuana. December 2018, only 1 season as a full-time starter in college. So, I mean, I thought if he tested better, I would have been higher on him. I might have put him in my top 100. Maybe made my top 100. He wasn't a round 1 through 3 grade for me, for sure. I did not have many players graded very highly this year. 4.58 40-yard dash. That, at a pro day at 205 pounds, I just didn't think that was. I mean, maybe if he had shutdown reps as a single eye safety, he just didn't have that. He was a man coverage guy. His jumps were okay. His shuttle was horrible. Bottom tier athlete type stuff in terms of movement skills.
Right.
To me, you have to be, if you're great on tape, I don't always just go off athletic testing.
Right.
But I think it definitely matters to a degree. And so, and he missed tackles. I mean, he missed 26.5% of his tackles. He has 18 missed tackles on 80 career attempts.
Was an issue. I remember that.
Yeah, that's a big issue. And sometimes there's honestly some plays that's just pretty embarrassing. Like he doesn't try to tackle. That's going to be the stuff that doesn't get you drafted.
Yeah.
So he is talented, but again, when you run 11th percentile shuttle and a 31st percentile 40-yard dash for safety and a 10th percentile 3-cone.
Panthers just took Keith Taylor, Washington corner, long, big guy.
So we will be able to, if we get Jimmy Lake on the show, we'll ask him about Keith Taylor being the division rival now. Where did the other guys go? Where did Levi go? Do you remember? Levi
Onwuzurike went to Detroit.
All right, our friend Brandon Thorne is about to join the conversation here. If you want to grab your headphones there, Scott.
Sure.
You're going to bring him in to talk about Robert Hainsey with us. Brandon, what's up, man?
What's going on, guys?
Glad to have you on the show. We wanted to do this before the draft, buddy, but honestly, it was just so busy with everything going. We tried to do these preview positional shows, and we didn't have nearly as many guests as we kind of wanted or hoped. But are you able to see us okay?
Yeah, just give me 1 sec.
Sure. All the fans getting to see Brandon Thorne finally, the man we always speak of.
All right, guys.
All right, man. So Robert Hainsey is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer in the 3rd round. This pick a little bit surprising to me, not so much for Hainsey in the range that he was drafted in, but one of the things that you and I had talked about was Hainsey moving from right tackle to center in the scheme, and and not thinking it was really a Bucs-based scheme, at least from my end. I wasn't thinking that. So let's start generally, though. First, you watch all these guys. You scout all these guys. You were a part of the team that Bleacher Report that scouted about. You were in charge of scouting and evaluating offensive linemen really more than anything. And there's Hainsey. We've talked a lot about him on this show, but just curious, your perspective. He's a guy that I know that you were a fan of. Can you give us an idea of kind of where you had him ranked compared to other people, how you see him maybe fitting in with the Bucs, and what you think of this move?
Well, yeah, I think you can kind of see right there. He doesn't really look the part necessarily. And I think that's something
we talked about this actually at length. Scott made some funny comments about it, but yeah, it definitely physically, you see the skinny legs, the arms, He's got the gut a little bit, but you still saw things you really liked with him.
Oh, dude, I love him, man. I love the way he plays. I think the best word to describe him is efficient. And that's a great, term to describe an offensive lineman, in my opinion. And I think that kind of bleeds into every area of his game in terms of his footwork, what he does using his hands, how he's just able to consistently stay connected to blocks by figuring out ways to manipulate leverage on guys. If they beat him initially, he's oftentimes able to just stick long enough on guys. And it's just so consistent. I think he's a really firm, compact striker in pass protection with good timing and dexterity. He's really, really smart in terms of processing things and seeing things late, not seeing things late, but seeing late loopers, seeing late developing blitzes and pressures and things like that. He plays balanced and under control. He's a relentless finisher. And I think he has pretty good short area quickness as well. And that's really why I like him inside at center. But he's going to get stood up and knocked back on some angle blocks against, really, stout, hulking type of defensive linemen who can get inside of him quickly. And his anchor, I call it like a slow burn anchor. He's going to get walked back, but he's going to fight and stay connected and centered on the block. 34 career starts, all at right tackle. He turns 24 in August. So that's maybe a little bit of a downside there in terms of, maybe not a whole lot of upside, but I think he's ready to kind of go and play pretty quickly and be a guy you can win with. Ideally at center in his own scheme was what I thought. But I think he's fundamentally and technically sound enough to kind of, make it work, I think, in the Tampa scheme. But really interesting pick. Like you said, I didn't expect him to go here.
Yeah, that's the part that fascinated me. I think a lot of people thought that range of the draft, 90 to 120, was where Hainsey could come off the board. Just because, again, the character, the work ethic, the captaincy, all of that stuff, the versatility. All of it starts at right tackle, though. We talk about versatility. You saw him a little bit at the Senior Bowl do some different things. I'm curious from your perspective, what did you see from Robert Hainsey that made you think, yeah, he can go from right tackle. All this experience at right tackle, he can go from that, and I think he can be a center in the NFL. Are there certain characteristic or traits that when you're scouting a guy out of tackle that you look at and you say, okay, it's not working here, but inside it could work? How do you do that as an evaluator? Because I think that's really hard to do.
Yeah, well, pretty much everything that I ran through in the beginning, almost all those positives. So, I mean, I think if you're really efficient with your footwork and your use of hands, that kind of translates anywhere. I think the biggest thing, the reason why he can't play tackle is because of his size. That's pretty much it, in my opinion. I mean, almost every single loss that I saw him have on tape, I'm going to post a highlight tape of him on my my newsletter here soon. It's over 5 minutes long, 60 plays. It's going to basically show exactly what I'm talking about here. But I felt like almost every single loss that he had was because he just wasn't big enough. He was either getting walked back, didn't have the length to really press guys off his edge at tackle and, run guys up the arc consistently. They were able to get the corner too quickly. I didn't really think any of it was technical or anything like that. So I think if you have a player just generally who wins that way and loses that way, if you put him inside at center, I think that the chances of him having its success are a little bit higher. And I did get to study at least day one of practice in Mobile, got to see him a little bit inside as well. And I thought it looked like, he looked natural there as well. I wish I could have seen every day of practice because I heard he did really well, but I did see day one, and I thought he looked natural there. The short area quickness, like I mentioned before, I think that's huge at center, one of the most important traits there is, because you have to get to spots quickly. And I think if you can really win with quickness as a center and be, I think a plus starter if you know how to utilize angles and quickness and leverage to your advantage. The football IQ, the mental processing obviously is huge at center. And I thought at tackle, it really stood out to me that he was very heady and just the way he recognized stuff as well. So I think all those things, kind of lend themselves to say that I think he could probably make the transition pretty smoothly to center and potentially guard, but I like him a little more at center, but I don't know. Maybe like in a kind of like an Alex Kappa mold in some ways, I guess. I think I can see some similarities there.
It's interesting that you mentioned Kappa because he's a player that was a left tackle in college, totally remade his body, and I think that's why he had such a successful year this year. Is he looked like a left tackle 2 years ago when they first put him at guard, and then he really came back after hard work in terms of the offseason and went ahead and looked more like a guard, really worked on his trunk, his lower body, his hips, and really I think that was the catalyst for him having more power in the run game and also being able to anchor a little bit better as a pass protector. That was something that really kind of tripped him up in his first season as a guard. But when you look at Thorne, not your Brandon Thorne, when you look at Hainsey, what gets me is the kind of the twiggy legs, the calves. It reminds me a lot of Caleb Benenoch out of UCLA, who really had issues with anchoring. Now they stuck him at right tackle, but they also put him inside a guard, and he just didn't have the power because of the twiggy calves and the legs. Is that something that you see too when you're talking about getting overpowered? It's the lower body. It's not so much the upper body in terms of the strength. It's the lower body.
Yeah, I mean, and length as well. Just allowing guys to get into his chest, too quickly, and and then kind of they kind of work off of each other there. If you're letting guys into your chest too quickly, and they're able to generate some momentum on you, and you're not able to have that, that lower half, that posterior strength to cut it off and slow it down, then, it's kind of a double-edged sword that hurts you in multiple ways. So that's going to be what he needs to work on. But, how Kappa was able to get stronger. I mean, there's guys with skinny legs that are strong. There's plenty of those guys on the offensive line. Ronald Leary's one. I've been around him in person. He doesn't have, an impressive lower body. And there's more, trust me, there's plenty of guys, you see their lower body and it's like, but they're able to generate some power and have enough strength to get by. I mean, that's not his, that's the area that's why he went where he went, are these things that we're talking about. But I do think if he improves his functional strength over time, then, if he can at least make that weakness, get it up to a level where it's not, like an eyesore and something that, defensive coordinators and defensive players can really hone in on and pick apart, and he can just kind of get by with it. I think that he can certainly reach that point, after, 1 or 2 years, in the program and getting just a little bit stronger, learning how to be more precise even than he is with his footwork. And, transitioning to your anchor is huge. It's not all just strength. It's about how you use your feet and how you use your hips and how quickly you're able to get into position on guys. So, I think it's workable, in terms of his weaknesses to an extent. Obviously, he's not going to, grow longer arms or, get that much bigger. But, that's something he's going to have to work around. That's his Achilles heel as a prospect, really. But I mean, when you're fundamentally and technically sound like he is, there's very few guys like that. And Caleb Benenoch, I remember watching him. I mean, I don't think there's any comparison in terms of how they play football. But maybe, that one area, I think that there's, maybe some concerns.
So you mentioned the scheme fit. You and I thought zone guy, like we thought maybe, outside zone type of scheme or something like that. He goes to Tampa Bay, and there's a lot of duo in Tampa Bay. Not that there's no zone. Obviously, they do run some inside zone, split zone, things like that. But this is still a pretty vertical blocking scheme and a lot of doubles and things like that. And where do you see him kind of – do you see that as a fit? Can he do that kind of stuff too? Does that throw off the projection a little bit?
I mean, it's not an ideal fit in my opinion, but I mean, Notre Dame, all they run is outside and inside zone for the most part. So, I mean, inside zone, he has, 4 years of experience running.
Right.
So I think that, specific concept is going to be something that, I'm sure he has a very good understanding of, obviously not at center or guard, but just generally. So I think those concepts in particular, there's some carryover, duo and inside zone, pretty similar. I know you're working to different linebackers and it's a little different, but right. I think that there's some carryover there. It's obviously not ideal again, but I think, you could talk yourself into it, and, just if a guy like Alex Kappa, who, he's barely 300 pounds, if he's a guy who can play in this scheme, his biggest thing coming out of Humboldt State was he needed to get stronger.
Yes, it took 3 years, but he got there.
And, he got stronger. He was really good with his hands in college, technically sound, tough, all that kind of stuff that you see on tape when you watch him in college. He just needed to get stronger, and he's still not that big of a guy. But yeah, so I think that Hainsey is kind of in that mold. I can kind of see it. The more we talk about it, it makes some sense to me. But Hainsey, I think Kappa is a little bit taller and maybe a little longer. I'm not really sure. I think he actually had pretty short arms as well. But so maybe that's their thinking. And I think he's a guy who could probably back up multiple spots, in year one, and just be one of those guys that you allow to get stronger for a year and who could be a really good player, years 2 and 3.
Brandon, the Bucs are getting ready to make their pick here in this round. But before we let you go, I know you're a big fan of Ryan Jensen and the work that he does as center. And just wanted to get your thoughts on him. He's 30 years old. He's in the last year of his contract. I like what I've seen from him. He's a good leader. He's cut down on the personal fouls that kind of got him. He's a ginger, right? He's a little bit of a hothead. But he cut down on those personal fouls, those unnecessary roughness penalties. He's still a guy that's going to get into the head mentally with the extra push right at the whistle, right? The shove. We saw that with Alex Anzalone. He really just got in that guy's head in the divisional playoff game in New Orleans. But I thought after a shaky first season in Tampa, really elevated his game in 2019, played at a really high level now the last 2 years at age 30, $10 million. I think this is a guy that you want to extend the contract for if you're general manager Jason Light, at least, maybe a shorter 2-year deal since he's getting up there. But what are your thoughts on what you've seen from Ryan Jensen?
Yeah, I absolutely love the guy, love the player. I'm biased as well. I've been around him, spent time with him, talked to him, picked his brain about football and all that kind of stuff, numerous times. And I love the way he approaches the game. I think $10 million at 30 years old, a guy who hasn't missed a game in 4 years, 3 years in Tampa, if you include his last year in Baltimore, $10 million a year, man. I mean, that to me, for a guy who I think is definitely a top 5 center, at least the last 2 years, I think that's right on par with kind of everyone else. I mean, I'm looking at the contracts now. I believe he comes in fourth in the NFL at center and average money per year. I think that's just kind of right where he should be. If you can get him at a similar price, I think that is kind of, par for the course for the type of player that you're getting. But yeah, like you said, competitive toughness with him is just different. You can't really compare too many guys to him at all in terms of what he brings that way, and the tone setting demeanor that he brings. But also he's a good run blocker, and I think he's a good pass protector. How well he keeps those A gaps plugged and clean is really impressive. I think his processing is really good. He does a lot of things well. I know me and John have talked about this. I think he's pretty good. He's a pretty good athlete as well. I mean, He can really get out in space and do some things in the run game. I wish we saw it a little bit more. So I think he offers maybe a little bit more than even, he's shown or he's being asked to do. And 30 years old, I mean, that's not that's still young bad
for a good offensive line.
But, I think you also have to mention that he, with his playing style, he's the most physical center in the league. So 30 for him might be 32 for everyone else.
That's true.
Keep that in mind as well.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
But yeah, I'm a huge fan, obviously.
We got to get you out of here for the Bucs pick, but real quick, I know you love Stone Forsythe, and you're a Florida Gators, or there were a lot of Florida Gators fans in the chat. A couple sentences quick on Stone Forsythe and what you like about his game. He's still on the board.
Pass protection. I mean, I think he's right. He's ready right now to come in and start for what he can do as a pass protector. Now, run blocking, that is something that is going to have to be schemed around, something that, that's, I think, the biggest reason on tape why he's falling. But I think his size, his athletic ability, his length, his use of hands, I think all that stuff is really good at pass protection. And I think that he's a starter level pass protector at least. So, yeah, I'm excited to see where he goes.
Awesome. That's great stuff, Brandon Thorne. We appreciate it. Everybody give Brandon a follow at Brandon Thorne NFL. Check out his Substack, the work he does on offensive line play, and he does a ton on the box. Unparalleled type of stuff. Brandon, you've changed the space, man. We appreciate you taking some time for us today during our live draft show.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yep. Take care of yourself. We're getting closer. Great insight from Brandon Thorne on Robert Hainsey. We're getting closer to the Bucs' next pick. Tadarius Slayton from Florida just came off the board, actually. So we've got another Florida Gator guy going there. Brandon's talking about Stone Forsythe here. Bucs are about to be on the clock. Everything's coming up Florida right now, Scott.
It is. If you're a Gators fan, it's exciting times. So here's where we stand. Let me make this a little bit clearer. There we go. So these are the Bucs' best bets. I would think it's going to be defense. Isaiah McDuffie, Avery Williams, James Wiggins, Kyrie Stonga. Those are the defenders left. And might be a guard, but I doubt it. But we have a couple of guys left on the offensive side. I don't think they might be done on the offensive side with 3 picks left. 1 in the 5th round, 2 in the 7th round. We shall see. They might draft the tight end, but don't know.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at in terms of Bucs' best bets.
We're very close here in the 5th round. The Rams, I believe, are on the clock right now, and then 1 pick, and then the Bucs.
Yeah.
So Bucs are about to be they're in the hole right now, about to be on deck here for their pick in the 5th round, and then we have 2 picks in the 7th right now. So the Bucs didn't move from 176. They're
correct.
Stayed put. After
jumping up in the 4th
round.
One trade from Jason Light, or Jacob Light, as he's also affectionately known.
Right. Rams on the clock. Jets, Bucs. All right, let's set the board. Here's what we got. We're looking at cornerback, safety, and linebacker as the top position groups, probably.
All special teams guys.
Special teams guys. Name that stands out among the most is the safety is Hamza Nasirildeen from Florida State, who probably has been butchering his name, but
I just say the Florida State guy.
Florida State guy, yeah. Be like the scouts that act like they study every detail of
Right.
these kids' lives, but they don't remember their names.
Yeah, FSU DB 23. You know,
There you go. James Wiggins from Cincinnati is one of the top safeties. That is our Bucs best bet actually here in this spot. So if they were going safety, we think the preference is going to be linebacker, and Isaiah McDuffie from Boston College would be the guy that we would target here. Still on the board. Cam McGrone from Michigan still on the board. I mean, I think a linebacker here. There's still a couple guys, unless they go right here, boom, boom, to the Rams and Jets. There's still a couple guys. We haven't seen a line, but Garrett Wallow went way higher than we thought he would go.
yes.
And is that the only linebacker that's been taken in this round? No, Tony Fields went early in the round. Wow,
that would have been another pick.
That would have been a guy, yeah.
For the Bucs.
But Isaiah McDuffie's our Bucs best bet, and this is our best chance to get another Bucs best bet.
I think so.
Right here. So, we've got Isaiah McDuffie at linebacker, and Avery Williams at corner, and James Wiggins at safety. So
your guy Marlon Tuipulotu from USC,
still on board.
Still on the board.
Yep.
That's an interesting guy.
Yeah, if we're gonna go outside special teams, I'd say
Marvin Wilson from Florida State still here too.
Jalen Twyman, Darius Stills, and then the offensive line. I wanted to ask Brandon if we had another second.
The Rams pick Ernest Brown, defensive end.
I am not familiar with Ernest
familiar
Brown.
with him
Let's. One of the fun parts about day 3 is you start to look
Yeah.
and try and find these guys on Dane's board.
Right.
Because like Dane always he's never like missed a dude. He has like 700
Yes.
dudes on here or something. So Ernest Brown, here it is, the 34th ranked edge
From where? Oh,
from Northwestern.
Okay.
7th round
6'4",
priority
270.
free agent, 6'4",
Ran a
270.
5 flat.
5 flat, yeah. 34.5-inch arm, so he's long armed.
Yep.
Anyway, we'll get into more details about these guys as we get past the Bucs pick. But the Jets are on the clock, and the Bucs are on deck for their 5th round pick. I'm actually kind of excited about this pick because a lot of our Bucs best bets are still available.
I know.
And they're available at the positions
trust
that
me,
they might be taking.
There have been some years where like you get to the 5th round and there's no more Bucs best bets. And like
Yeah.
that's you've either hit one or you're striking out or whatever. But we've done pretty well. And ironically, John, we've done really well at the quarterback position through the years. That's been, I'm thinking going back to Sean King was one. Who's the Georgia Tech kid? Joey Hamilton. We had him as a Bucs best bet.
Josh Johnson, wasn't he?
Josh Johnson from San Diego was one. We had Mike Lennon was a Bucs best bet. Of course, Jameis Winston was, and Josh Freeman. So we've actually, if the Bucs have drafted, and I think Bruce Grodkowski was as well from Toledo. Yeah, for whatever reason. Boy, I'm just a savant when it comes to picking bad Bucs quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's when you're dialed in though to what the team's about. The quarterback's the big representation of the organization type of pick. So the more dialed in you are, the longer you've been there, the more you know what they're probably looking for.
All right, the pick is in, and that means the Bucs
are on the clock.
On the clock.
There we go. Bears trade. Oh, that was an earlier trade. Sorry, I'm looking at NFL Network there. They said there was a trade. It was
The
talking
Jets
about
took
one
cornerback Jason Pinnock.
Oh, Pitt kid who tested absolutely unbelievable, but did not play unbelievable. So special teams, getting an athlete, you develop them a little bit. I get it. Something to think about this range of the draft. Sometimes the better players aren't being picked. The athletes and the special teamers are being picked. The better players, like people ask about Dylan Moses. How much Dylan Moses plays special teams at Alabama? I actually don't know. I probably should know before I say that, but may not be that much. And it may be a situation now where,
right.
Isaiah McDuffie played a ton. And so he's going to be way up above people, even if they think Dylan Moses is a little better at linebacker, especially with the medicals this year. I mean, Moses had like 100 injury issues. So pick is in for the Jets. Bucs on the clock at 176. We think Isaiah McDuffie, James Wiggins, a cornerback, maybe Avery Williams, Tyree Gillespie, and Jamar Johnson both coming off the board. Definitely narrows the focus at safety if that's the direction they're going. Some other linebackers. I'll give you an idea here of some other linebacker names that could be on the radar. There a lot of those guys that were projected to go in this round, have kind of been taken off the board a little bit. So top linebackers for Dane, Cameron McGrone is his 12th ranked linebacker, 4th to 5th round grade from Michigan.
Yeah, well,
and
there's a couple Michigan Wolverines on this team now with Tom Brady and John Spytek in the front office.
Maybe they got a little pressure put on him. Isaiah McDuffie, a 4th to 5th round grade for him, so this would be good value here from Boston College. He's still on the board. Definitely a Bucs type of player in McDuffie because of 4.58 40, 227. That's
KJ Britt, linebacker from Auburn. Wow, that's a bit of a shot right there.
That is because KJ Britt is huge.
He is. He's a big guy.
6 foot.
Yeah.
6
But
foot.
he's thick.
235.
Yeah.
235 is
He had a great Senior
He
Bowl.
probably trimmed that down. 4.76, 40, I
It's
believe.
a little slow.
Yeah, I know. That's why I thought they would
Yeah.
draft somebody way faster.
I know.
Than that. That's surprising me. So KJ Britt will get
He's
you.
more of a throwback type
Yes,
player.
he's exactly right. I've watched him play for years. He's thumper type
Yeah.
of player. In fact, so 4.76, 40, 32.5-inch vertical, 4.40 short shuttle, 7.383 cone. Not horrible, but surprising. Appetite for contact. Dane says, and his draft guide, willing thumper and matches power for power. It's how I've always seen him. I didn't scout him per se for this class, but not soft at all. Very physical, productive tackler, straight line. He's stiff as a board. He's special teams only. That's, again, for this team we're talking about, his whole value is going to be special teams. He should be a guy that does not see the field very often. Not a coverage guy. Not a space player really. Down into described as, this is how he said, he makes sure you could never mistake him for soft. Described as the pulse of the team and a natural leader.
Oh, I like the player. I really do.
Down into football 24/7.
I'm curious about the fit though, because he's not Devin White and he's not
right. This is special teams all the way, baby.
Yeah.
If when they want to replace those guys, they draft somebody else. This is a Jack Cichy replacement.
Yeah, that's true.
This is a Chappelle Russell do-over type pick. This guy must have been one of their best special teamers on their board, because this pick, especially after going for Jalen Darden, this was a coverage, tackling, special teams type of player. That's what they wanted with this pick. Let's see where he's at on the consensus board, just to give people an idea.
High motor player.
Yes, high motor player. Again, if he sees the field defensively, a lot of things have gone wrong probably. Let's see. KJ Britt. I don't even see him here. Oh, there he is. 222 on the consensus board. So a little bit of a reach from the consensus board perspective here. 17th ranked linebacker for them. Definitely linebackers that I would have preferred on the board and thought were better on the board. But again, it's all about special teams and what he can do in that area of the field, I think. 2-year starter while he was at Auburn.
Now, this is a player that I like. I watch a lot of Auburn football, John, because my son
physical.
Logan loves Auburn, and he's one of his favorite players. And I think he's more like a Baltimore Ravens linebacker than he is a Buccaneer linebacker. But like you said, he's a special teams guy. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Kevin Minter, although I think this guy is a little bit more of a thumper. Not a fast guy, not in the Levante David realm, and certainly in the Devin White realm. But I mean, there's not many players that are, and you're not going to find guys with that type of speed this late. Although, KJ, he's not as fast as Isaiah McDuffie. I thought that would have been the pick.
Yeah, I thought so too. This is where athletically he is nothing. He's a 0. 6'5", 235.
He's a football player.
76-inch wingspan. This is his height is in the 12th percentile for his position.
Yeah. His
weight is in the 29th. His wingspan is in the 26th. His arm length is in the 13th. His hand size is in the 32nd. His 10-yard split is in the 17th. These are pro day numbers. His 40-yard dash is 37th percentile. Vertical jump, 35th percentile. Broad jump, 62nd. Wow, he cleared 50. Let's go. 15th percentile for the 3-cone, 25th for the 20-yard shuttle, and 66th percentile for the bench. So he can put up the weight, no question about that. This is special teams all the way, man. No question. I think that physicality and mindset on special teams is the biggest thing. And so he is those two things, and he will tackle and he will lay the wood. So totally fine with it for special teams. No idea if there were going to be better guys for special teams or not. You want physical and you want mindset for special teams more than anything. You want guys who will step in and bring that mentality to that group.
This kid is he's not shy in the weight room either. He's definitely
he's yoked.
Yeah.
If you were open for a guy who would play over Minter, you're probably disappointed. If you're open for a special teamer, it sounds like you got exactly what you wanted. Very, very physical, very aggressive, get down the field, cover kicks.
The reason I say Minter's not the fleetest of foot. He's especially at age 31. But this guy's kind of on par with Kevin Minter from an athletic standpoint. And, he brings a lot of passion. I think he was a team captain at Auburn. Very, very tough-nosed, physical player, smart player, kind of the, right player at the right time, the right position. We'll get to his production in a minute. I'm just going to pop this picture in just to give people a visual of KJ Britt here. And of course, he's squatting down making this tackle. Some people are going to think he's a munchkin, but he's 6 foot tall. That's as tall as.
6 foot. That's actually good. I like that. He's compact. He's going to hit people. They're going to feel it. These lankier guys have sometimes trouble changing directions on the move. So I'm trying to grab a highlight for y'all right now. I'm going to show you something. Show him hit somebody. He's an amp up energy guy. I've watched him for years.
I just really stood out at the Senior Bowl. Had a really good Senior Bowl week. Had a really good Senior Bowl game.
Mm-hmm. There goes Cameron McGrone, by the way, next pick after him. Right next pick. But New England Patriots take Cameron McGrone. And then Shamar Jean Charles goes to the Packers, the Appalachian State corner. So the Cowboys pick is in. And the 49ers are on the clock now at this point in time. So we were right about the linebacker, just wrong about the player.
Yep.
The player is the one that threw us there. Surprising.
There you go.
You can yoked. Wait, did he wear a cowboy collar? Hold on a second.
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
Yeah, I think so.
Is he in that picture? I don't know. Maybe he's just yoked. Maybe he just says yoke traps. Let me see. Okay, KJ Britt, cowboy collar. If he wore a cowboy collar, then it's over. This guy's going to the Hall of Fame.
At least the Bucs Ring of Honor, right? I mean, let's not put him in the Hall of Fame yet.
I'll put him in.
We'll give him a red jacket before.
He did wear number 1 at one point, and then did he go to number 33? Because this is a big deal to me. Like, hey, does he want number 1? There's no number 1 in Tampa, is there?
No.
Wow. What if he wore number 1? Then how do you feel about the pick, Bucs fans? I don't know if you like it or not. Thumbs. Well, you don't know. Nobody's watched this guy. If you've watched this guy, let us know. If you really seen him.
I like the player. I do.
Yeah, it's all about physicality, tackling mindset. I mean, on special teams, you're smart, you love the game, and you're getting after people. I mean, this guy seems like he fits the bill completely. So, not the fastest, but you're the wedge buster or whatever. They're not doing wedges anymore, but all that kind of stuff on special teams, you don't need to be really that fast for special teams.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Nick Neiman from Iowa, and he's more of an athlete than a football player.
Right.
This guy's more of a football player than an athlete.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And for special teams, that's what you want. If you're trying to develop a guy to replace Levante David, different, but that's not what that's not what they're trying to do. That's what this pick tells me.
As a junior, he led the SEC with 126 tackles, including 22 tackles for loss, 5 forced fumbles, and a defensive touchdown. I'm sorry, that's what he did in high school. That's still pretty impressive. In college, he had 69 tackles in 2019, playing in 13 games, starting 12. 10 tackles for loss, 2.5 sacks. He's got the ability to get up the quarterback and blitz. 1 pass defense, 1 forced fumble. Missed the final 9 games with an injury after playing 2, but he did come back healthy for the Senior Bowl. He had 23 tackles and 1 tackle for loss in 2 games. Injured a thumb that required surgery. He missed the final 9 games of the season. Only 14 starts, but really was a player that stood up and stood out in 2019.
I can't wait to watch him, actually. Here's what Pro Football Focus has to say about him, okay? His full year as a starter was in 2019 when he graded out very well. He was graded out as one of the best run-defending linebackers in the country. They say, watching him come downhill to attack blockers and running backs is quite the sight. That said, Britt trying to match up with more athletic backs or slots is the opposite. He's just stiff at a position where that's not really an option anymore. So if you're trying to get him full-time player or whatever, if they say Britt is about 20 years too late. He's an early down player only at linebacker, which is hardly a role for a defense anymore. So defensively, not going to be super valuable. Like I said, run stuffer. Here's the other thing. Remember, the Bucs like to bring an extra linebacker on the field in goal line situations.
Yeah,
Chappelle Russell failed there last year.
Right, and that's where Kevin Minter comes in.
And that could be KJ Britt. Now, the other fun thing about Britt is that at the Senior Bowl, he destroyed people as a pass rusher.
He did.
Crushed people. He's one of the highest ranked graded players for Pro Football Focus when they graded the practices and everything at Senior Bowl. So interesting there. The Pro Football Focus says ridiculously stout build at 6 foot 243 at that time. Throwback thumper, stops running backs and offensive linemen in their tracks. Coaches rave about his leadership and work ethic, but the agility is just lacking. Yeah, can't cover, can't move in space really that much in terms of coverage, covering zones and things like that. And then He's a box linebacker, only not going to give you much versatility. So it seems like a fairly simple player and a very physical player, and the type of and culture fit for Tampa Bay. Again, everybody in the draft, Scott, is check the culture fit box.
Yes.
If the Bucs are drafting you, man, you got to love football. You got to be physical. Got to be aggressive. Like, those are things that are just non-negotiable for them. Even speed. They'll sacrifice speed before they sacrifice any of those things, man. They're not.
Yeah. And what does Dane have to say?
Just raved about it.
Described as the pulse of the team, a natural leader who stays dialed into football 24/7. That's passion for football right there.
Love that
about it.
If you're looking for a special teams guy in the draft, man, talk about a guy who's just going to love the game. To love the game, might play, a handful of snaps every game, but that's what they're going to love the game, to love the game part of it. So, I mean, yeah. And if you're looking for a baseline guy, you'd rather have a guy, you want to come in and, be able to stop the run at least, and then get you off the field. Say you had to play. Well, you can't put a safety out there to stop the run. You need to run stuff out there. Then you take them off the field for passing situations, things like that. So easier. You'd rather have the guy that can stop the run, the guy who just comes on, and you can't do that as a backup, and you lose Devin White or Levante David now, or mentor two guys, and you need him to come on the field. Now he can't stop the run. So who's going to play on early downs? Who will play on late downs, another safety, but you can't quite do that at linebacker. So yeah. Oh yeah. So people are I'm looking at the comments. Yeah, they definitely don't think he's going to the Hall of Fame. I wonder who'd y'all really want here? And they really had their sights set on somebody in the 5th round. Slow trash, Buccaneer Bruce. Always bring the positivity. Britt is horrible. Missed tackles and slow. Oh, I'm sorry, James.
I disagree. Respectfully disagree.
Respectfully. I mean, we definitely aren't think he's going to the Hall of Fame or anything.
Well, he only had 14 starts at Auburn, and he started every game his junior year, and then 12 out of the 13, and then had the 2 games, then broke his thumb and had surgery, and then came back for the Senior Bowl and really played well in Mobile.
Yeah. Dylan Moses, somebody said they wanted. I don't know, man. If you're going for a special teamer, I'm not sure I want a guy who's missed as much time and lost as much athleticism as Dylan Moses has. I'm not sure that's there for him anymore. Plus, he's just on again, off again way that he plays. I mean, I didn't even put him on my top 150 to be honest.
Dylan Moses, I think the injuries just really kind of wrecked his career.
Yeah.
And the thing is then he was out there playing hurt and put out some bad film.
That's the thing. This is his injury evaluation. Medical evaluations are key to his NFL projection after he tore an ACL in his right knee during fall practice in August 2019, requiring surgery, missing the season.
Right.
His surgically repaired knee wasn't fully recovered.
Yes.
It's an ACL. That shouldn't be the case. Right. And he played through pain every single game. That's a quote in 2020. I wanted to quit. In times, I wanted to walk away from my dreams. Required a right knee cleanup after the 2020 season, which sidelined him for the pre-draft process, and had a Jones fracture in his left foot in December 2017.
Right.
Feet are not something you want to mess around with either. No. So I'm not saying he won't be good. I'm just saying at this point in the draft, you're just trying to get a special teamer, man. You're just trying to get a guy on the field. You're not taking another Jack Cichy this late in the draft. It feels like a crazy risk to me to do that. So I think they found what they were looking for. Are there other comparable players? You could definitely make that argument. But yeah, we're talking about special teams here, man. I'm more interested in figuring out who the player is than figuring out whether it was the best pick or not at that point in the time. And we're talking about the 5th round for a team that has like 2 open spots on their whole 53-man roster.
Buck fans are so used to like gripping and griping about day 3, and to me, I don't know, man.
Day 3 and this year,
especially this year, if they miss on everybody here, it doesn't really matter.
Well, I think I really have to replace people. I mean, I'm not saying it's not the big deal whether they draft well or not. I just think what are they drafting for? You have to adjust your focus. You're not trying to find a starting cornerback in the 5th round. Some of these teams are. They're trying to find a guy who can literally be the last guy on your roster to play special teams. That's literally the goal, is a guy that's not that good.
I'm quickly scanning the offense. The only guy that sees any playing time on a regular basis on offense is Scotty Miller. It's a 6th rounder, right? Offensive line, that's all, day 1, day 2 guys. Running back, it's Rojo, Leonard Fournette was a 1st rounder. Giovanni Bernard.
Most of this roster is going to be back next season. I know people say, "Oh, the free agents or whatever."
Yeah,
most of the guys they lose will be replaced.
Will Golston was I think a 4th round pick. Whitehead was a 4th round pick. There's no 5th rounders there's no 5th, 6th, or 7th rounders that get any playing time on defense either. So these are all special teams guys.
Yeah. Some of the secondary, I mean, they're not worried about it. They are going to count on those guys. A couple picks that we missed. Dallas took Simi Fehoko, a developmental athletic, kind of maybe he's going to move to tight end, wide receiver from Stanford. 49ers took Hufanga, the safety from USC. Cornell Powell to the Chiefs, wide receiver from Clemson. And then Adi Ogundeje from Notre Dame goes to the Atlanta Falcons at 182. I thought he had a pretty decent Senior Bowl, actually, so he could be a guy. And the Falcons are picking again right now at 183. And then the Baltimore Ravens are about to be on the clock, and that'll wrap up round 5. And then we get into round 6, and the question becomes, are the Bucs going to try and keep these 7th-round picks that they have?
Avery Williams just got picked by the Atlanta Falcons.
So he's going to be in the division.
My God.
Bucs best bet going to the Falcons. Falcons best bet. All right. Return wise, so you got to contend with now. I don't know if Atlanta has return guys or not, but Avery Williams. Interesting. Is that KJ Britt?
Yeah.
We're looking at KJ Britt highlights right now.
He
just tossed an O-line.
guard.
Is that Damian Lewis?
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, my goodness. Starter for Seattle. This dude is so physical, man.
He is.
I knew that watching him. I thought he would be a late pick. I had never thought about it for the Bucs as a late round pick.
Yep.
Interesting.
Well, the thing is, you're not going to get everything you want on day 3, right? And if the 3 boxes are, do you love football, fast and physical? Mm-hmm. You're gonna find 2 out of the 3 on day 3. You're not going to find all 3.
Yeah, you're probably not. Not with good intelligence and character. Right. Yeah, hard to do that for sure. I wonder what the skinny is with Isaiah McDuffie. He's still on the board. I also wonder who's the heck is going to be available in these 7th-round picks, man.
Yeah.
I'm really fascinated to see if there's actually 1 or 2 players I really like there. Because some of these guys might last a little while.
So Bruce Arians was just on NFL Network, and Peter Schrager just tweeted this out. Bruce Arians says Tom Brady's been kept in the loop on the drafting of a quarterback for weeks. He knew the Trask was going to be the pick. And BA's connected with Brady today, and the quarterback is fired up about the drafting of Jalen Darden.
Sweet.
So there you go.
That's cool. I bet he is. I mean, a space player like that makes the quarterback's job a little bit easier if they're able to be productive. So,
yeah.
Updating my board here.
I'm not happy with Avery Williams going to the Falcons. On that turf, punt kick return guy.
They just couldn't afford. I mean, they took the return guy. They took Jalen Darden. That was who they wanted. So
he's not in the class. Avery Williams is return guy.
We'll see. Not many teams are clamoring for Avery here though either. He went a round later. I wonder if what it is with Avery Williams, because they say he's smart and high character guy too, and so there's a lot to like. Thomas Graham still on the board, I believe. DB. My top 150 is about out. These are the players left in my top 150. Trey Smith, Marlon Tuiopolotu, Hamza Nasir-Eldin are all round 3 grades for me. Late round 3, very late, but they are all remaining on the board. Kylan Hill, the running back from Texas A&M or Mississippi State. No, Texas A&M. Oh my goodness.
Kylan Mississippi State.
Mississippi State. I was seeing the colors of the school and I could not remember the colors of the same. Cornell Powell just went off the board, I believe, right? The Chiefs took him, actually. That's a good pick by the Chiefs. Kay Johnson, I don't think has gotten drafted yet. Has he? Unless the Ravens. We're past the Ravens pick, aren't we?
Yes.
Who'd they take at the end of round 5?
At the end of round 5, they took, I think, the fullback, Ben Mason.
Oh, Ben, that's such
Ben
a
Mason.
Ravens pick. Oh my gosh.
He's got a mohawk, so what do you expect?
So Ben Mason's off the board. Kay Johnson, Seth Williams, Shi Smith, the wide receiver from South Carolina, Kenny Yeboah from Ole Miss, the tight end. Stone Forsythe, the tackle from Florida. David Moore from Grambling State. Deontay Brown from Alabama, the guard. So 2 guards still left. Both could be Bucs fits, to be honest. If they made it to 7th, we'd be surprised. Jalen Twyman from Pitt, and Marvin Wilson, Florida State. Darius Stills, WVU. Quincy Roche, he's kind of high on my 4th round grades.
Yeah.
He's still on the board. I actually thought he'd be gone at this point. I know I've always
too.
kind of been like, I think he's going to go lower than people think. But this low is actually even going to surprise me. Jonathan Cooper is one of my favorite day 3 edge rushers from Ohio State. Tough guy. Isaiah McDuffie from Boston College. Thomas Graham, Oregon. DJ Daniel from Georgia, who's like a part-time player. Played pretty well at the Senior Bowl. I just think he's tough as nails. Somebody's going to get a special teams corner. I'd love to see him last until the Bucs pick. Darius Washington, the little safety from TCU that's so instinctive. It's just small and slow. You can't. It's just hard in the NFL. And then James Wiggins, still on the board. Bucs best bet at safety. Right. We're going to be rooting for James Wiggins to make it.
Or Kyrie's Tonga from BYU.
What are we doing? Are we almost out of Bucs best bets at this point?
We'll show that in a second.
Okay.
I'm just updating the Falcons. The Falcons are getting ready to have their last pick of the draft here.
Yeah. The Chargers pick is in at first pick in the 6th round, and the Jets are about to be on the clock with the 2nd pick in the 6th round, 186 overall. These picks roll pretty quick once you get to this point in the draft. So we are cruising toward the Bucs' final selections, I should say. KJ Britt, man.
I like the selection there. I like the player. I think that's
physical, right? I mean, that's what you wanted.
Yeah, he's a north-south guy.
Yeah,
more north than south. What I mean by that is he's more straight ahead than dropping. Yeah, he can do some short area zone stuff. He is not a matchup linebacker in coverage at all.
Mm-hmm. He's huge.
Yeah,
I mean, he just looks
a thick
huge
guy.
On tape. Yeah,
big, thick player. Short area. Yeah, he will strike you.
Just watch a little bit of KJ Britt right now.
He will strike you.
He is stiff, no question about it, man. This guy is not going to be playing in space, but my goodness, every tackle he's got truck and trash, clapping in people's faces. He's wired.
Yeah,
this guy plays
football.
110 miles an hour.
He's a special teams guy, man. I'm telling you.
Well, that's a good play in space right there. He made a nice rundown from the backside. Yeah, I think there's something
short area stuff. Yeah, he can do. You get him 10 yards. You get him 10 yards off the line of scrimmage, though, and that's not his area of expertise.
Chargers, did Trey Hill come off the board? Oh, there goes Thompson to Cyrildine to the Jets. Oh, Jets are just killing the draft.
Falcons back on the clock for the last time today.
Jets draft might be one for the ages, man. What a draft. Oh, my goodness. New York Jets.
There's Britt right there.
KJ Britt. Fired up. Good for him. I hope I see videos of all of them with, like, on the calls with the Bucs. I love that when they do that. So roster spots that are left open for
Tom Brady. Look at him looking slick at the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah. Roster spots that are open for the Bucs right now. Scott, corner, 5th corner is a battle. CB4 is a battle. No, 5. I'm sorry.
5, yeah.
5 is a battle.
Yeah, we don't want to diss Ross Cockrell.
Right, exactly. Not at all.
Although,
Herb Miller. Herb. Yeah, we can't even diss Herb.
It might be time for Herb to rise up.
That's right. So CB5. Wow.
So we're waiting for the Falcons to pick here, and then we'll show you what they've done in this draft.
O-line 9. I mean, that's where we're at. John Motion. Wide receiver, no spots up there. Tight ends set. Running back set, honestly. I mean, running back 5, but they're not going to keep 5. TJ Logan will probably come back to camp, right? Don't you think? Nobody else is out there for him. Bruce loves it.
I don't know.
He hasn't
Probably
everywhere
not.
he goes.
I don't know.
You don't think?
I don't think so.
He's been hurt a lot, I guess. But just for a camp, if he beats out Keyshawn Vaughn, what if he whoops Keyshawn Vaughn?
Maybe.
I mean, you never know. I don't know. Probably not.
Frank Darby, Arizona State wide receiver, is the Falcons pick. Not a huge fan of his.
Frank Darby, I think there's a lot of people that were impressed with him at the Senior Bowl. The big thing with Frank Darby is he just hasn't done hardly anything in college. I definitely think he flashes. At this point in the draft, if it were the Bucs taking him, I'd be okay with that. But overall, you're getting, an older player, almost 24 years old, turned 24 during his rookie season, 6 foot 201, ran a 4.59. So there's just the projection. Again, it's just not that good for older players who've not been productive at all. And run that slow. It's just the percentages against them are just astronomical.
All right, so we're gonna tell you what the Falcons did in the draft, because their draft is complete, John.
Yes. By the way, the whole time we've been doing this, Scott has actually also been working on graphics while we're live, updating them and then uploading them to the StreamYard, and so whipping out the graphics game, just going crazy with it. I love it.
Okay, there you go. There's the Falcons draft. Here's what I'm seeing from this. It's a nice 1-2 punch to start the draft. Those are two surefire starters, Pitts and Grant. They need those guys.
Oh well, Pitts might not have been a need, but my best player in the draft pick.
Yeah. And then you've got a couple of offensive line depth pieces that will come in for competition, in Mayfield and Dahlman. Probably at guard and center, respectively.
Remember, they lost Alex Mack, and so the operation to find a new center for that scheme is on. And it could be Dahlman, it could be Hennessy. We'll find out. Yeah,
I wasn't a big fan of Notre Dame's edge rushers, Agunje and Dalen Hayes, but you saw
physical dudes, though.
Yeah, they are. They're try-hard, physical guys. They'll flash a little bit.
Ogundeje could maybe kick inside situationally and rush at the NFL level. That's my best chance of him being successful. Is that.
And Taquan Graham is a good athlete at the position. The production really wasn't there at Texas, but a good athlete inside. And Avery Williams, to me, that's the guy that stands out out of all of their day 3 guys. He is an absolute special teams ace, blocking kicks, blocking punts, punt return, kick return guy. I think when it's all said and done, that's their best day 3 pick right there.
I'm going to go with Drew Dahlman as their best day 3 pick. I think he has the potential to be one. If we look back, he has the potential to be one of just a handful of guys who will start from day 3. It will be consistent starters not spot starters. I'm talking about guys that consistently start from day 3. I don't know whether he's going to be. I don't think he's going to be Alex Mack or anything like that. But it was kind of quietly a need for them if they wanted to play Hennessy at guard. Or maybe it's Dahlman who goes to guard. They don't have a left guard right now. I mean, Mayfield could slot in there. But I think that Dahlman is just a good, solid player, a zone, scheming center, and definitely fits a lot of what Arthur Smith, I think, is trying to do. So I like that pick a lot for Falcons. I think they had a good draft for sure. No big reason. I mean, even Jalen Mayfield, you waited to take him. It's a good draft for Atlanta. I'm not sure about Darren Hall, honestly. Haven't seen him. That was the only reach, I guess. The rest of it, I think they helped themselves. Got guys, even in Taquan Graham and Agundeje, maybe they're never impact players, but they're not going to get physically destroyed either. I think they're try-hard guys, physical dudes. So I think you're at least getting that. So it's a good draft by Atlanta, I think.
Yeah, and we're going to update now our Bucs best bets, and they're dropping like flies, but that's what's to be expected on day 3. Now, the Buccaneers don't have a pick in the 6th round. So we have 2 late picks coming up for Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Late, when I mean late, John, I mean like
what? 8th to last pick and last pick.
And the last pick, Mr. Relevant. Unless you see Jason Light make a move. But I think James Wiggins and Kyrie's Tonga, those are probably the 2 guys that stand out as the best chances right now, unless they want to take a late flyer on Trey Smith just because of the talent. The medicals obviously are not working in his favor, right? I mean, with the blood clots. David Moore from Grambling State, just 6'1 and a half, 330 pounds. He's built like a fire hydrant, right? Just a thick, short dude. But I thought he played pretty well at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, this is now getting to the point with the Bucs in the best bets that James Wiggins is maybe one of our. And Kyrie's Tonga has a pretty good chance of being there. Maybe there's another offensive lineman. It feels like a long shot if Trey Smith doesn't get drafted at this point, maybe just nobody's going to do it. I mean, it might just be medicals are that bad.
Joshua Bledsoe going to the Patriots.
makes sense. Isaiah McDuffie, James Wiggins.
Eagles select Marlon Tuipulotu.
There goes Marlon Tuipulotu. Yeah. Not a Bucs best bet, but a player that I liked.
Yeah.
Eagles unbelievably on day 3 every year. It's so weird. I don't always agree with what they do early in the draft.
Yeah, they seem to find some
day
gems.
3. They just light it up, man.
Bo Allen, I think, was a late day 3 guy for them.
Well, some guys haven't even worked out, but Kayvon Wallace hasn't been necessarily a splash player there, but I really liked him, and he's the guy they took day 3 or the beginning round 4 a year ago, and I'm anxious to see what he does there. So yeah.
Panthers coming up with 2 picks in the 6th round. They're going to be on the clock in a matter of minutes at 193. And then there's a bit of delay, and then they come in at 204. The Saints, after taking off the 5th round, they've got a 6th round pick at 218. And then the Panthers, again, they have 3 6th round picks. All that trading down, it catches up to you sometime, John, and it's catching up to the Panthers. They're going to have 3 6th round picks.
Yeah, they've still got plenty to add to an already really good draft. Obviously, at this point, the talent is very slim in terms of really good players that you're getting. But they're trying to look for special teamers too. When you're in the Bucs, I think one of the reasons why they didn't want to lose many of these day 3 picks at least was because you want to give yourself as many options to find special teamers as you can, and that's really what they've done now. If they set themselves up for 2 more shots at special teams type players in the round 7, while teams ahead of them have been looking for, let's find this guy to develop into our CB3, our wide receiver 4. Well, they're just looking for bottom of the roster special teams guys that are going to just go 110 miles per hour. So, the law of average is 2 here, Scott. Jason Light hasn't hit on many 7th round picks. At some point, right? Doesn't that law of average come back around for Jason Light? And
yeah, I think
you got to hit on one eventually, right?
The 7th round has just been awful for Jason Light, and you know what? Who cares? Because 7th rounders aren't expected to do anything. Yeah. But yes, that has been the one round where he has not found a player at all.
Yeah.
Even Scotty Miller in the 6th round was a player, right? I mean, Quan Alexander in the 4th round, in the 5th round. Who would be Jason Light's best 5th round pick? Let's take a look. No one's standing out right now.
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
Okay, I remember Caleb Benenoch was probably Kevin Pamphil in the 5th round. Is probably.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Well, it could be Tyler Johnson. I mean, I think Tyler Johnson probably has the most promise for sure. Matt Gay was a 5th round pick.
And honestly, Matt Gay wasn't even bad. I mean, I know there was some hiccups his rookie season,
right? He's
doing great for the Rams. Yep. And honestly, I think he would have been fine for the Bucs, except they just happen to have one of the best kickers in the league and flow back to them and Ryan Sucker.
Jeremy McNichols was an awful pick. Didn't even make the team that year in 2017. And let's see. Yeah, Caleb Benenoch, 2016. Kenny Bell, bust. Boy, Kenny Bell lit it up, man, in OTAs and training camp. You put the pads on that guy and just a different player. Just wilted under the pressure when the pads came on. Mm-hmm. Kevin Pamphil played in a bunch of games, started at guard, probably his best 5th round pick. And hopefully that'll be changed to Tyler Johnson.
Ways to go here, and we've got plenty more.
Bengals just took Georgia center Trey Hill.
Oh, that's where Trey Hill went. Okay. He was one of the few centers I was like, all right, might be a scheme fit for the Bucs. There are all these zone centers coming off the board. They're mostly way behind on the picks here. Let's find KJ Britt. Auburn. SEC, right? LSU, Minter.
Yep.
LSU, and then Big Ten with Levante David.
Well, yeah.
LSU with Devontae.
Levante wasn't really a Jason Light pick, though.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
he was drafted by.
He was before
Mark Dominic.
Right. So Jason's only. I mean, Kendall Beckwith. I'm trying to think. Is he taking a non-SEC linebacker?
Jack Sitchie,
right, late,
and Chappelle Russell.
Yep.
John, let's go to some questions and comments. Let's see how we're doing in the chat room here.
Okay.
Go back live. There we are.
Devontae Bond was another one.
Yeah,
somebody mentioned.
Oklahoma. Yep.
Okay. Jalen Phillips, provided he stays healthy, will have a better career than anyone that I'm assuming they mean the Bucs. Hans is beside himself about that. I would have traded our whole draft for Jalen Phillips, knowing now the players we got. Whole draft.
Wow.
For Jalen Phillips.
That's Ricky Williams.
So he doesn't want to play. He doesn't want any special teams players at all. He just wants the Bucs to trot out the punter and the kicker with no protection, no coverage.
But Avery Williams is scoring touchdowns on punt and kick returns and
Hans Pennyloaf.
Yeah.
King Hans. Oh, you can make it, Ibrahim. You got to make it with us to the 251st pick. We can do this. There's no question.
If we all stick together, we can make it.
Exactly right. All right. Let's get who are y'all seeing that's tweeting out the picks right now ahead of time? Are y'all following somebody that's doing this that's consistently every pick? If so, let me know who it is. Albert Breer said, been a long 3 days, so I'm a little loopy, but I believe Bruce Arians just took credit for inventing the Lombardi boat toss on NFL Network. Said he threw the trophy to Tom Brady's boat, which led to Brady throwing it to Cam Brate on another boat.
What now?
Bruce Arians just took credit for inventing the Lombardi boat toss, which he said he threw the trophy to Cam.
Oh, so it started with Bruce.
Okay. Yeah, he threw it to Tom Brady's boat. That just wasn't on camera, he said. Okay. That's what Albert Breer tweeted. I didn't hear this interview yet, so pretty funny. Taylor says he's following Connor Hughes. I was too, but Connor Hughes ain't been updating. He ain't been staying on the ball here. When the Jets make a pick, my guy just tends to flake on me a little bit. So. Hans is not seeing Matt. He's just disappointed. I understand, Hans. I'm very disappointed in the Steelers draft. Only difference is they actually needed things and had space on their roster for better players, and they just decided not to. They decided to keep bad players on their roster in those spaces. So that's why I understand your pain, but I do think the Bucs just, I don't know if it's that warranted. I think that they've done a lot of really good
I'm feeling pretty good about the 7th round. I'm just decided to be optimistic.
Oh yeah,
yeah. We got 2 picks.
What's coming our way here? There's no good players left.
Yeah,
just kidding. There are good players left for special teams, which is what the Bucs need. That's the only space on the roster.
Yeah.
Remember, people will say, "Oh, I love this safety. I want him to be a starter." Well, guess what? He's probably not going to be a starter. He's going to play special teams for the next 2 years.
Right.
So,
and then they'll draft another guy to replace him.
Yeah, if he's a bad special teams player, then it hurts the Bucs right now. You can't prepare. You can't be 5 deep at every position. I know that's not how we're wired to look at it, but you got to understand this is not a normal roster.
Yeah,
this is a very abnormal situation that the Bucs are drafting in right now. Deontay Brown went to the Panthers, I believe. Yeah. Deontay Brown off the board to the Panthers. So the Panthers get a big space-eating guard.
From Alabama, right?
Oh, my gosh. This big boy. See if you can pull up a picture of Deontay Brown here. I'll see if I can find it too. But, oh, my gosh, this guy. What a
sloppy looking a little bit.
Oh, he's huge, though. He's huge, Scott. I mean, he is – talk about a thick boy. Like this guy.
Yeah.
365 pounds or something. Here he is. Look at this. I'm pulling it up. Here we go. Hang on. I'm going to put it. Here we go. Oh, my goodness. Look at this bruiser. Look at this bruiser. I'm going to show you.
Terrible footwork, but yeah.
Hang on. Look at this guy. Oh, he's huge. I can't wait. I hope he starts for them. Their offensive line so bad he might start for them. I just want to watch him on the field against the Bucs in a game. I mean, what a bruiser. This guy's just an absolute house. This is the anti-Robert Hainsey.
Yeah, that's true.
This is if you went the
This guy
opposite extreme.
He does not have twiggy legs.
Oh my gosh.
There's nothing twiggy about this guy.
No.
This man is it up. You loading it up?
Yep, I'm going to load it up right now. This man is an absolute boulder. Look at this man. Immovable.
Yeah.
Immovable. Look at this man.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That's a big boy right there.
I love it. Good job. Good job, Panthers. Good job. Way to bless us. Way to bless us. We need a little of that here as we get near the end of the video. Somebody said, holy hell.
Yeah.
Absolute unit. Absolutely. Look at this guy. I'm throwing it up again. I can't. Look at him. It's beautiful. Look at that. Look at the power gut that he has.
He does, yeah.
Double knee brace to even add to the thickness.
Well, he has to have that for support.
Oh.
He can't even walk without those knee braces. That's not just for on the field, John. That's a support system for walking around the house, the apartment. You know, you walking from class to class.
That's a bowling ball. How tall? That is 3 men. I'd love. Oh, that's a factual comment. He's getting ready to tackle the ham carving station at the buffet. Look at this guy. They put the whole offensive line in one guy.
Carolina just drafted the largest human on earth, Deontay Brown, according to PFF. He didn't allow a single sack at Alabama. KJ Britt said he was blindsided getting picked by the Bucs. Talked to him at the Senior Bowl, but that's it. No other interviews with the Buccaneers other than the Senior Bowl.
KJ Britt.
Yep.
Kept it under wraps.
That's why we didn't know about it, folks. Can't get mad at us.
Wow. No, you can't be mad at us. Look at us. How could you be mad? Okay, here we go. We got some. Is Connor Hughes tweeting out these picks or what, man? Where are y'all following? Did y'all find somebody that you're following on Twitter that's tweeting out the picks? Let us know in the chat who you're following. I don't see anybody doing it consistently. We're getting it consistently right anyway. Maybe is Draft Diamonds.
Eagles select Chanticleer, Teron Jackson, defensive end.
Teron Jackson.
San Francisco drafted Elijah Mitchell, Louisiana Lafayette running back.
Interesting. We've got 49ers, Elijah Mitchell, and then Texans are on the clock right now, I think. JPA football. What is that? Draft Diamonds. That's what I'm just looking at Draft Diamonds now. Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. What a monster. All right. So looking at the Bucs roster, Scott, let's just run through the whole roster top to bottom real quick. Let's take a quick look at the team and just where the Bucs are at right now. Just absolutely loaded, folks. Don't let whatever you feel about this draft distract you from the fact that the Bucs are hands down the best team in the NFL on paper right now. And by the way, on the scoreboard too, because they won the Super Bowl. So bragging rights are theirs for sure right now. And next season will be next season. But Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Scotty Miller, Antonio Brown, Tyler Johnson. Then you got Jalen Darden, Josh Mickens, Justin Watson, Cyril Grayson, Travis Johnson.
Yep.
All those guys battling out. Even don't forget about Josh Pearson too.
Yeah.
But I mean, what a problem to have, man. They have like 8 receivers that can play in the NFL.
You know, the thing is you look at the selection of KJ Britt, right? It's Auburn. So it's Carlton Davis, Jamel Dean, Peyton Barber, former running back with the Bucs. It's a program that the Bucs just kind of gravitate towards. LSU, Auburn, those SEC schools.
Iowa, Minnesota.
Yeah, they managed to pump out some
Big Ten
Buccaneers.
guys. Yes. Yeah. So wide receiver group looks really, really good. Offensive line, I think the depth, you're talking about the last spot, maybe John Molson, but you got yourself a second guy who can snap or is at least learning to snap in Robert Hainsey. How he does in that department will likely determine whether there's an AQ Shipley type of signing by the Bucs before the season starts because you're going to need Robert Hainsey to prove himself because, again, they don't have other options at center. So
there's a funny tweet. The Trask pick brought back that toxicity that has been missing in this fan base for months.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah. I mean, I haven't really been around any toxicity because since I got hired, the only good things about
all they do is win, John.
Like the Tom Brady, there was not much for fans to be upset or angry at each other about. Maybe a little bit in the season when there was that They lost 3 or 4, but not too much to be frustrated by. So offensive line, maybe there's one spot up in the air that can be improved. Maybe they get a couple guys more in for competition purposes. It's looking pretty good for that group right now, especially with the way Stinney played last year. You feel a little bit better about him as a backup guard. Tight end room is obviously set. Gronkowski, O.J. Howard, Cam Brate, Tanner Hudson. I mean, you could bring somebody in, but it's not going to change the top couple tight ends for sure. Tom Brady, Kyle Trask, Ryan Griffin right now. We'll see with Blaine Gabbert. They said we don't know. It still could be Blaine Gabbert, still could be back with the Bucs. You still think it's going to happen?
I think
he's going to be back? Yes. And then Griff will be the guy that is on his way out eventually after being in camp at least. Remember, we are running back room: Ronald Jones, Keyshawn Vaughn, Leonard Fournette, Giovanni Bernard, CJ Prosise is still around as well, pass catching back, who many thought would be a receiver, former third round pick. So he's still on the roster as well right now. So plenty of depth in the running back room right now. They could add somebody with one of these 7th rounders. We'll see. Last year it was Raymond Calais, right? Calais?
Yeah,
is that how you say it?
Raymond Calais. Yeah.
I think I said it wrong on the show last year.
Calais.
Anyway, defensive line. Okay, so this spot, I mean, they have a lot of options for the last spot. Obviously, Ndamukong Suh, Vita Vea, Will Golston, Rakeem Nunez-Roches are your top 4. Then after that, you have, top 5 with Steve McClendon added to those 4. So you have a top 5. And now you have competition for the next spots. Khalil Davis, Jeremiah Ledbetter, and Patrick O'Connor. Usually 6 are active on game days, right? Interior defensive lineman. Okay, so 6. There's probably going to be a battle between those 3. We saw a pretty steady rotation last year. When Vea was healthy.
It's interesting because there were games where Patrick O'Connor was in there,
right?
And there were games where
Ledbetter was healthy.
Khalil
Davis had a couple games.
Was in a game. Yeah, that's the position that was kind of circulating that last game day spot. It's like if you practiced well, you got in for the game.
Right, exactly right. I mean, so I think that's a spot that you're going to see competition with at camp, and obviously, I think everybody hopes Khalil Davis wins it, because if he wins it, then he's doing well and he has the most upside. Right. So hopefully he's the guy getting those snaps as the 6th one, but we'll see if it ends up going that way or not. Okay, a couple draft picks to catch up on. We'll get back to the Bucs roster real quickly here. Texans are on the clock. Texans took Arizona defensive tackle Roy Lopez. Never heard of him. Giants select Arizona running back Gary Brightwell. Never heard of them. But we can update you on them if you'd like us to at some point. But
Patriots on the clock.
Patriots on the clock, yes. Okay.
Probably pissed that an Alabama player just got selected. Maybe he was looking at Deontay Brown.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Alabama connection.
Alabama's, by the way, now up to 12 picks, I think?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so linebacker, Devin White, Levante David, Kevin Mitchell, your top 3. KJ Britt now slots in as the 4th guy. Jack Cicci still around, or is this roster wrong?
He's got that's wrong. He's not.
What's he doing here?
Buccaneers? I don't know.
Oh, come on. Yeah. This is our lads. They're always up to date, though. They never do.
Nope, not on the roster.
Wow. See you, Jack Cicci. Come on, our lads. All right, edge defender. Jason Pierre-Paul, Shaquille Barrett, Joe Tryon, and Anthony Nelson. And then Cam Gill floating around too. I think that's a fine room. Yeah. I'm not ruling out. I'm never ruling out adding to the outside linebacker room. Right. I just don't. That in corner. On defense, I just don't rule it out. I need them. I need as many as you can get. If you can upgrade Anthony Nelson, if you can get a 5th guy, if you're going to make 5 back, then you can upgrade Cam Gill. I mean, hey, to see if you have a chance to do it in the 7th round here. But I do like Cam Gill, undrafted guy who made this. I said that he would. I thought that he would before camp. I said I wrote an article about him, and I said I like Cam Gill. So I hope that he takes another step. That would be nice. What, did he give half a sack in the Super Bowl?
He did. He shared a sack with Ndamukong Suh.
Gotta love it. Did what Joe Haig could not. Took advantage of his opportunities. Right. Cornerbacks, Carlton Davis, Jamel Dean, Sean Murphy-Bunting, and Ross Cockrell, your top 4. Tough to see at this point anybody coming in that's going to challenge those guys. I thought maybe if they decided they didn't trust those guys quite as much or wanted to push them a little bit, we could see a pick early in the draft. We haven't seen a corner at it. So they are comfortable at that spot. It's going to be interesting. That's the one spot I think that I'm not quite sure how to feel just yet. Herb Miller, probably the 5th guy right now. And then Herb would have to go up against John Franklin, who they've liked and talked a lot about in the past. But was an injury last year with John Franklin? Is that right?
Yes, tore up his knee in camp.
He and TJ
last
Logan
chance you guy,
Right. So we'll see what happens with he and Herb. And then at safety, Antoine Winfield, Jordan Whitehead, Mike Edwards are your top 3. Then you might have competition for 4. So safety 4, cornerback 5, outside linebacker 5. If you had a 5th one to compete with Cam Gill, maybe defensive tackle 6, DT 6, maybe O-line 9. That's your camp battles, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
I mean, that's literally when we write our camp battle stories. It's going to be hilarious. What are we going to do? What are we going to say? I mean,
there is no battle.
I'm like, even at wide receiver 4, I just
waiting for someone to get hurt. It's you know what it is? It becomes a NASCAR race. You're waiting for the crash. That's it.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna write a Bucs camp battles story going into training camp, and people are gonna open up. It's gonna be blank.
Yeah,
blank article. I just don't know what to say. This is not a team that has a lot of competition for playing time right now. Mr. Bucs Nation, KJ Britt, baby. Let's go, Mr. Bucs Nation. You tell those people. You tell the people. KJ Britt is going to be a Hall of Famer. Dude looks like he's wearing a cowboy collar, and he doesn't even have a cowboy collar
true.
on.
He's just thick.
He's just that yoked out of his mind. Gosh, I love it.
Here you go. Here's a little Deontay Brown.
Oh, Deontay Brown just thumping people. Look at him hustling down the field. He moves well for a big dog. Just ran into the pile.
Jeez.
He's fun. I wish the Bucs would have Deontay Brown.
He's like juggernaut, man. Look at him go. Look at this.
He's picking up steam. He
can't even slow down.
No.
He can't even
They can't throw the flag on him if he late hit somebody because he technically just couldn't stop his body.
That's right.
Will Sherman going to the Patriots. Wow, Will Sherman. Sounds like he's like one of the leaders of the when they settled in Providence, Rhode Island, the pioneer. Will Sherman. That's throwback.
I'm William Sherman.
Yeah, William Sherman. Colorado offensive tackle. The Chargers pick is in at 198. The Vikings are on the clock. We're cruising into the 200s here, man. Wow. Talk about epic. Talk about incredible. Talk about exactly what you want to see.
What needs to happen.
Yeah, cruising into the 200s. How many picks for the Saints left?
A couple picks for the Saints. They do have a pick in the 6th and 7th round. The Panthers have 2 picks left in this round.
Okay.
The Buccaneers, no 6th round pick as of yet.
Wow.
Might see Jason Light trade up, but we'll see.
Wow.
If he's already done his trade for the day.
That's right. So. I wouldn't hate that at all if they traded up. Not only because we wouldn't have to wait till the end of the 7th for their pick, but more than anything.
Yeah.
I mean, more than anything. Oh, Larry Roundtree just went off the board to the Chargers. I actually thought that could be a Bucs special teams type pick because there's some things that reminded me about Dario Gumbuala with him, like just physical, tough.
That's a good comp. Yeah,
he's just a grinder type guy.
Yeah,
if they were going to take another guy in the 7th, but good pick by the Chargers. He's tough.
There's another one right here. Don't spin back into. Oh boy, there's
Deontay Brown.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Hoss, absolute Hoss unit.
Oh, watch the spinner. Watch this.
Oh. Stone Forsythe is still on the board.
He's a load, man.
By the way. All right, who wants to hear the worst picks? You want to absolutely should Scott and I just wreck some teams? We can just let's absolutely roast some teams. Let's roast somebody. I feel like roasting while we're waiting for this next pick. Let's get after somebody. Tell us who you'd like us to roast. What pick? And I'll tell you whether they're roastable or not. I'm trying to update the board here. I don't think I have any. Oh, Trey Smith is the only 3rd round pick that I have left. 3rd round grade that I have left. They're all officially off the table now. Trey Smith fallen obviously because of the injury, because of the medical concerns for him.
Yeah. We had him as a Bucs best bet for round 3 as like a day 1 guy, thinking that's like 4th round. But Trey Smith hasn't gone yet, so it's a medical issue for sure with them with the blood clots. Hell of a player though. It's a shame what's happened. Vikings just took Jalen Twyman.
Jalen Twyman, bodybuilder. Spot moonlights as a defensive tackle.
Yeah. Kyle Trask wearing number 2 for the Bucs.
Is he?
Trask's college number was 11. That's Blaine Gabbert's number. So they're holding
What?
number 11 for Blaine Gabbert. That's true. The Bucs are hoping to re-sign Blaine Gabbert.
What? So they literally won't. They
That's
draft
right.
this dude in the second round. They won't let him pick his number because there's a guy not on the roster.
That's right.
Huge disrespect. I'm writing a column about this.
Well, I mean, Trask is wearing number 2. He's a second-round pick. He's going to be the perpetual backup at number 2. Number two makes a lot of sense, John.
Unbelievable. Did you have something to do with this? Did you contact the Bucs and say you better hold Blaine Gabbert's number for him?
I'm not going to confirm or deny that.
It's unbelievable. The Blaine Gabbert love for this man has gone too far.
I've got a graphic waiting for the day when they resign Blaine Gabbert.
That day's coming
prepared
soon.
it about a month ago. Still waiting.
I think they drafted Cal Trask and then they called Blaine and they're like, "You willing to sign yet? You going to take that money, or are you going to be jobless for this year?"
The minute they signed Kyle Trask, I put in some text to some people in the know and got the word even before Bruce Arians said they're going to re-sign Blaine. That
How bad is
going
it?
to be back.
You take a guy in the second and you still want Blaine Gabbert. It's a fair point, man. It's a fair point. But I think it's about Blaine replacing Griff more than anything. If they resign him, it has to be.
Jalen Twyman from Pitt. He's a guy that I was on a little early. Now look at this. You can't see this at home, but I'm going to show you the video here. Look. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, he's huge.
Yeah. But look at him. He's more interested in lifting weights.
This is your shtick.
Yeah, it's true.
He doesn't even like football.
He did. I mean, football is a means for him to
getting jacked.
Because he doesn't have to buy a gym membership. He's a member of a pro football team, right? He doesn't have to pay for personal training. He has someone on the staff that will help him achieve his muscular goals, right? The weight room is always open. He's going to have a key card, right? It's not like
lifting is part of his job.
It's not like Ellie's
getting
Fitness.
A contract to lift.
Right. What's probably going to happen is he's probably going to, suffer an injury, right, on purpose, to where he's going to have to rehab that injury in the gym.
On purpose.
Hey, Jalen, we'd love to have you out of practice today. Sorry, coach, I'm in the gym rehabbing my injury. You got, it was a soft tissue injury. Well, I still need to rehab this. I got to get in the gym.
If you're interested in other teams' draft classes, if you're a fan of another team and you're in here, I do see you. There are other fans. Let me know. I'll address that class and I'll tell you exactly what I think and where the players were on my board and such like that. We do have a question from Kevin. I want to make sure I get to before we get by. Be honest. How did the Giants do? I'm pulling up the Giants draft just to kind of get it all in my head, but I would not have taken Kadarius Toney at 20. But the fact they traded back and got a guy that they liked, I appreciate that a lot more. To me, that was the smart call there. Now, I don't think Kadarius Toney is a real polished receiver yet. Right. I am encouraged by his 2020 tape. It's not that I dislike Toney at all. I like Toney. I just would have taken Elijah Moore. That's what I would have done. But he's a good player. Azeez Ojulari, can't speak to the medicals. 50 is a great value for what he is, I think. I really do. I know he didn't test that great, but I can't get over the fact that he plays explosive on tape. I think he's a Yannick Ngakoue type. I think he tilts and he doesn't bend the edge, and I think that throws people off. I think he's going to be okay. I do. I don't know if he'll ever be a great player, but like Yannick, I think he'll be a good pass rusher.
Yeah.
Aaron Robinson, I love as a nickel corner at 71. What happened with Aaron Robinson was that early on in the process, like February, March, people were talking about it was a first rounder. And I just kept being like, Aaron Robinson? Like, I don't know what the NFL would see in Aaron Robinson. Like, he's not this great athlete. He plays slot only. He's not that big. UCF. I just wasn't understanding why he would be hyped like that. Then people just stopped talking about him, and he ended up going in the third round, which is where his value is. So good pick by Giants. I love that they just poured resources in the secondary. That's really a good thing. That's what teams should do. That's what the Bucs did. Big reason why they turned it around there. Ellerson Smith in the fourth, upside guy, high athlete.
I like him. One of my draft crushes.
He's one of your draft crushes. Unbelievable what he did to his body. If you're a Giants fan and you want to go look at Ellerson Smith
played
early on at Northern
receiver.
Iowa. Yes, and now at Northern Iowa. I mean, one of the best bodies in the class for sure. No question about that. Gary Brightwell, running back from Arizona, no clue who that guy is and no clue if he does anything well. So I can't tell you about that one. But 201, they're about to pick, aren't they? Yeah, they probably did pick. So hang on, I'll give you the assessment of this most recent Giants pick. My computer is breathing hard right now. panting for all the work that this computer has had to do and all the tabs that are currently open. Giants. Jets. Sorry. Jets select. Giants are at 201, right? Jets select Brandon Eccles. That's who the Jets selected. Now the Giants must be on the clock, I think. So I don't think they made. Raiders draft is questionable. Well, let's look at it. You want us to roast the Raiders? We'll roast the Raiders.
Okay, here's what I'm going to say about the Raiders. And I talked to John about this coming
text them right
today.
now and say, what are you thinking with this draft?
I have too much respect for John Gruden, the coach, to criticize John Gruden, the Raider general manager.
I don't.
In person. I'll do that on this podcast.
On this podcast.
I mean, he's right there. I mean, I love the guy. You know,
he's watching over this pod right now.
He is. He's blessing this podcast. Envious of the Buccaneers winning the Super Bowl at Raymond James Stadium. But I got to think, John, when he's got to tell Mike Mayock, right? He's got to say, because John's a quirky guy, right? Mm-hmm. I think we said in the podcast yesterday that if Carnell Williams had gone by Carnell Williams at Auburn, he probably wouldn't have been drafted. The fact he was Cadillac Williams,
it's a big deal.
It is. Yeah, I want to drive a Cadillac, man. Give me Cadillac Williams. Third running back, 5th overall pick, great value, right? The third running back, the 5th overall pick. What are you doing?
That's never think about that happening in today's league.
Oh my God. All right.
Wow.
So, hey, Mike Mayock, man, they got this the safety at a Va-Tech, man. Divine Diablo. He's a divine player. Give me that Diablo.
We need a little bit of that divine blessing.
We need a little Diablo.
Divine intervention.
Team, man.
Makes sense.
Gotta like the name Divine Diablo. It's kind of a Raider-esque name, isn't it not? Yeah, I think it is.
That's funny. Their draft is horrible, though. I mean, Alex Leatherwood in the first. Honestly, I don't even think Alex Leatherwood's like
here's my draft prediction. This is Mike Mayock's last draft with the Raiders.
This is Mike Mayock's last week with the Raiders.
Probably.
Alex Leatherwood. Yeah, I don't even think he's like a horrible player. I just don't think the value is there. That's the biggest thing. It's not that they took a horrible player. It's like Cleveland Farrell. You didn't take a horrible player. You just have no understanding of where everybody else values a player. You're in the dark constantly about that. If that's your player,
somebody might want to tell the Jets that this is the 6th round and to get this going. I mean, they've been on
Giants. No, they picked.
Did they pick?
They picked. Yeah, they picked some guy I never heard of. Yeah.
Okay.
Brandon Eccles, corner. But the Giants were Darius Williams, cornerback from Oklahoma State.
Okay. Yeah.
That's who they just took.
Let's keep this going. Keep this train going.
Anyway, it's not even that. It's what's the problem with the Raiders is that they consistently don't understand where consensus is. Why does that matter? It matters because if you don't understand that, the irony of this being that consensus is literally a document that you can read and access outside of your knowledge to the league. You can do this. You can look at the consensus board. It is published. And it is a poll of everything that everybody's hearing. I mean, people like Dane Brugler, Lance Zierlein, Daniel Jeremiah, Mel Kiper, Tom McShay, all their boards are in there. So everything they're hearing goes into that, and it's averaged out, and the consensus predicts the NFL draft extremely well. They have no clue what it is. If you love Alex Leatherwood, great. Seattle loves people all the time that nobody else likes. Seattle moves back in the draft all the time. They draft horrible players, but they move back so much, and they get so many picks that eventually one of those bad picks ends up being good.
Yeah.
One of those reaches ends up working out. Right. They develop players well enough that it ends up working out. They spray and pray and give themselves tons of chances with players that aren't that great, and they get a roster that's good enough because they have an elite quarterback.
Yeah.
The Raiders don't even do that. They just stay where they are, and they take crazy players. The players that if you know you're going to be that much outside the box consistently, you have to look at your process and say, why am I constantly reaching different conclusions than 31 other teams and 100 other evaluators that are in the media or scouting side of this thing? Why is that happening? They have not done that, and they continue to make the same mistakes over and over again. Leatherwood might be a good player, but you can move back from 17 and get Alex Leatherwood, or you can take another player. Trevon Moehrig was probably going to go before, and that's who they took in their second pick. So people were like, what if we flip these picks? That's not really how it works necessarily because you're evaluating process here. Malcolm Kuntz in the 3rd round again. Even if you like Malcolm Kuntz, where is this guy? What is he going to give in terms of where you're taking him? You're taking him in the top 8. No, and PFF was one of the highest boards on Malcolm Kuntz. They had him in the 170s. I was listening to their show on the way over. They were like, we thought we were high on him. He's 198 on the consensus board. Again,
Chris Evans from Michigan, running back.
That's
Taken
who
by
goes.
the Bengals.
Oh, the Bengals. Okay. It's just knowing where everybody is and getting the most value for the player. If you love the player, okay, do the Seattle thing, move back, get them. They don't they consistently just kind of do what they think they want to do, and they live in a vacuum. Steelers do this too, by the way. They're just way better at evaluating talent than the Raiders are. Divine Diablo, with the very next pick. Again, you've taken 3 safeties in this draft. Diablo's got to move to linebacker. That's a big projection. You want to do that at 80 when you haven't developed anybody on your defense? I mean,
you need linebackers.
Anybody on your defense.
Maybe draft a linebacker if you need a linebacker.
They signed 2 in free agency, and both were disappointments.
Yeah.
They just think, I don't know if they can evaluate Scott. I really don't. It's a big problem. Gillespie, I mean, he'll be a physical, hard-hitting guy. You already have that guy, Jonathan Abram. At least you spent a 4th rounder on a 4th-round type of talent this time instead of a first. Nate Hobbs, cornerback from Illinois in the 5th round. No clue who he is. 7th rounder, they have a pick at 230 as well. But yeah, that's the biggest problem with the Raiders. They just don't get value at all. It's killing them right now. All right, rolling through here, seeing if you want any other picks talked about for other teams. Let me know if you want another team. Let me look at another team. In your opinion, what Bucs NFC rival improved the most, whether in the division or in the conference? I think Bears improved the most. I'm not saying they're like now the biggest competitor for the competition to the Bucs, but they improved the most to me. Whenever you add a game-changing quarterback, that's probably going to you're probably going to be the team that improved the most to me. I think they did that with Justin Fields. I think they added a top 3 player in the class in Justin Fields.
Brandon Echols. Jets drafted the safety. I guess that's
corner. That's an older
read. Yeah.
The other thing, they traded up for Tevin Jenkins. Now, they lost a lot of draft capital when they did this. I'm not necessarily a big fan of losing draft capital. I do really believe in the 2 players that they got. It's hard for me to be that upset about it. But when you move up for Justin Fields, you need to keep your extra picks. So they should trade somebody on the roster, probably would be I would try to trade Anthony Miller even for a 5th rounder if you can. If you can move Anthony Miller for a 5th rounder, that's a win to me. Probably it's a 6th rounder or 7th rounder, or but I would try to move. I'm trying to even think on the top of my head right now.
Yeah.
The focus for the Bears now is going to be regaining draft capital. You lost your 1st-round pick for next year for Justin Fields. That's fine, but now how can you regain that capital by moving pieces on the roster that aren't that valuable? They need to focus on that. If they can regain capital, they create an environment which they can build around Justin Fields continually. And that's what you need to do. So without capital right now, it makes it very difficult. It's not quite as easy to be able to build a team around a young quarterback.
It's funny because we had both Florida Gator quarterbacks as our Bucs best bets. We had Kyle Trask, who was the backup to Felipe Franks, as the early Bucs best bet. We hit that. Then we had Felipe Franks, who was the Florida Gators quarterback who transferred to Arkansas after he lost the job due to the injury, to Kyle Trask. And Dante Keys asked, can Felipe Franks be our Taysom Hill? Can you imagine if they drafted Felipe Franks and Kyle Trask?
He's not even that athletic.
And then re-signed Blaine Gabbert. Bruce Arians is like, I like our depth at quarterback.
I'd be out of here. If they draft Felipe Franks, I'm just walking right out. You can keep the equipment and everything.
I would love it. What a walk-off hit, a home run for a Bucs best bet if it's Felipe Franks.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Mr. Irrelevant.
That would be the one good part of it.
That would be it.
Yeah.
That would be it.
We did the Bucs your best bet. Somebody said, I want to laugh at Skip Bayless. Me too. You can do that without me telling you how bad the Cowboys draft was. But no, the Cowboys draft, I mean, let's look at it. I
think the Cowboys have lost fans this weekend. I just think that they said,
again, like it's just, and I'm going to pull this up so I don't misquote anybody here on this, but let me pull
Buffalo Bills, Marquez Stevenson.
There's your guy.
I know.
Going to the Bills. I don't know what you see in him. I really don't, but
I'm going to show you.
But you like, you like him. All right, so Cowboys. Let's
hold on 1 second. Before you do that, I'm gonna steal John's attention.
You could clip part of it and upload it and show us why you. Oh, okay. You might.
I don't have the editing software.
Oh, Marquez Stevenson, huh?
Yeah. All right. So here
he didn't run. He didn't run 40.
No.
Hardly had any plays down the field.
Yeah.
Look his numbers. Look. He doesn't have hardly any 20+ yard targets. That was a scheme wheel. is
Okay.
why I-
I'm just saying, just keep watching.
I'm just nitpicking to drive
That's
you
fine.
crazy.
You can nitpick when he scores. Why he scores?
Is that Chaz Surratt getting toasted?
No, this
that's
is
not.
Tulane.
This is Tulane.
Yeah.
All right.
Just
runs.
runs.
Definitely fat.
He just runs away from people here.
Who took him? Bills.
Bills, yeah.
All right,
6 rounds.
nice pick by the Bills. That's
I mean,
that's the
just-
type of guy. Yeah,
just-
outruns the angle. I love it.
Yeah. You got to fight for the pylon, though. Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
you're down to the 1
yeah.
yard line. You got to
Yeah,
fight for the
quit
pylon.
being soft.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, here you go. This is down the field.
All right.
Look at the acceleration
away.
right there.
Run away.
Yeah.
All right. Touchdown. All right. Okay. They should have drafted him. Oh, Shi Smith coming off the board to the Panthers. So
Yeah,
there's one
boy.
of. So the Panthers continue to just. Oh my goodness, their draft is awesome. We'll talk
Here you
about
go.
them in a
Here's another
second.
one. Watch this.
Oh, I thought he was going to
Yeah.
dig that guy out. Oh, okay. There we go. Crossed him up.
Yep.
Linebacker caught him from behind, though. I don't
Okay,
know.
well,
North
I mean,
Texas linebacker?
Yeah.
Is that Jalen Darden
No.
playing linebacker? 5'7"?
Nice little sideline route.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Here you go. All right, this is the kick return. Just
All right,
instant
weaving,
acceleration.
Weaving in and out.
Just-
Weaving in and out. There you go. Outrun the kicker.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Mash the gas.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man.
All right.
Come on.
great.
He's
going to the Hall of
got
Fame. He's going to the
he's
Hall of Fame.
got some friggin' jets.
Hall of Fame. All right, Cowboys. Micah Parsons, I think, again, good player, questionable character to a degree for sure, maturity. I don't think linebacker's that important of a position. I really didn't think he was that much better than Jamin Davis or some of the other guys that were on the board. It just would not have been a priority for me personally to take Micah Parsons if you're Dallas and you were trying to reset the culture of your defense right now. I don't know. They feel like that's the guy to lead it. So we'll see. Again, he's clearly talented. It feels like overkill linebacker to me. They continue to just power resources on linebacker. It's weird. Calvin Joseph, the corner from Kentucky, very talented. They've said they want to play more press man. He comes from a zone-heavy defense at Kentucky. He's only really played one full season. He had a little bit of a season at LSU. Then he got suspended. He left the program, and then he was at Kentucky. They basically sat him down at the end of the year, told him to opt out the last couple games because his effort was so bad.
Yeah.
So really two super questionable character decisions at the top of their draft. That was a theme throughout. Osa Digizua, though, and Chauncey Golston, high character guys who work their tails off, undersized inside guys. Where do they play full-time? A little bit tough to figure out the full projection there with them. But I still think I like both picks, though. It's definitely high for Chauncey Golston. I'm still stunned he went in the top 85. But I do think he's a nice little player. I think he'll help them as an interior pass rusher. The Nashawn Wright pick is one of the worst third-round picks of all time, I think. But now, obviously, they're like, let him see him play. I'm seeing him play and seeing him test, and it's very bad. I mean, but also, if you only determine if the pick is good or not after the guy is good or bad in the NFL, then I think you're kind of boring. Let's decide ahead of time and let's make our predictions, and then he's still gonna have a chance to prove me wrong. But I think Nashawn Wright, that's going to go down as a one of the bigger reaches we've seen. He was 309, I think, in the consensus board, 307, something like that. Jabril Cox, fourth round. That's just kind of like best pit player available pick, even though they have so many linebackers. And Jabril Cox can play in the slot. He gives you some different options. I'm okay with it because he's the best player available, and he was the top player on the consensus board when they took him. So total opposite pick of the Nashawn Wright selection. Josh Ball, again, very questionable domestic violence in his background accusation, and obviously got booted from Florida State, and now he's at Marshall. And yes, he's talented, but again, it's just, man, how many of these guys do you want to draft? It's crazy to me. Dallas their just lack of awareness as a culture is mind-boggling. Simi Fehoko from Stanford, developmentally, there's something there in the fifth round, 179. People were talking about him as a third round type of talent. I did not see that when I watched him, but interesting with his body type and his speed that he could potentially be a guy that grows into more of a player. And then Quentin Bohannon from Kentucky, you got a space eater, which Cowboy fans have been clamoring for a long time on their defensive line.
Did you say clamoring?
Oh, yeah.
What does clamoring mean?
Clamoring for, like banging on the table for and banging pots and pans and going crazy, yelling, making a ruckus.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Have you never heard that phrase?
So, like, if I were to say, bring
You're clamoring
Blaine
for
back. Is that what you're saying?
That's what you're saying. Yep.
Okay, so I guess I'm clamoring.
You're clamoring for
Gabbert.
Blaine Gabbert.
Okay,
Yes. Yeah.
Bring Blaine back. There you go. All right.
Scott's personal campaign to bring Blaine back to the Bucs.
Well, I'm just
Continues.
saying, and we had a nice little super chat here from Mr. Buck. Scott is a fan of Gift of Gabbert. Yeah,
Gift for Gabbert.
why not?
All right, let's catch up on the picks. Panthers got Shi Smith. We said that. Bills got Marquez Stevenson. Bengals got running back Chris Evans from Michigan. Titans selected Racy McGrath, isn't it? Yeah.
McGrath.
Draft diamonds can't even spell these names. He's a good special teams player, Racy McGrath. There's some people that really like him as a player. I did not see him. Saints traded 218 and 229. Colts traded 206. Wait, they gave it up, or the Saints? Saints are coming up, and the Saints came up. Saints moved up and selected Landon Young, Kentucky tackle.
Okay.
See our Bucs
That's
best
the Bucs
bet?
best bet. Yeah,
he was our
absolutely.
day 3 Bucs best bet. Grinder.
So we've had a couple
Grinder.
of Bucs best bets go to division rivals on day 3.
We have.
Avery Williams go to the Panthers, and now
Crushing.
the Saints grab Landon Young.
Crushing. It's a good. Shi Smith's a good little pick for the Panthers. Honestly,
Yeah.
he could be their 4th receiver, maybe. Quincy Roche still has not been picked, Scott.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
I wonder if it was a medical thing that we don't know about.
Maybe 4th round. Let's see if Dan had anything medically for him. I mean, I really thought I had a 4th round grade on him, so I was not a big fan. But
South Carolina wide
A little
receiver
bit
Shi
surprised.
Smith. That's 2 players they've got from the Gamecocks now.
yeah, they get to stick right around there, huh?
Yeah, and they still have a 6th round pick and a 7th round pick. John, it's crazy. These Panthers, man. We're going to throw the Panthers up here in a quick second and just show you what they've decided to do. in
No
this year's draft.
injury concerns, by the way, for Quincy Roche.
That we know of.
Listed from Dane, who
Yeah, that we
does
know of.
figure out a lot of this stuff.
He does. He's pretty.
He had a
on
3rd
the
or 4th
spot.
round grade on him. So
Yeah.
Oh, somebody wants to know what I think about the Steelers draft. You ready to bleep out some things on the ball?
Hit the mute button right here. All right, John.
I mean,
all right. Here's
go ahead.
before we get to that.
let's not talk about.
Go ahead and take the
I can't-
Steelers
I can't-
comment off.
I can't deal with. I can't answer that
Yeah.
question.
All right,
now.
and so we'll do this. This is what the Panthers have done so far. They've traded back a whole bunch. Now this is almost like
You're running out of room on the graphics.
I know.
Scott.
I've had to shrink up the letting to do this. They still have 2 picks left. One later in the 6th, and then the 7th round pick. But is this a spray and pray approach? Is this Matt Rule inheriting a roster, right, and then having his first year's draft class, and now realizing that a lot of the players he inherited just aren't that good, and he wants to get his type of players in there to compete and add depth? Because you look at this, they've drafted 2 cornerbacks, they've drafted 2 wide receivers, they've drafted an offensive lineman, a tight end, a running back, a guard, right? So 2 offensive linemen, 2 cornerbacks, 2 wide receivers. He's really throwing a lot of draft capital at this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are, to me, what
And I like some of these players.
Oh, yeah.
I think the Panthers.
they're one of the winners
If
of the
I'm
draft.
being
in
honest,
my opinion.
I think they've had a really good draft. If some of these players, if Keith Taylor develops some ball skills, if Davion Nixon overcomes whatever character issues he overcame, if Deontay Brown can watch his weight and be a better pass protector, right? I mean, if Chuba Hubbard can become more physical and learn to read holes better, right? I mean, there's a lot of ifs on this roster, but these are some pretty good players. There's not many reaches on this
Right.
on this draft here.
They traded back and got a ton of these guys. So, yeah, they were able to wait and let the board fall to them, and they took players that they liked after adding capital. So, very, very smart decision. Still got very good players. But part of it is strategy. Part of the draft is strategy. How do you understand value, and do you accept kind of where everything's at on the board, and okay, now we've got to move down. Okay, now we've got to do this. So that's where Carolina, I think, excelled. Now the evaluation part is the other part. That's the part. Some are good at one, some are good at the other. Not many are good at both. The Bucs have been good at both of recent years, and that's a big reason why they won the Super Bowl. The Panthers are we're finding out. Scott Fitterer first. We're going to find out how good they are at evaluation. I know from his first draft that he's good at valuation. He's good at understanding where it is on the board and how to move in order to still get those pieces. So now there's questions for sure. I mean, with all these guys, but that's almost every draft. So I mean, I liked a lot of the guys they took. I had a second round. J.C. Horn was my number one corner. I liked Terrace Marshall a good bit. I had a second round grade on him. I thought the range they took him in was perfect. The range that some people thought he'd go in, which is 25 picks, top 25 picks, that was a little too much for me. Jonathan Marshall, by the way, just got picked by the Jets, so defensive tackle off the board.
Athletic guy. We had him in a mock draft.
Yes, we did. Yeah, at one point.
Not much production, but certainly
project.
Yeah.
Brady Christensen, to me, my plug-and-play left tackle probably for the Panthers. What's the ceiling physically? Very smart player, by the way. Brandon Thorne had him on his show, broken down a lot of tape with Brandon. I mean, really good stuff. Brady Christensen's an insightful dude for sure. So, yeah, Panthers, lots of good picks for sure. I think they made their team better by moving back. They gave themselves more chances to get the mid-round and late-round picks right.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Panthers have really done a solid draft. I think it's a very solid draft. Day 1, day 2, day 3. I like a lot of the picks that they have. Now, there are some guys that are boom or bust in day 3, and that's where you want to take chances on guys like Davion Nixon. Take a chance on a guy like Keith Taylor who just doesn't have good ball skills.
Now, Davion Nixon was not going to be drafted by – I'm not going to go into detail because I don't think his stuff is public, what's going on with him, but I'm just going to say it's a big characteristic for Carolina to take on that. And that's not one I did not think they would be the team to make that kind of a move. So we will see with Davion Nixon, all that comes out. There's just a lot of people that are kind of like, don't stay away from this dude, and a lot of teams were going to him. That's in Bob McGinn's article too. There were a bunch of teams that had him completely off their board. So we'll see how that works out.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tampa Bay was one of those teams.
I'm sure. Yes, I would be shocked if Tampa Bay didn't have one of them.
So here's the Saints. We're getting ready to head into the 7th round.
One of the best drafting teams in the league, Scott. Every year they understand value, and actually, I shouldn't say they understand value. They don't always.
I'm a little underwhelmed by their draft this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Which pick?
Ian Book, Paulson Adebo.
It is early for
Pete Werner. Here's the thing. Pete Werner is a Saints linebacker. He's a Saints linebacker. There's no doubt about it. I don't like the Saints linebackers. I like DeMario Davis, but a lot of the linebackers they have drafted, the Anzalonis, I'm just not a fan of their linebackers.
I really like Pete Werner. He's very physical. He's one of the few linebackers that can run 4.6 and also toss offensive linemen. So, like I said, he's aggressive, physical. He doesn't always necessarily move in space brilliantly, even though he is fast. Range is not like he's not super explosive. Nobody's going to confuse that, but he's definitely a good linebacker. He's a good athlete. He will hit, physical, way more awareness than an Anzalone to me. That's probably the biggest thing. Way more physical in terms of ability to get on and off blocks. Now, he's just kind of limited, I think, overall. Even though he's an athlete, there's not like this great instinct, or he doesn't like jump all these plays or know everything that's coming before it happens. But he's a good player for sure. I think he'll start for them, be a nice player for them. I like Peyton Turner a lot. I hope they develop him better than they did Davenport. Although I know Davenport's injuries have been a big part of it, Scott. And as much as we rag on the pick, look like I need a Celsius. What are we doing? Come on now. I'm just chilling. I'm just relaxing here. But no, Peyton Turner, I just hope they do a better job with him. And also the injuries I know have been a part of it with Davenport. And maybe he would have been a better player if not for the injuries. We'll never know. I hope Peyton Turner can stay healthy, obviously, because I just think he's a really fun player, and I'd like to be right about his evaluation. Paulson Adebo in the 3rd round, to me, and I've talked about this before, sorry if some of you heard this, I just wonder about the fit. Most people saw him as a zone corner, that being his best role, where he can kind of play facing the quarterback, find the football in vertical routes, pass off zones. He's kind of better at that than he is at playing in man coverage right now. Saints are typically a pretty heavy man coverage team. So we've got to learn kind of about this fit a little bit. Is he going to have to start right away? Because he could use some work technically, I'm gonna be honest. If he plays the Bucs right away, I'm licking my chops because I think they're gonna tear that dude up early on. But he has great traits, and they say that he has good character too. So, kind of guy you maybe want to take a move. I think where they got him is good value.
Ian Book reminds me of Colt McCoy.
I mean, I kind of get it in that it's a valuable position. It's day 3. Well, that was a late day 3 pick, right? So, or late round 4 pick. So, I mean, you're just trying to like get a guy in there to compete. He did get better this past season, no question. He's just so limited, arm strength, creativity, Yeah, I mean, when you're a great offensive mind, I think you always think that you could turn somebody into something, but we'll see. He definitely would not have been where I would have taken him for sure. But I would have drafted him though. I think he's if the person checks out, I would have drafted him. Landon Young, I like that in the 6th round. I think that he is just a very physical player. He's very limited.
Day 3 Bucs best bet.
Yes, day 3 Bucs best bet, and I think that is what you want when you're drafting this late. At least get guys who will work their tail off in practice, hit people, be an extra blocker. If you got him in, maybe you could scheme help for him in pass pro, but they get after people in the run game. Now, Kentucky doesn't have many true pass sets. So you were talking about a guy who's probably going to be a little bit inexperienced in pass protection. He's a long shot project. You want to develop him that type of perspective with Landon Young. So not a bad draft at all for the Saints. Remember, consider they are drafting at the end of all these rounds. Not too far off from where the Bucs are. They did a good job, I think. Round 7, they still got 2 picks coming up.
There's the Falcons draft.
Falcons, we've gone over a lot of this in some more depth. I think that they got better at a lot of spots. I'm very curious to see if Dahlman can be a starter right away, even though he was a later pick than Jalen Mayfield. I think he might be able to be a starter faster than Mayfield. Not necessarily some of the upside of Mayfield figures it out technically. He's bigger, stronger. I know he didn't test well, but I think that there's more upside there with Mayfield. Pitts is a game-changing type of player.
There's one glaring omission here, John. No running back.
No running back, which that is not something you could have got me to bet anything on. Like
isn't Khalil Herbert still available?
He is still available. They don't have a pick, obviously, but unless Khalil Herbert got picked while we were doing this. But we're at pick 210, by the way. So yeah, no running back. So what their running back room is with Mike Davis. Who else is on that roster right now? Ito Smith there? No, he's gone, isn't he? Okay, round 6, we got – oh, come on. We did these picks. Man, NFL.com, the league's own draft tracker.
Yeah.
Like, we can't stay updated. We can't – I mean, I'm telling you, man, NFL.com, if you're a website creator or designer out there, contact the NFL and take control of this thing. Year after year, we just deal with the worst website ever.
Oh, they got Cordell Patterson. That's who they have. They have Cordell Patterson, Mike Davis, Quadre Allison, the former Pitt running back, and Tony Brooks James.
Oh, my goodness. That's crazy. I mean, let's go. Cordell Patterson, man, full-time running back. I forgot he was there. I do need to sell these, man. That guy's right. Let me see. Okay. Stone Forsythe went to Seattle, so finally off the board. Jalen Camp, Georgia Tech wide receiver. He's actually a nice little player. 209 to Jacksonville. I like that. I like that pick. I'm just going to say nice little player from now on, by the way, because that's scout talk.
Right.
Nice little, not a bad player.
Somewhat dismissive, right?
Not a bad little guy.
Not a bad little
yeah, not a bad little fella.
With that number 12, you mean?
Oh, yeah, number 12, yeah.
Number 27?
Good little player.
Yeah.
Stands out.
You know what else stands out, John?
Arizona Cardinals picking a 210.
That.
Our friends over at Edmonson Electric?
You're damn right, our friends over at Edmonson Electric.
I agree with that. Good analysis. Sharp, on point, astute analysis.
Championship level defense for your home. That's how much they stand out.
Well,
Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. John, when you're looking for home automation, there's only one place to turn. That's Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. When you're looking for home theater installation, Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. If you're looking for home security, well, then there's only one place to turn. That's Edmonson Electric, AC, and Security. They are powering this 3-day epic draft marathon show over here at pewterreport.com. And they powered our Pewter Report draft previews and Bucs best bets and mock drafts over the past several weeks. And for the past 40 years, Edmonson Electric, which is the official smart home and security company of pewterreport.com, has proudly served Central Florida with electric services, and they're now proud to add their state-of-the-art smart home technology and security systems to its roster. Whether it's surveillance cameras, home theaters, or smart lighting, Edmonson Electric and Security is automating your dream home. Click to find out more about controlling, monitoring, and securing your home. Tomorrow starts now. From home automation controls to structured wiring and surveillance systems, Edmonson Electric and Security has the team to keep your home current. Call 813-910-3403. That's 813-910-3430. For additional information, or visit edmonsonelectric.com. Control, monitor, secure.
Stone Forsythe finally coming off the board. Gator, great. And we got a Duke player coming off the board. Victor Dimukije.
What did he say?
I don't know. I have no clue. This is the part if I were doing
Victor
like
D from Duke.
Victor D from Duke, yeah. I would have all these pronunciations for every player like written out if I were doing like Rich Eisen's job or something like that. Yeah. So I actually really don't like getting pronunciations wrong, but I do it all the time because it's like the last thing on my list of things to do. You know, you're trying to scout all these guys, everything, and then you're like, all right, ready to talk about these guys on the show. And then you're like, wait, how do you say their name?
Yeah.
Cleveland at pick 211, pick is in. Bills at pick 212 are on the clock. The Bills are back-to-back here. You know, let's look just at the top, the biggest competitors for the Bucs in the NFC really quick and just see kind of were they able to close the gap some? We looked at a couple of the teams we looked at the teams in the division, but I just don't think that other teams in the NFC were really able to close the gap a whole lot. I mean, did Arizona Cardinals get better? I don't know. I mean, Zaven Collins in the first round, how many of these linebackers are you going to put on the field at once? It feels like they're going to try and like outsmart teams and cover with linebackers, and I just think they're going to get toasted doing that. I mean, Zaven Collins is a good player, but like Isaiah Simmons, he's not as good as they think he is.
Right.
And now you have two linebackers who don't want to hit people, and Isaiah Simmons and Zaven Collins.
Well, he wants to kill people. That's what he said.
He said that, but I'm listening to him on the phone.
Phone don't lie.
And I'm watching the phone don't lie.
Phone don't lie.
I think phone lie because I watched him on tape. I mean, again, I like Zaven Collins. He's just not that physical. And now you have two linebackers
for somebody that size.
Space players.
KJ Britt's more physical.
Yeah,
KJ Britt's more physical.
Yeah, KJ Britt's very physical. But yeah, there's no. I mean, he just doesn't. Yeah, that's not his game. So that phone call was startling to me because I'm like, what? This is not how you play. Like, cerebral player, space, instincts. Yes, he does some good things, but it's just hard. I mean, I think you got to really protect him. And the Cardinals haven't had a good defensive line, especially in the interior, in a long time. Rondale Moore, I love that second-round pick. I do. I think that's a great pick.
You know who else you need to love too? Jonathan Stutzman.
Oh, get yourself some wings. I actually really want wings right now. I might get some wings after the show. Yes. Okay. Might be a wing night. Might text Britt and say, all right, babe, we're getting some wings tonight. Thanks for pounding through day 3, guys. Thank you, Jonathan. We appreciate that. It's honestly a blast. I know people said I look like I need a Celsius, and I have slept startlingly little this week. But
I got a Celsius if you want one.
I don't know. I don't know. I might have one. Okay. I might try and make it through that.
Okay.
I don't feel that tired, honestly. I think it's just literally my natural body functions at this point are just like kind of like my speech is slurring, my eyes are closing. Yeah. I just might just kind of. Yeah. No, I mean it's honestly, we love talking about football and talking about the draft, so it doesn't feel like work at all. At no point am I like, oh, what time is it? It just doesn't happen. What were we talking about though? Oh, this draft for the Cardinals. Yeah, and again, they're day 3 picks. Marco Wilson, very much a project, very much a developmental guy. Victor Dimukije from Duke, I did not think I thought he was going to get drafted in this range, maybe. So maybe he's an extra pass rusher. Yeah, Watt's a nice addition, but Watt's older. I mean, I like Watt. I would have loved Watt in Tampa Bay, but in Arizona, he's playing like every snap all the time. I'm just not quite sure that it's going to be the impact that they wanted. Yeah. Good player helps. Demetric Felton off the board of the Browns. Didn't think Demetric Felton was getting drafted. I'm going to be real, Scott. I'm a little bit surprised. Just not athletic for a smaller guy in no position. Yeah, it's just hard to – it's like, oh, if you're going to take a gadget guy, at least be athletic or big or something, and that just hasn't.
Action Bastard Caltras just bought a Frosty AC system from Edmonson Electric.
He doesn't even have to go anywhere.
I know.
Is he here? Where's he from? I don't know where Caltras is from originally.
I don't know.
I'm going to look. So, yeah, I know people last year got trendy about Arizona. You know what I mean? You and I maybe never felt that way about Arizona last year. Like, Kyler Murray, I don't know. I just am not sure. He's from Texas, by the way.
Yeah, I've already had 2 Celsius today, John. I've had 2. And honestly, I think I need a third one because it's day 3 of the draft.
Yep, go get it. Do it. I don't see a team in the NFC South that's going to compete with the Bucs on paper. I don't. I'll just say that right now.
Celtics does work. That's what John hasn't had one yet. I'm still going strong because I've had 2.
Oh, I know that Celsius work because I had one at 6 p.m. one day for a pick me up. Couldn't fall asleep till 5 a.m. and had a class at 9 a.m.
Yeah, for me, if I have a Celsius, 3 o'clock's the tipping point. If I have it like at 2 o'clock, I'm okay. 3 o'clock on, I have a hard time sleeping because it gives you that energy. And there's no crash. I mean, sometimes when you have an energy drink, you get that rush of energy, the sugar and all that stuff, and then you get the sugar crash. There's no sugar in Celsius, and that's why there's no crash.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely gives me, especially in the morning, it gives me like that bump when I first wake up, when I'm going to lift or whatever. It kind of energizes me a little bit then. That's my favorite time to drink it. So yeah, and I look at teams like the Packers. You know, everybody wants to know, right? Did the Packers close the gap? Packers might not be able to draft well enough to close the gap on the Bucs.
Yeah, and you know what?
It's an issue. If
they would have had 2-3 really good draft classes, they could be the kings of the NFC.
They definitely could.
They could be the king. By now, they could be the kings of the NFC if they had 2 or 3 really good draft classes. And what that is, that's 2 players per draft. If you had 2 more top-notch players, you know, over the last 2 or 3 drafts, that's 4 to 6 players that are difference makers, starters. They probably are right there neck and neck with the Buccaneers. And they were to a degree last year because they hosted the NFC Championship game, but they were 0-2 against the Buccaneers.
Right.
So
and their 2018 draft, it looked like things were going to be okay. Maybe they traded back. Remember, they got Jair Alexander, then Josh Jackson. Everybody's like, oh, they doubled up on corner. I love it. Well, Josh Jackson wasn't good, and that was the problem. And that was the problem with his projection, honestly, in general. They just pretty much bombed the rest of the draft. I mean, Oren Burks in the 3rd, Jamon Moore in the 4th, Cole Madison, J.K. Scott. I mean, they got a punter. Marquez Valdes-Scantling, honestly, for a 5th-round pick has been good for them. Now, that's the other good pick they got. So it's an okay draft, but EQ St. Brown hasn't really worked out. They just didn't get – they had a lot of picks. They didn't hit many. I didn't even read them all their picks there.
Right.
And then from that point on, it was like, all right, you're in this window now. You need to draft really well. And they take a big project in Rashawn Gary. Yeah. And then they honestly hit, I thought, Darnell Savage, and then he was hurt most of last year. We'll see kind of where if he gets back to being that same difference-making player. Elton Jenkins was a great pick in the 2nd round. But when you have 2 first-round picks and you have 3 picks in the top 44, you want to do really, really well with that draft. And the Rashawn Gary pick continued to just be really a befuddling one for me. And then they've gotten some impact from day 3 guys, but not a huge impact. And then obviously this past year was the just biggest train wreck of a draft I've seen in a while. I mean, just a full draft. Just Jordan Love, A.J. Dillon, an H-back, and Josiah DeGuara. Kamal Martin in the 5th round is a nothing. John Runyon,
Rashad
I liked in the 6th.
Goose, taken from Wisconsin by the Bills.
Bills have added a couple players now in the last couple picks, I think.
That's good.
DeMar Hamlin from Pitt went to the Bills. So, yes, I just don't think – I think you're exactly right, Scott. Packers just haven't developed well enough through the draft. In this draft, I mean, I like Eric Stokes. I think that he has a chance to be a good player. I don't think at 29 it was their best pick. Again, I don't know why they don't take weapons. Josh Myers in the 2nd, I like that pick.
Yeah.
I like Amari Rodgers in the 3rd round. He's a good player, but he's not a needle-moving type of receiver. He's
Packers
a
around the clock.
slot.
Maybe they find somebody here that can help them climb the ladder.
Watch it be a quarterback. Here's where Freeman, or what's his name?
Rodgers just says, I'm out, right? He's just like done.
Here's where the Georgia dude comes off the board. His name really is escaping me. I'm not trying to call him Georgia dude. What is the quarterback's name? From Newman, Jamie Newman. This is where he comes from.
I don't even say he's a Georgia guy. He's a Wake Forest guy.
I don't know whether,
But how do you do that? You show up to Georgia and you're like, I'm going to play. Then I'm saying, I'm going to opt out of COVID.
Well, that was COVID opt-out. But I think he was going to play. Now, if he played, he could have honestly he would be drafted maybe at this point. Maybe.
I don't know. He had a bad Senior Bowl, man.
He's not very good.
He looked awful at the Senior Bowl.
He's just not good, But the fact that he didn't play gave himself like no shot. Yeah. I don't think he's going to get drafted, but we'll see.
All right, so let's
I'm trying to think who else is even a team in the NFC right now. I mean, the 49ers could get back to that point. We talked about the Cowboys. I'm not trying to be ridiculous. I just don't know who in the NFC is challenging what the Bucs have right now. That's where it gets hard to figure that out.
I mean, he's the leader in the clubhouse right there, right? Isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bruce Arians, what they've been able to build, what they've been able to develop, it's impressive. They've had a vision. They've continued to do exactly what they set out to do. I think if anything else, what you like about this draft, consistency. Just look at it that way. From a culture perspective, they've established what they want, and they are consistently drafting players that fit the culture. And they aren't willing to budge on that from a draft perspective. I know the Antonio Brown stuff. From a draft perspective, they are not willing to budge on that, even for talent, for anything else. Davion Nixon's there floating around. They could use a young D tackle. No. We know we want, sticking to it. And so I believe that is encouraging because the consistency of a culture is very, very important. And they are willing to threaten that even with the greedy temptation. Oh, this guy's so talented, but this. And you see a team like the Cowboys, they're willing to sacrifice and forfeit a lot more of that kind of stuff to get more of a splash or an impact that they think they can get. And it just backfires a lot of time, man. That culture stuff, it's very, very important. And so, I think that's definitely something to think about, and something, one reason to maybe be happy about the Bucs, what they've done, even if you don't like the actual players that much, or if you wanted a sexier draft or something more exciting. I don't know. Wow. Scott's blasting music in the other room right now, I think, if you hear that. It's just taking a minute to rock out real quick. The show's, can't quite hold it together like he used to on the show for 8 hours. You know what I'm saying? All right, what do we got? Any more picks? Last time we looked, Cole Van Lanen from Wisconsin, I'm sorry, going to the Packers at pick 214. 214. Wow. We are cruising toward the Bucs' next pick, honestly. Let's see. Titans, Steelers coming up here. Bear with me. Come on, let's all get a good player for the Steelers here. Can we all do this? Can everybody agree to help me out here, and let's get a good player for the Steelers, huh? Let's do it. I mean, come on, no more of this. No more of this. Horrible players, horrible value type picks. Let's put bets on the next Bucs pick. Everybody, list your who you think the next Bucs pick is going to be in the chat. Who you think it's going to be, not necessarily who you want. Maybe it's the same thing. But let me know who you think it's going to be in the chat, and I will. I'll let you know whether that's something I agree with or not. Stone Forsyth off the board. I'm looking at my board right now. I do not have many players left on my top 150. Right now, I'm looking at David Moore, and I'm seeing him keep sliding. And I don't think he's gone unless I missed it, right? I don't think David Moore's been drafted. Grambling State guard / center, and I'm like, man, if I could add that guy, I'd feel great in the 7th round. Actually, the Steelers are about to be on the clock here, and man, that wouldn't be a bad pick for the Steelers. So, wouldn't mind that pick at all, honestly. So, let's see if we can get an update on who is getting drafted here. Oh, wow. Scott just brought in a plate of wings. I don't know where these came from, but how did you do that? Are you a magician?
Yes, I am a magician.
Did you just snap your fingers and
Yes.
brought wings to me?
Absolutely.
That's amazing. Where did these even come from?
Publix
wings.
Yeah.
I love it. I love Publix wings, honestly.
There you go.
Can I get one of these wings
You can
on
eat
the
them all.
actual
Go
show?
for it. Yeah.
It's hot right now. We were just talking about everybody's putting the pick that they think is going to happen next for the Bucs in the chat. We're about 215. So we're about how many picks out? 252?
Yes.
Is that what it is? I don't know what it is, but anyway, they're all putting their picks in the chat. Who we think's going to get taken next? As I look at the board, I want David Moore. I want him to keep sliding.
I know, yeah.
I just want to do it in the 7th round. I mean, heck, that'd be a great 7th round pick.
Steelers just picked Quincy Roche.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
Honestly, a great pick. I've got to tweet that. Hang
Yeah.
on. Go ahead and say something on the podcast. Insightful.
That's a good value pick right there.
Yeah.
He's going to come in with the biggest chip on his shoulder too.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
pissed off that he had to wait to the 216th pick, 6th round. Man, he's going to come in.
He'll be the number 3 edge right away.
Yeah, he's a Baltimore kid, right? Just hard nosed, went to Temple, gritty, tough player, and he's a culture fit with the Steelers. There's no doubt about it.
Oh yeah, he is. I like that. What is that? 215.
That was 216. Quincy Roche. I like the pick, man.
Yeah, I like that pick a lot.
There you go.
Thank you for this.
Sure.
And a celebratory wing bite to the Steelers, who finally got a good pick.
Only took him 6 rounds, but
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Tay Gowan, for the Bucs in round 7, cornerback,
That'd be interesting.
UCF.
I don't know if did I tell you that he's the 69th player on PFF's board?
Yes.
He's that high.
Yeah.
Now, here's why. This is unique. I mean, PFF doesn't always take into account the extra stuff, but situation with Tay Gowan is this. I know some Bucs fans say they want him to, so I'll just talk about it for a second. But uh, 43rd on Dane's board, 43rd corner.
Mm-hmm.
43rd corner, 69th
yeah.
player for PFF. They have him. Dane has him almost 6'1", 186, 4'47", 23 years old already. Here's what he says about him. Redshirted at Miami of Ohio. Was there 2017, barely played. Butler Community College 2018.
Yep.
Then Central Florida. Started 9 games, played in 12, 31 tackles, 2 picks, 10 pass breakups in 2019. Then opted out of 2020.
Yeah.
Barely seen the guy play football. He played 30 games at Miami of Ohio, barely played. Then played 12 games at UCF. I mean, how do you put him 69th on your board, though? I mean, he ran 4.47.
Yeah.
He has great wingspan.
Yep.
6'1", 186, 4.47.
Size, yeah.
35.5-inch vertical. Great 3-cone for as big as he is. It's talent, but eventually you got to see the field, man. Steelers fans are going to be very happy that I just praised a pick. They are not going to be sarcastic with me at all, right? Right? Somebody said might be the best pick they made 3 years from now in this draft. Switch him and the Loudermilk pick in my head, and things look better.
Isn't it funny how sometimes in a draft class you're like, I like this pick, but I'd rather this guy be here rather than there, Mm-hmm. All right, so we let's update this here. It's interesting that we still have a lot of Bucs best bets left. We have 2 more shots at getting one of these picks right, unless Jason Light trades into the 6th round. But let's take a quick little gander at that.
And what I said to you from the outset about Quincy Roche was he lacks athleticism, but not to a degree that he can't play in the league.
Yeah,
that's where
I think it's just the size thing, right? He's under 250, and he's already kind of maxed out. He's not going to get any bigger,
right?
And if there's like a pulling guard, like if Deontay Brown's a pulling guard, like Quincy Roche has no chance.
Now he goes after people though.
He's
very physical,
right?
So
but it's just not going to matter at the end of the day. So we have a lot of these picks left. Kind of been given a little bit of a heads up that Trey Smith, I think the medicals are going to sink him with the Buccaneers and probably everybody else.
Too bad.
Yeah, really good player when healthy.
And a really good kid.
Yeah.
I know people who know him, who work with him.
Yeah. somebody might take a shot
Everybody
on him in
at
the
Tennessee
7th
raves
round.
about his
Yeah.
character.
Yep.
The reality is hard to trust the medicals. It cost him
Yeah.
practice time, even in college.
Yeah. And
Man, he early on in his career, you really thought he was going to be like a top 15 pick.
yeah, and the thing is when he flashed as a freshman and a sophomore, you like that, but I think the lack of practice time really impeded his ability to develop and get better, because I don't think that he made a lot of strides as a junior and a senior. Still has issues in pass protection, still looks a little heavy-footed with his pass sets. He can get off balance, he can lunge more than you want, and it's a shame, because I think if he's fully healthy, he could have developed into a late first, early second round.
The biggest problem
Player.
is he's just made no progress over the last
Right,
few years,
right?
because of the
health issues. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I don't think they're drafting a linebacker, but Isaiah McDuffie, still on there. James Wiggins probably our best shot. Although Jason Light likes those 7th round defensive tackles. He's drafted Stevie Tuikulabatu and Terry Beckner Jr. in the 7th round. So
Marco Wilson did get drafted, Pac-Man.
Yeah.
I see you asking that question in all caps.
Kyrus Tonga from BYU still a possibility.
Brock's best bet.
Yep.
One that's still on the board for sure. So I'm telling you, man, I mean, Brady Breeze came off the board to the Titans right before the Steelers pick. There goes Khalil Herbert to the Bears.
Okay.
They continue to have a good draft. Sam Ehlinger, another quarterback, to the Colts.
Yep. You're going to see the chump quarterbacks go in the 7th round. People needing camp arms, etc.
And Sam Ehlinger could be like a running quarterback for the Colts.
Yeah.
He could be like a fullback.
He's kind of
Or
a
a tight
gamer.
end.
Yeah, he's a guy that's a competitor, man. He's a college quarterback that's just a big time competitor.
Character gets rave reviews, and the Colts care about that.
Yeah. Ty T says, much rather have Marvin over Tonga, especially at this point. I don't know, man. Marvin Wilson, there's something going on there. It's a character thing, I think.
Let's read what Dane has to say. I like quoting other people on the character stuff, so that I don't get in trouble.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, Dane researches this stuff extensively. We've actually talked about it. He's always like very careful.
Yeah.
When he reports this stuff, like even Josh Ball's situation, he just talks about it in general. The specifics are not great. Marvin Wilson suffered back-to-back season-ending injuries as a junior and senior with a broken thumb that required surgery and a leg injury that required a minor procedure.
Okay.
Below average backfield production. He doesn't say anything about character here, at least. So, but I mean,
Broncos take Seth Williams, wide receiver out of Auburn.
Interesting that Seth Williams lasted this long. Remember, people talked about him in the offseason as a guy that could go first round.
And sometimes, here's the thing. Sometimes national media people, they will put people on radars. And I think Marvin Wilson, a couple of years ago, was a potential first-round pick, the mock drafts.
They put him in there,
They put him in there, but
he was never that kind of
player. Never that kind of player. Yeah. And so it gets in people's minds that, he's this great player. But in the eyes of scouts, it is a chance that Marvin Wilson was never anything more than a day 3 guy.
Yeah.
So we're getting close to the Panthers finishing their draft.
222.
Yeah.
Packers at 220. Bears 221.
Well, actually, no. The Panthers have a 7th round pick. The Panthers. This is a draft that will never end for Carolina.
Wings are good, John. Thank you. I'm trying not to eat that disgustingly in front of you all, but
it's day 3.
It's day 3,
and it's been late. Forever since the Bucs.
Scott just tossed a plate of wings on my lap that I wasn't expecting.
It doesn't seem like it was like Friday when the Bucs drafted KJ Britt. Doesn't seem like it was eons ago.
Oh yeah, it feels like
it gives a dirt cutter pick.
Well, that's a little far. Bucs best butts, man. Do we feel good about anybody that's on the board here? Like,
I'd say James Wiggins, safety.
Isaiah McDuffie, maybe. Not another linebacker, probably.
They might bring one to camp.
Yeah, that's true. Really, any position at this point.
I mean, as much as I love Kevin Minter, he's not getting any faster. He's 31, and maybe they want to go with the youth movement if they like. McDuffie's a fast linebacker.
Yeah.
So we are.
I've still got my eye on David Moore, man.
I know. That would be a nice pick. I think the Bucs still like John Mulchin from Boise State. He's in the mix. Absolutely. Packers pick is in. Isaiah McDuffie to the Packers.
Oh,
there you
wow.
go.
So there he comes off board.
Maybe that's the difference maker, John, that they need to compete with the Buccaneers. Isaiah McDuffie covering kicks.
It would be a Bucs best bet to do it.
Yep. So we will adjust that.
What about Harry Kreider? That was kind of a guy you said.
Yeah.
Not that I think they're going to take a center, but maybe they see Hainsey as a backup at other spots and they need to learn center for a while.
That's true. And also, too, Kreider can also play guard. Played guard and center. Yeah. A little bit of undersized guy, though.
Okay. I haven't seen Kreider personally.
There's not much to see.
This is a true 7th round Bucs best bet.
Disappointed to see that the Lightning still scoreless against the Red Wings.
Are they?
7 minutes left in the third. Although McElhinney's in net, usually he's given up 3 or 4 goals by now, so maybe that's a good thing. But where's the points? Where's the goals, baby?
William says, if it was me, instead of eating, he would have wings, a blunt, and a beer. Shout out, William. As Bain says, that will come later. That comes later. John is destroying the wings.
Yeah, you crushed those, man.
Okay, you got to. Appreciate you. I don't know where you got those magically from, but
from the fridge. From the kitchen.
That's funny. I appreciate it.
All right, so let's see here.
Hans Pennyloaf says he honestly wishes he could like hockey, but he just doesn't care.
I didn't like hockey until about 5 or 6 years ago, and then I love it.
That's when the Lightning started being good, right?
No, I mean they've been good. They won a Stanley Cup in 2004, but I wasn't even a fan back then. Like that was nothing to me. It was like the Rays going to the World Series last year. Like I could care less.
Yeah,
could care less.
When I grew up, I was not a hockey fan until I was 16, maybe 17, and that was when the Penguins started becoming good. So I was very much a bandwagoner. They were also going to move the team for a while. So
Scott's a closet wing eater. It's okay to come out, Scott.
Jacoby Stevens wore number 7 at LSU as a safety, and he was 6'2", 220. Is that true?
I don't know.
Number 7 is their like number, right? Isn't that like your
yeah.
special player? I think that's like their. Did he just get picked by the Bears? Because I think that's a really good pick at this point in the draft. If he did.
Did Scott's cornerback who had 9 punt returns? Yes, he got picked.
He did.
Avery
Falcons.
Williams. Falcons got him in the 6th round, much to my chagrin.
Yeah.
And Animal says Alabama, Dylan Moses, linebacker. Yeah, but the injuries, man, have just totally got him.
Let me know if y'all want me to talk about any other team's draft too. By the way, I might have missed it.
Here's a couple things here. Scott Federico. How about a tight end to develop Kenny Yeboah? I love Kenny Yeboah. He's one of my little...
Jason's going to take Bradley Moore for you.
No, he's not.
For you in a Super Bowl?
No, he's not.
Come on, Scott.
I've already found the answer to that question. He's not.
You asked about it, didn't you?
I may have asked if they had any plans on drafting Bradley Moore, and I
so you could prepare a graphic.
Did not receive a satisfactory answer to that question.
Dang it, Scott. Unbelievable.
It was polite, though.
I would have enjoyed that. Yikes.
No thanks. So, yes, no Kansas State Wildcats. Unless they draft Wyatt Hubert, which I like Bradley Moore better than Wyatt.
Raptor Arms, Wyatt Hubert. I forgot about him. He was a Senior Bowl guy?
Yeah, he was stupid to come out. He should have stayed in.
Oh, he was early declary?
Yeah, it's a junior.
But did he play this past season?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he led us in sacks.
Us.
But
I get true. It is us.
Yeah, it is us.
Because you're alone.
We got K-State right there. There. K-State. Shaka Tony, edge from PSU. That could be an interesting special teams guy for the Bucs. Situational pass rusher. Mm-hmm.
Shaka
Tony, yeah.
Tested way better than people thought he would,
Yeah.
man. I'd be surprised if he makes it to the Bucs. I'm surprised he's still here, actually. But
yeah,
way better than I thought he'd be. My biggest disappointment in this draft, to be honest.
Daz Newsome, wide receiver.
I like Daz Newsome. Another good pick by the Bears.
Yep.
My biggest disappointment, by the way, in this draft is if the Bucs had drafted Creed Humphrey, I would have sang that song.
Sing us a line right now.
No.
Come on.
They didn't draft him. You take it up with Jason
That was
White.
the deal, yeah.
Be aggressive and go up in the second round if you want it. But I would have made jokes on Twitter, on the podcast, and in my writing forever whenever I mention him.
Yeah.
I would probably not have referred to him as
Thomas
Creed Humphrey.
Fletcher, long snapper from Alabama to the
First
Panthers.
long snapper. We have no punters,
from
right?
Alabama. I think that's the entire team.
Wow.
That's the entire Crimson
Another
Tide
damn
team.
guy.
is
Even though the
drafted.
long snappers are
Yep. So I'm reading some Twitter here about the Lightning game. I guess they're just hitting the post.
This is maybe.
Sergachev dents the crossbar. Just can't
not
get
great.
it in there.
Our Darius Washington safety from TCU and DJ Daniel Georgia corner were typical mid-round mocked picks. They're still there. This available this late if they can.
Darius
stick.
Washington's slow.
Our Darius Washington ran 4.6 at like 5'9", 180 or something.
Yeah, small
5'8",
and slow.
180,
It's not
I
a
think.
good combo for the NFL.
It's just it doesn't happen basically.
Right.
With those types of players, that's safety in the NFL. He's a safety too. He's not like a corner or he doesn't play like corner. He plays like they play too high all the time, or he plays in the post.
Right.
As a free safety. Joshua, back with the $4.99 super chats. Which
Appreciate
NFC
that.
playoff team's offseason has left them in danger of not making it? Other side, which non-playoff team has killed it and could get in? That's a great question. Non-playoff team. So the Bears technically made the playoffs. I have to think non-playoff team. Oh, San Francisco. They're definitely a team that's put themselves back. Now, I think Trey Lance can play this season. Some people will say, "Oh, Trey Lance hasn't played that much." Sit him.
Gowan to the Cardinals.
Oh, there you go. So he did get drafted despite all the shenanigans.
Yep.
PFF's gonna love that.
Okay, well, and the Cardinals. I mean, is that a team? Did they do enough? They seem really desperate, John.
No.
They seem desperate, right? The J.J. Watt pick
I'm gonna
up,
need to
Zayvon
see
Collins.
Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray get it together at a higher rate than they have, and it's not just Kingsbury, and it's not just Kyler.
How in the world did Kyler Murray get the Pro Bowl over Tom Brady?
Oh
mean, come on.
It's ridiculous. It's because of that little lull in the middle of the season. They lost a couple games.
And it's because of ESPN.
Everybody
with
blamed
the
Brady.
Hail Mary. That's what it was. It was the Hail Mary that got him.
People literally were writing in week 13 that the season was a disappointment for Brady. He was statistically dominating.
Right.
He had like parts of he had a bad game against the Rams.
Okay, here's what I can't stand about the NFL. When is the Pro Bowl played?
Oh yeah, this is absurd. Just
When
go
is
to
it
the end
played?
of the season. Everything about the Pro Bowl is bad.
Exactly.
Everything about it's bad.
Yes. Did you miss it this year? No, I didn't.
Gosh, not at all. I don't watch the game at all.
I don't either.
I don't even care about the selection. I mean, I care about it because it affects players' contracts. That's what I care about. Okay, back to your question, Josh. I'm sorry. Non-playoff team that is killing and could get in. I mean, I think San Francisco will get everybody back, so they're a non-playoff team that could get in, and they get an improvement at quarterback. I would play Trey Lance as long as it can't be everything goes well. I would play him quickly this season. I'm not going to say immediately, but I would play him quickly. He's intelligent and smart enough. He can handle protections. He did all kinds of stuff in North Dakota State. He can play right away. What he needs to do is become more accurate. That's the biggest hang up with Trey Lance right now. If he becomes more accurate, then they're going to be dominant. That team could be really, really good. That's the biggest thing.
The Lightning. I'm a big Lightning fan. They have outshot the Red Wings 23-2 this period, and it's still 0-0. I'm saying they're hitting the crossbar. They're hitting hitting everything but the net.
Seeing games like that before, though.
Yeah, and it's power play for the Red Wings right now, which is unfortunate.
Eagles pick is in. Washington's on the clock. We're almost at the end of round 6. Oh, here we go. But yes, Josh, back to finishing the rest of your question. I think San Francisco is a team that is going to find their way into the playoff picture once again.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas I don't know if I would say they've killed the offseason. You know, Washington's a team that's killed the offseason. That they were in the playoffs.
That's Ron Rivera, man. That's Ron Rivera. He's good.
Yeah, they were in the playoffs, but they've now non-playoff team. I mean, the Packers could be in shambles here, and they're the Bucs' biggest competition.
Yeah,
if this Rodgers stuff is legit, the Packers could be in shambles because they need him. They're a good team, but they have holes, and they need him to be brilliant in order to compete with the Bucs. So yeah, I see them as the team right now that's teetering, and the other team is Minnesota. Where are they even going? Like, I just don't think Minnesota has a direction. They're going to sputter until
Mike Zimmer become the next Jeff Fisher.
I said this to you last night.
Or hold on, as all those years in Cincinnati, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, playing under Marvin Lewis just rubbed off.
I don't know
on him.
I said to you last night, I think Mike Zimmer's the kind of like the Tony Dungy situation. They're just not going to get better.
Yeah,
he did a lot for that organization.
Yep.
He made that culture better.
Yep.
He got a lot of good players in there, developed a lot of good players. I just wonder if it's run its course. I don't know that they've gone through OCs like crazy. That was a Dungy thing, right? They've gone through OCs like crazy. They haven't gotten better offensively. They've just reached a point of stagnancy with what they do. Now he says he's read all this stuff and changed all these philosophies this offseason, first time he's ever done that. And we'll see if it ends up being true and if that's what he ends up doing. But I do feel like Minnesota is kind of a team sputtering. I don't know if Chicago's ready to take over, though.
Right.
There's a lot. There's a lot to consider for sure. Dario Bryan wants to know, who is your favorite Bucs pick and least favorite
this year?
Yes.
Well, this year I would say that my favorite pick was Joe Tryon. I like hitting that pick right out of the gate. And I would say Robert Hainsey.
Because his body.
Yeah.
Judging him off his bod.
Yeah. Didn't pass the eyeball test.
My least favorite pick is Kyle Trask. I just did not want to draft a quarterback at all.
Yeah.
It's still low on the like if you're saying 1 to 10, 10 you loved it, 1 you hated it.
Right.
It would still be like a 5 for me. I mean,
I would say in order in terms of my favorite picks / players in order would be Tryon 1, Britt, because I just like the player. I don't know if it's going to work out, but I think value-wise in the 5th round, special teams, I think he's going to be a really good fit. Tryon, Britt, Trask, Darden, Hainsey. That's in that order for me.
I think I'd go Tryon, Hainsey, Darden, Britt, Trask. I think that's what I do.
Just crapping all over Kyle Trask.
I mean, like I said, it's very low. Like I'm not even. If I hated it, I would just blast it. Maybe people haven't. The Bucs haven't done enough dumb things since I've been covering the team for me to blast. I mean, some people were on the show.
Thank
last
you for
year.
that super chat, Derek. Appreciate your 5 pounds.
Some people on the show last year probably remember the Keyshawn Vaughn pick, and we were critical of the Keyshawn Vaughn pick. To me, if you're talking on that scale 1 to 10, that was like a 4 for me. I was more disappointed in the Keyshawn Vaughn pick than the Kyle Trask pick for sure.
Yeah. $10 super chat from Jeremy. How about Urban Meyer's first draft? Got Lawrence and ATN. And, of course, my boy from Syracuse and the best pick of all from Jax, Andre Cisco. Laugh my ass off. Kidding, of course. Well, here's the thing. I appreciate Joe Cullen, his defensive mind. And
Jeremy, are you Syracuse native graduate?
When you look at Jacksonville's draft, Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne, that's a nice offensive 1-2 punch to start. Tyson Campbell, man, you start off the second day with a bang, man. That's a good cornerback. I really like that. He's going to be an instant starter. Walker Little, you got questions about him. Cisco, when he's healthy, he can find the ball. Reminds me a little bit of DeMonte Casey coming out of San Diego State. Just an absolute ball hawk. Like the guy will get 4 or 5 picks every year, but never play at a Pro Bowl level, but always around the ball and making some splash plays. Jay Tufele in the 4th round, good defensive tackle, not great, but good. He'll be a decent starter. Jordan Smith, it's boomer bust edge rusher, did not test well, but has got great size and length and pretty decent production at UAB. Luke Farrell, the tight end, that's Ohio State. That's the token Ohio State pick from Urban Meyer. And then Jalen Camp, the wide receiver from Georgia Tech. This guy's rocked up, man.
I like Jalen Camp.
Yeah.
Yep. I like that. I think that's
I think Jacksonville definitely got better. It looks like it's
definitely got better. Got Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne even as well. I think that there's definitely potential for them to kind of be. I definitely am not. I'm concerned about the Walker Little pick and the Andre Sisco pick. To be honest, I'm sorry, Jeremy, because you're probably a Syracuse guy, but those picks scare me a little bit.
Yep, I agree. So as the picks roll on, let's kind of get updated here in terms of what we're looking at. Oh, Bolt's going to overtime. McElhaney with a shutout so far. That's rare. You got to like 3-on-3. You got like 3-on-3 hockey. Hedman has got 2 overtime winners, and my wife Ashley blessed me with a autographed Hedman jersey for my birthday, which was awesome. Huge Hedman fan. So Bucs best bets as we're coming up on, we're not in the 7th round yet, but we're getting pretty close. Still in the 6th round. Let's see. Tay Gowan off the board. That's the last pick that NFL.com has. That was the Cardinals. Philadelphia Eagles. I think they've made their pick. Waiting. We're in the 7th round, and I really think that there should be like a lightning round where like you literally have a minute to pick. I think it should be set once you get to the 7th round, we're almost there. It should be 1 minute per pick. And if you don't get your pick in, it's just you're on to the next one. You forfeited the pick. Because by this time, you know who is left, and I'm just
special teams only.
Yeah. Eagles select Trey Smith with the 225th overall pick.
Wow, so you did get selected.
Yep. Trey Smith, Bucs best bet right there. You see him, the early guy. Obviously the medicals with the
good for him though. I'm happy for him that he got selected because like I said, they rave about his character there. Eagles have had just an unbelievable.
No, actually, correction. The Chiefs select Trey Smith, not the Eagles.
Oh, the Chiefs.
Yeah. Is that right?
Oh yeah, correction. I see that.
Yeah, the Chiefs.
They must have traded up.
Yeah.
Man, it's a steal. It's a steal if he can be healthy.
So we will remove that.
Casey's done a lot to get that offensive line better, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good group. It's not a great group, but it's a good group.
All right.
That's pretty cool. I'm happy for him. I like when that happens, honestly. That's such a big deal. I hope they show that call. I'd like to see. Because for him, I'm sure it's been a battle, thinking whether he'd get drafted or not. He's probably been closer to the situation than we have. From our vantage point, we're like, oh, maybe it'll be a mid-round pick. But his vantage point, he probably talked to teams and knew, his agent was hopefully honest with him. It was like, hey, this is going to be a long shot. I don't know. I mean, it has. Who would the Eagles take? Do we know?
They traded back.
Oh, Cameron Cheeseman from Michigan. Washington just took long snapper. Cameron Cheeseman.
Gosh.
Bring up that athletic testing. This guy's a great athlete.
Wow.
Is this compared to other long snappers? Or 6'4", 239, 33-inch vert.
You're at a 509 in the 40.
509 40. This must be compared to other long snappers. Below bar. Not athletic at all.
Yeah.
Boo. Cheeseman. Represent Cheeseman better. That's a great last name. You're going to waste it on a bad athlete? Come on,
how can you go to Michigan with a name like Cheeseman? Shouldn't you just go to Wisconsin?
I know. That's true.
Pick the wrong school.
Honestly. Maybe that's why his athletic numbers suffer the way that they did.
Imagine if Wisconsin had Loudermilk and Cheeseman.
Oh, my gosh. They did have Loudermilk, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, that's perfect. That's so on brand. All right. Did everybody say who they thought the Bucs pick would be? At this point, I'm saying David Moore is one of these two picks. Trey Smith finally comes off the board. My last third round grade. It's been hanging on for a long time.
Mukamu.
Mukwama.
Sorry, Mukwama.
Mukamu.
Sorry, it's Dave.
Moo got milk on the brain.
Ooh, yeah.
Israel Mukwama to the Cowboys. At least he didn't go
6'4" corner.
Uh-huh.
6'4". I mean, that's
Florida fans know if they saw Florida, South Carolina, you saw Mukwama get toasted up by Cal Pitts. All right, Scott. There are very, very few players left on my top 150. You ready to hear who they are?
yes.
James Wiggins, Bucs best bet, and a decent chance here, I think, if he makes it. Ardarius Washington, TCU, little guy. He was right at the end of my top 150.
Right.
DJ Daniel was literally the last player I think of my top 150.
Yeah.
No, Darius Stills was maybe this is like a 151. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
DJ Daniel from Georgia, the corner. Thomas Graham, the corner from Oregon, who he's actually would be a great value pick to me for him. Jonathan Cooper from Ohio State, I liked.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Twyman came off the board, right? Marvin Wilson still hasn't been drafted, right?
Marvin Wilson has not been drafted. No.
Darius Stills is still on the board. David Moore from Grambling State. Kenny Yeboah from Ole Miss.
I like him.
I don't think he's been drafted.
Nope. Temple guy.
Cade Johnson, has he been
Ole Miss.
drafted? Cade Johnson?
Don't know.
I don't think he's been drafted. And Seth Williams just got drafted, right? Kylan Hill has not been drafted. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Kylan
6,
Hill-
7, 8, 9, 10,
Kylan Hill
11.
might not be drafted.
He might not get drafted?
Issues there.
Yeah. So 11 guys. Yeah. 11 guys left. And obviously, and this is actually a 152, I think, actually here.
Yeah.
So Darius Stills was not in my 150. So, all right, now I'll update you on consensus. It's been a while since I gave you a consensus board update. And we'll look at the extreme picks too so far. So we've got Marvin Wilson from Florida State is now the highest ranked player left on the consensus board at 108. Dylan Moses at 110. Ardarius Washington at 116. Cade Johnson at 134. James Wiggins, 138. Great pick for whoever takes James Wiggins at this point, I think. 140, Trill Williams. 141, Kylan Hill. 144, Shakur Brown. 152, Sage Surratt. 153, Kerry Vincent Jr., nickel cornerback from LSU. Charles Snowden, your boy.
Yeah.
155. Dane Brugler has a round 3 through 4 grade on Charles Snowden. Shaka Toney, 156. Kenny Yeboah, 157. Jamar Jefferson, the running back from Oregon State, 158. Rashed Hamilcar Jr., great name, by the way. Rasheed Hamilcar Jr., 159. Jamie Newman, 160. Tamorian Terry, 161. The Florida State wide receiver. Jarrett Patterson, the Buffalo, the running back, 173. Patrick Johnson, the Tulane edge rusher, still on the board.
Lightning going to the shootouts.
Wow.
Could not get it done in OT against the Red Wings. It's not a good sign for a team that just made the playoffs. Come on, Bolts.
A couple other guys. Kairos Tonga is down to 186 on the
I'm going
consensus
to call
board.
it Braden Point's going to win it in the shootout.
Okay.
That's
Good prediction.
my call.
Yeah.
No. I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to say Ross Colton wins it in the shootout. How about that?
There we go. Okay.
Go with the rookie.
Dan Moore. Didn't the Steelers take him? Who'd the Steelers take? Didn't they take Dan Moore?
I don't know, Mr. Steeler. You tell me.
Yeah, they took. Why he's not? He's on the consensus board. He's not highlighted. Come on, Reef. What are you doing? I bet he got David Moore. I bet he. Let's see if he accidentally highlighted David Moore. What a mistake. He did.
David Moore's still available.
He did.
Isn't
David Moore's still available,
Yeah.
right? Steelers took Dan Moore.
Okay.
Oh, Reef. I'm going to tell him right now. I got to message him.
Yeah. Trey Smith was Tony Pauline's 51st ranked player on his board, fell all the way to 226. Medical concerns. If the medical concerns aren't too concerning, this is the steal of the draft. There's no doubt about it. But if the medical concerns aren't a concern going forward, but
Trey Smith?
Yeah. Trey Smith.
Who said that? Oh, you're saying that. That's a steal of the draft.
I'm saying that Pro Football Network is saying it, but I'm seconding that
steal of the
notion.
draft. I don't know if he
yeah.
has a ceiling to be steal of the draft.
I mean, if he ends up being a starter and doesn't have any health concerns,
That's true. That'd be a good pick.
You know, getting a player of his caliber in the 6th round, late 6th round, would be impressive.
All right. So David Moore still available at this point in time.
Mm-hmm. We're almost in the 7th round, John.
We are. Wow.
Looks like we made it.
Couple picks to go here, and we'll be there. 228. The Bears. Is that
Yes. The last pick is
Oh, Daz Newsome. The broadcast is like light years behind. They'll never recover.
Yeah.
Just a tragedy. They're probably talking about some tragic thing with each player.
I know.
I think they like to do. Draft
Final shot attempts for the Lightning. 62-31.
Did they win?
No, it's an overtime. It's in shootout.
No. Is it over or no?
They're just starting the shootout. How in the world can you take
62 shots on goal? Is that?
It just says shots.
Shot attempts.
Shot attempts, but still,
Yeah.
okay. Even half of that is 31 shots on goal,
Right.
and you don't get one.
Right. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Bears select Thomas Graham. Wow. Great pick for the Bears.
Thomas Graham.
Yeah, Thomas Graham.
What is he?
Oregon corner.
I'm not familiar with him.
Thomas Graham?
Yep.
I mentioned him. Yeah, he's one of the top players left on my board.
I don't like Oregon players.
Wow.
I just don't.
There's
I
going to
like
be a
Oregon.
top 5 player from Oregon next year. Will you like him? Do you think? The Kayvon Thibodeau? 5?
I got to watch some film on him.
Yeah, I got to.
Yeah.
I've got to watch more too. I'm not.
Oregon is a team I just check out of. I just don't like him. Just never liked Oregon at all.
Interesting.
Ooh, Ross, what did I just say? Ross Colton up first for the Bolts scores. All right, so that's
Wow.
a good
So you
sign.
might be right. This might be
Yep.
your chance right here.
Yep.
So he's a guy that's off the 150. Still have not seen Marvin Wilson get drafted. There's not really any surprises at this point to me, but he is the highest ranked player left on consensus. I did think he would get drafted, and we are looking at a real
Raiders select
possibility
Jimmy
he does.
Morrissey.
He's not
From
very good.
Pitt.
Pick guy, yeah, center.
Let's see.
Interesting. Jimmy Morrissey over David Moore is the boldest of strategies.
Yep.
Now, did David Moore get? We didn't miss it, right? David Moore did not get drafted, right?
No, I don't believe so. Detroit scored. So we're looking at 1-1 now.
Oh, so
Shootout.
he's not going to get the winner.
Oh, Colts take Michael Strachan, the
Oh, there's
receiver
your
from
guy.
Charleston.
He did get
Yeah,
drafted
He
then.
did, yeah. He's a good player.
Wow. This is kind of where some medical
Oh,
guys.
point
might
is
be
up
going.
for the Lightning scores. I called
Oh, wow.
both of these shootout goals.
Wow.
I said Ross Colton and
Tell us who the Bucs are going to draft now.
James Wiggins. So
Wow.
James
If
Wiggins.
we get this Bucs best right in the 7th, is that the first time you gotten one in the 7th? Have you gotten one before in the 7th?
I'll actually let's see. No, the last. Let's see, 7th round Bucs best bet that I nailed. I'll tell you.
Raiders pick is in, by the way. Dolphins on the clock.
I got, I think, 1 7th round pick. And that player was
Couple selections for the Steelers here. Just noting. Saints also have a selection at 255. Panthers at 232.
J.R. Russell. I got him in 2005 as a Bucs best bet. And I got Torrey sixth round, Torrey Cox. I got
Aaron Lockett.
no, I didn't get Aaron Lockett. Joey Hamilton.
It's crazy you
Seventh.
remember that.
Kind of remembered. I mean,
Yes.
many, many moons ago. Damn. It's 2-2 now in the shootout.
What is JPA?
Everybody's
football?
scoring.
What is this JPA football account?
Who?
JPA football.
I don't know. Are
Interesting.
they dialed in?
Kylan Hill undrafted, yes, maybe James Wiggins, maybe Darius Stills. I mean, they did meet with Darius Stills. It's definitely an option for them this late in the draft. If he's there, that would be a quality. Snipe said the Bucs did the worst in the draft. Grade F. Wow,
Yeah.
worst. I don't know. Check out what the Steelers did
Or the Raiders?
or the Raiders. Yeah, jeez. Who else? Somebody else I was looking at had I thought just a terrible draft. I'll try to find it so I can rip on them. Here's the lowest ranked players that by consensus, okay, that were drafted. So we have the 299th player is Quentin Bohannon, and he he was drafted by who drafted Quentin Bohannon? I can't even. This board doesn't even show me. The Cowboys did. So the Cowboys took the lowest. Actually, the Cowboys have 2 of the lowest ranked players in the consensus board because they also took that corner, Nashawn Wright, who's not even on the board. Larnell Coleman from Massachusetts went to the Dolphins, 297. He went actual pick 231. So it wasn't that far off though by the time he got drafted. Nwangu from Minnesota, the Vikings, he was 119 actual pick. He was 293. Oh. Jason Pinnock from the Jets was another one, 292 on the consensus board. Most of the AFC teams, William Sherman for the Patriots, Luke Farrell, the Jaguars, Nate Hobbs, the Raiders, Brandon Eagles, the Jets again. Mike Strachan to the Colts was one of the bigger reaches, 229 to 272, though, not as big a deal.
Well, here's a big deal. We get a $2 super chat from Long Last Leisure. 2020 Ray Guy winning punter Presley Harbin. Let's do it.
Avery Williams actually was one of the biggest reaches in the entire draft, Scott. How about that?
Yeah, I agree.
Because it was about 100 pick variance.
He's just a special teamer. That's all he is.
That's probably why people on the board rated him lower on the consensus board.
Brian, thanks for the $10 super chat. It's been great having you guys on one screen and NFL Network on the other. Tech has made this so great to think back of the days with no live anything but network TV. I remember those days.
Yeah, you can just hit mute on us if you want to listen to something there. It's great, and you don't have to do commercials. It's awesome. I mean, it really is. That's why I told people going to the show, man. Even if you're going to watch on TV, just pull us up on the side and watch with us there. And
appreciate the super chats from everybody. Appreciate all of the loyal attendance here for day 3. This is fun. We got a lot of people still hanging with us.
Absolutely.
Which is awesome.
It's been great. We've had great shows. It's been a lot of fun. We've been able to talk Bucs for a lot of hours, Scott. And right now there's just, we've kind of said over and over again, last year's draft, it was such a critical draft. If you can hit these picks in this window, you really can do some nice things. And obviously things went on to win the Super Bowl. But really, this year, it was a very unique draft. It's made it a little bit trickier to cover in some ways, but from a Bucs perspective, right? But at the same time, I mean, just think about if Cal Trask gets to get in a game, there's gonna be a ton of intrigue suddenly surrounding this draft.
Tyler Johnson,
Tyler Johnson scored.
Yeah, not for the Bucs, but the Lightning scores. We'll see if that's the case.
Is that a court? No, I thought I saw a quarterback there. It's good drafted.
Panthers select Kentucky football defensive tackle Phil Hoskins. Never heard of him.
Phil Hoskins, yeah, big little dude in the middle. That's what I call him.
Phil full of scores for the Red Wings.
Wow, this is going on and on. Nobody could score in regulation, and now
they've had 3 goals scored apiece, and then 3 goals denied apiece.
Also, has Phil been with the Redskins for the Red Wings for 10 years?
He was with the Lightning
15
for a while.
years. Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Oh, he went back to the Red Wings.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. I was gonna say I knew he was somewhere else. Round 7, pick 33 for the Rams. Their pick is in. We are getting close, honestly, to the Bucs pick. It's all of a sudden the 7th round is flying. These teams are ready.
We're in round 8 of the shootout. That's 8.
Crazy. Wow.
It's 3-3 in Detroit right now. Wow.
Eagles are on the clock. Rams pick is in. Cincinnati 235. Buffalo at 236. Denver 237. Denver's got a couple picks actually coming up here to finish off their draft. So does Washington. So does Arizona, Pittsburgh. The Rams have a couple picks. Obviously, the Bucs with a couple picks here to finish things off. Man, a corner and a safety, Scott, if it goes that way, would just pretty much kind of end the roster.
Yeah,
good luck to any undrafted free agents.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have to see who they add and whether any of these guys have a shot, but they're going to be diligent to bring in people to make for a competitive camp. But it will be – we'll have to look closely, and the same thing with an offensive line. If an offensive lineman gets added here, I think that then it just kind of ends that conversation. I don't know that there are a lot of options for undrafted free agents to be able to make this team, and so it's still going to be important to see who they add as undrafted spots because you never know, they could beat out a draft pick.
Right.
I mean, we had who made the team? John Molson was an undrafted free agent, made the team.
Yep.
And Raymond Calais was Calais. What is it, Calais?
Calais. He was the 7th round.
He was bye-bye. So,
Red Wings beat the Lightning.
You hate to see it.
Damn it.
Lightning, what's their record? Are they one of the
I
best?
think they're third.
still really
Third
good.
in the, but it's all.
I know it's like all over.
It's like Florida, Carolina, and
right.
and
Imagine
Lightning.
hockey doing things that NHL doing things that make sense.
Yeah.
It's too much to ask.
Jake Funk.
Trill Williams. Somebody asked thoughts on Trill Williams. Why? I'm guessing they're wondering why is he fallen? Maybe. I don't know. There was an injury in his past. He gets penalties, silly penalties. I thought he'd be picked at this point, to be honest. He didn't test great, 4.57, 40, but he's 6'2", 208. So I thought that would help. Jake Funk, yes, got drafted. I just love the name. I don't know anything about him, but Jake Funk. Let's go. Special teams. Special teams, baby. If you can play special teams right now, you have a real good chance of being an NFL draft pick. That's pretty cool. Philadelphia Eagles, their pick is in. Bengals are on the clock. Approaching the Steelers pick. Christian Uphoff, safety from Illinois. Yes, I would definitely be interested in him. Nate Pitts, who only asked questions in all caps. Do you guys see Darden being the return man by the end of the season? Better be the return man by the beginning of the season.
Right. That's a great point right there.
That's what I want to see happen there. Wiggins, yes. Wiggins could be on the board here. I look crushed with the Lightning loss. I am a Penguins fan. I do root for the Lightning when they're not playing the Penguins. I would not describe myself as crushed by anything that happens in an NHL regular season other than injuries. As long as you make the dance, baby.
That's right.
Get hot at the right time. That's all that really matters.
Healthy and hot. That's what it's all about in hockey.
Right. Although I will say it has been quite enjoyable to watch the Penguins dominate. Oh, Nate Pitts said he puts them in all caps so I can read it. By squinting? I appreciate that, Nate. I do appreciate that. Patrick Johnson off the board, the Tulane edge rusher. This was the guy.
Yeah.
Most people came to the year and had Patrick Johnson over Cam Sample.
I know.
That's crazy to me because when I watched it, I didn't think there was a comparison.
No.
And a lot of people going in still had Patrick Johnson over Cam Sample.
Like Terrell Basham, remember him?
Mm-hmm.
From Ohio. It's like the production's there, but it's like how'd you get that? How'd you get the second numbers? Because you're just not that good,
right? Yeah, he really wasn't that good. I ended up moving him into the late third round grade, and I should have I knew he wasn't good. Sometimes being evaluated is hard. You talk yourself into things. Yeah. A lot of people had him high. And the Colts, they take him in the second round, right?
Third, I think.
It's the third, early third. I think you're right.
It was early third.
Early third, yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look here. The Panthers are now done with their draft. That's the Panthers draft. Thing that stands out to me, John, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 draft picks in 7 rounds. They really came into this wanting to trade back, wanting to get quantity as much as quality. I think it's a really solid draft. I think the Panthers moving in the right direction. I think I said it on day one. What?
Scott?
What?
I have a big announcement for you.
Okay.
Drafted with the 7th pick in the 2020 or 7th round pick, 235th overall pick in the 2021 NFL real draft.
Yeah.
The Cincinnati Bengals select Wyatt Hubert.
Kansas State.
Edge, Kansas State. Raptor Arms is drafted, and Kansas State is on the board, baby. Let's go, Scott.
Not excited about Wyatt Hubert.
Wow.
Should have stayed.
What a hater. Oh, he just got
just
drafted to the NFL, man. His kid's dreams have just been realized.
You know what? It's like he had a chance to get his degree.
Oh, there we go. Get your degree, son. Oh. Get off my lawn with your football playing NFL contract.
You're not ready for the NFL. You're not going to last.
Jack Anderson. Jack Anderson just became a Buffalo Bill, Texas Tech. 6'4", 5'8", 314 pounds, ran the 5.26 40. Bills have made a bunch of these picks, like just guys that aren't quite ready to play.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get them into the pipeline. They don't have a lot of guys under contract, I believe. I think their starting line is maybe under contract after the season, but after that, it falls off a little bit. So I think they're just trying to get depth on that O-line. They've always had depth on the O-line. I mean, Brandon Bean's theme is do that. Free agency draft, whatever.
Tommy Togiai, he got drafted, right?
He did, yeah. Browns. I want to say, did Browns take him or Bengals? I don't know. I feel like an orange team took him.
An orange team.
That's all I can
Broncos?
remember. I don't think it was the Broncos. They already have their Ohio State guy, Draymond Jones.
So
We're getting close.
Alien Mastodon says I give the Panthers a B+. That's about the grade I'd give them. I'd give them a B+. And how on earth did Carolina get so many picks? Good grief, trading back, man. They just kept trading back. And I think that was part of the strategy. They wanted depth players. They wanted guys that can compete for starting jobs. Remember, this is year 2 of the Matt Rule rebuild in Carolina. And if you want to recycle that roster, or I should say cycle through and purge guys that may not be fits, you need bodies to do that. And so in order to do that, you got to acquire more picks, and that's what they've done.
Yep. They have treated the draft very smart from a strategy standpoint. A couple of risky picks, but I still think they've had a really good draft.
I think Carolina's had the best draft
in the South.
NFC South teams, yeah, I do.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to even – I used to grade drafts, and I think that I just evaluate drafts. I like to evaluate them. It's just hard for me to say, like, if Kyle Pitts is the best player in this draft.
Yeah, if he's a future Hall of Fame guy.
Yeah, does it matter if Atlanta misses on every other pick? And the Carolina Panthers get like 3 good players, but they have Atlanta. How do you compare? Yeah. And I don't know. I'm not saying there's a right or wrong. I'm just saying, from my perspective, it's hard for me to say like, oh, this is great, but some obviously, like I would say a lot are better than the Raiders draft.
Yeah, and the thing too is like if you go back to 2015, at the time, right, 2 years into the 2015 draft, John, you're looking at Jameis Winston, who's an up and coming starting quarterback, right? Made a Pro Bowl his rookie season. You've got Ali Marpet, who's playing right guard at the time, looked like a Pro Bowl caliber guard.
Yeah.
Left tackle Donovan Smith, a Pro Bowl middle linebacker, and Quan Alexander in the 4th round. Those are 4 guys in that 2015 draft. That 2015 draft looked foundational for Jason Light and the Buccaneers. And now here we are after they won a Super Bowl without Jameis Winston, without Quan Alexander. You have essentially 2 hits.
Right.
Yep. And if you can get 2 starters out of a draft, that's a hit. That's a good draft.
Somebody just proposed to their girl on the stage. This is at the NFL draft.
Cleveland.
Right before Right before they announced Kerry Vincent was a Bronco.
Cleveland. Get a room.
I don't know who this is that's proposing. I hope it's not somebody famous. I don't know who that was. Kerry Vincent Jr. just went to the Broncos in the 7th round. Dang, good pick. Broncos. They have my heart, man. Broncos have captured my whole heart. They really have.
Look at this. Raiders drafting players every year.
Swinging blindfolded. That's them, man. I'm telling you.
That's fantastic. God, I wish I could share this. Holy crap.
You could send it to me.
It's got a. I don't know if we want to do that.
I could screen capture around.
Okay.
But yeah.
Holy smokes. All right, moving right along. Let's see where we're at. Pick 251 for the Buccaneers. Now we're on 239, so we're inching closer. God, look at that for Wyatt Hubert, the RAS score. That's not good.
Yeah, that is not good. Wyatt Hubert. What are his arms?
He's got raptor arms.
It's like absurdly. Yeah. It's like humorously short for an edge guy. What's your arm length, Scott? You all these years covering the combine, and you ever measured?
I've never done it.
Never measured your arm length?
No, not particularly long, but I don't think I've
got
raptor arms either.
What do you think my arm length is?
Longer than mine. I would say 31 and a half. What?
Up
33?
Yeah.
33 inch arms.
33 inch arms. Okay. Yeah, I could give tackle a swing, I think, maybe.
Okay.
Nah, I couldn't. I'm just kidding. No, 31 inch arms. Why did I think he had like 29?
He looks
at
like
the
he had
Senior
29.
Bowl. I thought he had at the Senior Bowl it was like under 30.
Yeah.
Smallest wingspan still in the draft, I think, for an edge guy. Yeah, smallest wingspan, 76 and 1/8.
Yeah.
Tied with Jamar Watson, I think, of Kentucky for smallest wingspan. That is a remarkably small wingspan.
Yeah.
Bob wants to know how much I bench. Actually, everybody. No, that's Bob asking multiple times how much I bench. Bob, what is your guess for how much I bench? Let's do that. You guess how much, and I'll tell you more or less.
Oh, by the way, hold on. Here, let's take a gander at this, shall we? Going back to the Marquez Stevenson.
Oh, you're still watching Marquez Stevenson.
This.
He get over it. He's a builder.
Look. See the separation there, and then the pull away.
Oh boy,
yeah.
I like him. I do. He moves like a baller.
Yeah.
315. Bob's guessing 315. Action Bastard's guessing 750.
750.
I definitely do not bench 750. My God.
I squatted 700 in high school.
315, Bob. I probably can do three. I don't really bench. I don't really max anymore. But
all right, here you go. Look at this.
Probably do 315 max. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. He's good. Bill's got him.
Yep.
They got Jalen Darden. Bucs got Jalen Darden. Got him.
I'm watching Marcus.
Watch some Jalen Darden. Watch him, Jalen Darden, man. He's a baller.
Look at that. Look at the extra gear, dude.
I can curl a wing. I can bench a wing. That's true. Oh, wings are. I don't eat them that often, but when I do, what's the most wings you've ever eaten in one sitting, Scott?
Probably 12.
12?
Yeah, 12.
No, wings like in one sitting
12
with the bone in a wing like you just gave me.
12.
The most you've ever eaten is 12.
12. Yeah.
In one sitting,
I'm
you've
not a
never.
pig, John. I'm gonna eat 12.
12,
Yes.
buddy. Like.
I'm gonna eat 12. What do you want me to say? 20? I'm gonna eat 12.
You've never eaten more than 12 in one sitting.
No, I'm not a pig, John.
It
sounds like you're a pig.
I am not a pig.
12.
But I have 12. Taylor's disgusted with you. 12. Oh, I'm so disappointed. The most. I'm not saying like if you had an order of wings, you order 12 at a store. I get that, sure.
Yeah.
But like you've never gone out on a wing night and just smashed wings?
I have. 12.
You've never
a dozen wings.
You cannot say you smashed wings
That's
if
enough.
you only ate 12 in one sitting.
That's enough. That's enough.
That
wings.
verb does not apply to eat like 12 wings.
I'm not a pig, John.
Oh.
I'm not going to sit there and have a trough full of wings and just keep eating. But apparently you are, and you will.
Absolutely. I've eaten in the 40s of wings in one sitting. Not even a question. Yeah. Not even a
I
question.
tell you too, when you get older, your digestive system.
I'm not saying when you grow.
down.
I'm saying as a kid, like any time in your life.
Okay.
The most you've ever eaten in one sitting.
True story. Wings are not a thing in Kansas City.
I'll never go there.
I did not have a single wing until I moved to Tampa in 1995.
You've never wings 1995.
Not a thing. Not a thing at all in Kansas City. It's brisket, pulled pork, ribs. I mean, it's a barbecue town. It's not a wing town. That's just
All right. So what should I ask you? How many ribs have you eaten in one sitting?
Oh shit, ribs. 12.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Big ribs.
Yeah.
are bigger,
Oh, yeah.
I'm
I can put away some big
All right,
ribs.
all right.
And I will say this: that there was a day. Now these are like thin pork chops, probably this big and maybe that thick. There was a day. Me and my stepbrother Jeff, my dad used to grill pork chops, barbecue pork chops on the grill, and we were out working at his mountain place up in Virginia. We were working out there in the yard, and I probably ate. He and I, between the two of us, probably 16 pork chops. Probably about 8 pork chops a piece.
Jeez.
Now, I mean, these are about this.
I could do it for sure, but I'm impressed.
And about that, they were thin, but I mean, 8 of them. Okay, like you pile them that high, it's that much of pork chops.
Mm.
That's probably the most meat of any kind I've eaten at one time.
Yeah, Bill Byers loves the draft, by the way. Yes, tell people. Yes, you cannot. You just got to use a different word. You can't say you smashed 12 wings. That's where I just draw.
I didn't say I smashed them.
I know.
I said I ate them.
Oh, somebody said smashed at some point. That's all I know. 12 Celsius per day for Bob Sack. Okay, Bob.
No, I've had 3 in a day. I don't recommend 3. I love Celsius, but
I have a
recommend
very,
Celsius.
very high tolerance. So, I could drink 2 in a day and not.
Yeah.
I could go to sleep. after
God,
that.
oh my
I'm very
God, my
usual.
wing eating is getting crushed here. Look at this.
I'm
getting
telling
made
you,
fun
Scott.
of.
It's not like you couldn't order 12, but just the fact that you've never eaten more than 12 in a sitting. Like, I just feel like
shameful.
I just feel like you have to go out and.
I didn't realize that was a thing.
Yeah, Ty says me and my friends used to smash pizza at Cece's. I mean, disgusting now for sure.
Right.
But if you haven't destroyed a Cece's, it's like a rite of passage. Honestly, I mean,
Right
don't
here,
step into this
26.
chat unless you've gone ham on Cece's at one point. I
Walk
mean,
of shame.
yeah. I mean, I watched
Seventh
shame
round
after
wing
Cece's.
eater. God, I'm getting shamed here.
7th round wing eater. That's a great.
I do eat all the meat on the bone. I do. Oh my gosh,
buddy. I've learned a lot here today.
At least.
Oh, the NFL draft's still going on. Matt Farnick, guard from Nebraska to the Cowboys. The Broncos took another Jonathan Cooper. I love the Broncos. My gosh, if this team had a quarterback, it would be Broncos Bucs in the Super Bowl if they had a quarterback.
They
would
destroy
destroy
12.
Peyton. They just don't have a quarterback.
12. TB12. Trevon Grimes, not been picked yet. No, I do not eat boneless wings. No, you give me.
I'll eat any kind of wing. I don't want to eat. I mean,
I don't do boneless wings. I eat regular wings with. I like dry rub wings. Glory Days dry rub wings, my absolute go-to. My wife Ashley and I, we go to Glory Days all the time. Proud sponsor, PewterReport.com, and love their wings. I think they get the best wings there.
I am.
Oh God, I'm getting. Look at
that. The 2 wing eaters. Oh, that's Mark.
I'm getting killed.
Mark, I love it.
I get red flag.
I will eat boneless wings. Don't get me wrong. Now, if I'm ordering wings, I'm ordering bone in every time.
I'm gonna get chicken strips.
Right. If I go somewhere,
but not little boneless.
If I go to a party and there's a buffet and they have boneless wings there, I'm smashing those things. I don't care. Like
Ryan
it's good.
Smith,
it's chicken.
Buccaneer, great. I'm with you, Ryan. Don't feel bad. I can't even see. There you go.
Now here's the dumb conversation to me, Scott. There's a flats or drums conversation. Have you ever had this conversation?
Yes.
Flats or drums?
Yes.
Why the heck would anybody want to eat a flat over a drum? It's more chicken on the drum.
I prefer flats. I like the flats. Yeah.
So, well, that makes sense for you because you're only eating 12 anyway, and you're leaving chicken on the bone. The Felipe Franks of wing eating.
Oh my God, I'm getting roasted here.
Scott is off my board next year for the media vote in.
Lost wing consumption.
Drums all the way. People, drums, rise up in the chat, man. Oh my gosh. Trey Nixon off the board to the Patriots at the 242nd pick. Bucs are coming up here.
Receiver, yeah.
Bucs pick is coming up here.
100%.
I just don't know why you would actively choose to have less of the good food that you ordered. You get less of it.
I'll tell you why.
Why would you want less of it?
Because I like the crispy skin of a smoked, grilled, dry rubbed wing, and for me, the meat is good, but chicken is chicken, folks. It just is. Okay. To me, it's how you season the skin, and I think you get more skin with the flat than you do with
a more skin to chicken ratio is what you're looking for.
Yes, exactly.
That's disgusting. No, I just need more chicken, man. That's it. More chicken, the better.
What's the consensus on KJ Britt? I like it. It's good.
Yeah, it's a special teams linebacker. It's your 4th linebacker.
Yeah.
If he plays out his whole contract as a special teams, a good special teams player, 4th linebacker, that's it. You need
Jonathan. See, he's my people. Look at this. He gives us
6
super
wings.
Chats.
Brisket is way better.
Yeah, give me some barbecue.
I love barbecue.
I will put away barbecue.
Yeah, I mean, no question. That's good too. Yeah. But I mean, I've never had Kansas City barbecue, so you've got the edge on me there,
dude.
Is it way better than anything you get in Tampa Bay?
Oh God, yeah.
Anywhere?
Oh yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Joshua says, "Find yourself a flats girl like I did. Leaves me all the drums and everyone's happy." Completely agree with this. Britt and I do the same thing. Britt always gives me the drums. I always don't understand why she won't.
Ashley and I we'll go and we'll share. And the thing is, we both like flats, so we both have to like split the flats. I can't go heavy on the flats. I get called out, so I have to eat some drums. I'm not opposed to drums at all. It's like 1A and 1B.
Okay.
They're
all right.
I'm not dissing the drums at all.
Here we go. We're delving into loose cannons territory here. Taylor says, "Time to get the chat at each other's throats."
Yeah.
Ranch or blue cheese with your wings?
I don't use either sauce.
Let's go, baby.
Why?
Let's go.
You know what? Why are you gonna like drown? I mean, first of all, if there's not any type of dry rub or sauce already on the wing, then what's the point, right?
Yep.
Okay, so to me, dry rub, sauce it, and then why would I want to like just pour blue cheese or ranch on it?
Yeah. James Wiggins just came off the board to the Cardinals. 243.
Damn it.
Hate to see it. Just a couple spots out.
Come on, Jason.
Bucs.
What are you doing? You have two
Come on,
seventh
Steve
rounders.
Keim.
Killing me.
Come on, man.
That's a BS pick.
Yeah.
I want to curse right now, but I think I've only cursed like twice, so I'm not going to do it.
That's stupid. By the way, yeah, no ranch or blue cheese. If you're putting
Yeah.
either on them, you did the wings wrong. You ordered the wrong kind. Yeah, just give me the wing. Shout out Eric Carlson.
Yeah.
Just give me the wings all day. Now the chat is going to murder each other. Everybody's typing in caps.
Yeah.
This is insane. Yeah, don't put barbecue sauce on your ribs or condiments or burgers because they're already seasoned. Yes, Taylor. Yes, that's correct. Don't cook them with the barbecue sauce on them.
Exactly.
That's how you make them.
Yeah.
That's what you do with your wings. You cook them with the wing on with sauce on it.
Right.
Burgers are a little bit different, but at the same time, I would, it's not going to taste the same as chicken when it's cooked in it, but it's still, still find a good seasoning for your burgers before you make them. That's what I say.
Really upset about the
snob.
James Wiggins pick now.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm disappointed. I'm not going to lie. Really disappointed. We came out here today hoping for a better result. We honestly thought, looking at the board at 251, we thought there would be better options. We looked at our team. We evaluated our options. We really felt like we could get better by adding another Bucs best bet. And James Wiggins didn't happen. Super disappointed.
This has really been a day 3 that's just rapidly going downhill for me. I'm getting called out for just because I won't gorge myself and overeat. I mean,
why aren't you more of a glutton?
I don't know. I thought that was a sin, but I guess I need to go stuff my face with some wings.
It is a sin, but
I brought you 5 wings, John. Sorry, I shortchanged you the 15 that you deserved. Okay,
turned it back on me.
Holy.
Wow, made me look ungrateful.
Dimitri Felton.
I couldn't eat that many on the show right now. That would have been awkward. I'd still be eating them. Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. I would love for this to be a good player, personally.
Right. Why not?
Quincy Roche was their best pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Oh, man. What a draft.
James Wiggins. What could have been, John? What could have been? 244. We're rapidly approaching here.
Oh, by the way,
Wait,
did
the Saints already pick?
We're going to need Presley Harvin to be picked in this draft.
The punter?
I'm just going to be honest. Yes, this freight train punter. We're going to need that to happen.
So Panthers are done with their draft. Falcons are done with their draft. Saints have 1 pick left. Bucs have 2. The Bucs will be picking 251. The Saints will be picking 255. And then Tampa Bay will be picking 259. And then it'll be the end of the 2021 NFL draft.
This guy proposed to his girlfriend for the Chiefs right after he announced
said
the
she
pick.
was his missing jigsaw puzzle piece, apparently. I need you to complete me. Please complete my puzzle.
My guy had so much time to think about that.
I know.
All right, so. Oh, super chat.
Uh-oh. What do we got here?
Scott Federico. Sympathy super chat. Cheer up, Scott. $20 super chat from Scott. Wow.
Appreciate that.
That's awesome. This podcast has jumped the shark, Brian says. $5 super chat.
We're in the 7th round, Brian. What do you
This is, buddy. Tutu can only eat 4 wings.
Well, I've tripled his output.
That's true. More, yeah. Pons Pennyloaf says, John, Najee Harris is a fantastic player. Najee Harris is a good player. I really like Najee Harris. Matt Matera is literally ordering wings right now. I do really like Najee Harris. I just think that you don't take a running back in the first round, especially when you have the needs that the Steelers have at other positions. That's my big thing. Now, who they drafting here? That's what I really want to know. The Dolphins just took Jared Dokes. I don't know who that is. Cincinnati running back. Jared Dokes. I want to see where he is on the consensus board.
Never heard of him.
Also want to see where he is on Dane's board.
Oh, the Cincinnati running back. Okay.
29th running back out of 35 on Dane's
5'11",
board.
228 is a big boy. I remember him. I watched him since he.
Let's see what Dokes. where he's at on the consensus board. Pick is in for the Steelers. Doak was on the consensus board, 284. I honestly didn't think he was going to be on there. Put the Steelers pick up. Come on, be a good player. Be a good player. Good player, good player, good player.
Oh my gosh. Stone Forsythe just destroyed Azeez Ojulari in these highlights. Watch this.
Trey Norwood, cornerback safety out of Oklahoma.
Look at
That's who the Steelers took. Never even.
That's Azeez Ojulari right there.
Yeah.
And then,
Oh yeah, he played pretty well.
And then right here,
Oklahoma.
watch these last 3 reps. Right. He's got 3 in a row. Just nothing.
Yeah, if Azeez Ojulari had an inside counter, he'd have cooked Stone Forsythe. But he just can't. I don't know. Trey Norwood, here we go. Priority free agent from Oklahoma. 5'11", 192, ran 4.57.
Washington
Safety.
just took Shaka Toney.
There goes Shaka Toney.
Yep. 246.
Doesn't sound like the Steelers got a great player in Norwood. 5 picks last year.
Jonathan Cooper, 7th round.
He was at Iowa Western Community College. Then he was at Southern Miss. That's where he's been.
Gil Brandt.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong guy. I'm sorry.
Gil Brandt.
Oklahoma.
Cowboys had an A+ draft. That's it.
Well, former Cowboys guy. He's just carrying water. Gil Brandt's he's always been carrying water. Come on, Gil. My God.
But you can't even say A- with a straight face, and it's
on.
A+.
A+.
Come on.
Get out of here. Norwood, undersized with poor length. Yeah, 29-inch arms, 4.57 40. Really bad agilities. He's 192 pounds. So,
yeah.
Good stuff. Great stuff, Pittsburgh. Couldn't even give me a 7th-round pick. Unbelievable. Now, they have another 7th-round pick, actually. They actually get to disappoint us again. Pick is in for Washington. Cardinals on the clock.
Yep. Shaka Toney was the pick.
Or Shaka Toney was the pick for
Yep.
All right, who's the highest ranked player left on the consensus board? Anybody in the top 100 or consensus board still left? Now Trey Smith's gone. No, Marvin Wilson, 108. That's it. Marvin Wilson, Dylan Moses, 110. Or Darius Washington, 116. I wasn't.
John, we're at hour 7, 19-minute mark right now. This is the longest podcast show we've ever done.
Yeah, doesn't feel that long. To be honest,
it's starting to get there for me.
Yeah,
it's like if I could hit fast.
I can do 7 more. I can do 7 more hours. I haven't had a Celsius hit either. Come on, man.
Well, you're young, John. You're young.
Kay Johnson's still on the board too.
Appreciate your youth while you can.
A lot of people had Kay Johnson as a top 100 player in the class.
Who?
Kay Johnson, South Dakota State.
Oh yeah, the receiver, right? Yeah.
Pro Football Focus has a 3rd-round grade on him.
Yeah.
Who do I have left that's good in this draft? James Wiggins is gone now.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Cooper's gone. David Moore's still here, Scott.
I know.
Still here.
Let's do it, Jason.
Let's do it, man. Come on, Jason. Step up. Step up. Kay Johnson, Kylan Hill, Kenny Yeboah, David Moore, Marvin Wilson, Darius Stills, DJ Daniel, or Darius Washington. That's it. That's all I have left. That's all I have left to give. Cardinals drafted Penn State center Michael Manet.
Yep. Urban Meyer revealed that Kadarius Toney getting selected was the player that broke his heart.
Oh, did he say a player broke his heart the first time?
Yep.
He's literally so transparent. He basically kind of tipped all their priorities like to the media before the draft. I was reading. He doesn't know yet about playing the game, man. He's smoked wings at Hank's on Dale Mabry are awesome. Wow.
I haven't tried Hank's. I'll check them out.
I might get some wings on the way home if Britt wants wings.
Sorry, my 5 wings weren't enough.
Okay,
John.
come on.
Come on. We're inching closer to the Bucs.
We are.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting there.
These picks could be huge difference makers, whether the Bucs win a Super Bowl, Super Bowl or not. John, do I think Meyer can win a Super Bowl? Oh, James. So I have kids that have been trying to keep up. Can you do a real quick recap of Bucs rounds 3 through 7 for guys like me? Yes. And then, Terrence, I will try and remember to answer your question. Okay, so rounds 3 through 7. Robert Hainsey is the draft pick for the Bucs in round 3. Versatility, played right tackle the whole time at Notre Dame, but most teams believe he can kick inside center and guard. Jason Light said could be a 4-position guy for them potentially, playing every spot but left tackle. Hainsey, we thought was going to be a better fit in his zone scheme. We'll see how he does in the Bucs kind of vertical blocking scheme. There is some inside zone in the Bucs scheme, so
we had Brandon Thorne on earlier, and he thought he could make that transition.
He did, yes. Yeah. He was happy about it. He thinks Hainsey needs work on his body, which, I mean, same thing with Dallas Kappa coming in. So I think there's some development needed. He is athletic. It's a little bit of a project, but he has a lot of experience, and he's the right mentality that they want in a player. So I think that was their idea with that pick. Jalen Darden in the 4th round, they traded up for, gave up their 6th round pick this year to trade up for Jalen Darden. I like Jalen Darden. I think that he's lightning quick feet, a guy that's going to be a space player for them, kind of a gadget player, add a wrinkle to the offense, some packages, some things he can do. Another thing to defend about the Bucs, and return ability. That's going to be the big thing. Can Jalen Darden handle returns? Can he be reliable in that role, in that capacity? That's going to be critical to whether that pick works out or not and ends up being a good pick, especially because they traded up for him.
Yeah.
KJ Britt in the 5th, special teams all the way. The 4th linebacker on the roster. He'll be a special teams guy. Hits like a ton of bricks, man. Very physical. Seen him smack around some offensive linemen, to be honest. I think that that's kind of the recap of where they're at. And now we're looking at maybe corner, safety, long shot to a running back.
Or defensive tackle, John. This is a position that Jason Light has drafted a lot late on day 3. You look at Stevie Tuikulavato in the 7th round, Terry Beckner Jr. in the 7th round, and then last year, Khalil Davis in the 6th round. This is not a good year for defensive tackles. Marvin Wilson's there. Do you take a shot at a boom or bust player like Marvin Wilson? Kyrie's Tonga is there from BYU, who I think is a good backup nose tackle to Vita Vea.
Somebody asked, hey, SR, can you ask the Glazers if they can get Tampa to host the draft?
I can ask.
Do you think that would happen? I mean, Tampa seems like it'd be a good location for that. Has that ever been in Tampa?
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, that's something they should definitely do. Tampa's awesome, man. What a city. Yeah.
Well, also too, I wonder if if the NFL, because the Super Bowl was here obviously, and it was not nearly what it was or could have been for the economy because of COVID, right?
So the NFL, you think, is likely to come back here?
I wouldn't be surprised if they circle back around to Tampa with the draft sooner rather than later, just for that reason, because it's like, hey, we gave you Super Bowl, but COVID didn't really provide the economic impact for the community that Super Bowls usually do.
Colts took a dude named Will Fries, Penn State tackle. Will Fries.
You've ever heard of him?
I've heard of French fries. I've heard of sweet potato fries. No, I don't know about Will Fries. No. Will eat fries.
Yeah, right.
Oh, newest Steeler, Trey Norwood picked off Cal Trask in the bowl game in the Sooners' rout of Florida.
Yeah, he did.
All right, cool. All right, so he owns Cal Trask. By the way, that throw is the far hash throw that you're worried about. That's the one Mark was talking about. Exactly right. That's the one. Now, that's the thing. I actually wanted to say this. arm strength. When we talk about Kyle Trask's arm strength, the Bucs, Bruce Arians scoffs or whatever. He's thinking people are talking about arm strength for distance. Kyle Trask can throw the ball far down the field.
Right.
Almost everybody can do that in the NFL.
It's just a velocity on the intermediate throws.
That's the unique thing in the NFL. It's not even necessarily long distance of velocity. It's just like velocity to from to the sideline on an 8-yard out or whatever like that. That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about when we say that, not the ability to throw the ball far.
Right.
I hate that when people are like, what are you talking about? Here he is throwing the ball 45 yards on a touchdown. It's like, okay, well, that's not what we're talking about. Everybody can do that. I
can't, but I'm not.
I can't either anymore, probably. My shoulders are cooked. Straight or curly fries? Wow, here we go. Back to food. Curly fries for sure. There's not a better fry than curly fry. Yeah. You agree?
I do like curly fries. I'm also
sweet potato fries.
I'm
like
a
lot.
Big sweet potato fries.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Britt has recently gotten to sweet potato fries. She made sweet potato fries for dinner twice this week.
Oh, nice.
Oof. Game changer.
Sweet potato fries are good. I like sweet potatoes, so
spicy curly fries. Yes, spicy curly fries. Steve McCoy, shout out.
I got some good news, John.
Do you?
Yes.
The Bucs are on the clock?
The Bucs are almost on the clock.
Okay. Will Fries, baby. Let's go. All right, who are the Rams picking here? Ben Skowronek. You thought this guy could be a Bucs? This was almost the 7th round Bucs best bet. We debated
almost.
Him.
We talked about him, yeah.
Skowronek.
So that means the Bucs are on the clock?
Big receiver, 6'3", 220. Big dude.
Bears are on the clock.
Bears are on the clock. Yeah. Yeah, Bears are on the clock. Rams took Ben Skowronek. Bears, then the Bucs, then the Rams, Broncos, Steelers, Saints.
The Bucs are on the clock, John.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Here we go. Everybody put your last choices in. I'm still going David Moore. I'm saying they say screw special teams. We're going David Moore. It's probably DJ Daniel, though. It'd be cool if it's one of those guys.
Yeah.
I'd be pumped about it. Or Darius Stills. I mean, Darius Stills could be, because they met with him.
Mm-hmm.
I could see them wanting to add one more D tackle to the mix for competition.
And the thing with Stills is he's got some quickness too. Tonga is more of a power guy than a quick guy, so it's kind of preference there.
Oh, Tonga, yeah, I forgot we could still hit on the Bucs best bet.
The Bucs are going to have 2 picks in the 7th round, this one, and then shortly thereafter.
Here we go. Oh, Tonga just got picked.
Oh, my God. Tonga to the Bears.
What are the odds of that?
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Mike Mayock's on the show right now, by the way, NFL Network. This is an interview, but really it's just an audition to get your old job back.
Exactly, yeah. He's campaigning for
your boy's about to get you up out of there, I think. Wow. So Tyrus Tonga just
what could have been, John. What could have been.
Oh.
So close yet so far.
You'll definitely have to try and find out from Jason if Tonga was on their radar before the Bears took him. That's funny.
Come on, David Moore. Come on down to the Bucs. That's it. There's no more defensive players that we have as Bucs best bets. There's 2 picks.
Yes, it's true.
Feels like a DB with one of these 2 picks.
Pick is in for the Bucs. We haven't seen it, by the way, people in the chat. We let you know if it is. Come on. Somebody we like. Somebody we know. Somebody we've heard of.
Jason Light is bombed typically in the 7th round, so
that's true.
My hopes are not high.
251. Come on, baby. Come on.
Tyrus Tonga would have been a hell of a player. It's a 7th round pick.
Come on. Give us a 7th rounder to get excited about.
BYU cornerback Chris
Wilcox. All right.
6'2", 198.
Don't know him.
4.31 speed.
Wow. 4.31 speed, though.
Yep.
Okay, he's a DB. 6'2", 198. Cornerback. 4.38 speed. I like it. I already like it, Scott. Best pick in the draft. Going to be a Hall of Famer. 23 and a half years old already. This guy's old as dirt.
No, he's seasoned.
Wow.
That's the term.
Seasoned. 7th round grade. So this is good value for him here.
Got good value.
BYU missed 4 games due to fractured ankle in 2018. Missed most of the season. Hang on, let me get this. On the clock thing out here. Missed most of the season. Recovering from his 2018 injury, a medical redshirt in 2019. Then he opted out of the bowl game, but he did play 9 games. Barely played. What is going on here? In 2020.
I told you, Jason Lance not good in the 7th round.
We don't know this. A 3-year starter at BYU. Wilcox played right outside cornerback and head coach Kalani, whatever his name is, defense, playing mostly zone coverage. A high school safety, he moved to cornerback in Provo, and his career was split between intriguing flashes and nagging injuries. Wilcox didn't have the most entertaining tape because he wasn't targeted very often, 2.6 times per game in 2020, which contributed to his lack of production. But regardless, 8 passes defensed and 0 interceptions over 41 games played are not the numbers you want to see.
Yeah.
Overall, Wilcox has outstanding size and speed, but he is very raw instinctually and technical with immature ball anticipation. He projects as a developmental cornerback and will need to show out and stay healthy on special teams. 4'3", 840, 37.5-inch vertical.
He's a traits guy.
Yeah, the 3 going to the shuttle are not great. Not going to lie to you. But yeah, interesting. Let's see. I don't see if our friends over at Oh, they do. Our friends over at Pro Football Focus have him listed at least. Is he on their board? I mean, it says they have him in their guide. That'd be great if they did. I would love that. I'm not seeing him. Chris Wilcox, huh? Here we go. All right. He's down there at the bottom of their draft guide, I think. Here we go. Chris Wilcox. Biggest strength, tackling. That's good for special teams. Yes. Let's go. 385 snaps last year. Hardly any in 2019 because of the injury. 455 in 2018. He doesn't play in the slot at all. He's only played outside. He's barely given up any production. He's graded well for them. Barely given up anything. Galloping long corner. Can make up ground downfield with long strides. Has height and length that everyone is looking for. Didn't miss a tackle on 55 attempts since 2017. Wow. Wilcox's best role would be in a cover 2 heavy scheme on the outside. That's not a popular role anymore, though. Yeah, that's true. Does not track the ball well at all. Relies on wide receiver to find the football. Gather steps consistently out of pedal, so slow coming back downhill. Injuries have been a big issue. Broken ankle at end of 2019 cost him the 2019 season. Not great. No picks and only 8 pass breakups on 779 coverage career snaps. Not great either. Okay, so you've got yourself a little bit of a project here. There's no doubt about it. A little bit of a project, but the fact that he can tackle, hasn't missed a tackle, that bodes well to me on special teams, Scott.
Yeah.
He is. His 3-cone was in the 11th percentile, but his 40, I mean, that's a great 40. You're fast and you can tackle. Big, long, fast, and can tackle.
Traits. He's a traits guy.
That's what we want on special teams.
Yep.
He sounds like a great replacement to me to Ryan Smith. We'll see if we can even find any tape for him. Well, here's the strengths from Dane Brugler.
It's if he makes the roster, because I mean you got
right.
Herb,
but we're going to be extremely excited whether he makes it or not. We're going to blow him up like he's a Super Bowl MVP over the next over the next month.
Why not?
Let's take advantage. Look at him. He looks great on the hoof. Yeah, I'm excited. Late in the draft, getting a tradesy guy. Let's go. Here we go. Top shelf speed to run with anyone on the football field. Accelerates quickly to make up lost steps. Looks explosive when he drives or closes on the catch point. Excellent height, length combination to match up downfield. Looks natural with his lateral transitions to match different types of route runners off the line. Widens his base and gets his man on the ground as a tackler. You have to go back to 2017 tape to find his last missed tackle. Nice job avoiding blocks to put himself in position to make plays and run support. Weaknesses, average fluidity in his feet, lower body, hips. Shifty route runners can force him to turn his hips easily, creating a hitch in his reactions. Late to turn and locate due to questionable instincts. Below average ball production with 0 picks in 41 games. Makes tackle attempts harder than they need to be by hugging high and not using proper form. Bad form as a tackler and hasn't missed one in 4 years.
That's
good stuff. Prefers to avoid roadblocks and needs to develop more of a bad temper when taking on blocks. suffered a season-ending fractured ankle and required a second surgery that sidelined him for most of the 2019 season. So obviously medical, I mean, this range of the draft, who cares? But the Broncos just took Marquise Spencer, another player I like.
Okay.
This guy that was Emery Hunt. He turned me on to Emery Hunt football game plan. He turned me on to Marquise Spencer as a solid point of attack guy, real stout. All right, Bucs are about to pick again, by the way.
Yep.
Chris Wilcox going to the Bucs, and then Chris Garrett went to the Rams, an edge defender from Concordia St. Paul.
I liked him.
Did you?
Yeah,
you watched him?
Yeah.
You big Concordia St. Paul guy watching some Concordia tape?
Yeah, he's got like over 30 sacks in his career. Really dominated. Oh yeah, he dominated the small school.
Okay.
All
right.
But he's
Charles
small
Davis.
himself. He's like under 250. He needs to really pack on about 15 pounds to be effective, but he dominated at the small school level.
Wow.
I think he had 15 forced fumbles.
Wow.
Yeah. Big time.
Pick is in for the Steelers, by the way. Broncos took Marquise Spencer with the next pick. They continue to have a great draft, a great trade 3. Other than passing on Justin Fields, they've done really, really well. Here we go for the Steelers. We're going to see like Jamie Newman here, some quarterback, just to finally put one more nail in my coffin. Give me some horrible quarterback that's just on this throwaway pick. Go ahead, Peter Schrager. Tell me. Break my heart. Absolutely rip my heart out of my chest. Come on. 254. Bucs are about 5 picks away from being on the clock. Steelers, Saints, Packers, Lions, Washington, and then Tampa Bay will be on the clock. Oh, Steelers pick. Not going to show it to us. Cool. What? The Steelers took a punter. Presley Harvin.
Oh, there he goes.
Yes, big
There
boy.
he goes.
Saved the whole draft. I love it. Wow.
Big punter, too.
Big punter. 263-pound punter.
Wow.
In fact, I'm going to pull up here. Hang on a second. I'm going to pull up Bob again. He had scout comments on Presley Harvin. Oh, yeah. This is a bruiser of a punter. An absolute unit of a punter. Let's see. Top specialist. Here we go. This is what they had to say about him.
Okay.
I know you're all Bucs fans, but I appreciate you enjoying this with me as we bask in the Steelers' lone good pick. So I had two good picks. Here it is. 5'11", 263, no 40, round 7 or free agency type range. 2020, he became the first black punter to win the Ray Guy Award. Among black punters in NFL history, there's a list of them. They've all that have all led the league in punting average. This year was by far the best year of his career, one coach said. When you look at him over time, he's not been quite as good. There's just been some inconsistencies in getting the ball to turn over. I didn't get great hang times when I charted him. Hold on, Scott. Looks like a guard, but he's really quick, said one scout. Weight remains an issue. Weighed 263 pounds at the pro day at mid-March, the same number that he was for scouts in February 2020. So at least he didn't gain any. He is a very good athlete. He's just overweight. Another scout said he's got a big-time leg. He's got the best technique of the draft's top punters, but he's got to get his weight down to handle bad snaps or cold weather snaps or windy games.
In my boring voice.
I still think he's got good feet.
Good last year. Before that, not so good.
That's basically what it is. I still think he's got good feet and moves around well enough. I think he's the most NFL-ready punter. Smith and Duffy will probably catch up pretty quick because they're both very talented. I'm ecstatic. I mean, he's probably going to be horrible, but I'm just happy. Blessed with a great Steelers draft. K'Wan Baker, South Alabama wide receiver. The Saints finally get their wide receiver too.
Wow.
Man, Traquan Smith better be ready to step up this year. Because Carlton Davis is locking up Michael Thomas. Okay, Bucs are getting close here. Deontay Brown is a punter. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Presley Harvin. 262 and is down 20 pounds. PH3 is a tank and have an arm that can throw the ball 60 yards. Great for fake options if teams line up inadequately. Let's go. I love it. Oh, if they run a fake punt with him and he steamrolls somebody, I'll literally never speak ill of the team again. I love it. Ryan Smith says, thanks again, guys. Second year I watched y'all's draft coverage and kept my TV on mute. We appreciate that, Ryan. That's
thank
awesome.
You so much. That's awesome.
There's a million places y'all can watch the draft, honestly. The fact that you're doing with us is super humbling. We know we have as much fun with it as we can. I think even if the Bucs win the Super Bowl next year, I'll be more ready for next year's draft than I was this year. I promise you. This year was moving, and it was crazy.
An in-season move. That's
the in-season move was I had college football season. Not basically starting until for a lot of teams until it was time for me to move. It made the whole thing. Yeah, it was tough, but we're going to be watching way more, and we'll have. I'm already excited for next year's draft. To be honest. Presley Harvin, Percy Harvin's uncle, and then how old is he? I don't think he's his uncle. If he's his uncle, I'm gonna be. You can't tell me.
Packers select Kylan Hill, running back.
He did get drafted. Yep. Wow. Okay, there's another player off my top 150. Let's see. Kenny Yeboah is left for me. Cade Johnson. David Moore's still available.
We are 3 picks away.
Darius Stills or David Moore right here, right?
Yeah, either one.
Or Darius Washington.
What's the make and model of the microphone we're using? Blue
Yeti.
Yep.
Blue Yeti.
All right. So
highly recommended. It's a little bit
quality.
We're kind of not always facing it, and sometimes we're being pretty laid back about how our usage of it.
It's day 3. I mean, it's 7th round.
Yeah. We have it on an omnidirectional setting right now, by the way, if you see so. Thank you for doing this, y'all. Greetings from Arlington, Texas. The only way I'm getting quality draft news from Tampa.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Love it.
Dieter.
Glad you all are with us for sure. Hey, if you love it, spread the word.
Jefferson.
Is that who just came off the board?
The Lions.
Running back?
Yeah.
So we got a couple running backs coming off the board here. Back to back. Late in the draft.
Washington football team is on.
Bucs could take a running back too, honestly. Right? So the Bucs are on deck to finish the draft. Mr. Irrelevant.
Here it is.
This is a big deal, Scott. This is a big deal. Every time the Bucs have had a Mr. Irrelevant on their roster, they've won the Super Bowl.
That's true.
And now they're going to have 2 of them, and they're trying to win a second Super Bowl in a row. Just saying. It's meaningful.
All right.
Are they on the clock?
Pretty close.
Did you jump the gun?
Well, I'm just.
You jinxed this? Oh, they are on the clock. Never mind.
They're on the clock.
You did that. As always.
See my first radio job.
Yeah, that's right. Washington, here we go. What do you got? Don't take a good player, please.
Take David Moore.
No. What if they took David Moore here?
Oh, I would love it.
Why?
Because
you don't want him?
$3 best bets. Yes. Take
David Moore. If the Bucs did. Yeah, that'd be great. I thought you meant if Washington did.
No, gosh, no. We've already had our hearts broken before with Karis Tonga.
Do we have any Bucs best bets on the board? Can we throw them up, Cork? They're on the clock, but
Felipe Franks. Tamarian
Terry.
Terry.
He hasn't been drafted.
Yeah.
That's it, though, right? Tony Polshan? No, we didn't do
him. Harry Kreider. Center. That's it.
Tonga's gone.
Yeah.
Wiggins is gone.
Yeah. Felipe Franks.
Slim chances here at getting $3 best.
Dax Milne to Washington.
I like Dax Milne.
Yep.
It's a good moments on tape.
646.
Chris Wilcox said special teams where he first made his impact at BYU. So he's more than ready to help as a gunner on coverage teams with the Bucs.
Mr. Irrelevant. Here we come.
Here we go. Mr. Irrelevant. Then the undrafted free agent frenzy. By the way, are we gonna get somebody on to talk about the Bucs day 3 picks.
Yeah.
And we'll.
Yeah. Jason's going to be addressing the media here.
And
we're going to have Mark pop in for that.
Great. We'll keep you updated on any undrafted free agent signings that we see. Usually Greg Allman's got a pretty good lockdown on a lot of the.
Oh yeah, he does. He's a savant when it comes to
he
that.
works the agents for some news there. Seeing anything, Mr. Relevant? Oh, we're gonna have a big presentation. This probably won't be on Twitter before. Well, maybe it will be. Mr. Relevant's a big deal. Still thinking it's David Moore, man. We've never seen an offensive lineman, though. And when was the last time an offensive lineman?
Jason Lights never drafted an offensive lineman in the 7th round.
Now's the time to start, Jason.
I know.
Look at David Moore. Look at that absolute unit of a man. Yeah. He throttled people at the Senior Bowl. I can't believe he's on the board. I'm going to be honest. I am stunned he's on the board. Yeah. I really thought he'd be like a 5th round pick at least. Crazy.
Grant Stewart, the linebacker.
Is that what it is? Is that who it is? We had him in tons of our mocks. Trade rumors.
Yeah.
Be another special teams guy if it is.
Yep. Grant Stewart.
Wow.
There you go.
We had him in a bunch of our.
We had him in a mock.
Yeah, we definitely had him in a mock. We'll have to look on the site and find which one it was.
Grant Stewart from Houston, linebacker.
Yeah, Grant Stewart, man. You talk about a buck. I mean, that's not a surprise to us. We mentioned him a while ago.
Teamer.
Another linebacker is a little bit of a surprise. Yeah, he's a special teamer through and through. So they definitely use that pick to a couple picks now to upgrade those spots, and he'll compete for that last linebacker spot on the roster. And it'll probably be honestly a battle with him and with KJ Britt. Obviously expecting Britt to win it, but really there's very little difference on Dane's board. At least he has KJ Britt as the 20th ranked linebacker. He has Grant Stewart as the 22nd ranked linebacker. 6th to 7th round grade on Grant Stewart. Hang on, let me get this off the Grant Stewart. How much does he weigh? I'm about to tell you here. Hang on.
Special teams guy.
Yeah.
Fiery guy.
5'11 and a half, 230, 29 and a half inch arms. So we're talking about a baby radius here.
Yeah.
22 and a half years old, a 73-inch wingspan. That is one of the smallest wingspans of any human in the NFL. I mean, any human, any position. I really think that's one of the smallest wingspans in the league.
Yeah. All right. So as a linebacker, 97 tackles in 2019 and 61 tackles in 7 games last year, 9.5 tackles for loss in 2019, 5 tackles for loss, and 2 sacks in his career, 4 pass breakups, of fumble recovery, was a scoop and score for a touchdown. Special teams guy, though. He's not going to be a factor on defense.
Yep. Less chance of playing on defense than KJ Britt.
Yes.
No question.
Yep.
If he makes the team. Here's what Dane has to say about him, and this is definitely true, all true on watching him on tape. Plays with a full tank and relentless motor on every play.
Yeah.
Runs like the wind with sideline to sideline range. Chases down ball carriers from behind, never giving up on a chance to make a stop. Slippery athlete, avoids blockers without taking himself out of the play. Physical tackler and drives through his target. Light feet and his pedal to stay on top of backs in coverage. Extensive special teams experience. Toughs out injuries. Played the 2019 season with a sports hernia, receiving 6 injections throughout the season. Team captain as a senior and known as one of the hardest workers in the program. Community involvement and religion are important to him. Versatile experience, played at weak side and middle linebacker as a senior after playing nickel safety as a junior. Weaknesses: tweener size and length lead to position fit questions. Stiff hips, eaten up by blockers, doesn't have take-on skills to win many battles near the line of scrimmage. Over-aggressive run fits for sure. Attacking before reading, I saw that as well. Yep. Fooled by misdirection and movement and takes himself out of plays. Often plays too fast and struggles to break down on the move. Combined for 10 missed tackles the last 2 seasons. Doesn't have the arm length to corral shifty runners.
He's the Tasmanian devil, really what he is.
Below average pass defense production, and he did have a sports hernia that required surgery and a torn meniscus that required surgery during this time. So seems like he is going to be special teams all the way for sure. See, I mean, Pro Football Focus may have some numbers on Grant Stewart here. I think they do. Actually, that might have a profile on Grant Stewart too. So
yeah, and the thing is, John, is like, I
love it.
They kept Ryan Smith around just
it.
for special teams for 4 years, as an extra cornerback, but just as a special teams slot. This is a guy that could be a linebacker number 5, not 4, but 5.
Right.
Just as that special teams guy.
Yep, exactly right. I mean, that's the rule. Now, he might not even make the team, but he's going to make everybody better during camp. And it's not a throwaway thing.
Yeah.
Like, he actually will compete.
If there's in these 3 preseason games this year, fans are going to love watching him play.
Oh my gosh! I mean, he'll be a fan favorite.
The hair flying around,
and he'll probably be on the practice squad.
Yeah,
because I think he's going to make it. I mean, he's ultra physical. He's not graded particularly well as a defender. His biggest strength was diagnosing. Pro Football Focus says biggest weakness is his build.
Yeah.
Here's what they wrote: whether it's because of the rug hanging out of the back of his helmet, long hair, or the consistent way he explodes downhill, Stewart is an all fun to watch team member in this draft class. Over the past 2 years as a starter, he racked up 76 total stops and was a difference maker in the middle for Houston. That is in the run game. Stewart simply doesn't have profile as a coverage linebacker in the NFL, nor was he one in college. He's not only one of the shortest linebackers in the class, but he also has some of the shortest arms. He is a flip side of a small catch radius for wide receivers. His change of direction ability is also sorely lacking from what you'd like in the NFL. So he graded out great as a run defender, horrendous as in coverage.
Yep.
He did have a decent missed tackle rate, so he missed his tackles too at times. Times, I guess. I don't know. They didn't have actually him. They had him actually just slightly below average for missed tackles, but he has got those short arms. That's gonna hurt him.
Yeah.
But on special teams, again, you hem guys in, you do your job, you hustle, get off blocks. So high level production in the run game for sure. I think it's perfect type of pick for special teams, honestly, and he's a really fun dude, and I think that makes it even more interesting to me because that's the kind of player Mr. Irrelevant you want, right?
That's
you want somebody you're going to remember at Mr. Irrelevant, and I think you'll remember this guy. I'm going to find out some stuff about him because I know he's had some cool stories done about him, but he's a character.
Is Gil Brandt, is he drunk, or did somebody hack his account?
Give everyone an A+, Gil Brandt said.
Oh, man.
Wow. Gilbert.
The Browns are signing Florida State defensive tackle Marvin Wilson. It didn't take long.
Oh,
Pittsburgh Steelers signing Shakur Brown.
Shakur Brown ran a 4.6, but Dane Brugler really likes his tape.
Jets are signing Oregon State edge rusher Hamilcar Rashid.
Yeah. You keep looking at undrafted free agents. I'm going to pull up this thing about Lance Zierlein gave him a chance to make end of roster or practice squad grade for Grant Stewart. Yep. Let's see. I'm trying to find if there's a.
Let's see here.
Hard to dislike it, though, right? I mean,
no,
you get a guy like that.
Like it.
I'm good with that. I mean, yeah, Stewart was all over the place during Senior Bowl week. That's true. Dominated the Senior Bowl. I don't know about that. He got destroyed in the coverage drills.
Yeah.
He cannot cover right now. He's just too aggressive. He doesn't have any patience.
He's his own worst enemy in coverage right now.
I mean, there's linebackers in this league that are at the bottom of rosters that never play defense. Yeah. That's going to be him. If he makes it, that'll be him. We're not talking about a defensive player here. Yeah, Jalen Darden does make it 4 special teamers. They went after special teamers. That's exactly what they should have done today.
Yep.
Sounds like they got some good options too. So, like that. That's the unit. I know we forget about it. It's not sexy to talk about, but that's the unit. They definitely could get better there, talent wise. They could have added more guys like that. I mean, that's been a staple of some of these better teams in the league every year is having good special teams. Saints, a staple of them. It's been a staple of the Patriots, obviously. So that's an area I think the Bucs needed to add some people, and I think they did that.
So looking for a visual here.
Charles Snowden, long lost Glazer, guy needs a lot of work, man.
Coming off of a big time fracture.
Coming off injury, older, 6'6", 235. Yeah, that's not really what you want, to be honest. Like that is a lot of his movement is not very quick twitch. Those guys, they have longer strides.
Yep.
when I watched Stoughton, I just saw it as a guy that doesn't win very physically, and I think you need to be able to do that to play on the edge. So just questions I had with him for sure.
So there's Chris Wilcox, long corner.
I love it. Look at him.
Yeah. Looks the part.
Yeah. Love it. Take a chance, man. Take a chance on corners.
And there's Stewart.
Everybody's saying great job. Appreciate you all jumping in for sure. We're gonna hang. If you want to hang with us here because we're gonna have Mark on.
About Jason Light and
what Jason Light is saying. We'll also keep you updated on undrafted free agents as they sign other places. I know there's some people that instead of looking all around Twitter, we'll kind of try and find some of this for you.
And I would say this week, they think they're gonna bring Blaine back.
Yeah. Well, Blaine, you think it's gonna be this week? You think
it might
be. Blaine back. Here we go. Yeah. All right, now we find out undrafted free agents.
Have you seen any for the Bucs yet?
Well, Justin M, by the way, if you're looking at Justin M _NFL is a good one to look at. Jets, you said, are signing Hamilcar Rashid. I think you said Liberty linebacker Anthony Butler signing with the Colts. He'll have a lot of those, and then Greg, I believe, will have a lot as well. Special teams, baby. Getting better at special teams. I think that's
what a luxury to say.
I know it is. It's a luxury to say.
You know what, John? We need to improve our number 5 cornerback spot.
Yeah.
We need to improve our number 4 linebacker spot.
And really, you can't even really focus on defense that much. You're really just trying to focus on. You're really just trying to focus on special teams. It's crazy.
Okay.
All right. Washington football team's getting Jarrett Patterson, running back.
From the Buffalo Bill team.
Mm-hmm. Jamar Watson's going to the Steelers.
Or Buffalo Bulls, I guess.
Bucs are signing Stony Brook safety Augie Contressa. Augie Contressa. Luke Easterling for that one. All right, Luke. So you said Trill Williams. Somebody asked about Trill Williams going to the Saints. Whoever asked about that. Trill Williams. He's going to the Saints. All right, I'm going to tell you something about. Keep an eye out for more if you see any more. But Augie Contressa, let's talk about him a little bit. All right, let's see if Dane has anything on him. Can we stump Dane with Augie Contressa?
Probably not.
I don't know. Nothing's coming up. Might be a different first name, though. I don't know. Augie might be a nickname. I don't know. We might have stumped him. Augie Contressa, Stony Brook. Stony Brook. See if we can find him here. No, he's not in there. Wow. Where's Stony Brook? That's crazy. Versatile defender with a chance to stick on special teams, even with that.
Did you already do that?
No. I don't think so.
Jonathan, again, thank you. $10 super chat. Big thanks, Scott and John, for 3 days of great work, not to mention great year-long content. This is an annual draft week tradition. Love your stuff. Appreciate it. We got 2 Bucs best this year, John. I'm excited because start off with a 1-2 punch. That's always good. And, these guys are going to stick around for 4 years at least.
Yeah.
Tryon and Kyle Trask. So
Yeah.
good to get those guys. Didn't have a Bucs best bet last year, so we kind of made up for it by getting 2 this year. That's always fun.
Yeah, and I think people, it's not maybe the sexiest draft, and honestly, a lot of these guys will barely play this season if all goes as hoped. So I think some people, I see Bucs Time, appreciate the great drafts coverage. Shout out, disappointing draft, but ultimately, I don't know that. I don't think it was a disappointing draft for sure. I don't. There's really not much room on this roster to be able to add a lot to it. There really isn't. That's what makes it so hard. It would have been hard to come away from this draft and say, wow, they just, every single pick was just so impactful. It's not really the way that it is. It's just the reality. You have to add special teams players. You have to add versatile guys, I think, that can do a lot for you. That's certainly the case with Hainsey. There's definitely a little bit of a development. You could argue you wanted a different offensive lineman there. You could argue you didn't want a quarterback. I'm not saying that there weren't other options, but I do think that there were. And like I said, I wouldn't have taken Kyle Trask, but I get where they're coming from with Kyle Trask. And I'm kind of excited to see how Kyle Trask, now that he's a Buck, I want to see how does camp go. It adds a level of intrigue, certainly, to the next couple seasons. I think.
How about Grant Stewart? All glory to the Most High, pound relevant, not irrelevant, relevant. I love it.
Grant Stewart, shout out Jesus, maybe there. I'm not sure. I know he's religious. I'm not sure what it exactly means by it.
I think that's what it means.
So yeah, I'm excited to see how Joe Tryon does. That's honestly the whole focus to me. Other than Cal Trask and seeing how that process goes, his growth and development, which will be fun to track. It'll add a ton to camp, I think, in terms of just another side story to watch at camp. I love that kind of stuff from a coverage perspective. That'll be enjoyable. But man, Joe Tryon, how he grows, how he develops, whether he can clean up some of that technical stuff. If you get a really good pass rush out of a draft where you were picking at the bottom of every single round, Scott, and a couple special teams impact guys. That to me, that's a nice addition to what's really already a very, very good offseason. So it's not the kind of draft that's going to be like last year's draft, right? Where you have one of the best players in the draft fall, you have 14, and then another guy in Winfield feels like a super exciting pick. He's all these great picks on tape and interceptions and plays and stuff. It's not going to be like that. So yeah, I think that you had to know that going in and just set those expectations for what was realistic. But I think it's a good draft. I think it's a good, solid draft. Like I said, I'm not giving it an A or anything like that, but I think it's a good, solid draft. And there wasn't necessarily the deepest draft either, by the way. This is not to me a very great class overall. I had 80 players graded rounds 1 through 3. And frankly, I look at that and I think I was a little bit lenient on a few of those. I really think there might be 70 impact type of players from this class. Just starting potential, even at the end. If we get that kind of a turnoff from the draft and you're picking at the bottom of each of those rounds, it definitely makes it tricky for sure. Scott, great coverage, guys. Thanks for all the hard work. I'll keep following, but I better make sure I am still married. Me too, Scott. Me too, buddy. Great draft coverage all season. We appreciate all the shout outs. I'm not gonna read all of them, but I will personally. I don't want to read them all out loud. But yeah, you guys are great. You guys are the best, man, to be hanging with us like y'all do for as often as you do. It's great stuff. And Hans, we appreciate it. I know the draft didn't go your way, man, but Pewter Report was yet again the best place experience the Bucs draft coverage. Trust us, it's only going to keep getting better. It really is. We've got awesome stuff in store for y'all. And as we've kind of trying to move through COVID and take those steps, now we're able to kind of broaden our horizons and start thinking big picture again. And we're very, very excited about some of the things that are coming the way of Pewter Report. So this has been a nice step in that, having a better draft show, I think. But there's definitely better yet to come, as I'm sure you all have seen with stuff we've been producing, moving on up for sure. Augie Contessa, the first Bucs undrafted free agent signing so far. I haven't seen anything else. Rob, $5 super chat. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Rob.
You guys are all right, I guess. Thanks, Rob. I appreciate that. Ryan Smith, I appreciate that, man. If you want to do super chats, there should be a little money icon, I think, the money symbol next to the comments. I think that's how you do it. So we appreciate that, Ryan. appreciate the shout out from y'all for sure. Ryan, $25 super chat. Thank you, man. That means awesome. A lot, honestly. Appreciate that. And if your name really is Ryan Smith, that's awesome. If it's a shout out to the Bucs Corner, that's also awesome. Ryan Smith, much respect. Many years Super Bowl champion, great special teams. So we appreciate that for sure. And appreciate all the super chats we've gotten over the past couple weeks. That stuff really helps. You can see we've got new cameras. Scott and I are going to be setting them up to use on the podcast soon. So you'll see us with those. We've got lighting that we're going to do. So it's going to be a high quality production. We're working on better background stuff. My wife was working on this past week at her home. So it's going to be a pretty impressive production going on here at the Pewter Report.
When you look at this draft, they end up with 1, 2, 3, 4 defensive players and 3 offensive players. It's going to be interesting to see if they're going to keep 4 linebackers. There's going to be Britt or Stewart. Special teams might decide that. At the same time, they might keep 5 because if Stewart and Britt are both good on special teams, that's an area the Bucs said they want to upgrade their coverage units. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is even being able to get a corner late in the draft. I think that has some tools. I'm intrigued by that. I'm intrigued by Grant Stewart. I think he's going to be fun in camp. He's going to bring some energy. You guys are going to like him. I bet he swings onto the practice squad at the end of the day. Wilcox could too. I mean, those are spots for those guys, and maybe that's why you keep the 7th. But yeah, I mean, that's I'm excited to hear what Jason Light has to say about those guys and kind of why they.
4 o'clock podcast this week. 4 o'clock. The only exception might be if we get Jimmy Lake, and then we're on Pacific time. If Jimmy can make it at 1 o'clock Pacific time, which is 4 o'clock Eastern, then he'll be on. If he needs to come a little later, we might have a later podcast as a result. We'll let you know on Twitter and Facebook.
Justin M. is saying that the Raiders are signing Dylan Stoner, Oklahoma State wide receiver, and Jamie Newman, the Wake Forest, Georgia quarterback, is signing with the Eagles, Tom Pelissero says. So their quarterback did come off of the board. The Eagles did end up getting in the quarterback. Javion Hawkins, if you liked him, the running back from Louisville, signing with Atlanta. You might see him in the division. So some good stuff there. See if we can see any other undrafted free agents. Jamar Watson, edge guy who tested very poorly, going to the Steelers. Jonathan Adams. I see a Jonathan Adams signing there. Might have clicked away from it. Ricky Prohl's son, Blake Prohl, is going to the Vikings.
See if I can get an update on
Tamorian Terry, there he goes to the
Seattle.
Seahawks. Yeah, Tamorian Terry to the Seahawks.
What did we say, John? We talked about defensive tackle. Jason Light said, we feel very, very good about our defensive line right now. There wasn't any defensive tackles that they really cared for in this draft, and that's why we saw them re-sign Ndamukong Suh, re-sign for 2 years, Rakeem Nunez-Roches, and bring back Steve McClendon.
Yeah, we said after all that happened and after Jason Light's comments, we said on the Pewter Report podcast that we just didn't really feel like they might not draft one at all, to be honest, unless
that's what happened.
Unless the board fell a very specific way. So
Patty Fisher signing with the Panthers.
Jonathan Adams, a favorite of ours, signing with the Lions. They continue to have a pretty great day 3. Trevon Grimes, some people talked about him too. He's going to the Eagles. Shakur Brown, the Michigan State corner, is going to the Steelers. Kristen Uphoff, there were some questions about him. He is going to the Packers.
Shane Bichelle from SMU going to the Chiefs.
Eli Howard, Texas Tech DN, going to the Falcons. So staying in the division. Darius Stills, another Bucs potential target. He's going to the Raiders.
And you know what? Listen, don't get super excited about undrafted free agents this year. And you know what?
Nobody's going to make the team.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of undrafted free agents wanting to sign with Tampa.
No, I don't either, because there's no place.
It's not.
That's why you'll see a very small group.
Yeah, very small group. They're probably going to have to just sign
guys like Contessa, who no one's ever even heard of and doesn't even know Dane's guide.
Right. They're going to have to sign guys for rookie tryouts to come out for
And now that guy's a safety, and he looks at the room and he says, "Well, maybe I can beat Javon Hagan out."
Right.
But that's the situation you're looking at. Your Bucs are not going to be probably not going to be a lot of these guys.
Okay, Jason Light just wrapped up, so we should have Mark Cook coming on here fairly shortly. Yeah, this is going to be one of those years where it's not going to be plentiful with
the undrafted free agents now. Yeah. All right, Brandon Smith is going to the Cowboys, the Iowa wide receiver.
Yep.
Shane Buechele, the quarterback from Southern Methodist, the former Texas quarterback, is going to the Chiefs. Big quarterback controversy with Patrick Mahomes coming there.
Yeah, that's true. I think you're going to see a kicker sign. You're going to see a punter just for reps and special teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, reps. Yep.
Great comment here, John.
John, I was sad when you left the draft number, but it turned out that I believe that you're even a better fit here. Great job. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that, man. Means a lot. Love being there for sure.
The Scott's Apple logo have a weird hairdo or something. This right here, that is Wolverine.
I was going to say that's Wolverine.
Yeah, that's Wolverine. That's his cigar right there. There's his Wolverine hair, and of course the three claws for each hand. So that is huge Wolverine fan.
Yeah, Buck. Somebody said we didn't replace Andrew Adams. I think Javon Hagan is somebody that really seemed to like
really like
as a special teamer. Yeah. I mean, they talked about him last year a lot. Michael Belt says, "Great work, hilarious commentating." We try to keep it light, man. We try not to keep it too serious on these. You got your headphones. Mark's going to come in here in a second.
Yeah. Needs eyebrows. Yes.
But we're also going to be entertained. I mean, we think
son's name is Logan only because I was not allowed to name him Wolverine.
Are you serious?
True
so
story.
You're that big of a Wolverine fan? Yeah. Wow. Didn't know that. Here we go. Mark Cook, ladies and gentlemen. He has officially joined the broadcast. Can you hear us?
Mark, you're excited about those day 3 picks, I can tell.
Well, I'm more excited about them than your comic book talk, that's for sure. Jeez Louise.
You don't like Wolverines?
No, I don't even know what a Wolverine is except a crappy team in Ann Arbor, Michigan. That's all I know about Wolverines.
What about
I'm going to tell Tom Brady you said that.
You tell him, and you tell Larry Foote while you're at it,
and
too.
John Spytek.
You an Avengers guy, Mark?
He doesn't know what an Avenger is.
Marvel?
The last comic book I read was Richie Rich, and that was like in
I don't read comic books
1978.
either, but I like the movies.
No, I'm not into those movies. I did see the first Spider-Man whenever it came out, and I was like, this is kind of crappy.
The Tobey Maguire ones, or
yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't blame you.
Well, Mark, I get a superhero for you. Okay.
Okay.
This is a guy right here that is a little bit of a superhero in special teams. He looks the part.
Yes.
Compact.
Yeah.
A small unit.
That's Grant Stewart right there. So let's start at the bottom and work our way up.
Okay, let's do that. Grant looking like he's missing, about 6 inches off of his limbs. His legs are super short there. I was watching the video highlights earlier, even the ones the TV broadcast was showing in it. He's certainly a squatty, short kind of guy, but Jason Light talked about him and said he absolutely loves his tenacity, his heart, those kind of things. And Jason said he reminded him, going all the way back a long ways, when Jason was first starting with the Dolphins, to a special teams guy that they signed named Larry Izzo, who was a special teams Pro Bowler and a standout for the Miami Dolphins for a long time. So that's kind of the comp that Jason gave. I don't know that he couldn't find anybody any more current, but that's who he gave. But they really like his, heart and his tenacity and those kind of things like that. He's probably not going to be filling in for Devin White or anything anytime soon. But anyway, they think, that's what today was about. We talked about it last night because Bruce mentioned it, and you guys have talked about it all day. Today's about special teams. And everybody you look at that they selected today are hope to be counted on as special teams contributors this year.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seemed like that was the focus going into the day was, okay, we're going to, focus on special teams, but so Grant Stewart, obviously a guy that we're definitely intrigued by. Chris Wilcox had some injury concerns going on for a while there, and it didn't look like he was even going to be on anybody's radar really. And then it doesn't miss many tackles. Still not a guy, Mark, that I don't think many people thought was maybe going to get drafted in that late range that he did, but it wouldn't have been a player that was on many people's radar. So what was said about him in the process there?
Yeah, I don't know that that he thought he was going to be drafted to that position, but he came across very confident. I was on the call with him just a few minutes ago. He came across very confident. He said, listen, I can tackle, I can run, I can I can play man, I can play zone, I can be a gunner on special teams. I mean, he says I'm a great tackler. I don't miss tackles.
Yeah, you know what he can't do, Mark? He can't pick up any passes. He had 0 interceptions at BYU.
He did say the one thing he wants to work on is ball hawking skills. So I would agree he probably does need
Let's
to do
just start
that
with ball skills first.
at any point.
Yeah. If you can catch some passes, then we'll hawk. Exactly.
Yeah. Is this a Manscaped ad you're going into talking about balls?
No, but
okay. I agree.
That's a clever segue for next week.
Yeah, that's something that you want from obviously a defensive back. Now, he said he played in the box a lot, even going back to high school, kind of in a safety type position. So that's why he's comfortable being a tackler, a physical guy. When John was reading, I think it was Brugler's scouting report earlier about him being a bad tackler, I think that's the one thing that he would really argue about, and it didn't make a whole lot of sense, as John pointed out.
It was that he was a good tackler. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I thought you were saying he tackled high.
He had
bad form.
Oh yeah, his form. Yeah, but he has not missed a tackle since 2017,
which I thought was kind of weird. How do you have bad form and never miss a tackle? Maybe that's good form, Dane.
Just because his arms are so long. Maybe that's why. He just jumps on guys like a spider monkey.
Yeah. No, it would. Not sure if that's what we want to go with here, John. But he's a tenacious kind of player. Hey guys, listen up. He's also a music producer on the side. So
really?
we spent about 5 minutes with Jenna Lane questioning him about all of his music producing acts and things like that.
Shocker.
What kind of stuff has he done? Did he talk about it at all?
Oh, he didn't want to. He tried his best not to, but the Bulldog herself, she wouldn't let him off the hook.
Trying to get that information out.
She was dying. He says, in wise, very wise, he said this, and I think he was probably coached up by his agent. I hadn't really thought about music a whole lot lately. I've been consumed with football, so that's a very smart answer. Football teams don't want to hear about. Although he did say he would like to be a music engineer after his playing days are over. But anyway,
he's got hobbies. Jazz polka. If that's true, that's awesome.
No,
anyway, cool stuff about the 7th round picks. I think everybody's kind of intrigued by them and seeing what kind of an impact they can make and where they can go in camp. Obviously Wilcox with the testing times and the size, I think has people very, very intrigued. But yeah, no. So, I mean, we've got kind of this opportunity with KJ Britt to solidify the linebacker 4 spot. I mean, there's really not there's nobody really that could fill that role right now other than Britt. And so I think that when you watch him, even though there might be some limitations, it seems like if he can start on special teams, he's going to make it.
Yeah, I think so too. And that he's in a perfect position. And I'll tell you what, if I'm an undrafted free agent linebacker, I'm calling the Buccaneers. I'm not waiting on them to call me when you look at this roster, because if I'm a receiver, I'm not calling this team. I don't want any part of trying to make this team as a wide receiver undrafted. But if I'm a linebacker undrafted, I'm absolutely looking to try and make this football team or get an opportunity to. Here's something interesting Jason Light did say, though, as he kind of closed out his press conference, is they're in no hurry to get to 90. He said there's just not a lot of players out there. They're actually going to go look at some guys on the street. They're going to have some workouts, and they're not going to get in any hurry. It'll probably be a couple weeks before they even get to that 90-man spot. Normally they, fill that roster up as soon as possible the next couple of days after the draft, but he just, they don't really, obviously, if they drafted the guys they wanted, and there wasn't a lot more out there, I think, that they would have liked to have had. I think they got their 7 and are pleased with their 7, but they will sign some undrafted free agents. There's no question about it. But, he said it's not going to be like it has in the past. It's going to be hard.
It's going to be hard for them to sign some undrafted free agents this year. It just, when you have all of the starting spots locked in and you've got a lot of your depth locked in, you're looking at really, really small school guys that I think are going to want to come to Tampa, or just guys that aren't getting any calls anywhere to find a home. I think Tampa is going to be the last spot
But we do have one, right? South Carolina offensive guard Sedarius Hutcherson, who some thought was going to get drafted in later stages. He is
David Moore to the Panthers.
Grambling State Center. Man. So he's staying in the division. Unfortunately, I was hoping he'd go to the Bucs, but Sedarius Hutcherson to the Bucs per Jordan Reed of the Draft Network. So that's Obviously, one that we've got tracked down, and then there was the safety too.
Dylan Moses
Contessa.
to the Jaguars.
Dylan Moses to the Jaguars. Yeah, Augie Contessa, the safety from Stony Brook, is signing with the Bucs.
What about Marvin Wilson? Is he just not even going to get inside? He's just done with
he's with the
football.
The Browns got him. Yeah, so he's going to Cleveland.
But
Charles Snowden.
As an undrafted guy, though, he didn't get drafted, right? Wilson?
Correct. Yeah, Marvin Wilson not drafted. Yeah, so he'll be going to Cleveland on an undrafted free agent deal.
Mark, how about Jalen Darden? What did Jason have to say about Darden?
Yeah, he said that, they didn't want to risk the opportunity of him going to another team. There were a couple teams ahead of the Buccaneers that they felt were in the market for return guys. And I think this was, and you guys mentioned this actually on the thing earlier when you talked about some of the guys that undersized receiver speed guys that Bruce has had in the past. I think this was a pretty influential Bruce pick because Jason even mentioned, he and Bruce decided, that's our guy. We want him. And so we give up a 6th-round draft pick. No big deal. It's worth it for us to get the guy that we wanted. And they felt there was obviously, that's the only reason you move up is you think there's some teams ahead of you that are going to draft your guy. But they were, this was a targeted guy. Again, it wasn't like, well, if he's there, we'll take him. I mean, clearly when you move up, you're trying to get your man and keep anybody else from getting him. Special teams, obviously speed. Jason talked about it.
31 receiving touchdowns over the last 2 years. He had 12 as a junior, 19 touchdowns last year. This guy can find the end zone. He's got 38 career touchdowns, averaged 12.1 yards per catch, 16.1 last year.
And Scott, you talked about earlier when we were talking about him that he didn't play against great competition. That's true, but he was the top of that not so great competition, right? I mean, you don't want a guy that had 7
it's not his
touchdowns.
Fault
exactly.
That he's playing against La Tech and UTEP and
he excelled in that weak competition. I mean, you coached youth football. We all had a couple guys, we didn't have the best teams in the world, but we had a couple, really good players on our team that we could count on. Again, I don't know anything about North Texas, how their season went, but he was certainly a star of this football team with his 19 scores last year. And again, he excelled against mediocre competition. He didn't just, play down to the competition. He played to his talent level, and the results speak for themselves.
So you're saying it's a great pick?
I think it's a great pick. I mean,
there you go, Scott.
Again,
suck it. Yeah. Scott's being a hater. He wanted Marquez Stevenson from Houston. I mean, he's hating on our guy Darden.
Let me ask you a question: was Stevenson one of his best bets? Was he? No. Oh, okay, well, in that case,
I'm not trying to pull, for my Bucs best bets.
That's right. We're just trying to, stay. We've talked about Stevenson. We didn't talk about Darden much as a Bucs fit, but I am excited about it as well. I agree with you,
Jason. The first thing Jason said about him is he's got tremendous hands. He's got great hands. That's the first thing that stood out to him. He also said he's super fast, but they believe he actually plays quicker than his speed. So if that's true, it's going to be good for the Buccaneers and at some point when he gets on the field.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how he really fits into the offense. I think just in general right now. I mean, it's where's the room? It's Justin Watson out of a gig. It's Jaden Mickens. The wide receiver competition in camp is going to be crazy. There's no question about it. So I'm definitely excited to see how it pans out. Excited to see how all these guys perform. It's going to be different, but if we get a chance to have preseason games this year, which I think we will, then being able to see
3 of them though.
Yes, and being able to see the special teams situation unfold and see guys actually compete on the special teams and get a chance to earn their. I mean, think about it. A year ago, guys like Wilcox and Stewart, they would have had no chance to really prove themselves outside of that scrimmage at Raymond James. So. It's a good thing that they're going to have those kind of opportunities for sure. And I think the Bucs took some guys they're going to compete their tail off to try and make this roster. I know that about the guys that they added. So,
and I just want to remind the readers who think this is a bad draft. Okay, even if you believe that's a bad draft, just remember this is a loaded football team. This team won the Super Bowl last year. Will be favorites to do it again this year. This isn't a bad draft. Coming off a 4-12 football season, just got to kind of keep things in perspective when you look at that. Anyway, I thought it was solid, but we don't know. 3 years from now, we'll know.
Right,
that's right.
Absolutely. Well, we thank you, Mark, for bringing us the update for sure, and we'll be checking in with you again at some point in the near future on the Pewter Report podcast. Obviously, as we have some fun guests lined up for people.
Yeah, Ryan Griffin's coming up soon. Bruce Arians is coming up soon.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody else. That's all I know. But I'm sure we'll have other fun guests.
Absolutely. It's going to be a good time. So thanks for dropping in. We always appreciate it.
No.
There goes Mark, ladies and gentlemen, and that will about wrap up the Bucs draft in our show as well. I mean, it's been fun. We've been able to bring analysis on kind of all of these picks and what's going on with the Bucs in all these situations, which has been obviously a blast. But it is a special teams day 3. It's kind of what you're looking at this point in the draft is guys that you're hoping at the bottom of the draft that you can add to the bottom of your roster, compete and can perform for you on special teams and make an impact. So. Yeah, and we appreciate the $4.99 super chat here from Demetrius. He says this would have been $50 if SR hadn't debased the pod with his wing admission. Damn it. But seriously, year in out, year out, this is the place to be. Go Bucs. We appreciate that, Demetrius. That's awesome stuff for sure. It's great having you all on here with us. We'll keep updating you over at the site. Check out the written content over at Pewter Report and make sure that as you go over there that you're checking out the undrafted free agent tracker as well as that we're kind of updating that. I'll see if I can give you one last update here on some of these picks are going. See if anybody else is going to the Bucs. Sedarius Hutchinson was the last one that we heard. So, yeah, follow along on there on the website and follow along, obviously, on pewterreport.com, the undrafted free agent tracker. We will keep that. Keeping that updated for y'all. Thank you all for the thanks and the comments, the super chats and everything, and for your time and energy and attention this week. Appreciate those shout outs for sure. It's been a fun time. Pewter Report podcast is back in action Monday at 4 p.m. We're going to have lots of written content up on the site in the coming days on all of these picks and these prospects and how they fit into the Bucs. So make sure you're checking that out. We've already got a bunch of stuff up for today. Matt and Taylor and Mark have been doing an unbelievable job behind the scenes. Yeah, they're really getting stuff up, jumping on the calls. I mean, there's so much of that stuff to be done while we do this stuff. It's awesome. So we greatly appreciate them. We greatly appreciate all of y'all. And ready to wrap it up, Scott, and head to next week, 4 p.m. Eastern. We'll be live.
Yeah, we're taking tomorrow off. So you won't see us tomorrow, but we'll be back on Monday. And we'll have some undrafted free agents to talk about and kind of like a little bit of a reset. And we'll talk about some of the guests we've got lined up. I've been having some communications with Jimmy Lake, so hopefully we can get him on. Yep. Washington head coach to talk about Joe Tryon, one of his former Huskies. And, this is now 4 Huskies on this Bucs roster. Not sure if Jade Mickens is going to stick around. Yeah, right. Benning Potoahi, and, of course, who's the other guy? Big guy in the middle, number 50. Vita Van. Yeah. So Jimmy Lake was defensive coordinator and now is the head coach. Big Joe Tryon fan, obviously, and appreciate him giving me some quotes for that SR's Fab 5 that came out right before the draft. So we had a good draft from Pewter Report's perspective, bounced back with a couple of Bucs best bets, quarterback position, and also Joe Tryon. So that was fun. And we talked about the needs for getting a linebacker on day 3. They came away with 2. Yeah. And I think this football team got better. It's not sexy and splashy and all that because the starters, the Super Bowl team, those 22 guys that are back for number 2, those are the sexy splashy guys, right? The Shaq Barretts, the Tom Brady's, the guys that got extended like Donovan Smith, the guys that got franchised, Chris Godwin. I mean, that's where it's at. Antonio Brown coming back into the fold. Yep. And really when you look at the only thing really that's missing, I think, from this team right now is just Blaine Gabbert. That's it. I think if you can bring Blaine back, then I think all is right with the world.
That's right. Yep. Got to get Blaine back in the fold, and you've got 4 quarterbacks. You go to camp, and you don't have to worry about Brady throwing every day.
Yep.
I love it.
All right, so there you go. There's the draft picks right there. Joe Tryon, Kyle Trask, Robert Hainsey, Jalen Darden, KJ Britt, Chris Wilcox, and Grant Stewart. These guys right here deserve a big round of applause for what they've been able to do for the past 365 days. Getting Tom Brady, getting Rob Gronkowski, getting in last year's draft guys like Tristan Wirfs and Antoine Winfield Jr., and then getting all those guys re-signed with the help of Mike Greenberg and Jackie Davidson. And then the draft picks that they added here, they were probably more for down the road, but Jason Light, Bruce Arians, they've made the Bucs relevant again and Super Bowl champions.
Yep, huge culture changes and huge changes to the roster. And one thing I said I loved about this draft, everybody seems like they're right in line with the culture they want to build. And so it's exciting. It's awesome that the Tampa Bay has that kind of consistency, that kind of stability. They haven't been the beacon of that very often over their existence, but they are certainly the beacon of that now. And they are moving quickly to the top of the league in terms of stability and where you want to be as a culture and a roster building organization. And it's pretty cool to see and pretty cool to be covering on the media side of things. So another draft and more talent added to the best roster in the league. And they should be the Super Bowl favorites right now to repeat. So it's good stuff. As always, we appreciate all of y'all for jumping in here with us, for sticking with us. 8.5 hours of coverage today. Day 3 of the draft. There was some lulls, and a lot of y'all stuck with us the whole time. We appreciate it. And we'll see y'all again Monday for another edition of the Pewter Report podcast at 4 p.m. Eastern. And as for today, for Scott and for the whole Pewter Report crew, I'm Jon Ledyard saying thanks so much for joining us on day 3 of the PewterReport.com live draft show. Out.